like your heartbeat along, but your eyes move away. It's a wild, perfect day.
Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome. You're here with Quickshot today, and we're going to be doing the final day of the DreamHack qualifiers. We have all 8 teams sitting ready and waiting for the games, but we're just busy setting up the lobbies and making sure everybody's 100% aware of how the games are going to be played through and the rules, especially with regards to streaming and things like that. So we're sorry about the small delay. We do have 9 out of the 10 players for FRAGZONE versus Moscow 5 in the game lobby. And it shouldn't be more than about 5 or so minutes before we kick that off. So stay with us, bring your friends, and we'll be ready with today's DreamHack qualifiers in just a few minutes.
Something better than wanting you. It's the thought of being done with you, and my mind moves away. It's a wild, perfect day. We let the world pass by, its joy, its pain, the fact that it's alive. Your apathy, I say, it's a wild and perfect day. It's a wild and perfect day. It's a wild and perfect day. It's a wild and perfect
FM.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally kicking off today's DreamHack qualifier. Game number 1, Moscow 5 on the left-hand side in the blue team, facing off against FRAGZONE on your right-hand side. And that'll, of course, be the purple team or the red team once we actually get into the game. So for everybody that has joined us and that has said hello, the brackets can be located in the channel's description. Just head over to the title for the channel and you'll find it's a binarybeast.com URL. And of course you can see this is an 8-team bracket. We have a whole bunch of top European teams. EXHCL facing off against FNATIC. This game will be Moscow 5 against FRAGZONE. You then have Absolute Legends versus NAVI and Counterlogic Gaming versus TEAMLESS. We're into game number 1, match number 1. These are best of 3s, so we're in for a whole bunch of games today. Blitzcrank, Leeson, and Uri have all been removed from the pool, and a couple more bans required before we get jumping up into the first game of today. So Jax is the next ban, 2 more remaining. And what you will notice as well, for Moscow 5, they do have Gosu Pepper back on the lineup. When we watched Moscow 5 on Tuesday, they were playing with... I can't remember the name, but unfortunately, because of the time difference, Gosu Pepper wasn't able to stay online. So they did have a substitute, but it was more than, they were still strong enough to qualify for today. And today is the games that count. Today, the top 4 out of these 8 will then be able to make it through to DreamHack. And we see some slightly unconventional bans. Fiddlesticks and Blitzcrank being removed from the pool. Soraka being removed as well. But of course, Soraka, her healing potential and the power that she's got, that sustain in lane, is just so difficult to deal with. With regards to the first ban, Diamondprox has locked in Nocturne. So most likely going to be sitting on Nocturne as well, as he is the jungler for Moscow 5. XL winner on behalf of FRAGZONE, currently floating over Urgot. And I quite like watching Urgot. I'm going to have to turn off these friend requests. Everybody's spamming me. For everybody that's asking, this is live. I don't know why everybody keeps thinking it's reruns. Reruns don't happen on the weekends, guys. These are live events. I will throw up a little rotating live sticker over one of my banners, maybe. I don't know. I'll have to see. And we're going to have to see whether or not this Urgot is going to be strong enough in the early game to secure any sort of victory. Because, of course, in comparison to your standard AD carries, the likes of your Ashe or Corki, who are available, even Graves, for example, he falls off of that constant DPS right towards the mid and the late game stages. Something interesting to note out as well for everybody that is asking, everybody that is wondering, Darius and the Athene's Unholy Grail are globally banned. Okay, globally banned. They are not part of the pool. They cannot be picked. They cannot be selected. And it's just something to keep in mind, something to remember. We're not going to see that champion. We're not going to see that item in the game world. So, first few picks, we do see a Nocturne and Shen currently being hovered over for Moscow 5 and a Morgana. So that is incredibly powerful. Morgana and Shen, of course, both having great presence. They scale incredibly well into the late game. And giving Darien Shen is a very scary prospect. We've seen Darien playing Shen a couple of times over the last week or 2 weeks. And he's almost unstoppable with that champion. You do see Eve being hovered over. Now, of course, Eve is a placeholder, guys. Do not get excited about that. It just means that Nicodd doesn't have the champion they want to actually select. So I'm going to drop him a message really quickly. LM, where is N? And see if we can figure out who is the placeholder for. So don't get excited. That's not actually Eve. That is... a placeholder for Leona. Alright, so we're going to see a Leona Urgot bot lane. Slightly unconventional, but it can work very well. That sword, dash pulling him forward is of course going to help a lot. And now we see some strange picks. Darien now sitting on Riven at the moment. Moscow 5, Riven and Nunu. This is an interesting one. Maybe going for a slightly unconventional bot lane. I haven't seen this one before, so we're going to have to see whether or not this actually gets locked in and selected. And if this is, of course, who they're going to be playing. So, I'd like to see who actually... There we go. It does get swapped to does get swapped over to Kennen. So it's going to be an AD Kennen in the bot lane, supported by Nunu, and that's going to be very, very powerful. The slow from Nunu with that Ice Blast of his, in conjunction with the Blood Boil, movement speed buff, and attack speed buff that Kennen's going to be picking up, it's going to be very powerful. And as I get all excited about that, it does, in fact, get swapped to a Taric. So you're going to have the Dazzle stun into the Mark of the Storm stun coming out from Kennen, and it's going to be a lot of pain going down onto the Urgot Leona bot lane. That is not an Eve. For everybody that's asking and wondering and spamming, that is not Eve. It is a placeholder, guys. Eve is your standard placeholder champion because she is being reworked, relooked at. So it's just a general rule of thumb. Whenever you see that particular champion, it does mean somebody else is actually going to be put into the lineup. So one more pick for FRAGZONE. We can see the AP mids. It's going to be Karthus against Morgana. And the solo top is who they need to select. And that's probably going to be a solo top against Darien Shen. Shen versus who? Shen versus who? This is the question. Mozilla is the final one that has to lock in a champion for FRAGZONE. And you can see they're taking the time about it. They're nervous, they're worrying, they're stressed. They want to see who they're going to put there, who's going to be, and they're going to take in Irelia. So Irelia versus Shen up top. I think that has the potential to go either way. I don't think either champion has a particularly strong strength over their opponents, but it's going to come down to those ganks. It's going to come down to whether or not Nautilus can doesn't bug me. So we are going to be jumping into that. Eve was a placeholder, guys. That was Leona that was in fact going to be selected. So we're going to run through these bans really quickly. We've now jumped straight back into it, so we should just see a quick rerun of those bans. So while we do that, I'm going to quickly put some music up in the background and just have a quick drink of water. And when we're back in 1 minute time, it will be Moscow 5 versus FRAGZONE. So we are back. We are into the 3-minute countdown before the game begins. I'm going to bring up the brackets really, really quickly. Let's actually just put this over this side here. Of course, we are here for today. This is the final day of the DreamHack qualifiers, sponsored by MSI and SteelSeries. Let's zoom in once more on this bracket so you can see exactly how it's going to play out. We have a best of 3 all the way up until the semifinals, guys. All we need to know today is who is our top 4 teams. Game number 1, EXHCL facing off against FNATIC. That is currently live. And as the games get finished and completed, the admins will give me updates, and I will, of course, let you know exactly how those are going. We are going to be watching Moscow 5 facing off against FRAGZONE. Of course, it is a best of 3. The next game that's going to be happening, Absolute Legends versus NAVI, and of course Counterlogic Gaming facing off against TEAMLESS. The way that this works, the top 4 teams qualify for DreamHack. So out of the 8 that are currently in the pool, only 4 of them actually make it to the DreamHack LAN. The other 4 go home with their bags empty and a very gentle pat on the back. So for game number 1, Moscow 5 versus FRAGZONE, I want votes. I want to know on chat right now, guys, who is taking this game. You can see the picks. There they are right now. We're into the last minute and a half. We have top lane, Darien Shen, facing off against Mozilla on Aurelia. In the mid lane, Alexish on Morgana, facing off against Deficio on Karthus. Bottom lane, Genja and Gosu Pepper, that's a Ken and Tarek, facing off against Nicodd and Winner, which is going to be an Urgot Leona, so it's a very, very aggressive bottom lane on behalf of Moscow 5. And of course the junglers, Diamondprox on Nocturne, and we have Baaklunde, is it Baaklunde? Baaklunde, playing Nautilus. So 2 very, very aggressive gankers, 2 very aggressive junglers. But of course, Nautilus does have this slightly stronger early game ganks, pre-level 6. So I've taken a look at chat. It does look as though Moscow 5 seem to be the favorites, but it's about a 70-30 split. There's a fair number of you guys supporting FRAGZONE. If you would like to keep tabs on the brackets, keep an eye on the title of this broadcast, guys. I have stuck the title up in the top of there, so the link is available. And of course, we are live. So I'm going to throw up one more ad break, and when we're back, Moscow 5 versus FRAGZONE for today's qualifier. So adverts are running, and I know that not everybody gets them. So I'm going to quickly just throw up my overlay here. Sorry, it is going to look a little confusing, guys, but I just need to get this updated. Unfortunately, we started a little bit later than we'd hoped for. Casting by Quickshot. There we go. And that's it. So, last 5 seconds of the loading screen. We are then going to be seeing the skins that everybody's going to be wearing. And if you've watched any of my streams before, you know I like to talk about the skins and see which ones are the best ones. Remember, this is a best of 3 game, guys, so it's not over after the first match. Teams do need to win 2 of the 3 to be able to proceed to the next round. There we go. We are loading up. Oh, and Alexish rocking out with Blackthorn Morgana. The only player in the game at the moment to let us down is Diamondprox. He's currently rocking out just the standard Nocturne. Maybe it's hipster. Maybe you want to go with it that way instead. Keep an eye on that way. So we are into the game, guys. Live. Blackthorn Morgana. This is the first time I have actually seen this particular champion in the game, or this particular skin in the game, rather. And I'm looking forward to seeing the animations. For this very first game, I do unfortunately have to fly solo, because there was a little bit of confusion with regards to the servers, and it did end up meaning my co-caster had to miss this first game. But we are into this, and of course Genja also rocking his skinless on Kennen. I missed that during the loading screen. My bad. But look at this Blackthorn. Wow, what an amazing amount of detail in that skin. Although her hands do look a little strange. That run animation looks weird to me. So anyways, we are seeing a pretty aggressive start on behalf of FRAGZONE. We can see the players collecting up in this top tri-bush. We're going to see whether or not anybody gets caught out. They do have that Leonia stun, Shield of Daybreak. The next auto attack is going to land an on-hit stun, and Diamondprox is going to be face-checking. Here it comes. Huge damage onto Diamondprox. Will the Ignite tick down? He is going to get away with 2 hit points, but a flash auto attack from Aurelia does secure first blood. And FRAGZONE off to a great start. Interesting as well, because Alexish, he had thrown the Dark Binding. You could hear the sound effect. You could hear that bang. And Diamondprox still pushed forward. Diamondprox still was walking forward, so I'm not quite sure what the thinking was there. And of course, it was a very late invade, so a bit nerve-wracking, a bit scary. First blood goes the way of Moscow 5. It also goes to Aurelia, so she's been able to port back. She's got pots, boots, and the wards at the moment. Currently sitting on... How much gold is that at the moment? 322, so opted not to pick up the... like a cloth armor or something similar. Saving that gold, going to be putting towards her first decent item. We also see on the bottom lane, Nicodd is pulling forward to try and steal some of these raids, but look at the leash from Genja and Gosu Pepper. Giving those golems a huge run around, pulling it all the way back to the lizard buff. And now it has reset, so look at that, plus 48 hit points, plus 48 hit points, plus 48 hit points. All the damage that they were putting down has been reset, and they are forced to head back into lane. So the big golem is going to be able to help, or is going to be staying there until it's been killed by Diamondprox. And of course, that does put him a little bit behind. He misses out the XP and their gold on that smaller golem, but it's not the end of the world. It's not really going to make a huge difference at this stage in the game. Middle lane, Alexish on Morgana. Have a quick look at how he's skilled his particular champion. 489 hit points, 9 and then 10% spell penetration. Movement speed, a little bit higher than standard, so interesting selection on runes at the moment. 12 mana per 5 and 22 AP. Have a look at how Darien has skilled his Shen at the moment. 0 and then 10% pen. Move speed of 310. Only with that Doran's shield. Armor of 50 and magic resist to 42. So probably fat MR runes on that particular one. This is game number 1 of today's qualifiers, guys. We are 100% live. And Moscow 5 are down in the bottom left-hand side. They've already given up first blood. Irelia on the top lane, though. She's playing very passively. Currently a little bit behind on CS. The award coming down from Winner. Really aggressive. That's going to give vision on Gosu Pepper. And it's just going to allow that bot lane of FRAGZONE to react to those dazzle stuns slightly more effectively. Be able to see the positioning on Gosu Pepper. And just move themselves backwards, put themselves into safety quicker than what they need to. If anybody is getting any lag, just be sure to drop those quality settings. And just give it a bash there. So now Mozilla has got a huge wave on this top lane. This is the first creep. Look at the moment. 1 point into each of the respective abilities. Cooldown reduction 1.3%. Attack speed slightly higher than standard. And then the defenses as well. 45 armor, 46 MR. Here goes the level up. So it bumps up those numbers a short amount. Kennan's another interesting one to have a look at. 0.87 attack speed. 6 and then 10% on the armor penetration. And he gets that armor buff from Tarek as well. So that's going to be helping out some of the damage that Urgot's putting out. And of course, Kennen, AD Kennen, is a very aggressive bot lane champion. He doesn't have to manage his mana. Oh, a very aggressive push from Winner. Does land a corrosive charge. That's one Acid Hunter. The stun comes out from Gosu Pepper, so no additional Acid Hunters are tossed out. And look at the animation on that Dark Binding. Really cool. Whole new graphic and missile. And I like it. I'm a fan. So what I was mentioning there in that bottom lane, Kennen, of course, not having mana to rely on, not being able to, or not having to worry about spamming those abilities, gives him a lot of pressure. There goes a taunt from Darien. Duskbringer does land onto Mozilla. Spell Shield was up by Diamondprox. Mozilla does manage to break the fear. While I'm busy watching this top lane, a kill does happen on the bottom lane. So we'll do a quick rewind and have a look at exactly how that happened. Oh, no, we're not going to do that right now. We are on live. There goes the Shadow Dash taunt. Duskbringer out. Red buff slow is on Mozilla. Still trying to get away, still chasing and juking. One more Vorpal Blade. It's just going to take 1 or 2 more auto attacks, and that finally does get the kill. So let's quickly rewind to that bottom lane. And we are having a look. Oh, I'm going to have to rewind just a tad further. Sorry about that, guys. So there comes the kill. Nautilus did move in. The Riptide and just the complete stun lock coming out from the champions was all that was required. And there's, of course, the kill in fast forward on the top lane. We're now on directed camera. So, of course, directed camera is going to give us the ability to not miss any of the action while we fast forward to real time. FRAGZONE opening up an early lead, 2-1 in the kills, already 1,000 gold ahead. Both junglers managing to be successful on their first ganks. And are FRAGZONE going to be able to keep this up? Are FRAGZONE going to be able to continue this pressure and continue applying enough pressure to pick up kills? That is the real question. So we are now back up to live. Turn off the directed camera and keep an eye on that. Nicodd does not have any mana. 47 armor, 44 magic resist, and mana regen in the region of about +2, +3 per second. So very low at the moment. He's not going to be able to use those corrosive charges or those acid hunters. And of course, not having a Soraka in your lane to be able to replenish that mana from the infuse, it does slow it down just a little bit, or slow down that the aggressive play that you can put out. So we are seeing Nicodd recalling. So he's going to be heading back, going to spend some of the gold that he's earned, sitting on 1,500 gold. So we're most likely going to see a Brutalizer or maybe a Glacial Shroud, the first part of that item. Let's have a look. I'm going to be working towards this. So double Doran's Blade and a long sword. So it's probably going to be working towards that Brutalizer. It's pretty standard on Urgots these days. Get a little bit of armor penetration, build a little bit of tanky, a little bit of mana. And even with the kill advantage and first blood, the gold difference is only 400. Mozilla does have a particularly huge wave sitting in front of his champion right now, though, so that'll maybe be benefiting or being able to balance that gap just a little bit. Deficio, how do I say this nickname? Somebody help me out on chat. Deficio? That's the spelling anyway. I'm not quite sure how it would be pronounced. Of course, you are watching Moscow 5 on the left-hand side of your screen, facing off against FRAGZONE on the top right. Oop, a little bit of a camera misclick there. And it looks as though, other than the single gank from both champions, it's been fairly passive. Neither lane has really gone overly aggressive. None of the lanes have really put like a huge focus on harassment and aggression. Little exchanges back and forth, but Shen up in the top lane, and then of course Nautilus down in the bot lane, both leading to the additional kills that have been secured. And there's some vision on behalf of FRAGZONE. 4 wards in the river. So that's cover for Nocturne. Very deep ward near the Baron Pit in that top lane. And I like seeing that because Diamondprox has hit level 6, which means he's going to be able to be using that Paranoia ability. And of course, having the deeper ward down closer in the river, it allows you to see him coming in, allows you to see the cast actually beginning. On the flip side, Moscow 5, they only have wards in and around this mid area. Red bush near the Wraiths, and of course the entry into the blue buff. So a bit more vision on behalf of FRAGZONE. But of course, having a Nocturne, that's probably the reasoning for it. Nocturne can gank through wards, can dive straight over them, straight past them. 1 to 2 is your kill score at the moment. And it's just very passive. You know, neither team, there's a lot on the line here. If you lose that first game, it's a big psychological disadvantage to be sitting in a position where you know there are only 2 games remaining and you have to win them. You cannot afford to have a single mistake. You cannot afford to be out of position at all in those games. And of course, if you can pick up that first victory, the confidence that it gives you leading to things are very good. Dark Binding. Unfortunately, no Tormented Soil because Alexish had used it on the creeps. So only the Dark Binding damage coming out onto Deficio in the middle lane. And I think our schizophrenic directed camera can go off for a little bit. It's chopping and changing just a little more than I would like. And there's not too much to say at the moment. I mean, Gold Graph sitting 400, 500 gold difference. We do see, and here comes the Hyperkinetic position reverser. Genja immediately gets flicked backwards. Very nice dive from Winner. That's going to lock him up with a stun. The AoE slicing Maelstrom has come out. The first kill, Genja's going to go down. Now we do see the Stand United come out. It was able to delay the death of Genja for a small time. And compliments of all the damage that Slicing Maelstrom had done. Darien does pick up a counter kill onto Winner. That's Leona. But a 2-for-1 exchange, and FRAGZONE looking like they're here to play. FRAGZONE looking like they're on the way to potentially a game victory. But of course, we are only 10 minutes in, so we can't be predicting that right now. Some very smart moves from Moscow 5. They know that Leona's was down, and of course, Nicodd had recalled. So they're going to immediately reply. Even though they gave up 2 kills, they are not behind on gold. Their 400, 500 gold difference still remains. Look, it's 13-6 to 14-2. And they pick up a dragon. So really good play by Moscow 5. Understanding the damage that they have with Darien and Diamondprox. And able to pick up a map objective. So dragon going down around the 11-minute mark, which means it will be back at 17 minutes. In and around the 17-minute mark was when the next dragon's going to be back. A quick look at the farm at the moment. Mid lane, 95 to 96. Top lane, 79 on Darien to 78 on Mozilla. Bottom lane, 72 on Genja to the 62 on Nicodd. So a 10 difference. But of course, Nicodd is currently sitting 2-0-2, so that's more than going to make up for it. Now we're going to have to see, are they going to push? I've just seen the little collection of champion faces in the mid lane. But not going to go for the tower dive just yet. Alexish does have those soul shackles available, but opting not to use it under the tower. Doesn't want to play more aggressive than they need to. And it's a smart move. It's the best way to, you know, play. Don't give away anything that you don't need to give away. Anybody that is asking or wondering, I do have a co-caster being set up or on the way. Unfortunately, because it is US time, a few of the guys are a little bit asleep. So as soon as my co-caster does get up, or wakes up rather, he'll be joining us. It should be within the next 30 to 40 minutes. And at the minute, once again, just settling back into this relaxing. Just settling back into the passive laning phase. It's a little bit, I don't want to use the word dull. You know, 2 to 4, 30 minutes, we do have 6 kills in, so that's every 2 or 3 minutes. But none of the champions are really playing hyper-aggressively. On the top lane, though, Darien has been able to keep Mozilla pushed back to his tower the majority of this game. Every time we move up to this top lane, Mozilla's sitting on his tower, and he's forced to be CSing under his, under his tower hits, etc. We do see him falling back immediately. Diamondprox was revealed by that ward, and as soon as the little champion icon, popped up, Mozilla dived backwards. Darien, of course, with fairly tanky 82 armor, the Giant's belt, he'll be able to tank quite a few turret hits. And I think Mozilla was afraid of a paranoia tower dive. So fairly smart play, but it is starting to zone him. Slowly increasing, 10 creep score ahead. And now we see Nautilus coming into this bottom lane. There goes the Karthus ultimate. Requiem is out. Depth charge and dredge line. They're going to completely lock up Genja and Gosu Papa. And what a double kill. 1 kill going to Nautilus, 1 kill going to Leona. Karthus involved in the double there. The Requiem ability used to open up that fight, put some damage down. FRAGZONE, they look to be in very, very good control. There goes the Dark Binding as well as the Tormented Soil. And 1 Dark Binding Tormented Soil combo drops Deficio down to less than half life. I wonder how the votes feel, guys. I wonder how the votes feel. Has anybody changed their mind? Do you think FRAGZONE potentially stand a chance to win this game? 2-0-4 Nautilus, 2-0-4 Urgot. Urgot, of course, he has opened with that Brutalizer. He's also picked up a Chain Vest and the Mana Crystal. So that's the first items going towards that Frozen Heart. I think it's the Glacial Shroud. The first tier item. And that's increased the gold graph now a little bit more significantly. At the 15-minute mark, we're now up to about 1,500 gold. We'll see how that's split at the moment. Urgot, 4,000 gold to Kenan's 3,600. Nautilus, 3,900 gold to Nocturne's 3,500. So it's not too noticeable. Only 400 gold between the champions. And that doesn't really add up to a huge amount. You know, it needs to hit sort of 1,000, 1,200 mark before you start seeing a noticeable big item difference. But if they can continue to pressure this bot lane, and if they can continue to pick up kills, it's going to set them up very well. It's something interesting to look at. Even with all of the kills that have been happening, Nicodd is still 13 or 14, make that 15 CS behind Genja. Yes, he's got the kills and the assists, but he's still sitting behind when it comes to creep score count. And it just shows you the power of AD Cannon in conjunction with that guaranteed stun from Taric. So 2-6 is your score, 15 minutes in, no towers down, only the 1 dragon. And the next dragon is going to be the next team fight, or the next couple of kills. I don't think either team is going to be setting up ganks or kills, knowing that around 17 minutes, 16:50, 17 minutes is when the dragon's going to be up. And we're going to have to see who is in position for it. We do, of course, have Darien with Stand United that is on cooldown at the moment, and will be back very, very shortly. Diamondprox and Alexius opting to put some pressure onto this middle lane. Not getting stunned or snared, rather, from Nautilus's passive from that auto attack. What is the name of it at the moment? Staggering Blow. It wasn't able to stun him. Compliments of Morgana's Black Shield. They aren't able to take the tower down, but they put some decent damage onto it. And Dragon, very, very soon to be popping up. Having a look at how Genja is skilling his cannon. 5 points into the Electrical Surge. 2 points into Lightning Rush, only a single point into Thundering Shuriken. And that makes sense because Thundering Shuriken is his primary damage ability if you're playing him AP. If you're playing him for ability power, that is your main, a damaging skill. I believe it's got a 0.75 or so AP ratio. And you can see FRAGZONE, they are very warded up for this bush, or for this dragon. And look at the vision, 1, 2, 3 wards, several pink wards down. In reply, Moscow 5 do have a whole bunch, but now we do see our 4-man moving forward. They are managing to push onto Deficio, so that's going to be the first kill. Are they going to be able to get away? A very nice stun from Leona, but the spell immune means that it doesn't actually affect Shen. Paranoia comes out to block the vision. They pull Alexish backwards, compliments of the dredge line, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. Karthus and Alexish go down, and while that's happening, Genja, Diamondprox, and Gosu Pepper now manage to pick up the dragon. So even though they are 4 kills behind, they are only 300 gold. Both dragons going the way of Moscow 5. Mozilla flashes over the wall very, very aggressively, but no support from the rest of his team means he is forced to fall backwards. That is the flash burn. Dazzle underneath the tower range. Still considering this fight, they still want to push. Baaklunde is now moving forward. The dredge line onto the creep pulls him a little bit closer, but he didn't have his depth charge available. He wasn't able to throw that ultimate out and knocking anybody up. So will FRAGZONE be able to pick up this first tower? Had they all stayed, they may have been able to, but Mozilla opting to port back, not wanting to lose too many creeps on that top tower, on that top lane. But very well played from Moscow 5. Diamondprox and Alexish, they pulled the champions away. It was a 4-man gank in the middle. They attracted all of the attention up to, you know, the red buff area on FRAGZONE's jungle. And Genja, Diamondprox, and Gosu Pepper then just took the dragon. So yes, they did trade 1-for-1 in kills, but picking up that dragon means they are now bang even on gold, compliments of the superior farm, and the 2,000 team gold that's been collected from those drakes. So the next drake's at about the 23-minute mark. I just have to say to remind myself, that is the the memory or the trick you have to do. If you don't say it out loud, you never remember. Item-wise at the moment, Genja in the bottom lane, he's got all the ingredients for his Wriggles Lantern, sitting on 1,300 gold. So we can assume he's going to be saving up another 50 to 100 gold more. Most likely going to complete a Zeal and that Wriggles Lantern, and a very nice dash forward there from onto Gosu Pepper. He gets locked and stunned. The slow is out, but now it's been turned around. The Shen ultimate has dived in, and XL winner opting to save Nicodd, moving towards the tower of Moscow 5. And a very, very nice gank. They were hoping to put more damage down onto Gosu Pepper than they were actually able to land. Stand United from Shen also prevents a lot of that damage. Now there's the Dazzle stun, the Electrical Surge, the Lightning Rush does land. Electrical Surge will be out in a few seconds. The Exhaust is down onto Nicodd. Flash has been burned. There's another tick. One more of the stun will be out shortly. Gosu Pepper's been tanking. The position reverser comes out while under the tower, and now Gosu Pepper might go down to the turret. We do have Alexish just in range. The Requiem put a lot of damage down. But wow, all of that damage, that entire fight, all those abilities, and nobody dies just yet. So smart move by Nicodd, getting that bonus magic resist and armor. What is it at this point? Rank 1 adds an additional 80 armor and magic resist, and he was able to channel it under the tower as well. So it prevented Genja doing any additional damage, and allowed the turrets to keep hitting Genja for a little bit more DPS as well. Genja getting away by the skin of his teeth. Less than 100 hit points. Morgana was very close by though. So great map awareness and great communication from Moscow 5 to know that that tower dive was going on. And of course Morgana was able to move down into that bottom right hand corner, the bottom tri-bush, to help out if anybody was, you know, there or potentially chasing. And Moscow 5 take the gold lead. You know, the amount of time that FRAGZONE have spent, you know, recalling or out of lane, it does mean they've been, you know, farming less effectively. 30 CS on the bottom lane. Mid is completely even. 15 on the top lane. And in the jungle is a big difference as well. Diamondprox on 114 CS to the 77 of Baaklunde. So that's a huge, huge advantage. Even though Baaklunde does have the kills and assists, he is being out CS'd. And that is where the gold really comes from for Moscow 5. 4-7, we've hit the 20-minute mark. No towers down yet. But I think the next death that takes place, or the next kill that manages to get secured, will potentially result in a tower. A lot of the towers, top lane down to about half-life. Mid towers down to about half-life as well. Below half, actually. Bottom lane, just a little bit of damage. But, of course, the Moscow 5 one's been hit a little bit. So we'll be seeing the towers going down, and then the game transitioning into the team fight stage. And a very, very nice step aside there from Genja. Manages to dodge the corrosive charge. They put some damage onto Gosu Pepper. The Requiem might be enough to pick it up. The position reverser goes out. Stand United from Shen is going to be enough to save him. And then all of a sudden everybody falls backwards, and a flash shadow dash is going to lock winner up. The auto attacks with the red buff is going to be enough to actually pick up that kill. And what a counter gank. Darien Stand United manages to block 557 damage for 5 seconds. Combine that with the fact that Genja was able to interrupt the position reverser. And that was very, very powerful. So Darien now, Sunfire Cape as well as that Wit's End completed. He's going to be porting back, spending a little bit of that gold. And as we mentioned, the next kills was going to result in the tower kill, or tower going down. But it was a reverse. Mozilla pushed down that top lane. 175, completely even on CS, and has 1,800 gold. So not having those 4 assists or the 2 dragons under her belt means she's a little bit behind in items. But the tower gold is going to push FRAGZONE now slightly ahead. And now we're going to see how do FRAGZONE play it. FRAGZONE have the tower advantage. FRAGZONE have the ability to get Aurelia to start roaming. Mozilla can move around the map. Mozilla can come to mid lane, come to bot lane, start setting up ganks, setting up for frags and kills, etc. Are they going to opt to do that, or is Mozilla going to continue to stay in this top lane and try farm it out further? Try to farm out, pick up a few more items, stall the game, keep it at the slower pace. Having lost the tower, that's going to be less likely. And how are Frags going to handle Darien split pushing? Now we've transitioned now into this next stage of the game where Darien is going to be potentially in the top lane almost perma. I mean, Stand United is almost available, of course. It's still on cooldown, will be available shortly. And he's going to be able to join a team fight at a moment's notice. He's going to be able to just dive in there, prevent 550-yard damage. And potentially, a little bit of a face check, that Shadow Dash, unfortunately not going through the wall. That's not something you see every day. And we do see the vision, or the damage going down onto that Vorpal Blade. He has the Dragon at the moment, 2,000 hit points. Paranoia goes out just to block vision and to secure the Dragon kill. Diamondprox knowing exactly if there's no vision from FRAGZONE, they're not able to flash forward and smite or come in with any other abilities. So great game sense and great play coming out from Diamondprox. Very nice dredge line. He's going to pull Darien forward, but I don't think this is who FRAGZONE should be committing to. A Dark Binding does land into Nautilus in the background. We do have a 5 versus 5. The Shadow Dash goes through the wall. This time Darien doesn't face plant it. He gets to safety. And now that's the ultimate from Mozilla has been blown. Transcendent Blades is on cooldown, and it's going to be for another 50 seconds. Whether or not that's going to make a difference in a big team fight or not remains to be seen. But we're 3 for 3 as far as dragons go. And all it cost was Paranoia. Paranoia is almost a third away off cooldown. And FRAGZONE trying to siege this middle lane. FRAGZONE trying to push it down. We do see Genja picking up the Wraith Camp. And we see Morgana and Noxon moving up to the blue buff. So this may cost him this tower. Alexish is moving back into the lane so that he has secured his blue buff, but has been unable to defend that middle tower, unfortunately. So it's 2 for 1 in terms of towers. FRAGZONE technically with a slightly stronger map advantage. Having some great dragon vision, great river vision, as well as having the mid and the top lane turret. It's going to allow this to move around just a little bit. Darien's going to be moving forward. The dredge line just misses compliments of that Shadow Dash, being able to put him to safety. And I don't see an Oracle's Elixir on Moscow 5 at the moment. None of their champions currently wearing that vision or being able to see the wards. But we do see Baaklunde. He has had that Oracle's Elixir for several minutes now, been able to destroy several wards. And of course, the less vision that your opponents have, the more advantageous your particular position is going to be. If you can control vision, control the engagements, you can win the team fights, you can catch people out of place. Goal difference of 1,000. It's been pretty much bang on even the majority of the game. Small swings here and there, but nothing to write home about. And in terms of items, we see Urgot, 159 CS. He's got the Glacial Shroud, Brutalizer, and a Pickaxe. So we'll see what that's going to be building towards. It could potentially be a Maw of Malmortius. It's not uncommon to see that on Urgots, but I'm not 100% certain what he wants to build it into. He's got that Glacial Shroud. He could potentially finish that off into his Frozen Heart, which is going to help quite a lot against the likes of Nocturne, Shen, and Kennen, who all rely on their auto attacks fairly significantly. It could, of course, be additional, in terms of Urgot, it could also be the Last Whisper to get additional armor penetration. He's currently sitting on 15 and then 10%. Gold-wise, 1,230 in the bank. So we need a couple of hundred extra if it is going to be that Last Whisperer. Morgana, Death Cap completed. Need to see Large Rod as well as an Amplifying Tome. And something else just to mention, guys, just to remind everybody, for today's competition. Oh, huge pressure going down. Darien, Mozilla, back and forth, back and forth. The damage is massive. Requiem comes out. Compliments of the Requiem. It is going to be enough to actually kill Darien. But without that Requiem there, Mozilla would have gone down. And wow, it was just auto attack after auto attack after auto attack. Did manage to get an additional kill on Darien. But what I was mentioning before, the auto bans, we are playing on the live realm, so this is not the tournament realm, and what that means is Darius is available, as is the Athene's Unholy Grail. Both are auto banned. They are not allowed to be picked, selected, or added in. Alexis is going to flash over. Soul Shackles is up. Baaklunde does flash away, but he does eat a dazzle from Gosu Pepper. Maybe a second too late. She was able to get away. Compliments of that flash. And just being able to get it. So that's the flash down from Alexis. A couple of minutes on cooldown. He's going to have to wait to get back into the... be able to wait to do that. Wait for the cooldown to get back before he can flash Soul Shackle and an entire team. And of course, no Athene's Unholy Grail, no Darius, but the remainder of the balances are live and in effect. So keep that in mind. We are on the latest realm, latest live server, live patch. Just those things are removed from the pool. So Phantom Dancer is completed on Genja, currently sitting on 1.7 attacks per second. The position reverser comes out, still taking the turret hits, and Nicodd has got very great positioning. The Ignite is down. If he can land one more Acid Hunter, that's going to finish off Genja. And great play from Nicodd. The flash position reverser, while tanking turret, being able to keep him in turret range and get the extra damage from the turret. Great play from Nicodd. 4-0-4, and Urgot is just doing great at the moment. Hex Drinker is completed, so I think that Pickaxe is going to be working towards a more of Malmortius. Gosu Pepper's now been caught out. Just trying to clear out wards, and that Oracle's Elixir had just been drank on him as well. You know, it's only a couple of minutes, 2 minutes or so with that Oracle's Elixir, and that's immediately been lost. So 10-5 is the kill difference. Moscow 5 giving up 2 relatively easy kills, so, being a little bit out of position, a little bit over-aggressive. And FRAGZONE looking like they're going to take down a turret. So they've got 2 turrets in the advantage already. May be able to siege this one down as well. Darien is trying to split push up in this top lane. Does have Stand United available. But I don't think Moscow 5 are going to pick a fight 3v4 or 3v5. And FRAGZONE looking really, really strong at the moment. Even though they do, they're only 1,000 gold ahead, considering it is 5 kills and 2 turrets. If they can continue the pressure, if they can continue picking up the kills where they can find them, where somebody's out of place, somebody's been caught out in the river or something similar, the Wall of Pain does land, and Darien is going to be trying to get away. Shadow dashes through the wall. What a juke. Knowing where to run. Stand United is still available, but there's a lot of crowd control, so if he's going to try use that to escape, he's going to time it very, very well. Baaklunde not opting to go for that dredge line. And all the focus on Darien means Moscow 5 pick up another dragon. So that's 4 for 4 as far as dragons go. And what a play. I mean, whether or not that's intentional, whether or not that's just taking advantage of the situation, it's going to remain to be seen. But now we do see FRAGZONE. They are hitting Baron. They have started Baron Nashor. It's down to below half health, 6,200 hit points. They have pulled away. Now Winner is going to pull himself forward onto Alexis, but is unable to land the stun thanks to the Black Shield. Dredge line pulls Alexis backwards, as well as the position reverser. We do have the Soul Shackles up. That's going to lock up the entire FRAGZONE team. First kill is going to be Karthus, followed very, very quickly by Nautilus. Now Diamondprox is on the way out. Requiem should be able to pick up a kill onto him, though. And we're going to push him to the top lane. Mozilla and Winner trying to get away. And a 3-for-0 exchange. Diamondprox not only able to survive that entire fight, but was able to survive the Requiem after Karthus had been blown up. And Alexis with a 5-man stun on FRAGZONE. 5-man. He was standing in and amongst everybody. He managed to get that Zonya's Hourglass proc. Managed to stay alive for a few seconds. And the entire FRAGZONE team stuck around. So the AoE from Slicing Maelstrom, the AoE from Soul Shackles, and that was all that was required. Now Winner overextends his bounds. Gets taken up by Genja in a very, very easy kill. Moscow 5 pick up a quick 4 kills. 3 in the team fight, 1 following up, and a Baron Nashor. Extend the gold lead to 4,000 gold. Picking up all that bonus gold from the kill on Urgot, the kill on Nautilus. And great, great play. Stand United thrown out by Darien as well. I didn't see who were targeted, but I'm fairly confident it would have been Morgana. or at least maybe even Diamondprox diving in amongst the group of them. Shadow Dash manages to land on a whole bunch of the champions, and Moscow 5 now complete in the driving seat. I'm going to have to see exactly what happens with the remainder of this fight now. 5,000 gold advantage. They only managed to pick up one tower out of that. And of course, having the Baron buff is going to give them about 4 minutes of even superior strength, even better, power. Look at what Alexis has built as well. He's got a Kage's Lucky Pick and the Blasting Wand, so that's probably going to be built into a Death Fire Grasp. And of course, that's just going to increase the single target burst that she can put out. More of Mortius has been completed on Urgot, so that is what the pickaxe was for. And now he's looking like he's going to be finishing that Frozen Heart. Irelia has finished her Randian's Omen. And top lane Darien, looking like he's going to go Trinity Force Shen. He's going for that DPS build. Zeal completed, sitting on a Ruby Crystal and around 2,800 gold. So that's about the quantity, or the amount of gold you would need to finish a Triforce with those items. And when you're playing 117, 273 CS, you can afford to go for a slightly more DPS focused build. Alexis in the mid lane, 296 CS to the 302 of Karthus. Karthus, 0 kills on the board, but 8 assists. That Requiem of his has only been able to pick up assists thus far. He hasn't been able to close off any kills. Genja, 1.7 attack speed. Phantom Dawn's Infinity Edge and the Wriggles Lantern completed. In comparison to his counterpart, or at least his opposing lane member, he's gone for the tanky build on Urgot. Frozen Heart, more of my Mortius, and the Brutalizer. How much gold is he sitting on at the moment? Only 52 gold, 9,500 to the 11,500 of Genja. And that's a big difference. 2k gold, BF Sword and Vamp Scepter difference. And Moscow 5, not really playing too aggressively. 2/3 of the Baron buff has been used already. They've been picking up map points, they've been picking up farm, shopping a little bit, but they haven't pushed any objectives down. They've decided, or they haven't pushed any lanes necessarily hard, or gone for any towers, other than that mid lane tower. And that was really just a little bit of a free once. Now we do see XL winner potentially going to get caught out. Nobody wants to dive on him though. And you can see there's a lot on the line. You can see that both of these teams, they're not trying to make any mistakes. They're not trying to play overly aggressive. Because, of course, once you're out, you're out. This is a double elimination, best of 3 tournament. Now, Alexis does get pulled forward, but cannot be stunned. Compliments of that Black Shield. And now we finally see some aggression. The last sort of 20% of Baron buff is ticking down. You see Darien and Genja up in this middle lane. They're pushing down the turret. In the bottom lane, you've got, of course, Nocturne, Taric, and Morgana. And if you lose a best of 3 here, you drop down to the lower bracket. If a team loses the following lower bracket game, that's it. They are out. They are removed from the tournament, and they do not qualify for DreamHack. Top 8 teams, only 4 of them available. The brackets are in chat, so you can jump over there, check it out, see who's playing where. And just with this split pushing, this is just, it reminds me of CLG US actually. Continually just leaving the likes of Hotshot up in the top lane. In this case, of course, it's Darien on Shen. And just push the lanes down, just poke the towers, until eventually you pick up a kill. It took 4 minutes, well, call it 3 minutes. But eventually they picked up that mid tower. Now they're applying pressure on the top tower and pressure on the bottom tower. Now Diamondprox, he has used that spell shield of his. The fear is out on Mozilla. Fear does proc, it buys him a little bit of time to get away. The depth charge is in range, and a very nice dark binding from Alexis does put stop Nautilus in his track. Now they've turned the pressure on, the flash forward and the soul shackles. It doesn't manage to lock anybody. Flashes have been burned to get away. The fear is going to stop Mozilla, and a max range dark binding coming out from Alexis. Now the slicing maelstrom is in and amongst the rest of this, stunning up each member of FRAGZONE, currently caught in it, but the damage on Alexis is great. He has no more mana for any further abilities. Stand United has been blown as well. That was to save Kenan, I believe. All of those abilities, all of those flashes, and not one death thus far. Mozilla dashing forward. The position reversal does catch Diamondprox. They're immediately going to blow Diamondprox up. The kill does go the way of Baaklunde. And that's going to open up the dragon. That might be the first dragon that FRAGZONE will be able to collect. But just so much pressure, so much, constant attacks, all of the abilities use, all of the flashes. Take a look at the summoner spells, guys. Leona, everything blown. Nautilus, everything blown. On FRAGZONE, the only summoner spell that's available is Flash from Deficio, and he was fairly late to the party. Flash available for both Genja and Darien, but every other Flash, Ignite, Exhaust, Stand United, you know, all of the ultimates used. And FRAGZONE pick up their first dragon at the 40-minute mark. The remaining ones have been, of course, picked up by Moscow 5. And Moscow 5 still in the advantage. They've got a tower lead. They also have a 5,500 gold lead as well. But this late in the game, it's not very noticeable. You know, 40 minutes in, 5k is a fairly small number. Shen has completed the Trinity Force. So that I like to see, and I'd like to keep an eye on his damage, actually. The Zeke's Herald is finished on Gosu Pepper as well, and I really, really like that. Look at the attack speed on Genja at the moment now, 1.9. When in range of Gosu Pepper, his... let's quickly just go back to him. Spell Vamp Lifesteal, rather, currently sitting at 30%. Compliments of the Wriggles and the Zeke's bonus. And all of the attack speed, that's going to help. Nocturne, Kennen, and Shen. So I like the build, I like the items. Shurelia's Reveries not completed for Moscow 5 just yet, which is very interesting. And we do have 2 Shurelias completed for FRAGZONE. So the initiation ability is quite a bit stronger. We're also working towards seeing a second Frozen Heart being completed. That'll be on Nautilus fairly soon. And I believe Nautilus will probably work that Heart of Gold into a Randian's Omen as well. So you've got a lot of tankiness, you've got a lot of debuffs coming out. A very aggressive Paranoia. That dives onto Nicodd. He's immediately forced backwards. Position Reverse is available though. Soul Shackles has been popped by Alexa. She's going to stun a few people, but not going to do anything to really save her life after the Hourglass has been popped. Urgot is finally going to fall. The Requiem coming out from Karthus. That's not going to be able to pick up any kills. Gosu Pepper's forced backwards. Moscow 5 coming out significantly further ahead. Even though it took them a long time to get those kills, the focus was on Morgana and the focus was on Taric. And they only managed to kill Morgana. The chain, the CC, all of the taunt from Shen, the AoE stun from Genja. And of course, just the damage that he's able to put out, all those auto attacks and the slicing Maelstrom. 210 magic damage per storm, and it can apply a whole bunch of them. Means Moscow 5 come out ahead, and now they're going to pick up Baron Nashor. Pulled the gold lead to 8,000 right now. And what looked like a bad fight for Moscow 5, what looked like Morgana going down super early, just allowed all of that AoE damage to tick over, and then Moscow 5 were just able to clean up. You know, even though they lost the champion early, all of the AoE that they were putting down meant that several members of FRAGZONE were low. And the damage that Triforce, Witse, and Shen can put out, as well as the stick ability of Genja's Kennen, you know, with red buff, that lightning, the lightning surge, as well as the stun that he can put down, just able to stick them out, you know, chase them down and finish off the kills. Leona at the minute, 40 minutes in, has still not completed boots. Still sitting on boots of speed. And is that cooldown? There we go. It was the cooldown for Hourglass coming out from Karthus as well. Deficio 139 on Karthus. Been involved in almost all of the kills for FRAGZONE. And with these last 2 team fights, finally Moscow 5 have the kill score lead, the tower lead, and the gold lead. In terms of itemization as well, keep a close eye on all the AoEs. You've got Aegis of the Legion on Nocturne. Of course, you've got, we mentioned it already, the Zeke's Herald and Aegis of the Legion on Shen as well. So that's double. No Shurelias yet, I mentioned that. And I'd like to see a Shurelias. I'd like to see that it speed boost that can be given in conjunction with, you know, the Soul Shackles, in conjunction with the Lightning Rush. Moscow 5 versus FRAGZONE. I think chat might think FRAGZONE, or Moscow 5 stand a good chance. They've pulled very far ahead, 2 consecutive Barons. They've only lost 1 Dragon this entire game. There's their vision at the moment. Not very aggressive in terms of the jungle, but at the very least it was to cover Baron. Defensive wards on behalf of FRAGZONE. And really just letting them know when the Moscow 5 are evading. And it's not really giving them a lot more control or a lot more vision after that. But it's been a very good show. And Alexa, she does have that Deathfire Grass complete. She's probably had it for a little while. I just missed it in that last fight. Currently sitting on an Amp Tome, and we'll probably see that going towards a Void Staff. Just increasing that magic resist. Increasing the amount of damage they can actually put out. Aurelia at the moment, still not finished with Trinity Force. Does have Randian's Omen, which is pretty useful. Now we're going to see whether or not an engagement actually happens. Yeah, Alexis just setting up in the background. Tormented Soil goes down. The Dark Binding lands onto Winner. Winner is instantly going to be blown up and focused. Paranoid is going to dive forward, but a Ghost coming out from Leona means he gets away. A long-range Shadow Dash from Darien manages to get close enough to pick up the last hit onto Karthus. Requiem finally blown in the background. A very nice Leona stun. Locks everybody up under the turret. It is 2 stuns, 3 slows. And only the 1 kill. Karthus the only champion to go down in that entire fight. But look at the hit points. Look how low Nautilus was. Look how low Winner was. It allows Moscow 5 to push forward. And all of that coming from 1 Dark Binding. Alexis landed the Dark Binding from behind the wall that locked up Baaklunde. And of course, Moscow 5 then just committed. If anybody's been watching them since Ukraine, Alexis had a very good quote. Look at the damage there. The taunt, Mozilla's just going to get focused down now. Couple of auto attacks, the stuns, the slows, the snares, the fear. There's no ways that even Irelia can get away from a 5-man team. Alexis driving home the victory. 42.5 minutes. Pick up game number 1 against FRAGZONE. And 1 Dark Binding turned it. 1 Dark Binding. Had that Dark Binding not landed, may have been able to drag the game out for a few more minutes. At least that was the turning point for the final game. But of course, Moscow 5 were in the driving seat for quite a while. So congratulations to them. There's the final scores. I'm going to pull up the damage graphs in just a second. Let's have a quick look over here. I love looking at damage done. Across the board, Karthus picking up a lot of damage at the moment. Unfortunately, I can't split these against minions and champions. But really great play, really great pressure coming up from Moscow 5. And you can see the DPS, how it's split between 4 champions. Urgot, Nautilus and Urgot just not on the same level as in terms of DPS that the champions were on behalf of Moscow 5. So that is, of course, the first game for today's qualifier. I am going to be putting some music up in the background. I think we're going to jump into game number 2 of Moscow 5 FRAGZONE. If not, I will let you know exactly what's going to be happening. Let me get in touch with the admins. And in the meantime, there's some music.
Really matter to you, it's just a game that I don't want to play. And anyone would say that they feel the same. When you love someone like I loved you, I don't understand the way we are today. And I will never find you on my mind again. I'm giving up on love, I'm giving up on you. I don't know. Please keep your secrets to yourself. Please keep your secrets to yourself. Please keep your secrets to yourself. Please keep your secrets to yourself.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This was a short break. Of course, it is best of 3, and we are sticking with Moscow 5 versus FRAGZONE. Of course, Moscow 5 picked up a victory in the first game. We're into the champions, bans, and picks for game number 2. And this time around, FRAGZONE get first pick, first ban, and instantly have removed Shen. So I think that's a very, very smart move. For anybody that doesn't know or would like a quick update, EXHCL have already defeated FNATIC in game number 1 of their qualifier. I will bring up the screenshot just as soon as we get into the 3-minute countdown phase. But for right now, Shen and Blitzcrank have been removed from the pool. They have been removed from the champion selection process. We're going to have to see whether or not Morgana is banned as well, because last game she was used to great effect. Moscow 5 have removed both Blitzcrank and Fiddlesticks this time round. Same bans previously. So I'm assuming they're targeted. I'm assuming it's because of FRAGZONE have either played these champions or stacked them up quite a lot. Morgana has been banned. So FRAGZONE not wanting to give away Shen and Morgana in another game. final ban is going to come from Moscow 5. And of course, then we're going to start the picks process. So Jax has been removed as well. Darien has been playing quite a lot of Jax in the top lane. I have also just found out, guys, that Natus Vencia have also defeated Absolute Legends. According to my chat as well, ladies and gentlemen, TEAMLESS have defeated CLG.EU. So in terms of games that have been won, EXHCL have defeated FNATIC in the first game. NAVI have defeated Absolute Legends in the first game. And TEAMLESS have defeated CLG in their first game. So we'll be jumping into some of the other matches after this one, I assume. I'm double checking what the admins have to say. That's it. Already, let's call them upsets if you want to call it that. TEAMLESS have won their first round, guys. At the moment, we're going to stick with this game. See if Moscow 5 can finish it off. Then we will jump into a game number 3 for some of the other ones if it goes that far. And, of course, the bans and picks have been going through at the moment. Ari was the final ban from Moscow 5. Not being able to ban out Soraka this time round means that Soraka is locked in for FRAGZONE. Instantly, Moscow 5 reply with a Urgot lock-in. And that's interesting to me because, of course, we've seen Urgot in the last game. He didn't necessarily have the DPS that was being put down from... who was in the bot lane? I just went complete blank. But anyways, didn't have the DPS of Kennen, AD Kennen. But Genja, of course, was one of the first players to really use tanky Urgot in gameplay. It was in conjunction with a tanky DPS lineup that Moscow 5 like to play. So we may see, potentially another Mordekaiser in the mid. We may potentially see a Galio in the middle. There's a lot on offer. Keep in mind, Darius is auto-banned, as is the Athene's Unholy Grail. They are not allowed to be selected or picked or used in these games automatically, as we are on the live server. So FRAGZONE, they do get their Nautilus once again. Baaklunde is going to be able to use that jungler that he did use in the previous match. And we see Soraka Corki being on that bottom lane. So the Infuse, the Astral Blessing from Soraka gives a huge armor buff. I'll check the stats once we actually get into the game, but 20, 30, 40, 50 points of armor at the low level, it's going to negate a lot of the damage that Urgot's going to be putting out and landing with those Acid Hunters. And we do see a hover over Yorick for a few seconds. Before it was hovered over, though, it has been switched. We've seen Twisted Fate. We've now seen Lulu. And that might be Lulu in the mid lane. And I like that. I'm a big fan of Lulu in the mid lane. The Kite ability, the DPS that does come out from those Glitter Lance spells, especially once you hit the mid-game phase, is particularly strong. And the ability to use that wild growth onto one of your champions, like Nocturne, for example, Diamondprox. He's going to dive onto that middle lane. The second he collides, wild growth is going to be used. That's going to pop somebody up. And it gives them that extra half second to allow the fear to proc off. So I like the pick. I like seeing Lulu in mid lane. I've seen quite a few teams using them very, very effectively. But I have not seen it on Alexish. I have not seen Alexish playing Lulu. So this is going to be an interesting one. Deficio currently hovering over Orianna. Are we going to see an Orianna? That's going to be the question. Is it going to be locked in? 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 8 seconds. And remember, Athene's Unholy Grail is not available. So I'm not quite sure whether or not this is going to pick, the smartest of decisions. She's very, very mana intensive. And Gosu Pepper looking at Swain. So this might be it could be Swain middle, it could be Swain top. Lulu and Swain could alternate. Of course, you do have Orianna and Lulu locked in. So Moscow 5 pulling out some big guns. Nice. Alexish was playing Lulu in solo queue all day yesterday, according to I Hate Magic. Thanks for the update. Unfortunately, I was moving apartment yesterday, so I wasn't able to watch any solo queue games. But is Gosu Pepper going to be locking in the Swain? That's the real question. And is Darien going to be playing Swain then in that top lane? They do have a little bit of time to switch, do a little bit of time to move it around. And then you've got, the potential, the huge wild growth. Oh, it may be swapped to Malphite now. I like that as well. Malphite is a pretty strong counter to Aurelia, especially at the low levels. That Ground Slam and the Seismic Shard. Remove the movement speed, give him the movement speed buff, and debuff the carry with that slam. Of course, as I start saying that, it does get swapped out to Riven. So we are going to see Riven in the top lane. That's going to be Darien on Riven. We're going to see Alexish playing Lulu, I assume. Wait for them to swap a little bit. And in terms of our lane matchups, Aurelia versus what I assume is going to be Riven. Mid lane, Orianna against what I assume will be Lulu. Bottom lane of Corki and Soraka against Urgot and Taric. And I think that's very interesting because Soraka is going to be able to use that Astral Blessing, bump up the armor, bump up the health of Corki, and it's going to reduce a lot of the damage that's going to be laid down from Urgot. But of course, if Gosu is able to get a good dazzle off, it could interrupt that armor buff, could interrupt the spell casting from Winner's Soraka, and that's going to cause some problems. So here is a screenshot of the first game, guys. EXHCL versus FNATIC. I'm going to see if I can get hold of the other ones really, really quickly. So that is EXHCL versus FNATIC. They managed to pick up the first bracket win, or the first game of their best of 3. I believe this is now Absolute Legends facing off against... who were they defeated by? Not as Vencia. But this looks strange to me because the names are all strange. No, this is CLG. There we go. Sorry. I'm blind. So there we go. That was the CLG loss to TEAMLESS. 13-14 in kills. 40-minute game. Wow. Unfortunately, I don't have a screenshot of the previous one. This is, of course, our bracket. Let's see if it has been updated with the scores. Not just yet, but I'll see if we can get the admins to, get that going. For the time being, though, guys, we are with Moscow 5 against FRAGZONE. Moscow 5 picked up the first game victory, and they're going to be facing off FRAGZONE once again. I'm interested to see how this top lane is going to play out. Darien on Riven should be able to counter Aurelia quite hard. Riven can do a lot of damage, and I can see a lot of people messaging, want to see the CLG game. Now, I've got a few of the CLG guys on my selection list. Let me have a quick chat to the admins and see what they say. In terms of the bracket, guys, bracket is in chat. I'm going to throw up a quick commercial and have a chat to the admins, and we will be back shortly. All right, for everybody that is still listening in, I am just having a quick chat to the admins. And see what they say. They do get the final chat. Let's get a vote, okay? I'd like to hear a vote for everybody that is busy listening in and having a chat. Which game would you like to see? That's the real question. Keeping a close eye on things. Moscow 5, CLG. Chat is mostly in favor of CLG at the moment. So CLG is what I'm seeing for the most part. I am going to wait for this game to load up then. I believe CLG are currently in champion select at the moment, so I have to wait for this one to start. All right. What we will then do is we're going to watch 5 minutes of this particular game, 2 or 3 minutes of it, and we'll jump onto the CLG match. It's only CLG and M5 that are currently in the list. What we will do, all right, great. So, Somi, if you're busy listening to the stream, can you drop me a message just as soon as Scumbo Crepo is actually into the game, is actually into the match has started, so that I can actually leave this Moscow 5-1 and jump into that one. The reason I think it's a little bit more interesting to maybe jump into the likes of the CLG game is because of the fact that they've already lost a game. So if they lose another one, they are out. Well, not out. They get dropped to the lower bracket. They do have a couple more chances. But we've seen Moscow 5 very, very strong against FRAGZONE earlier. A little bit of a slow start, but they pulled it back. As soon as we hit the team fight stages, as soon as we hit those 3v3, 4v4, 5v5 engagements, Moscow 5 just rolled away with it. So we're sitting at the moment, Soraka, Corki, and Soraka and Orianna currently skinless. Nocturne and Urgot currently skinless. Not rocking anything other than the Earth Rider Corki, which is particularly strong. Everybody that's asking about the brackets, guys, the bracket is there. It is in link. It is also in the title description of the show. I do need to just swap my... There we go. Moscow 5 and FRAGZONE. So we put this up onto directed camera. I'm keeping a close eye on my Skype because as soon as Scumbag Crepo comes up and running, or his game is running, I will jump over to that match. So guys, I want some comments. What do you think about the fact that CLG have already lost their first game? CLG is 0-1, FNATIC are 0-1, and NAVI managed to defeat absolute legends as well. That's right, Moscow 5. They need to add the score on my overlay. Whoopsie. Sorry guys, I just got Alt-Tab to get this up and running. That's got to be 1. That's 0, that's 1. So there we go. Moscow 5, 1-0 in favor of FRAGZONE. No first blood this time round. No face checking from Diamondprox up at the tri-bush. And of course that means, or just it's slightly smarter. You know, never face check. Never ever do it. 1 minute 30. We are on the live server. Nautilus starting with the regrowth pendant as opposed to maybe armor or boots pots. And nothing exciting. Both teams starting very defensively. Moscow 5 covering each of the entrances to their jungles. Starting off with the wolves. And of course Diamondprox, he's picked up the race, so he's going to be going for that early red buff. Hopefully or potentially going then towards the top lane. So the Glitter Lance comes out, gets a bit of damage down. Darien is now putting some DPS onto the Elder Lizard as well. And are we going to see a level 2 gank from Diamondprox? He's got the Duskbringer out. Hasn't skilled his second ability just yet. Probably, well, opting not. Going to be moving towards that blue buff. But what I liked about that bottom lane is Urgot and Tariq took the wolf camp. That is his, you know, that's a pretty interesting one. I haven't seen the bottom lane to setting that up. And at the minute, guys, I've just found out from admins, now we got some pressure. There goes the Dazzle stun. Genja's a little bit out of range. He's going to land a point-blank Acid Hunter without having the Corrosive Charge. I have also found out that, unfortunately, the CLG game was created without Spectator ability activated, guys. So, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to jump into it. But I will be able to join there for the next game, assuming it goes to Game 3. And if that is the case, we will head over to a CLG game for the next one. So for now, for today, or for this game anyway, we're going to stick with Moscow 5 against FRAGZONE. And let's try to keep an eye on this middle lane. Alexis playing Lulu. This is something I haven't seen in a competitive tournament. I've heard that he was playing a lot on his stream yesterday in solo queue. And whether or not Lulu can defeat Orianna is something I would like to see. I think the Glitter Lance is very, very good base damage. 136 at the moment, and it also slows 80% for 1.25 seconds. It's a very powerful slow. Once we start seeing the Paranoia ganks coming out from Diamondprox, it's going to be very, very strong as well. The Paranoia into that Wild Growth is going to be the knock-up, and it's going to allow that Unspeakable Horror Fear to tick off as well. But with the lower levels, Winner and Nicodd have put a lot of aggression onto this bottom lane. 19 CS, they've managed to push Genja and Gosu Pepper all the way back to their turret. Gosu Pepper's doing a pretty good job of last hitting right now. Currently sitting on 17 CS to the 19 of Corki. Missed a few there, but of course without having any DPS items, it is particularly difficult under the tower at lower levels. Maxing out that Glitter Lance on Lulu, which is pretty much the standard when you see them being played in the middle. And Diamondprox just really farming up the jungle. 21 CS to the 22 of Nautilus. He's staying in his jungle, hasn't shown his face yet for a gank. Nor his Baaklunde either, you know, to be honest. I think it's that Valor dash. Darien's now moving forward. Now Alexis has moved up to the top. The Help Picks goes out. Glitter Lance lands as well. Ignite goes down, but they would have needed another auto attack. That's not going to be enough to kill, unfortunately. And that does mean the Ignite has been blown for Alexis now. A small advantage going the way of FRAGZONE. They know that there's no Ignite in the middle lane, and there's very small gold lead. But Moscow 5, they do have a game in the bag. So the psychological advantage, knowing that they can afford to make some mistakes or afford to have a game, in their pocket. It's not, it's not something you should rely on. You should never say, hey, we can throw a game because we'll just win the next one. But it's nice to know if you do manage to make some mistakes or make some errors, you can get away with it that way. Or you have a second chance. FRAGZONE, on the other hand, it's all or nothing. If FRAGZONE do not pick up a victory now, they drop to the lower bracket. And if they lose again in the lower bracket, they're out. That is a best of 3 tournament. 2 losses and you're out. Gold is now bang on even. Gosu Pepper's played very, very aggressively. The Ignite does go down into him. Yeah, unfortunately for Moscow 5, Baaklunde is very, very close by. Diamondprox was exhausted. Compliments of the damage coming out from Diamondprox and Urgot. Or Genja, rather. They managed to force back or delay the gank, slow it down. But the sustain that's going to be coming out from Soraka means that they're going to be able to stay in lane and keep that pressure up. She's going to be able to replenish the hit points, replenish the mana. And Tarek just does not have the same level of sustain. His heal at the moment is only healing for 60 health on an 18 second cooldown. He's opting to go for that DPS build with Shatter. Astral Blessing is currently healing 140. So there goes the Dazzle. The Shatter goes out as well. Genja fairly low on mana, so doesn't go for that corrosive charge. Wasn't looking for any additional damage from the DPS. And we see Alexish once again moving to this top lane. There is a ward down for Mozilla though. So if Mozilla can get the vision early enough, may be able to fall back. Alexish deciding to come back to the middle lane. Possibly knowing that the ward was there or having that gamer's sixth sense. His spider sense was tingling and allowed him to move backwards. But we do now have Baaklunde coming up in this middle lane. He doesn't have his depth charge, so not going to be able to open with that one. And a very, very passive start to this game. Even the harass has been very, very slow. Neither team, there's just so much on the line. Neither team wants to give up first blood unnecessarily. Don't want to face check or put themselves out of position and give up a free kill. Nicodd at the moment, missing a couple CS there. Philosopher's Stone has been completed on Nautilus. So that's fairly early. We would have got that a little while ago, sitting on 400 gold. So we would have got that a little while ago. And that's just going to help him with the sustain in lane. Nautilus or sustain in the jungle. He really needs the mana to keep up his Titan's Wrath. 80 mana per cast. Riptide's on a 10-second cooldown. That's another 60 mana. And his Dredge line as well is fairly high. And in order for Baaklunde's Nautilus to keep farming effectively and at an effective pace, he needs to keep that mana regen up. And Philosopher's Stone is going to be able to help him that while he's donating the blue buff. Everybody that's asking or wondering, CLG disabled spectating in their game, so we're unable to join them even if we wanted to. It's the fight going back and forth, back and forth. Mozilla does have slightly better sustain than Darien, or has sustain. Darien does not. So, 9% spell lifesteal from the Dorans. It's not going to compare to the spell vamp from the Hidden Style. Unfortunately, because the spectator is disabled, it does mean I'm unable to jump into that game. But we will consider jumping over there for the next round. Now, Alexish is once again coming up to this top lane. In the river, we see Diamondprox and Baaklunde. They're now bashing faces. Paranoia is available, as is the depth charge, so that's going to be moving out there. Now, Gosu Pepper's moved in the top lane. Huge pressure, a flash, and the wind slash with Ignite will be enough to pick up that kill. Moving to the bottom lane. Flash was blown by Gosu Pepper, so he had to use his flash to escape. But you don't mind doing that. A flash to get away is really what's important. So 0-1, Moscow 5 pick up first blood. And they are trying to now do a dragon at the moment. Stun comes out into Baaklunde. The position reverser is available. It hasn't been used, not just yet. The command shockwave pulls everybody's backwards. 1-for-1 trade. There goes the Paranoia onto Deficio. Diamondprox opts to run back though. Immediately falls away as opposed to continuing chasing. And that's a very, very low hit points. Now they've flashed over the wall. The fear is going to proc, and that's going to be actually picking up the kill onto Soraka. So 2-for-1 exchange, losing a support to pick up the jungler, dragon, and picking up a kill in the top lane. Alexish not only managed to pick up an assist in that top lane with Darien, he managed to make it all the way down to the bottom lane and assist during the dragon fight as well. So Moscow 5, great start to this round. And if they can carry on putting the pressure like they have now, they should be able to close out this game and confirm themselves for the next round. I just dropped a message to the admins, guys, asking them about some of the other games, looking for updates. If this does look like it's going to go very one-sided, we will try jump into another match. But no promises right now. I'm just going to keep it up to date and see what we can do. See what we can swing for you guys. Right now, 14,000 to 11,900. 1 dragon, 2 kills. And Moscow 5 really looking quite strong at the moment. Darien, he has not gone back, even with that farm to kill. Currently sitting on 1,400 gold. And I'd like to see what he builds. If he's going to go maybe for a Phage into Frozen Mallet or maybe even a Brutalizer. It's not uncommon. Just going to have to see exactly what Darien wants to build on his Riven in this game. With regards to the Moscow 5 game that's happening at the moment, 2,000 gold advantage. There's the split. Let's just have a look. What did Riven actually build? Still hasn't built anything. Now we got the pressure. Now, unfortunately, Baaklunde has moved forward. Depth Charge is going to knock Gosu Pepper out. That's going to hold him in place for a little bit. The Riptide Slow is going to be holding him down now as well. Gosu Pepper turned to try and put some damage down onto Nicodd and actually returned quite a fair amount. But unfortunately, wasn't able to pick up a kill. And so unlucky. Just as Moscow 5 commit to an engagement, just as they decide to move forward and stick to the fight, Baaklunde moves up from out of nowhere, it appears. Alexish in the middle lane. He's gone Kage's lucky pick, single Dorans, and then the Sorcerer's Shoes. So, going to be relying on that very early spell pad. The AP, and that's really big burst. Help Picks and Glitter Lance is hitting particularly hard. And having the GP5 is also very, very powerful. I notice Genja flashing red with low health. So that looked like a tower dive coming out from Corki. Nothing coming of it though. And Corki's going to be able to replenish that hit points. Genja's down to his last pot. So 150 HP is always going to be able to, you know, drink back. Tariq, of course, only being able to heal up those 80 hit points. 60 hit points, rather. Not leveling up Imbue right now. Sticking on the Shatter Dazzle. And that's what they're looking at right now. Keeping a very close eye on the game right now. Looking at it, I believe... now we've got Paranoid. That's a dive on the bottom lane. They're pushing all the way forward. Position reversal was used. Let's do a quick rewind and see how that was set up. Genja's now going to be moved forward. You can see on the bottom lane, you can see Diamondprox and Gosu Pepper coming in. They're now going to be coming in through the grass, or at least moving forward. Genja, the position reverser, manages to lock up Winner. Winner completely stunned and locked from Dazzle. Didn't even manage to get the wish off. And that was nicely done. That was a great gank, great coordination. And it just looks like Moscow 5 trying to stamp some authority in this game. Thinking about stealing the blue buff. Moving forward, but now we do have a 4-man from FRAGZONE set up. The Shockwave, the Dissonance, that's going to be the slow. Aurelia with a long range dash. Wild Growth was used by Alexish. Now she's been jumped on. The Shockwave pulled backwards. Unfortunately, that's going to be now one dead Alexish. It was the right move. They thought about going for the blue buff. And as soon as they seen Aurelia moving down, both Darien and Alexish fell back, but just unfortunately for them, Baaklunde was close by. He was able to lock them up with that snare, that slow, and it was all that they needed. So Riven actually going for a BF sword, and look at the damage that radiates out. One more Acid Hunter. Wish was used. If they can get one more Acid Hunter out, it might have been enough. Winner down to 50 odd hit points. Using the Astral Blessing onto Nicodd instead. And even under the tower, Urgot with just the Brutalizer and Double Doran's Blades is almost able to completely take out a Soraka. And once again, moving forward, there goes the Dazzle. One more tower hit does land onto Gosu Pepper, but compliments of the 114 armor. Very big damage reduction. It's going to be able to tank a little bit more damage than what you might expect. Tariq sitting 2-2-1, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Having picked up 2 of the kills that had happened in the bottom lane. 3 assists on Genja. And you sort of need that gold on Urgot. You sort of need the ability to, you know, get those items, get the defense ability, or get those DPS items as quickly as is possible. Some pings have come down on the bottom lane, so Moscow 5 know that Baaklunde is nearby. An aggressive ward up top means they can see when Gosu Pepper wants to move forward with that Dazzle. And the gold is stayed stable at 1,500. That early advantage that they picked up from the team fight as well as the Dragon has not snowballed. So credit to FRAGZONE. You know, kudos to them. They have not fallen further behind after what was a pretty pretty big negative. You know, losing not only the team fight, but the Dragon very early on as well. And Dragon will be back very, very shortly. So Alexish, 5 points into the Glitter Lance, 3 points into Help Picks. Triple Doran's Blades, and currently sitting on... How much gold is that? 800 gold, 4,500 to the 4,200 of Orianna. Bottom lane 4-4, but look at the damage. Help Picks, a little movement speed boost plus Glitter Lance. It's chunking down Deficio constantly. Over and over and over. And Alexish is really in control of this lane. 112 CS to the 119, so fairly even. But every time he pushes forward, Deficio is forced backwards. And you can see the wards now on Dragon for Moscow 5. 2 wards, 1 pink, 1 in the grass. And you can see Dragon is definitely going to respawn very, very shortly. 4-man from FRAGZONE. Make that a 5-man from FRAGZONE. Dragon is now up at the 16-minute mark. Darien is now getting closer. FRAGZONE nervous to start. They don't want to tank Dragon and Moscow 5. So they put a pink ward down. They've cleared out that vision. Now they're turning their attention. The flash goes on to Winner. Now Gosu is a little bit out of position. Paranoia goes. The Shockwave only manages to catch Genja, but it is enough to pick up the kill on him. No other commitment from the rest of Moscow 5. Now they've dove in there and managed to pick up a reply kill, but it's an 80 carry for a support. The attention is on Darien in this top lane. Corki's managed to escape in the bottom. Deficio does go down, compliments of all the damage from Lulu and Riven. But it's so far a 3-for-2 exchange, and Moscow 5 on the back end. They managed to pick up the kill on Corki. He comes in very, very late, but with very low life. And a 4-for-3 and Dragon, FRAGZONE, are going to now even this game up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands. I don't necessarily understand why Corki came back into that. He managed to get away. He was so low on hit points. He just was, really shouldn't have stuck himself back in there. The overcommitment from Genja, he was looking for a position reverse. He was hoping to get that off. But he just got locked up from FRAGZONE. And all of the burst from that command Shockwave, just, it focused him down so hard. The Shockwave into dissonance. I mean, Shockwave hit, call that 320 odd damage. Dissonance another 300 odd damage. And the rest of FRAGZONE just jumped onto him, blew him up. No position reverser, no magic resist, no armor. And that's one dead Urgot. So FRAGZONE take the lead now, in terms of kills at least. They have a Dragon on the table, so a 35-minute Dragon earlier than the previous game. And only 100 gold difference. It seems as though Dragon and the team fights around Dragon are determining which team has the stronger advantage. And 100 gold at 17 minutes is beyond nothing. It is peanuts. Take a look at the items though. Looking at Nicodd, he's had his Sheen, he's had a pickaxe and the Ruby Crystal. So it's sort of like an ingredient of Infinity Edge. It's also now an ingredient of Trinity Force plus the Ruby Crystal. There comes the Dazzle. Dazzle into Shatter. Is Genja going to be able to get the Position Reverser? Position Reverser does pull Corki all the way back even after the Valkyrie. So that was nicely done. Exhaust is down onto Genja. They're going to keep pushing him down even through the Wish. They managed to take him out. One more Dazzle onto Winner. And with all the auto attacks underneath the tower, a quick 2 kills for Moscow 5. And that was nicely done. Well played. The damage that Genja took from Corki was immense though. Dropped to less than half life with a Phosphorus Bomb, a couple of rockets and auto attacks from Corki. And that's a very worrying sign, even when you consider he's got the Glacial Shroud up. But Moscow 5, just as they start to, I don't want to say lose a little bit, but they lose a little bit of ground, immediately turn it around with a quick double kill on that bottom lane. Now they have the kill advantage and the gold advantage. So kudos to them. We do also see an invade coming out from Mozilla. Looking just for vision, going to be running almost head first into Diamondprox. I have no idea what Mozilla is currently doing. Moving, may have thought that there was going to be pressure on that middle tower. Diamondprox was there, he was floating around, so we can assume that the thinking was save the mid tower, don't give up more towers than you need to. Unfortunately, Moscow 5 had already fallen back. And it didn't lead to anything in particular. Itemization. Orianna's working towards the Zonya's Hourglass first. Need to see Large Rod as well as the Chain Vest. In the middle lane, Alexish is now behind on Fog. Compliments of that roaming, compliments of the traveling around. Look at the damage from that big one. A big one bomb onto Genja is hitting very hard. And it's only because he's got 45 magic resist. It's a fairly low number. And that big one currently hits, that's a big chunk. 230 plus an additional 50% on every 4th one. Now we're going to see whether or not FRAGZONE can set this up. The dredge line pulls Gosu Pepper backwards. He gets stunned. The Riptide slows him. Now a depth charge. That's going to knock him up, but he flashes away to safety. Then not committing to the dive under the tower. A dazzle onto Baaklunde. Valkyrie forward. Phosphorus bomb plus 1 attack is going to be able to pick up that kill. One more auto attack from Corki. Oh, it ended up being the damage over time from Baaklunde. That Titan's Wrath just chunking away certain hit points. And FRAGZONE with another great double kill of their own. So they take the kill advantage. This may result in a tower as well if Corki and Soraka stick on it. Diamondprox is going to move forward. Use those Umbra Blades. The Duskbringer. Just kill the creeps as quickly as he can. And FRAGZONE definitely not out of this one. Definitely not out of this game. Bottom tower's 29 hit points. Someone just needs to sneeze in it. Come on, go over there. Look at the ward coverage from Moscow 5 as well. It's quite interesting ward placements when you consider the stage of the game. We only have one tower down. We've not started the big roaming presence. And of course, Nautilus... I don't know. It's interesting ward placement. I would have expected it maybe closer to the tri-bush, closer to the river. In terms of vision on behalf of FRAGZONE, they've only really got the top half of their map covered. And there's the full map vision once again. So, tower does go down on that bottom lane. So, FRAGZONE pick up one additional tower. Admins, if you are listening in, can I get an update on any of the other games? If you can jump into the spectate slots, if at all possible. I am asking. I'm trying to find out from now. I will let you know as soon as I know. But in terms of games, this is game number 2 of Moscow 5 versus FRAGZONE. It is a best of 3, and it's double elimination. So, CLG, they lost to TEAMLESS in their first round. Absolute Legends lost to NAVI in their first round. And FNATIC lost to EXHCL in their first round. So if FNATIC have lost their game, it's what chat is saying at the moment. I don't know how real it is. I'm waiting for the admins to confirm it. That does mean they're down to the lower bracket. It doesn't mean they're out just yet. They do need to lose another game before they're officially out. We are sticking with this game, guys. We're following this through to the end. But I'm just looking for an update on how the other games are going. Moscow 5, 1-0 for FRAGZONE. Yep, that's it. So 300 gold difference. FRAGZONE with a single kill advantage means they've got a very small lead. They of course have a tower down, one tower each, one dragon each. This game is as even as it's going to be. No confirmation for FNATIC. For the admins, they have just confirmed with me they are still in-game, and as soon as the results are confirmed, I will be able to report them to you. The ward from Moscow 5 reveals FRAGZONE, and now they're going to consider putting some aggression down. Darien's pushing this mid lane tower, so some very good ward coverage. They know where FRAGZONE is, and the dragon, once again, every big fight we've seen so far has been around this dragon. One has gone the way of Moscow 5, one has gone the way of FRAGZONE. Which way is this fight going to go? Darien is once again split off from the rest of his team. And I don't like that. I don't like coming in alone, coming in solo. Genja's got the movement speed buff. Tries to land a corrosive charge. Trying to set up a position reverser. In the top lane, Riven and Darien about to butt heads. Irelia and Riven, rather. Now we've got a proper matchup. Now we've got the 5v5. Let's get rid of that scoreboard. 400 gold difference. The winner of this fight is going to be able to pick up a dragon and a tower or two. Genja has flash and position reverser available. Tower goes down on the bottom line for Moscow 5. And now Moscow 5 are slightly split, slightly, in different spots. There's the little ball. The command dissonance and command shockwave can hurt such a lot. And I'm just waiting for this start, guys. I'm waiting for someone to overstep, someone to get caught out. They've leashed the dragon now. Moscow 5 have pulled dragon. This is an interesting one. The stun does go down into Genja. He's forced to flash away. Paranoia dives forward. Wild Growth has now been used onto Nocturne. Position reversal pulls Soraka in between everybody, and a shockwave is very, very powerful. That manages to catch 4 members of Moscow 5. Oriana is the first one to die. The compliments of great focus from M5. Corki is forced to Valkyrie away. Doesn't manage to survive, though. A long-range Glitterlance picks him up. And Moscow 5, the focus is just so much stronger. They picked a single target, used all of their abilities. A flash dazzle under the turret means Tarek actually picks up that kill. And the focus from M5, just so great. The flash forward, the position reverser, and of course the fact that Glitterlance hits very hard. Glitterlance currently dealing 320 damage to every single champion, and the slow. It removes the ability to, that movement speed that Aurelia relies on. The kite ability that Orianna relies on, just completely negated. So Dragon goes the way of Moscow 5. With the kills and the Dragon, that pushes them 5,000 gold in the lead. And it is 100% confirmed now, guys. FNATIC have in fact lost to EXHCL 0-2 in game number 1. So they have dropped down to the lower bracket. If FNATIC lose again, they will be out of the tournament. I believe EXHCL will then be facing the winner of this game, unless I've got my brackets mixed up. So we'll double check that in a second. We're sticking with this game all the way to the end. And with a little bit of luck, CLG will be able to pick up a victory against Teamless in game number 2. And we can hopefully watch game number 3 for them. That's the real goal. That's what I'm hoping for. Because I'd love to watch them, especially having lost the first game. So FRAGZONE, now what do? How do FRAGZONE come back from this one? How do FRAGZONE pull themselves back into this game? The ward coverage from Moscow 5 is pretty aggressive. They're setting up mostly around the Baron area, but not necessarily on Baron. No Oracle's Elixir up for FRAGZONE at the moment, and I'm looking for the Oracles on M5. No Oracles for them either. And I find that interesting because there was a very, very late Oracle's Elixir in the previous game, and once again, it looks like there's very late Oracle's Elixir once again. So yes, I have it confirmed, guys. The winner of this game of FRAGZONE versus Moscow 5 will be coming up against the winner. Oh, we'll be facing EXHCL. And look at the damage to Deficio. 1 help picks plus 1 glitter lance drops into half hit points. Had Alexish opened up with a DFG and then followed up with his combo, it would have been enough to kill him. It would have been enough to take out Orianna. And Orianna relies so much more on positioning. Orianna relies so much more on getting that ball of hers in the right place to land a good dissonance, to land a good shockwave. And if it's not positioned correctly, then all of that damage is completely dropped. I have the screenshot for game number 2 of EXHCL FNATIC. I'll pull that up as soon as this is over. This is live, guys. You can tell in the top right-hand corner. If you're not watching it from a VOD, it is live. So 10-13. The tower does go down, so they managed to siege 1 tower while Moscow 5 are slightly split. I haven't looked at the gold graph in a little bit, so let's pull that up, jump onto directed camera. Mid lane, 8,000 gold Orianna to 9,000 gold Lulu. Bottom lane, 8,000 Corki to the 8,000 Urgot. Top lane, 8,400 Aurelia to the 9,700 Riven. So that's the real one. That's the real big damage or big difference at the moment. And especially on a champion like Riven, being handled by a player like Darien, it's incredibly powerful. Look at his build. Bloodthirster and more of Malmortius. The only champion that's really going to be able to kill him will be consistent sustained damage from the likes of an Aurelia, who's currently got Trinity Force, so also DPS build. But I think 1v1 Darien should be able to win that fight. So we do see now there's a recall coming back from winner, and that's a very brave one, because if Moscow 5 are able to pick up on this, they may be able to turn it around and do a very quick Baron. The stun goes on to Mozilla. They're not going to commit to that. Genja's finished his Guardian Force as well. Guardian's Angel, sorry. So Brutalizer, GA, and the Glacial Shot really wanting to stay alive. Keep going in those fights. You know, even if he does get focused and go down, come back with a little bit more hit points, a little bit more mana. Continue throwing out those Acid Hunters. And Moscow 5, if they ever wrote a textbook, how to win at League of Legends, this would be, the game number 1 and game number 2 would be pretty good examples. They're playing this by the numbers. They're not committing to, team fights that they don't need to. They're not committing to tower dives. They're not committing to silly moves. They're pushing the lanes down. They're playing this by, the safety, making sure they get the creep scores, making sure they get the items that they need. One small overstep from Genja earlier in the very, very first Dragon fight cost him his life, and then the team fight, but it was immediately resolved the next team fight because he flashed to safety. Now we do have Moscow 5 once again split up, and finally we see an Oracle's Elixir on the field. I don't know if there was one earlier. If there was, I missed it. But Baaklunde sitting with that Oracle's clearing out the wards around Baron. And FRAGZONE will need to take Baron in order to pull themselves back into this. They need the gold, they need the stats, and they need the pushing power that Baron gives you. Without that, if Moscow 5 can pick up Baron or pick up another decent team fight, I think that could win them the game. You know, one more Dragon victory like we've seen in the last 2 big fights is all that M5 will really need to run away with it. Now, Orianna does have a death cap completed, still hasn't finished that Zhonya's Hourglass. I mentioned it quite a lot earlier that she had the death cap and the Zhonya's, but opted not to go for the Hourglass. Now they've pulled Baaklunde back into this. Genja now, huge magic resistant armor buff. He's just not completely ignoring everybody. Paranoia dives forward onto Soraka, and a brilliant shockwave. A fantastic defensive shockwave. That pulls Moscow 5 all back. They all just hopped backwards, almost as if they were sucked back in time. Complete counter initiation, and almost as powerful as the likes of a Monsoon from Janna. Well, not necessarily, but now we see Diamondprox. He's forced forward, manages to get the flash out of Winner. Well, that's strong, because Paranoia will be available before that flash will. And if Moscow 5 can commit to another big fight, then they're going to be able to blow up that Soraka. But great positioning from Deficio, and that shockwave was very, very powerful. Now they are coming in. Ultimates have been blown for Moscow 5. Baaklunde's coming forward. Now we're going to see the damage out is great. Alexis is taking a lot in the background. Now turn their attention to Darien. Everybody on Moscow 5 is going low. Wild Growth has been used on Darien, so he's now moved forward. The Wind/Proc has gone off. The first death is going to be Nautilus, but can Moscow 5 finish this up? They picked up the second. Guardian's Angel finally procced on Genja. Darien moves forward with that Valor into the key strike, and that's going to pick up another kill. And look at the focus. The lack of focus from FRAGZONE. Every single member of Moscow 5 is low on hit points. You cannot win team fights when you're split focusing like that. You cannot win team fights when you pick one target and go, oh no, you know, he's got GA, or oh no, Wild Growth is now. Got to commit, got to take somebody out and take them out quickly. Alexis was very, very low at the start of that fight. Let's go back and watch that again. I'll pop this onto directed camera and just fast forward it. So we can break it down just, you know, a little bit slower. And just see exactly what turned it around. So here is now the very good shockwave. I just want to get to this Baron fight because I went a little further back than I was hoping to. Once again, we're moving forward. Alright, so now we're back up to it. So here comes the initiation. Slow it down. You can see Baaklunde goes in. Immediately gets polymorphed, or it looked like a polymorph. Shockwave is out. Now, had Shockwave been available, that would have done damage to 4 to 5 champions. Alexis is low. Darien is low. The knockup manages to get a bunch of champions there. Wild Growth finally used on Darien in the background. And just so little focus. Corki is now attacking Urgot instead of Darien. The Wind/Slash goes out, deals damage to a whole bunch of champions. Alexis just poking from the background, poking away, getting his cooldowns back, allowed to Glitter Lance. And Riven just comes in there from the back and just cleans house. So great play. And a lack of focus from FRAGZONE. That is what cost them. So now we're on directed camera. We're going to be fast forwarding to get up to real time. Only a minute behind. But with Moscow 5 once again coming out with a strong team fight win. And ladies and gentlemen, I have just heard that CLG have lost to Teamless 2-0. Team CLG and FNATIC are in the lower brackets, guys. Lower brackets. So we are now fast forwarding up to real time. FRAGZONE now potentially going to be jumping up. This is 10 seconds behind real. They've grouped up. They've managed to force down a tower, so not too bad. Even though they lost that big team fight and Moscow 5, you know, we're all out of position shopping. Now look at the damage going out. Wow. Alexis is just hitting so hard with Lulu at the moment. That's us now back up to live, guys. 10-16, 6,000 gold. FNATIC and CLG.EU are in the lower bracket, guys. So we'll see which of the matchups we're going to follow for the next one. Admins, put some thought to it. And we'll put up the bracket or the tournament bracket in just a second. Now we see Moscow 5. They're committing the position reverse onto Winner. Winner gets instantly blown up. Now this is going to be a good fight for Moscow 5. Wild Growth knocks up 2 members of FRAGZONE. The Shockwave manages to pull 3 champions back, but just is not enough damage. Compliments of the tanky champions. And now turn it around. That's 3. This is going to be number 4. Can they jump onto Corki as well? Valkyrie is not available. It's not on cooldown. One Glitter Lance is going to apply the slow dazzle into Glitter Lance, as well as the help picks. Ace from Moscow 5. I think they should just push this down. Are they going to fall back for Baron? No. They're going to push this down. 45 seconds on the kill counter. Surrender vote comes out. Moscow 5, 2-0. 2-0. And I have just heard, guys, Natas Vencia versus Absolute Legends. They are 1-1 right now. So we're going to jump over to that game very, very quickly. I'm going to quickly chat to the admins and find out what's happening. There's your final kill scores. Is NAVI AL live? I'm going to jump into NAVI versus Absolute Legends. That's game number 3, guys. Let me pull up the damage graph once again. I love doing this. I love seeing it. Look at the damage from Darien. Nocturne from Diamondprox dealt more damage than the AP mid. I mean, it's massive. He's hitting harder than Oriana was. So, mad props, mad kudos to the guys. Let me have a quick look on my friend list. Navi Citizen. Invites for game 3, please. So, we're going to be waiting for Navi versus Absolute Legends. I, of course, am going to put the loading screen up very, very quickly and put some music on in the background. Before I do that, though, let's have a quick look at how the brackets are looking. Have they been updated? We have. So it's going to be EXHCL versus Moscow 5 in the top lane, going 2-0 against both their respective opponents. In the bottom lane, Teamless take out CLG, teams 2-0. So that's going to put CLG against, I think, FNATIC, I would assume. I'll have to double check how the lower bracket looks. There it is right now. FNATIC against FRAGZONE and CLG against either Absolute Legends or NAVI. The second game for FNATIC, I have the screenshot right now. Let's pull this up really quickly, just so you guys can actually see it. This was once again CLG versus TEAMLESS, and they went very, very strong. So guys, loading screen, music, and we'll be back with NAVI AL in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the next game. This is game number 3 of NAVI versus Absolute Legends, and I have quite a treat because Lee Deman Smith will be joining us for the cast. So let me get him up on Skype. This is, of course, game number 3. Deman, how are you doing? Ooh, I've got no sound just yet. I can see Lee is on the call, but I'll have to see if we can get him in here. Whoop. All right, so we're dropping the Skype call. We're going to try fix this once again. See if we can redo the Skype call. And of course, we are into bands of picks for Absolute Legends versus NAVI. The winner of this will, of course, qualify for the next rounds. Sorry, guys, I'm just having a quick chat to Deman at the moment. We just had a little bit of sound issues there, so we'll see if we can fix this. Greetings, hello.
Oh, it's still it's a mess.
Okay, do you have a TeamSpeak client we could use?
Yeah.
Let me get some TeamSpeak settings, and we'll jump onto TS then.
Okay.
All right, sweet. So, guys, sorry about this small delay here. I'm just gonna organize us a TS server for myself and Deman to be doing some casting. And of course, the color commentary from Deman is going to be particularly awesome. We are into bans and picks. So NAVI have removed Ari, Lulu, and Soraka. On reply, Shen, Jax, and Karthus are out as well. And here we go. I'm going to be opening up TS. Sorry about this, guys. I'm just busy looking at my secondary screen, and it's hard to talk and look, plan at the same time. That should work. Awesome. So, Mr. Lee, how are you doing?
I'm not bad. It's good to see it's actually working. I am getting feedback from you, but hearing myself is not that bad.
Sorry about that. Let me double check my TS settings. Maybe it's a soundboard of mine. So, have you been watching any of the games, or who's won the Grand Prix?
I've been watching the Monaco Grand Prix. Mark Webber just won it.
All right.
It was a pretty boring race, to be fair. I should have been watching Moscow 5. I caught the end of Moscow 5, and it's good to see them actually back in action, because they've had some horrible results lately.
Yeah, they played very, very well.
Definitely getting the double feedback issue. There we go.
Is that resolved?
You seem to have fixed it, or you've muted me. I'm not sure which.
Yes, well, as long as you can hear me, that's all that matters. There we go. So I think it's actually my own sound settings.
You see, now I'm getting nothing back.
Yeah, there we go.
Whether you're talking or not.
It's my own settings. All right, so we're going to go back. Try that. Can you hear me again?
Yeah, that's all good.
There we go. All right, so I have no idea why it's doing that. But anyways, let's give some volume to Deman as the request. So throw up a little bit of volume on the soundboard. What do you think FNATIC 2-0 EXHCL and CLG 2-0 to losing 2-0 to TEAMLESS? Both of them in the lower bracket.
Yeah. Well, I mean, interesting. Well, FNATIC doesn't surprise me a great deal. EXHCL are a fantastic team. Absolutely brilliant. I'm surprised they haven't sort of broke through a little bit earlier. FNATIC have always had shaky results. Moscow 5, well, we know what they're like. They can pull results out fantastically. But AL versus NAVI, I mean, NAVI lost to Alternate the other day, I think, pretty heavily.
Yeah.
But yet, AL obviously lost to CLG in the finals. Maybe that knocked them a little bit yesterday in the IPL Grand Finals yesterday, or last night 2-1, but it was pretty close. So, I mean, it's a lot's going to rely on the picks and bans here, and judging by it, NAVI have got a pretty nice team.
Well, we're seeing Urgot once again. So we've seen Urgot in both of the previous games for Moscow 5 and FRAGZONE. So we're going to be seeing him in this bottom lane, but it's going to be quite strange because that's going to be an AP Cogmore, isn't it? It's going to have to be. Navi Sand and CitizenWayne will probably pick up the AP Cog. In the bottom lane, potentially Alistair Urgot facing off against Ash Tarek. I quite like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very tanky team. Obviously, AP Cogmore is going to be sat miles away, and he's got all the protection in the world. Urgot's going to be tanky, Kottenx is going to be very tanky on Nautilus, Lanewick is always very tanky, and obviously Alistair in there. So this is a very nice team from Navi that they managed to pick out first. Obviously we don't know how the bans went in the first one. We've just saw Alex Itch playing a fantastic Lulu in the mid, so maybe that's what's built up to it. Jax and Karthus and Shen, they're pretty standard bans, the same along with Ari as well. A very squishy team for Absolute Legends actually. Twisted Fate in the middle versus Cogmore could be an interesting one. I think Twisted Fate is going to have to get some really good early ganks. They have got the bonus of Ashe down the bottom. They've got the double stun at bottom. They've got Nocturne that can come in from long range, and they've got Twisted Fate that could join the party. So they've got a possible 4-man gank down that bottom lane. So that's where they're really going to have to just beat on Urgot, I think.
And if Ashe is able to land those crystal arrows once we start hitting the team fight phases, you know, to open up for the ganks, the Ashe arrow into Paranoia, it instantly deletes somebody, even if they're tanky. Turning into a 5v4, it could turn the sway of the game once we've lost a few towers and the team start roaming.
Yeah, and Malunoo looking like Renekton at top, so that's actually not too bad. A bit of sustain against a Warwick. Warwick's going to be pretty immovable in that top lane, but Renekton's probably going to be about the same. He can even dash away if he gets any needs to. But I'm thinking, when it comes to the 5v5 team fights, yes, there's a lot of damage from Absolute Legend here, but they're going to have to snowball a bit because they're going to be weaker in the team fight. There's going to be more physically more hit points for Navi. Whether they've simply got the damage to deal out as well, that's the question.
Well, it's definitely going to determine this early game then whether or not Extinkt can actually set up those Destiny ganks once he hits level 6. Because if he can start rolling and start running away with it, it might end up looking like something like the OGN network, where Twisted Fates from the Koreans just completely tore everybody apart time and time again. So I'm very excited to see how it happens. All the champions are locked in. We do have a cleanse on CitizenWayne. And CitizenWayne is playing Urgot. Okay, there we go. That looked a bit confusing. So there's obviously a swapping problem that's happened. So we're going to do a quick remake. But yeah, that's going to be a cleanse from Citizen. If he's running it cleanse on Cogmore, that's obviously to get away from the gold card.
Yeah, indeed. If he doesn't want to get stunned up in the middle, he's got to be careful of jungler. Obviously, you know, Nocturne's going to come out from long range. So if he can obviously get the kills in the mid, then it's going to be great, because Cogmore, he's going to need to be either camped or something. It's something that Absolute Legends do very well. Say they'll camp the top lane very well, or they'll camp a bottom lane. They'll camp one of them. And obviously with Nocturne and Twisted Fate, they can easily do that. So it could be a problem for maybe even Warwick at the top.
Now, do you expect Nocturne to spend most of his focus, most of his attention on that top lane?
Yeah, it's something they do against CLG, etc., which is why CLG always have so many problems with him. They'll camp Wicked. They'll just sit on him throughout the game. And with Nocturne, obviously, you know, you can come in from a very long way away. So you've got a ward sort of even further out. It puts a bit of added pressure on them. Maybe that's why they've gone with Warwick. They're probably expecting that. Then maybe they think he can just, you know, lifesteal away and walk off.
Well, gonna have to see how it plays out. Gonna have to see whether or not these ganks actually get pulled off. And of course, whoever loses this drops to the lower bracket, and they're going to be facing CLG. So there's a lot to play for. If you lose this game and then the following game against CLG, that's it. They're out. They do not qualify for DreamHack.
People are wondering about your accent. Where exactly does it originate? It's obviously South African, but from where exactly?
Johannesburg, South Africa. But my parents are British. Father's from Northern Ireland and my mother's Welsh. So I've got a little bit of the British tones thrown in there as well.
Yeah, there's a link to yourself and Menace, of course, as well. The Call of Duty forecaster that I work with as well.
Yes, of course. Menace and I, we actually used to live about 40, 50 kilometers from one another, and we attended the same LAN party every month for the better part of 2.5 years. So I know Dennis very well. We've played games, we've competed, we've gone on holiday together in London and whatnot. So yeah, small world, small world.
Yeah, it was after I think when you'd done your first stream, I happened to be speaking to Menace, and I was like, oh, there's another South African guy. I was like, hang on a minute, I bet you know each other. I mean, I know South Africa is a pretty big country, but how many commentators are there really that come out of there?
Exactly. We actually competed, we weren't in the same group, but we went to Antwerp Esports Festival 2010, and I was playing with the South African team that attended. He was playing for, oh, I can't remember the name, but different groups. We both got knocked out of the group stage, unfortunately. But it's pretty cool. We even attended the EU lands together, so it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
It's a small world.
It
after
is.
all.
It is. It is. It's a small esports world. That's what it is. So we've gone through the bans and picks. You can pretty much ignore what was banned because it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. The teams are just locking in the champions that they're actually going to be playing. And it's double cleanse. Urgot and Cogmore going to be wearing cleanse. And when you look at the amount of crowd control, it makes perfect sense. Ash Arrow, Gold Card, Dazzle, the Ruthless Predator, and Paranoia with the Fear. It's a lot of lockdown CC from Absolute Legends, which is pretty evenly matched on the other side. You know, Nautilus has got a huge amount of CC. If Nautilus is able to knock up a couple of people and combo it with Sandmunchin's Pulverize, they're going to lock up a lot of Absolute Legends players on one spot.
Yeah, indeed. It's a full CC match, but the question is how much damage can get burst out, and obviously cleanse is used on the right people. It's interesting how the game flows. Obviously, like bottom now, they've had flash heal. It's probably been going for about the last 3 months now. It always used to be flash exhaust, and then the heal changed with the masteries, and now a lot of people have started taking cleanse again. It used to be used probably season 1 era. It was pretty heavily used out there. We've been seeing a lot of heals actually used in the top lane as well. Obviously, we don't need that for Warwick. nesrilaS doesn't need that. And in fact, it's nesrilaS 42. It doesn't use that name anymore. I can't understand why.
Yeah, and take a look. The thing that's going to be interesting about that top lane, you mentioned the heal. YoungBuck is going to be able to have his way with Warwick up until level 3, 4, 5. That's very
It's just
early
changed.
levels.
There you go.
It has, yes.
Just nesrilaS just flicks to heal at the last second.
Exactly. But now, the thing about that lane, YoungBuck on Renekton is going to have a lot more early pressure. The Slice and Dice, the Ruthless Predator, are going to be able to stay in Warwick's face. And until nesrilaS actually gets either a blue buff or some mana items, something like that, I think Renekton should be able to defeat a Warwick at the lower levels.
Yeah, I mean, a Warwick will struggle until he gets the 3 sort of levels in the Hunger and Strike. He will not be able to sustain against Renekton there, certainly. And it's interesting how YoungBuck's progressed through the games, because I've known him from pre-Lowland Lions. I think he attended I-44, maybe. So perhaps they're obviously all jetting off to California, and I guess probably Thursday onwards or something like that. So they're all off to a big tournament. So there's a lot of pressure on these guys over the last sort of, I guess, last 2 or 3 weeks, and it's all been building up to this moment. So this is putting pressure on themselves, because I don't know whether they're going to get a chance to qualify again after this. They're going to have to make this.
Yeah, it's the truth. And then also added to top of that, you've got the IPL 5 qualifiers running at the same time, and so many tournaments, so many things going on. These guys are playing in all these events. Now we're going to see whether or not Absolute Legends can pull this off. Last game in the best of 3.
When's the next qualifiers for this? Because there's a second wave, isn't there?
This for the DreamHack.
Yeah.
For DreamHack, this is it. This is the next one. I'll double check with Somi actually. Somi, if you're on stream, give me a message on Skype. When is the next qualifiers? Out of the 8 teams that are here today, only 4 actually qualify for June, and it's the 16th till the 19th. So I think this is the final one. Hey, Deman.
Ah, well, we'll see. It's good to know, because I am there.
Well, it's
But I've kind of been out of the loop a little bit, because I've been so busy with work. I've kind of not been able to follow things. So it's great that you guys have all stepped up while I've been slacking.
Yeah, there we go. So I just got a confirmation from Crepo, from CLG, of course. This is the final qualifier. So the only other qualifier, if you do not make it here today, is an open LAN qualifier. 4 from today's final, and 4 in the actual, bring your own hardware LAN. So, if a team goes out today, the only chance they have is to risk it and attend the LAN and try make it through the open bracket.
Yeah, and I know FNATIC obviously not qualified through, but I think their manager mentioned that they were going to go to the open if they didn't get through, whereas SK, it seems, will not be. So there's going to be a couple of teams maybe missing there. I don't know. It's good to see, and obviously CLG.EU, one of the main ones like we mentioned, they've gone out, which is a huge shock in itself. So I wonder whether they're going to travel. They're going to have a very busy next few weeks.
Keep in mind, it's double elim, hey? It's double elim. So even though the FNATIC and CLG have lost their first round, there's another round where they have to play. So double elim, best of 3 today.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Sneaky loser bracket button.
Yes.
I'm looking at the binary beast now.
Exactly, yeah. It took me a little bit of time to find that button as well. So we are into the loading screen. I'm going to throw up one quick commercial, and then we'll be back with NAVI versus Absolute Legends in 30 seconds. There we go. Now, sadly, not everybody has ad block, so now I get to update my overlays. Yes, so it's double elimination. I think we're only going to play to the semi-finals. I don't believe we're playing all the way through to the finals. But the lower bracket, whoever loses the next one, that's them out. And we are.
So they got Gaming Optimus.
Yep, that's it. So the loser of this game is going to be facing CLG, and that's going to be a huge match. The loser of that goes out. They don't make it. I have to ask your opinion. What do you think of nesrilaS' skin on Warwick?
Oh, that's the hyena, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I prefer the good old Urgot thing from long time ago. It cost 1 RP. Oh, Antogyn has just had to flash away down that bottom line. YoungBuck's trying to catch onto him. Just going to see what YoungBuck took, actually. He did go for Ruthless Predator, so he could have caught him there.
Oh, very lucky. Smart from Antogyn to know flash immediately. Don't wait. Don't give it a chance. Just immediately get away and get to safety. But a very aggressive Absolute Legends.
Very aggressive indeed. So let's give a quick rundown as they are going to posture the way around. Looking like NAVI are going for an invade of their own. So AL are in full on in the bottom jungle of NAVI at the moment. So for NAVI, it's going to be Sam Mansion. He will be Alistair. You can see laying out the wards on that top lane at the moment. And he's going to port back, so he's giving a good bit of cover there for nesrilaS to maybe invade in a short while. Kottenx will be joining him down that bottom lane on Nautilus. nesrilaS will be up the top on Warwick, who's just going to have to back away from Malunoo and YoungBuck here. Just about keeping away in time there. CitizenWayne, has he got the slow? No, he's not leveled up anything yet, so he's just waiting to see whether he needs to. CitizenWayne, he has been one of the strongest AP sort of players in, I guess, in Europe, I guess, up there. He's definitely up there alongside Frog, and I'd put him up there, and Pharrell Lord, etc. There's some very strong AP mid players within Europe at the moment, and Antogyn down the bottom line is going to be Urgot, as we've already covered. It is very strange for me. I do hear myself back in this, so apologies if I hesitate now and again.
I wish I knew what the cause was.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just feeding through. That's fine. I can live with it. It's going to be Sleper and Xinec down that bottom lane. It will be Ash and Tariq. You can see Tariq looking like, is he going to ward up the Tribush? Yes, he will. It's going to cover off. So they're not really, after all that massive invade, they didn't cause any problems for Kottenx at all. They didn't leave any wards. Nothing really to see what was happening there. So YoungBuck will be up the top. He is going to be on Renekton versus nesrilaS. And as he mentioned, he's going to harass him very much early on in the first few levels. Meanwhile, CitizenWayne needs to be careful of these wild cards and stuns that come out from Extinct in the early few levels. Doesn't want to leave anything. Just wants to sit and hold off until he can get that ult and just spam him from long range.
Well, they did manage to steal the blue buff. So at least Malunoo managed to walk out of there with a stolen blue buff from Kottenx. And it's pretty powerful at early stages because Nautilus really relies on those abilities to farm effectively. He doesn't have the innate passive that Nocturne does with those Umbra blades, and without being able to spam that Titan's Wrath and Riptide, it slows his jungle down quite a bit. Whether or not that's going to affect Kottenx once he tries to start ganking, that remains to be seen.
And Malunoo just wasting his time a little bit in that top lane. Obviously that ward that was put down early by Alistair, definitely covering it off, so nesrilaS being wise, just sitting on the turret, losing a little bit of CS to that turret, but nothing too serious. Meanwhile, down the bottom, they've locked on towards Sleper, putting a bit of damage down into him. Can he get another shot? Yes, he can. That's a nice chunk of damage on Sleper. That's going to force him to be a bit more defensive for the next few minutes. And Antogyn is going to keep pushing that lane. He wants to just force him back. And really, the ping's going down. They have full coverage of Malunoo, so they know exactly his positioning in the jungle. Is Kottenx just going to go back? Yes, he is. He's going to buy. What is he going to pick up? Just a regrowth pendant. Is he going to wait for another pop? Looks of it. Just delaying himself. And it's what do you make of the new shopkeeper?
I love the new shopkeeper. I love the fact he's got Infinity Edge on his back. I just think it looks really, really cool. I read a couple of great posts on Reddit saying they should turn the old shopkeeper into a champion. Yeah. Give him sort of gold-based abilities, or throwing items at people. I hope Riot do something like that, because that would be awesome.
He's got the Teemo hat as well, hasn't he?
Yep, exactly. And the graphics update, do you like it? Do you dislike it? I think the new textures are awesome. It really gives the game a lot more depth.
Yeah, it kind of needed it. It was looking a little bit dated. It's definitely made it. It's still cartoony in a way, but it's a good cartoony. It's I think Blizzard would be proud of it.
Exactly. I like it. The reason I prefer this to some of the other MOBAs that are out there, it's not beige and brown, and it doesn't suffer the same graphic boring
Darkness,
that every other game has. I like it to be a bit more fantasy and a bit flashier, if that's the best way to put it. But a 500 gold advantage already for Absolute Legends, and that's at the 5-minute mark, just from CS alone.
Yeah, an interesting first back by nesrilaS there. He's got a double cloth armor. And a ward obviously wants to place out further on down the bottom. They're going to dive on towards Sleper there. Alistair manages to get a catch, and Nautilus, it will be first blood. Very nicely done. I don't think Sleper really know what hitting a massive combo. And well, we did mention Kottenx had gone back, and I thought he might well return there. nesrilaS, meanwhile, at the top is going to go face check straight towards Malunoo. Fear proc will go off, but I don't think they're going to have enough damage. He'll just walk away from that one. As mentioned, he did just buy a double cloth armor, so he's going to be very tanky for a short while.
Well, he needs it to survive, and that's eventually going to work towards a Frozen Heart anyway, so it's not like it's putting him behind on his build. But you notice Malunoo is still hanging around in this top lane, and nesrilaS maybe not aware of it. So if they can get another Fear proc and Stun proc, maybe have enough damage. The Ignite is available for YoungBuck, so that'll cancel out, or at least reduce the effectiveness of that Hungering Strike and the heal. But it depends how long Malunoo's going to stay here, because he's been here for a long time. Still hiding, still waiting. And there, once again, nesrilaS walks straight into Malunoo. The Fear proc doesn't really help Malunoo out too much. Spell Shield goes down, blocks the Hungering Strike, so no additional hit points for nesrilaS. But all that's happened is Malunoo's delayed himself by a minute.
And the ping just went down on the enemy wraiths as well. So where they were saying Citizen maybe go and try and steal these while he's just took one of his own wraiths. Actually, it's going to be Nautilus. There you go. You can see him heading straight towards there. They knew Malunoo wasn't around there. Ooh, Extinkt could get caught there. Is he going to go for it? Kottenx, yeah, he thought about it, but instead he's had to back away. CitizenWayne's just like, no, I need to go buy. I've only got boots. He's got no AP really at the moment, so he's just going to go make a first back. Possibly he's going to go straight tier, yep. So it's working out well for Navi in the first few levels at the moment. You know, we mentioned that the ganks that AL kind of need to make, it's not working out just yet.
Oh, very, very true. First Blood has gone the way of Navi, whether or not they can carry on converting those kills with the crowd control that they have. And maybe we're going to see Kottenx camping that bottom lane a little bit more. You know, the power of Alistair, but we do have pressure now on the top lane. Destiny's coming forward. There's the stun onto Kottenx with the wild cards. Auto attacks have gone out. Titan's Wrath not enough to save his life. And are they going to turn their attention to nesrilaS? He gets stunned up under the tower. Dusk bring up +1 more auto attack. And the AoE from Dominus manages to pick up that kill. But wow, Absolute Legends turning it around with a great double kill.
Yeah, it's almost on cue, as we mentioned, they need to get some ganks.
Exactly.
Like there. CitizenWayne keeping a good eye on there. Don't know when they realise Sam Mansion's around here. He could definitely disrupt things. They're going to go for that blue buff. They need to try and interrupt this one because CitizenWayne really wants to have this, but I got a feeling Extinkt is going to be the one that's going to pick it up. He will take it. Oh, it went to Malunoo. I think Extinkt could have done with picking that up. Not to worry, he can take his own though. He can just back away. He's actually happy to try and take on CitizenWayne. That may be a problem. Gets the slow, then just will back away from that one. So very nice invade from Absolute Legends, following up off of a double gang.
What I liked about that as well, the combination was great because Paranoia wasn't even used by Malunoo. I don't even think he had it. I think he was sitting level 5. He was just following Nautilus up, just running up with him, and you could clearly see the calling, you know, go, 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 push, push, push. Extinkt moved forward, he used that Destiny to get up into range, you know, get close enough to port in, landed outside of turret range, and completely locked him up with a stun. Once the picker card was available again, they locked nesrilaS up under the tower, and it was a great communication, a great combination of abilities between the Absolute Legends players. If they can keep doing that now, if Extinkt and now that Paranoia is available for Malunoo, if they can keep comboing those, Navi could start to fall behind, but if they don't fall behind too far, once their champions start getting a bit more tankier, Warwick and Antogyn get a little bit more unkillable, it's going to balance it out in the mid-game.
Well, looking, apparently the score's wrong.
It is. My overlay says 1-0 when it should say 1-1. Sorry about that.
That's
there
alright.
we go.
No problem.
Now the score is fixed. Now the score is fixed. Thank you, guys. I read quite a few messages regarding lag. If you guys are having issues with lag, just message it up on chat there. I am keeping an eye on it. But
Yeah,
try drop your
720p
settings.
plus was a little bit slow. I dropped it to 720. It was perfectly fine.
Wow, there we
So
go.
it's all good. Just need to sort of cycle through. This is things that these people tell me when I'm at events. Oh, the Ash arrow going up towards the top while they take the blue buff. Where is that arrow? It might well hit straight on towards him. Yes, he will.
It does.
Very nice arrow also. nesrilaS there. Very well timed. Beautiful gank works from AL. We just mentioned their teamwork, and that's about as good as it gets.
That was a long range Ash arrow. That was from all the way down bottom right hand side from the interior turret. So with that kill now, NAVI, they're going to try and take this dragon. And I think if CitizenWayne can get up there, they may have enough DPS. But unfortunately, a 4-man Absolute Legends forces them backwards. And what an arrow. nesrilaS was, freezing his lane up in that top there, like he should do. Holding it in place, not allowing the creeps to push to your tower. But Sleper with an amazing arrow. And if he can keep landing those ones, that might be very problematic for NAVI.
And YoungBuck working hard at that top turret, just down to 83 hit points now, so he may well get that first turret down early. So despite the fact NAVI trying to push for that dragon, they have lost out quite heavily, and obviously Warwick going down to that from downtown arrow, as it were, they'd say in the old basketball terms. But where is YoungBuck now heading off to? This looks like he... oh no, he's just going to purely ward up. I thought he might well head down for that dragon, but he's going to play it safe. So 3-1. Gold advantage obviously going towards Absolute Legends. How's the CS looking between the two? The bottom lane, we've obviously seen Urgot been pressuring, but you can see he's losing out. He's ahead in CS, but he's losing out in terms of kills. He's not been able to get anything. We haven't seen Nocturne down this bottom lane yet. Is he going to be heading down there? I think he may well do. So could possibly see a gank down the road. You can see Kottenx is sat ready and waiting in that bush.
Kottenx has been in the bush for quite a while. The hawk shot actually went out from Sleper. And I don't know if NAVI didn't hear it or didn't realize it, but they had full vision. They knew that Kottenx was there, and he's only just recalled now.
He's delayed a lot of time there. Has bought an Oracle actually on the back, so we'll keep an eye whether he makes that pay. Hasn't used it yet, but it's looking like a shaping up for a dragon here, Absolute Legends. Renekton down here. Warwick is a long way away. I don't think they're going to do anything about this. I think this could well be a free one.
Yeah, they're out of position. They don't have the ability to close the gaps. And the fact that Malunoo will just be able to pop that paranoia at a moment's notice. There's a stun into CitizenWayne. He immediately cleanses out of it, but a slice and dice into Ruthless Predator is going to be able to land. The Ash arrow just misses, and the wild cards picks it up through the wall. But wow, Sleper almost landing that Ash arrow all the way down from bottom lane. Great play there in the middle lane. So they pick up Dragon, they pick up another kill, and now NAVI 4,500 gold behind. It's looking scary. It's looking like the snowball is starting to pick up pace, starting to pick up some speed, and they're going to have to start pulling it back. Give away less kills, farm up a little bit more tankability items, and then try to set up some more ganks. Kottenx had a very good first blood, but has not been able to follow up since then.
Yeah, and the full invaders on as well. Absolute Legends just taking the wolves, leaving a little one sat there, looking like they're sat ready for the blue again. Just seen San Mansion warding up, but there's a pink ward there, so they could clear that one out straight away. And there is the blue buff just spawning. Question is, will they be able to oppose it? You can see Extinct coming round. Renekton is just above. Looking like Cogmore's thinking about maybe intervening. nesrilaS, you do not want to walk into that bush, and YoungBuck is going to force him back. And again, that is the second blue buff. This time has gone across to Extinct. They're going to try and dive on towards Xinec down the bottom. I think he's just going to back off from this one wisely. You can see that Kottenx was trying to come around, but yeah, wisely just backing away. Absolute Legends, we've talked about these teams. I talk about it with Joe all the time. It's like the difference between the very great teams and the good teams. Absolute Legends I would put as a very great team. So once they get that advantage, they are in your face the whole time, and we're seeing it with this blue buff steal constantly already.
The two blue buffs for 2. The first one went to Malunoo. This next one, or this previous one, went to Extinct. And when you're playing against, now we got pressure in this middle lane. Kottenx has been caught out. The Fear Proxy gets stunned by the gold card, but a brilliant infinite duress from nesrilaS does manage to actually pick up a kill onto Nocturne. So what looked like a gank for against NAVI is now gone against Absolute Legends. nesrilaS has taken a lot of damage, and if we can get another gold card from Extinct, the flash gold card lands, as well as the Ash arrow almost coming in the background there. Cogmore's going to farm up a few creeps with that Ikithian surprise. 1-for-1 trade in the end, but nicely done by nesrilaS. Coming in there, he locked up Renekton with the infinite duress, I believe it was. Or no, it was Nocturne, sorry. Locked him up, prevented that attack damage, managed to give Kottenx some time to get away. but unfortunately still lose their solo mid, and they lose a tower now as well. Or potentially.
Well, they lost the bottom tower as well, so they've sort of evened up the towers. They couldn't quite get that. 271 hit points left, so it's going to go shortly. But Urgot did manage to take that bottom tower down while all that was going on, so Sleper has been forced back, but Sleper got a BF sword now, whereas Antogyn's still just not gone back yet. Let's have a look at the gold reserves. Yeah, 2,500 on Antogyn. So Renekton also 2,500. He's just been back to buy something fat, and he's got that Hex Drinker phase just got in there, brutalized as well, so he is going to hurt right now, YoungBuck. Once he manages to get on you, I don't think you're going to escape. It's going to be very sticky. Sleper's going to continue pushing this bottom lane. As I mentioned, has been back to buy that BF sword, so he's going to be doing a lot more damage now as we move into team fights. And this is actually playing very well for Absolute Legends. We talked about how they need to get their ganks. They have to do that damage early on, and it is working out very well. They've managed to get those pokes. They pushed the right towers. See, I thought Xinec was going to go straight towards Sam Mansion there.
I was watching it as well. Anticipating the bull. But take a look at the top lane farm. 106 for YoungBuck to 60 on nesrilaS. And not only is it a 50 CS difference,
top lane
302. Now YoungBuck is going to be committing. There goes the Ruthless Predator attacking just Kaldameek and backs off, opting not to use that slice and dice to close the gap. And YoungBuck just opting to take the farm instead of going for a kill.
Yeah, blue buff has also just been picked up. This time it went across to... I didn't see who it went to, actually. Must have gone Twisted Fate. Where is he just gone down to? Down the bottom there. Cleanse was used wisely there. And that was why they had to pick it up early on. But I think they're going to take this bottom tower. There's a 4-man push down here. CitizenWayne is going to join them. Sam Mansion coming down as well. They have managed to ward the Tribush. And they've forced AL to back off. They're going to try and catch on towards Extinct. Kottenx grab onto him. He's got that Oracle. Doesn't want to go too deep. And yeah, it misses the anchor there.
Great damage from CitizenWayne.
You can see that coming out, yeah. So that's immediately CitizenWayne. Once he managed to go back and buy, he's only got a blasting what an amplifying tome. So you can see how dangerous he's going to get if he starts getting fed.
Now the Dragon should be up shortly within the next couple of minutes. It looked as though Absolute Legends were floating around the Dragon pit there. You know, they didn't want to push down the tower. They started falling back, but Dragon's still about a minute or 2 minutes away. And NAVI are going to have to pick that up. They're falling further and further behind on gold. Still 5,000, or 4,500, 5,000 on gold. And at the 15, 16, or 17 minute mark rather, that's a noticeable difference. Especially when you consider your tanky DPS top lane is not very tanky and he's not able to put out a lot of damage right now. They do manage to pick up a tower in the middle lane. So at least that's 2 towers for 2. And that's still, it's a big, big difference right now. And NAVI, they cannot afford any more mistakes.
Absolutely, it's the pressure's on them, but Absolute Legend, neither team really want to face CLG in the lower bracket. It would not be a pleasant experience. Actually saying that, I don't think CLG have quite made it yet. They've got to beat another team in front of them, but we're getting a bit presumptuous there. Maybe they're going to dive on and to get it down the bottom there. Urgot is going to get feared. Is the rest of the team going to join? Well, they're just going to purely force him away. They will try and pick up the kill. Twisted Fate's going to come in and will steal the kill, or secure it, as a lot of people like to say.
It's kill secure. With that many abilities being used, you don't want him running away. Look at the farm though, 148 to 177. So in terms of just CSing, CitizenWayne is doing better than Extinct, but no dragons, no kills or assists, and Dragon respawns, they pick it up, another one going the way of Absolute Legends.
It's going to be a pretty easy dragon for them, and they have to continue on their farm. And CitizenWayne just taking it back, has got 2k on him, so I guess he's possibly going to complete the Riley Scepter and go about his business. But that gold advantage continues for Absolute Legends. 6k now, obviously, with that dragon. Are they going to be able to dive on towards Sam Mansion down the bottom here, Quickshot?
It looks like it. A 4-man setting up. Tarek's just going to get in forward to range. Gold card's been selected. Now, Navi does have an Indomitable Will, so he's just going to pop that. Break the stun, at least. He did pick up a fear. So 4-man, they're just going to be happy with the tower. 150 gold for each of the champions, and actually forced backwards. But now on the top lane, we do have Kottenx and CitizenWayne moving forward. YoungBuck, CitizenWayne's going to be careful, because if YoungBuck dives onto him, he should be able to put a lot of damage. There goes the Dominus. The slow coming out from that Voidooz is huge. It's like a spell shield being popped or something similar. Titan's Wrath, he's managed to take one with the Dominus. The Infinite Duress has managed to catch hold YoungBuck in place, but not before Nautilus goes down.
Bottom lane.
Now the bottom lane goes out. The stun lands onto Sand. He gets blown up. We just managed to flick over there. Was that an Ash Arrow?
That was an Ash Arrow, yeah. But that top lane's a 1-for-1 exchange. It actually went really well for Absolute Legends because they took the Oracle down off Nautilus. So, I mean, it's just crazy why he even got involved. He should have got in there, got the stun, and just backed straight to the turret. But instead, they are going to lose 2 turrets down the bottom, purely for that 1 gank attempt.
The position reverser comes up, but that looks like it was spell shielded from Malunoo, and that is a huge, huge play. The position reverser definitely started. I'm actually going to rewind that very, very quickly and just watch the animation, because Antogyn moved forward. He started it on Malunoo.
Did, yeah.
And here goes the Terror Capacitor. One more Acid Hunter lands. Malunoo, there goes the spell shield, followed up. Wow, that is huge, because that would have been a kill onto Malunoo for sure. So we're fast forwarding with directed camera. Have we missed anything in 10 seconds, D-Man?
No, because I reversed back as well.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. So back up to real
just
time.
watching extinkt dodging the artillery shells from CitizenWayne here. Can he manage to finish him off? He just needs one more. The blue box not going to give it him, though.
Not enough mana, so close. Now, another interesting thing, I'm not 100% sure if you're aware, Athene's Unholy Grail and Darius are insta-banned from every single game. Every single game, they are not allowed to be built and not allowed to be selected. So the only reason I point that out, it would have been particularly powerful on CitizenWayne playing AP Cogmore. The mana regen is huge.
He's just banned from the competition here for DreamHack competition.
Correct.
Or the qualifiers.
For the qualifiers, sorry, yeah, for the qualifiers, because of course the patch just came out on Thursday?
Midway through, yeah.
Yeah, midway through the week. So admins and players, they all agreed that, you know, Darius may be a little bit OP in that top lane at the moment. Not enough time to play with him or play against him. So group agreement, and it's not in play. So for the first time now, Navi look like they're going to move into the Absolute Legends jungle. They've lost that Oracles. They also don't necessarily have the strongest ward coverage. But now they're going to steal the blue buff. So this is going to go to CitizenWayne. He does pick it up. That refreshes his blue buff. And at least it allows them... Now, Destiny has been used from Twisted Fate. We've got 5-man Navi all grouped up. Guardian's Angel has been completed on nesrilaS. And a very, very nice Ash Arrow goes forward. It lands onto Sand Mansion, though. He doesn't even need to use his Indomitable Will. Does use it right at the end. Dominance has been used by YoungBuck. Position Reverser pulls Nocturne in and amongst everybody. Their focus is still on Alistar, but they cannot manage to get YoungBuck down. Infinite Duress in the background is going to be the first one to fall. Actually, it is Alistar. Finally, YoungBuck goes down. Then followed up by Urgot in the background. Double kill for Twisted Fate. nesrilaS is now going to get his Guardian's Angel procced. And Absolute Legends just not tanky enough to survive the damage and not enough focus to blow up a champion once they commit to a fight. They tried for so long to take out YoungBuck's Renekton, and it just allowed Sleper and Extinkt to deal all the DPS they want to do from the background.
Yeah, and that's a questionable bit of a team focus there. Why would you go for Renekton with an ulti on while there is a Extinkt and Sleper who are far squishier and dealing out far more damage? But it's one of those issues like you hit what you can get near, and you got to wonder why CitizenWayne certainly wasn't targeting towards him. He probably was, honestly. I didn't see which one nesrilaS actually focused on, whether with his ulti. I didn't see who managed to get Infinite Duress on. Was it on Renekton?
It wasn't Renekton. As he escaped, he was moving over to the right-hand side, just behind the red buff area. And as soon as he got to the grass, managed to get ultied, survived the full duration of Infinite Duress, managed to get off one of his slice and dices to almost escape, and only then went down to a Hungering Strike. So not only did he survive the entire focus, but he survived a full duration ultimate and, you know, one extra auto attack. That more of Mortius, it just that magic shield is so powerful against nesrilaS, CitizenWayne, and Kottenx, the amount of magic damage that's coming out.
That's it, but he's just not someone you focus on. It's standard tactics. Go for the squishy jumps, but I guess they simply couldn't get near, and they were focused on, and I guess that answers the question. We talked about how tanky they are, whether they'd be able to survive the big team fights. I was just about to talk about it before the fight happened, actually, and I thought it was a bad call for Absolute Legends to engage, but obviously they feel they are strong enough, and it kind of proved it. So Infinity Edge now on Ashe, so Ashe is going to be very strong. Sleper in that mid lane, looking like he's going to build up towards a Zeal next as well. We've got Rabadon's Death Cap completed, and the Sheen on a 5-0 for Extinkt, who I believe is missing the Reign of Gaming tournament, but will make it for MLG.
Wow, okay. So that's going to be powerful. Who are they getting to replace him then in the mid lane?
I've heard rumours to say Vicious maybe, but I'm not too sure because Curse are not going to Reign of
And the Ash Arrow manages to land.
Ash Arrow will manage to get in there. It's going to be the Fear Brock as well. Going on towards Antogyn. nesrilaS actually did manage to ulti in there. Will get knocked back. This is going to go horribly wrong for Navi again, but the engage only gave 1 kill.
Oh, 2 in the mid.
Oh, no.
How did? Okay, wait.
Didn't see how he died there.
I've got to rewind. We've got to rewind this one. How did Twisted Fate manage to go down? So we're now back up to normal time. Directed camera is on. So the arrow manages to land on Antogyn. Ooh, we've got some lag on the server here. So Cogmore, I'm keeping a close eye on Cogmore. Destiny goes out. Oh, Extinkt dived onto CitizenWayne in and around the red buff. And with that Biocane barrage and the living artillery, it was enough to actually pick up that kill. So bonus gold does go the way of CitizenWayne at least. And that would be a 500 bonus. I've got my chat disabled. Ooh, sounds like we may have lost Deman. Are you still there?
No, I'm still here.
Oh,
It would have been a bit
fantastic.
of bonus. I was watching what was happening. They've managed to pick up Dragon as well, Absolute Legends, while they backed off from that top fight. So continuing their gold advantage. And now we can just see 10k, 10.5k ahead in gold now. So huge advantage. Looking across the players, you can see 10,000 gold for Extinkt now in the middle there. So he's got a 2k gold advantage over his mid partner, which immediately equates to a huge item when he's got that Lich Bane complete, and that is going to hurt.
And the gold difference is just so massive. Have a look at how it actually looks on the carries. 8,000 gold for Ashe to 6,500 on Urgot. Top lane, 5,000 for nesrilaS to 9,600 on YoungBuck. 4k gold. I mean, that's an Infinity Edge, a more of Malmortius. That's a huge difference. And it just looks like Absolute Legends, it's their game to lose now. They're in control of the map. They're in control of the team fights. You know, Kottenx, he's picked up another Oracle's Elixir. He hasn't drank it just yet. And when you're sitting 2-2-2, you've lost an Oracle's already. You're so far behind. 2 towers, several dragons, and they can't win a straight-up team fight. It's looking shaky for Natisvencia.
It is, and it's interesting to hear you use the full name as well, because you very rarely hear that these days. It's always just been Navi.
I like it. I like their names, so I like to throw it out there.
Well, I mean, obviously they're world renowned. They've got a fantastic characteristic. Oh, the Ash Arrow going to miss actually on towards Kottenx. They're trying to get him onto that Oracle. The stun card will go through, but he's managed to get away through that wall just about in time. And they've also obviously got the World Championship Dota 2 team, who's going to be representing shortly, I believe, in Seattle. But looking like Navi going to try and engage for this one. I'm not too sure it's the right move. They can try and get on towards Malunoo there. nesrilaS does suddenly get a peek. He would have been completely out of vision there. They are going to get the fear proc. Now they're going to dive in. Extinkt actually coming around the backside. His damage is kind of missing in the fight for them. YoungBuck is going to dive on towards nesrilaS. Finally, Antogyn will be targeted. The precision reverser may well help him get away from this fight. He does manage to flash away as well. Gets the lock on towards YoungBuck. Still nobody going down. Finally, a death goes down. It is the support player. Now nesrilaS is going to drop. Antogyn drops, and suddenly they all fall like dominoes for Navi. Kottenx is going to try and get away, but I think Malunoo has just enough to tower dive and finish him off. And the ace comes out from Absolute Legends. Really great surprise there. They're going to take Baron now, but if you want to rewind it, I got a feeling they were just hidden out of vision in that start.
Well, I do a quick rewind to the game. So here we go. This is the fight. They're hiding just there to the right of the wall, pretty much. Yep, the lack of vision. nesrilaS moves forward, sees everybody, and immediately backs off. So great fight going the way of Absolute Legends. They pick up a team ace. The focus from Navi as well just wasn't there. You know, they didn't pick up a single champion. They didn't manage to blow anybody up from AL. Sleper, I don't think, took a single point of damage. And it's resulted in them picking up... Did they manage to get the inhibitor? No, they just take the tower and fall backwards.
Yeah, they was kind of split what they were going to do, because 2 of them started Baron, 2 of them went to a tower. So they're kind of bit of incommunication maybe in Absolute Legends, but nevertheless they are coming out very well. Oh, and nesrilaS has actually started the Baron here. Navi wants to take the Baron. 2 of them haven't backed yet, but unfortunately, and look, for Absolute Legends they have. And there's a few members that have just come back and bought a lot more items, and Navi are going to have to peel this one very early on. Yeah, there's no way they should stick around, and wisely backing off. And I think that may go... I think it's Xinec and Malunoo. Yes, so Malunoo really can't get involved in that fight. He has to go back and buy.
And they dealt so little damage. I mean, they were beating on Nasher for quite a while, and they only managed to take off about 3,000 hit points of damage. You know, relatively speaking, they don't have the fastest Baron team. Arcane Barrage will be hitting pretty hard, but it's capped versus monsters, the damage. Urgot's not necessarily the highest DPS. Yeah, you've got that Hunter's Call from Warwick as well, which will help a little bit, but they're not a very fast Baron team. Compare that to, you know, the DPS that Renekton, Nocturne, and Ashe can put out, you know, sustained constant DPS. The Lich Bane burst that Twisted Fate has, and they're going to be able to just completely melt Baron Nashor as soon as they decide to actually go for it.
I'm just thinking back how great it is that Twisted Fate's back in the fold. I mean, I'm thinking back to 2010, the World Cyber Games finals, when it was SK versus CLG, and SK used it in the, I think it was the first or second game, can't remember which one, but they just surprised all North America, completely written off Twisted Fate. And the fact that Asia are all using it so huge again now, it went through nerfs, it was the ultimate split pusher, they've nerfed his ulti, but he's still back and he's at 617, he's such a strong champion again.
The way that the metagame has changed as well, that teams are trying a little bit different different tactics, different styles in terms of the team fights. You know, 6-8 months ago, it was all about the burst. You know, double AP, blow somebody up, and whoever blew the other team up the quickest would win the fights. Now we've transitioned into the sort of tanky DPS meta, and the split pushing is just so powerful. You know, Twisted Fate Shen can literally single-handedly win games by effective split pushing, controlling the lanes, and keeping your opponents defending from the super creeps.
Yeah, and CLG have got a lot to blame for that one. They are the ultimate split pushers when it comes to Shen. It's good to see how that all changes. We did get a glimpse of them last night with Hotshot in the jungle, actually beating out St. Vicious as well, which is a very interesting one. That was in the solo mid-tournament if you missed it. Meanwhile, you can see Extinkt is about to show himself down this bottom lane. So will NAVI take that as their cue to maybe try and push and force a Baron? Obviously, Extinkt can travel the map only about half a distance as like he used to be able to. He used to be full-on global. Are they going to go for it? No, they're sort of split, and CitizenWayne is actually going to go deal with this wave down the bottom instead.
Somebody has to go backwards. Now, with Twisted Fate being down in that bottom lane, if you can keep CitizenWayne there, or keep at least some members of NAVI, one of them to defend the inhibitor, defend the turrets, it's going to allow them to get a free Baron. You know, Hawkshot has gone out from Sleper. They've cleared out the wards complements of the Oracle's Elixir and Xinec. And there we go. You know, NAVI are falling back. The Hawkshot revealed that. And are they going to start it? That's the question. But I mean, 20,000 gold lead at 30 minutes. They've got 7 towers down, multiple dragons. And look at the bait coming out. There comes the Destiny. Where is it going to land? Asharrow lands onto nesrilaS there in the background. He instantly gets blown up. I don't think he's got his Guardian Angel. The depth charge knocks up a whole bunch of champions along the way. Position reverser just delays the inevitable, and Antogyn just goes down. And an easy fight for Absolute Legends.
Yeah, nesrilaS absolutely melted there when he got caught in between them, trying his best to do the damage, but again, there's quite a lot more damage for Absolute Legends. They will strip this down. They're going to peel off there. They're going to try and catch on towards CitizenWayne. Sleper hasn't used his arrow, I don't believe. Yes, he did. He must have used it earlier on. Completely sucking rubbish. He's eaten a lot of damage from CitizenWayne here.
Yes.
He will get shut down. A great little steal from CitizenWayne. Cleanses it off. Can do a lot more damage here. Baron was picked up.
He's run out of mana though. Citizen cannot spam.
Yeah, he's got no more mana, but Kottenx has got his ulti. If he could just try and delay it a little bit, he could maybe dive on towards them. No, he's just going to have to try and play positional control. Try and force him off. CitizenWayne does pick up another kill. Meanwhile, coming in the back there is Sandmansion. Do manage to catch on towards Extinkt. Kottenx finally does get the kill there. Extinkt surely going to go down as my doorbell is fiercely ringing. Sandmansion will pick up the kill, and wow, NAVI turn round a fight they should never have won.
Great turnaround there. Another, once again, CitizenWayne picking up some vital kills. That's going to give him some additional gold. I don't know if there was a killing spree on TF that was, give him any bonuses there, but great play from CitizenWayne. He juked so many of those abilities. He cleansed the Taric stun, then managed to, pick up the kill onto Ashe, managed to make it all the way back to his side of the jungle. That Voidy's applying the slow and just keeping Absolute Legends a little bit slowed down, a little bit on the back foot. And NAVI pick up a dragon. It gives them an extra 1,000 gold, but they're in trouble. I mean, 20,000 gold is the difference. They're not necessarily completely out of this game. If they can keep picking off some kills like they're picking off some stragglers, blowing up somebody or managing to turn team fights in their favor, maybe they can pull themselves back into this. They've only got the one inhibitor turret down. The real sort of death sign is once you lose 2. If there's 2 going. But I did notice, or I didn't actually even notice, in the background, Absolute Legends managed to pick up the Baron buff. And that's huge. So is that your pizza arriving, Deman?
No, it's my friend that's arrived. I'm cooking Sunday dinner, we're going to go full on UFC. That was on last night, but no spoilers please, people.
Alright, fantastic. So we're keeping an eye now on, I'm just having a look on chat. I was looking at whether or not we had lag issues or whatnot, but for the most part it appears it's just Twitch. just the way it works. Yeah,
usual
just
problems.
the
Yeah.
usual stuff. You know, refresh your stream, drop the quality settings, or do something similar like that.
Rotate through all the settings. People are becoming experts on these things.
Yeah, exactly.
But nevertheless, we are nearly 20k difference between these two teams. So still, despite the fact they just kind of won out pretty well in that fight, I think Absolute Legends have to throw this fairly hard. And for Navi, it's going to be down to they have to win out one of those Baron fights. That's always the big thing that turns it round in League of Legends. Sleper needs to continue dodging the poke there from Cosmore as well. CitizenWayne. But meanwhile, you can see Extinkt is pushing down that mid lane. There's a big wave down that bottom lane, but CitizenWayne is going to continue pushing it in. Or sorry, Extinkt. Kottenx though could get caught out here. Will the Ash Arrow maybe dive onto him? Yes, he will. Oh, just missed by Kottenx. I think he backed away from that without even realizing that it was coming there. And they will just back away. Xinec is also going to get locked on, but he's going to back off without too much damage going down on him. And again, they try to continue to poke. Guardian Angels now on nesrilaS has popped back up. Whether it's going to be that much use though, because every time he's died, he's been straight in amongst 5 of them, and he's really not had any chance.
Now, interesting to look at the moment, even though the gold difference is super, super high, take a look at the builds and the focuses. You know, in terms of Taric, he's got his Zeke's Herald completed, Shirelia's Reverie. The Zeke's is so powerful for his lineup. Nocturne, Renekton, Twisted Fate, and Ash, they all benefit from that lifesteal and the bonus attack speed. In reply, Alistair's support, the only thing he's sitting on is the GP5s. No Shirelli is completed, no Zeke's, there's no other aura items. Nautilus has managed to complete his Aegis of the Legion and Shirelli's Reverie. But the big difference, the towers, the dragons, Taric is doing a lot more for his team than he is in comparison for Alistair. And combine that with, Radiance, which gives 25 AD and 25 ability power to every single member of their team. The team fight potential for Absolute Legends is just so strong. Navi have to catch somebody off or out of position in order to win anything. Catch them out of position, kill somebody quickly, and then fight 4v5. Or 5v4 rather.
The damage they've got as well is enormous. This is what we talked about. We weren't sure with the tanky team could hold off, but they've managed to get the damage to just completely strip them apart. Phantom Dance from Infinity Edge. Quicksilver Sash, we can escape the position reverse. He's just about to build up the the laughing coming out from the hyena.
Yeah.
Just realised. He's just about to build up the last whisper as well, but looks a bit Sleper. So looking like they are going to try and penetrate, see if they can take one of these inhibitors down. They did take that top turret down, so it would surprise me if they don't use that as the weak point to just try and push in for. And you can see Extinkt is still trying to work his way in there. Can he pick off Kottenx, or is he just trying to split push and then suddenly Destiny down towards the bottom or something? See the bottom lane pushing, the mid lane all coming in now, so it's going to happen within the next few seconds, I feel, Trevor.
Well, there's something you should point out as well. I don't know if you looked at how much damage Sleper took from CitizenWayne's Living Artillery. CitizenWayne managed to land 2 Living Artilleries onto Sleper, and it dropped him to about 2/3 of his hit points. He was forced to go into the jungle and actually get some life-stealing back off of the wolf camp, because Sleper is just a glass cannon at the moment. He does have the magic resist from the Quicksilver Sash, but when you consider that CitizenWayne is on near 550 ability power, his every individual Living Artillery is 330 damage per artillery. It is huge damage. The longer the game goes, the smaller this gold gap becomes, relatively speaking. And Absolute Legends are going to have to try to drive home some more map control and take out some inhibitors, or lock down this next Nasher to win out the game. The more time they give Navi, the more chances they give to throw their own game.
That's it. I mean, they're pushing the minion waves onto Navi. Navi are just farming it up quite happily. They have lost that top turret, but for some reason, Absolute Legends aren't pressuring that point at the moment. They are happy to sit back and wait for Baron themselves. And let's be fair, they have got a 19k gold difference. It's a pretty huge gap, but they can still throw it. The question, oh no, Sun Mansion's going to surely get caught out. Dazzle's going to go through Xinec, and then he's going to dive. He's going to use a breakable will, but it's not going to be enough. Twisted Fate comes in, and Sun Mansion will get caught out horrendously out of position there, just trying to get a ward down on Baron. And I don't think they're going to go for Baron. They're not going to wait it out. They're going to try and push it straight down towards it. No, they've turned around. They'll split decision themselves. They're trying to catch us casters out. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, messing with the heads. Another Oracle's lost as well. Sun Mansion, he was wearing that Oracle's elixir. So not only is it another death, it's another 400 gold that they lose. So as if they're not too far, far enough behind. Now we are going to see an Asho. Oh, come on, let's see. Is that going to be coming out? Absolute Legends are moving forward. They know Sam Manchin's not there. Vision from CitizenWayne. It's on the right. They don't know they're at the Wolf Camp. There it comes. There's the Shurelia's Reverie. It's going to be pop forward. The slow from the Voidoos and a whiffed arrow. Sleper missed that one. Panky, he mentioned it earlier in the week that Sleper's arrows normally are not very good. And that's the one he was talking about.
That's a bit harsh because they did get slowed very nicely
Very
by
true.
Cogwell,
Very
yeah.
true.
So he was just trying to, adjust for the slowdown. Didn't quite adjust enough towards Nautilus there. But the Baron has popped, so they're probably going to take this one away without any issue. Because that's what Alistair was trying to do, just trying to get a little bit of vision towards this Baron. But it is going to be a very free one for Absolute Legends. And now they're just going to drive forward. Navi needs to be careful. Oh, look. They think, they sense it. They haven't seen it yet. They might well face check straight into this one. This could be a bad error for Navi. And now I think they've just realised it. I think the eyes just managed to catch on from CitizenWayne there. Yeah, and they've realised and backed off at the right time. They're going to have to... This is going to be a hard fight for them on this turret.
Yeah, without Baron buff, so far behind in gold, and the fact that now Sleper's going to be split pushing, somebody's going to have to go to defend that top inhibitor. And the second one of the Navi champions moves over, that's it. They're going to lose this mid one. Now Malunoo, he's taking Dragon. And once again, Absolute Legends, they're not content to push. Absolute Legends, they look more interested in farming than winning the game at the moment.
Yeah, they've sort of gone back to passive mode, despite the fact they've got Baron on. And this we talk about. If this was Moscow 5, they would be in your face, kicking you in the head. But for some reason, some teams do just back off. But Absolute Legends have had the number of Moscow 5 the last few times, so I'm not going to argue with their tactics. They seem to know what to do, but they are being very delicate about this one. Maybe the second match has just disrupted them a little bit. I'm not too sure. The fact that it's 1-1, the fact that they know if they win this, they're at DreamHack, that $40,000 tournament. Another one for them to chalk up on it. Ooh, again,
So
Kottenx
close.
nearly going straight towards it. Sleper could have caught him with an arrow there, He was wide open. He saw him on the ward as well.
With all this time, with all this passive play from Absolute Legends, it's allowed Warwick to, not Warwick, Cogmore to finish his Void Staff. So now CitizenWayne currently sitting on 643 ability power. Huge magic penetration. Urgot's managed to finish off his last Whisper, got that Brutalizer. Also sitting on a Giant's Belt and a Ruby Crystal, so we can assume that's going to go towards a Phage, maybe a more of Malmortius. And again, the longer they wait, the longer it's going to go. The damage from that Lichbane proc is so huge on that tower.
Look at Extinct getting hit, shredded down to half hit points there, straight away by CitizenWayne. Even YoungBuck's taking damage, and it's showing, it's visible damage from that ulti. So they're getting outpoked, and again, Xinec getting caught. The longer they stand in this... the back door. I'm going to say, where's Extinct going from that? He's gone up towards the top lane. He hasn't got the damage. He's not an AD carry. He can't do that quickly. But it is going to cause a problem down the bottom. Can they force their way in there? It did cause Nautilus and Warwick to back away. Will they try and dive on them though? They realise it's a 4v5 fight. Sleper's going to get caught with the anchor. Will get knocked up, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to go towards YoungBuck in the way there. The Ash arrow does land. He couldn't really miss with that one, but he is going to be very low on health. CitizenWayne trying to survive. Very nice. Cleanses away. Can he manage to land a couple more ultis on towards Sleper? He needs to focus on these two members that are dived in there. YoungBuck headbutted away and position reverse flashes out there, but Malunoo now finally going to get taken down. Can they get the lock on? They back away. The inhibitor does eventually go down, and the turret from Extinct there. So while it was all happening, a great distraction for Twisted Fate. Now they're going to dive on towards the bottom turret. Suddenly Navi find themselves in all sorts of trouble. Guardian Angel proccing by nesrilaS on the tower. He will just about come back and back to the fountain, but unfortunately they have lost two inhibitors and a Nexus turret from a horrendous fight.
It started off, which could have been very good. I was trying to wonder why Antogyn hadn't actually jumped forward to do that position reverser, but even I had forgotten about the Quicksilver Sash on Sleper. So even though they put so much damage down into Sleper, Antogyn wasn't able to get up there and to pull him back into the rest of the team, because he just knew that the Quicksilver Sash was going to go off. And they just don't have the DPS, not having that standard attack damage carry, not having Warwick fed to be able to deal damage. They weren't able to win that fight even underneath their turret, and what was a 5v4 for the first, the better part of 15-20 seconds. So Absolute Legends.
You've got to realize they had a 20k gold advantage in terms of items, and it was still a very close team fight.
Huge difference. But it comes from those tanky builds. It comes from the fact that Warwick, Urgot, and Nautilus are all, inherently very, very tanky. They built tanky, and it's the reason they lost their fight as well. Had they had a little bit more DPS or, CitizenWayne was dealing a lot of damage, but they focused him so hard he wasn't being protected to be able to deal that free damage. So Absolute Legends knock NAVI down to the lower bracket. It's going to be Absolute Legends against, I believe it's Teamless next. The admins are asking which games we're going to be streaming. Deman, are you off to watch some UFC?
I am. I need to. My Sunday lunch is mid-cooking. I need to go finish it.
Fantastic. Well, go enjoy your dinner. Thank you for joining. Thank you for stopping by. I'm going to throw up a quick ad break, put some music on in the background, and we'll be back with the next game shortly. Deman, I'll speak to you again soon.
Good to see you, mate.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up? You are here with Trevor Quickshot Henry. We are doing the DreamHack qualifiers. We've had a couple of games going through already. CLG, FNATIC, and NAVI all being dropped down to the lower bracket alongside EXHCL. We've just seen a couple of the games being finished off. Let me actually pull up the bracket. You guys can see we are in a game. The next game that we're going to be casting, it is going to be Absolute Legends versus TEAMLESS. It is going to be game number 1. We'll see how that goes. We'll probably jump back and forth a little bit. The first match in the other upper bracket game was between Moscow 5 and EXHCL. Moscow 5 managed to take out EXHCL, 13-6 scoreline, 28-minute match. There's the kill scores, and there's the numbers, on screen. In terms of how the tournament looks right now, in the bottom bracket, we have FNATIC. Here we go. Upper bracket first. EXHCL, Moscow 5. The winner of these two games will qualify for DreamHack. They earn their spot. They will attend. Moscow 5 already one game away from that. We're going to watch Absolute Legends and TEAMLESS for this first match. Then we're going to jump into the next one because, of course, NAVI versus CounterLogic Gaming is going to be going on, as well as FNATIC versus FRAGZONE. I believe FNATIC have already won a game versus FRAGZONE. So they have. FNATIC are 1-0 against FRAGZONE. And we're going to need to keep a close eye on who's going to progress through to round 2 and lose a bracket round 5 in the round 2 here. So we'll be deciding exactly which games we follow as and when the remainder of the matches get played out. I'm going to leave the lobby up while we wait for the 10th player to join. And as soon as we're ready, we'll be live with Absolute Legends versus TEAMLESS in just a few minutes. Hey guys, sorry about the camera. I am just getting a co-caster into the game. So while I'm busy arranging that, I don't want you guys to see the password. So I'm just getting a co-caster jumping up. He's going to be CyaSteve, but I just quickly need to get the game password. All right, let's see if this works. Sorry about the brief delay. We will be watching Absolute Legends versus Teamless in a second. We do have a co-caster up and running. And there we go. I'm ready. So let's get CyaSteve up and on chat. Then we can actually pull up the game screen as well. Hey, CyaSteve, what's up? How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. For everybody that doesn't know you, would you like to do a quick introduction?
Sure. I'm just an American kid over here casting. I cast my own tournaments and I cast for EXHCL a couple of times. Not a big name, just a player that likes to cast.
Sweet. What's your primary player, or what's your primary role when you play League of Legends and the US rank ladders and whatnot?
I'm usually an AD player. I really like bottom lane. I guess I focus mainly on playing Vayne, Caitlyn, and sometimes Kog'Maw. Yeah, and if I had to pick a secondary, it'd probably be jungling. So those are my two things that I'm really big on.
Sweet. So we're in the game. Have you been watching the DreamHack qualifiers thus far?
I have actually. I finished watching that last game. I haven't gotten enough time to watch as much as I would like to, but it's been a pretty good run so far. Watching these teams go at it.
And we are about to get live, of course. This is the first game of a best of 3, Absolute Legends versus Teamless. The winner of this best of 3 qualifies for DreamHack. So there's quite a lot to play for.
Yes.
All right, so I'm getting my little overlay set up really quickly. And we are literally just waiting for the champions to get starting. CyaSteve needs more volume. So I'm going to bump you up on my soundboard. Let's see how that plays out. So if everybody that's in chat, head over to the chat box. You can see the link for the tournament bracket. What was the last tournament you casted, CyaSteve?
The last one, I run my own tournaments every Saturday, and so the last one I casted was for Zeke. It was a 27-team tournament. It was pretty good. No real big stuff. I haven't really casted anything of this scale yet, actually. So it'll be nice to get some feedback. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Sweet. So we'll throw up a Reddit post after this, guys. Share some love. Get some feedback back. What do you think of the casting? What do you think what's happening? But at the moment, we're just waiting for the guys to actually kick off and get started. Whenever TL ready. Well, casters are ready. You can see we're in the lobby. It's just up to the players to actually start us off. Now, I would like to ask chat. Let's give some details. Who do you think's going to win? Absolute Legends or Teamless? Teamless just 2-0'd CLG.EU. I'd like to know, who do you think is going to win this game? So I'm keeping a close eye on chat. AL. Couple of votes for Teamless, but for the most part, AL all the way down the line. And wow, first ban from Absolute Legends is Fizz. Not wanting to deal with Fizz from Teamless. How often is Fizz played in the US scene, Steve?
Honestly, I don't think he's played enough. He's kind of a sleeper on a lot of the games that we see. His passive and his mobility, that trickster, being able to be invulnerable for everything, everything just works so well for him. He really punishes people for missing even just one spell. So he's definitely a strong character, but he doesn't get enough love in the US scene, I don't think.
I'm a big fan. I play a lot of Fizz in the middle, and I really enjoy it. So Urgot and Nocturne, the next champions banned out. We've actually seen Urgot in every single game today. So very interestingly, he has won games and lost games, but has been around. Next ban is Shen. Are we going to see a Twisted Fate ban, potentially, possibly? Are they going to allow Extinkt to get his TF, who just, of course, who he just played to great effect in the previous game?
Yeah, I mean, he's a strong character in mid. He's able to gank all over the place whenever he feels like it. He's a lot of people over here at least kind of compare him to Karthus because he can just hit R and then suddenly he's in your lane doing a lot of damage. So it's nice to see people finally giving TF a lot of love. He kind of fell off over here for a little bit after they took his ult away from being global, but now he's starting to kind of come back on the scene.
Yeah, the split pushing power and the fact that he can clear waves so quickly is incredibly powerful. And obviously, if you can just keep on a tower for a little bit of time, allow your Lichbane procs to go off, you can actually tear towers apart quite quickly. But the last two bans, Jax and Morgana, so absolute legends, they've got their pick. They have the opportunity to take Twisted Fate, they have the opportunity to take Soraka, who's been quite favored the last week or so, bans and first picks as well. So let's see who they are going to select. Who are they going to take? That's the question. And it is Soraka. There we go. So Soraka first pick. What do you think of that, Steve?
I mean, I agree with the Soraka first pick. Something that we've been seeing over here in the US is kind of a Genja first pick every single time. And they're pretty close to the same level. I mean, Soraka has the ability to offset a ton of damage with that insanely strong heal, which for some reason also gives armor. It's just amazing. And then you have the global heal on top of it. You have basically just a mana machine. If you put her on bottom lane, you can just have your AD carry spamming away if you want to put an Ezreal with her, or you can have her in mid and she can just stop whoever you have mid and just silence them out and constantly drop all the lovely magic resistant team fights. So she's definitely a very, very strong character that is actually more versatile than a lot of people think.
Like now, hovering over Ahri. Ahri's fun to watch as well in the middle lane. And the armor buff that Soraka gives in the bottom lane as well is so powerful. I think at level 2 or 3, it adds like 48 armor or so. And that can't be discount or not counted into the equation as well. Especially if you've got, like, say, for example, somebody locks in a Graves or any of those burst AD carries. That armor buff mitigates so much of that pressure. So Ahri and Nautilus are locked in. So Teamless now, they're going to be taking away the Nautilus from Malunoo. No, it wasn't Malunoo who used it. Malunoo was playing Nocturne in the previous game, so ignore me there, I apologize. And, well, strange enough, talking about Graves, are we going to see a Graves in the bottom lane? Sleper maybe wanting to play Graves as opposed to taking him. And Lulu, I love Lulu in the mid. We watched Alexis from Moscow 5 pick up some great kills earlier on today and really controlling the game with Lulu. So hopefully we can see some great plays once more.
Yeah, I mean, you have, if we do end up seeing a Lulu mid, or I've even seen Lulu top a fair amount of times, that's going to put Soraka with Graves on bottom, and Graves with that insane passive as it is, he can, at level, up to level 5 I believe, it's an automatic 10 armor, 10 magic resist as long as you keep the stacks up, and then you have Soraka behind it too, so he becomes so naturally tanky without any items, and it affords him the ability to just go and pick up whatever items he wants. He doesn't really need to build into that really standard tanky build with the double Dorans. He can kind of cut that a little bit and sometimes go for an earlier BF sword or a pickaxe. And I do like this pickup on, actually I don't even know, I didn't even look the team names as we went into this, but the Corki Janna pick on bottom countering the Soraka. So if either Graves or Soraka do get caught out here, a lot of damage is going to be done to them, both through the Corki True Damage, the Phosphorus Bomb, and the passive from Leona whenever she comes in and just tags anything. It's a very, very strong combination that, again, is slept on over here, so hopefully we see some really strong burst play from bottom lane.
I like that as well. Sleper's going to have to play that Graves passive quite well, or play it quite aggressively. Try to keep those stacks up, because the burst damage from the magic and the physical, as well as the true from Corki, it's really, really powerful to deal with. So if Leona and Corki are able to get some early aggression down, they might actually be able to pick up some very early kills. And what I like here at the moment, Riven in the top lane, Mundo in the jungle, and potentially a Kayle top lane. I do not see too many Kayle top lanes over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's It's kind of becoming more popular over here. I don't know. It's the thing that's actually come over to US, and I think it was bigger in the Europe scene was Renekton. He's kind of starting to make a really big play over in top lane over here, and it's nice to see that things are changing. Not all that much, but the meta is slowly shifting in different ways, so it keeps the game fresh.
Now, something else to remember or think about. This game, or this tournament, we do have Athene's Unholy Grail. It is automatically banned. You're not allowed to build it or upgrade it. And of course, Darius is auto-banned as well. So not dealing with that this time around. As we got excited about Kayle, it was in fact swapped out to Irelia. And I think that's a brave move because we just seen how strong a Riven can be against an Irelia in the top lane. And I don't understand why you would pick that champion, because Riven can beat Irelia.
Yeah, I mean, Riven has, with the exception of, in my opinion, basically Jax only, Riven has the ability to kind of just get in the face of any character in the game and basically just work them. It comes down to how strong of a Riven player you are. If you really understand her individual mechanics, where you can get in, throw in those broken wing combos, where you Q onto someone, get the auto attack, Q again, keep going with it, and just putting so much damage on people so fast, and you can win almost every single trade every time. And for a character in top lane to be able to do that and still be sustained, or just be able to push someone out of the lane over and over, it's kind of what you want.
Now, I've also noticed as well in the mid lane, so we know top lane, back and forth, back and forth. Mid lane, Extinkt coming up against Tabs, and that's going to be Lulu against Ahri. We've seen a Lulu-Ahri matchup on Tuesday or Thursday of this week, and the Lulu wasn't able to pick up kills against Ahri, but with the damage that could be put down from the Glitter Lance as well as the damage from help picks was more than enough to keep Ahri on the back foot, keep Ahri low, and it just meant that Ahri was constantly, at less than half health, not able to continually fight, wasn't able to commit to a big fight with the Spirit Rush because she never had the hit points to really push forward. So we'll see if that's going to play out the same way again this time around. And then, of course, we've got two very aggressive and two very effective early game junglers as well. Kurt playing Nautilus as well as Malunoo playing Dr. Mundo.
Yeah, I mean, you have Mundo, whose Burning Agony route, if he tries to take, or decides to take it rather, lets him clear camps in 3-4 seconds. It's nonsense fast how quick a Mundo can move through the jungle, and he is going to be starting on blue team, so we probably won't be seeing any kind of aggression out of top right away. Although there are people that like to go the Wolves blue into top. A lot of the times you'll see, if he's purple team, you'll see a red straight to, or rather Wraith's red straight to top. But we might be seeing a blue and then a red seal, as Nautilus is a semi-slow jungle in the early stages of the game. Or we might just see some early aggression on bottom, as they might try to back down bottom lane, since Leona and Corki don't have any sustain compared against a Soraka. Soraka is the sustain machine.
Yeah, she does need a couple of levels though, because it takes I think it's level 2, level 3 into that Astral Blessing before it starts healing for 140 and above hit points. But of course, it once she hits those levels very early on, it becomes nearly impossible to push Soraka or Graves out of that lane. Summoner spells at the moment. Malunoo going very, very aggressive. Smite and Exhaust. Counter Flash Smite for Kerp and Nautilus, and a lot of Ignites for Teamless.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the Ignites. You have a Mundo and you have a Soraka, and one of the things that I try to teach the people trying to get into this game, get into the competitive scene. One of the things you can do to really fight against a Soraka is you pick up an Ignite, and Ignite is just a beautiful summoner spell against a Soraka, because not only does it cut the heals in half that the target receives if they're ignited, but it'll also burn away the majority of that heal too, with just the dot damage over time, because it's true damage, so you can just absolutely crush away a Soraka heal. And if you time everything correctly, especially with the burstiness of a Leona and a Corki on bottom lane, that's something that you can just absolutely crush whatever you're going for. If Soraka isn't running those heavy armor runes, we might be seeing a very, very strong amount of aggression going towards her as opposed to Graves.
So, skins are loading up. We do have the S&M Dr. Mundo. I always think it's super creepy. Bottom lane, or top lane rather, Frostblade Aurelia. The only person not wearing a skin at the moment is Xinec. Oh, sorry, Kerp as well. Kerp and Xinec. Oh, I'm blind. Ignore me. 2 for Teamless, no skins. 1 for Absolute Legends, no skin. I like to decide who's going to win the game based on skins. So we asked chat earlier who they thought was going to win. Absolute Legends were the preferred team in terms of predictions. I want to know now, where's First Blood coming from? Where is First Blood coming from? I'm going to be putting it down on chat. I'm just going to throw up my overlays. Got to change the scores. Absolute Legends on the left-hand side. Teamless on the right-hand side. And Steve, we're into the game.
Well, you are. I'm in load screen still.
You need a new computer, dude.
And well, it's the connection overseas, but everybody's loaded. It's sitting on summon right now. I think that we probably see a First Blood either from top or bottom lane, and I want to lean more to top lane just because Riven is such a strong character, and I'm up to speed now. I'm at 40 seconds into the game.
Great.
But Riven is such a strong character, along with Mundo, who can come in with that exhaust, and if they try a level 2 or even a level 3 pressure, Aurelia I don't think has the kit that is required to really stave off that pressure. If Riven can drop that stun and get hit by a cleaver on top of an exhaust, I don't really see her casually walking away from that. She does have the CC reduction built in, as she is Aurelia, but it's still a lot of damage going in.
So we do see a little bit of an aggression coming from a little bit of aggression coming from Leona. Lorden moving all the way in, placing a ward down, which Extinkt is currently dancing on top of. So making it very, very clear that they know that the ward is there. They know that all of that is busy happening. And at the moment, a very, very passive start. No real invades, no real pressure from either team. Mirror images as far as the wards are concerned.
Let me see. Riven, realizing that there's not going to be any pressure, decides to grab up that 4th health potion, which a lot of tops have liked to do recently. And it looks like Mundo is going to be starting his red, so we might be seeing some kind of aggression on bottom lane as they, if they actually even time this right, he might be able to come in as they're coming back down to bottom lane, as it looks like they're giving a pretty hard leash to Nautilus.
Now, I'd like to see exactly how this is going to turn out, because of course this is effectively winner takes all. The winner of this game qualifies for DreamHack. No more questions asked. That's it. You're right up there. In terms of this top lane, we've said it. We've spoken about it so much, and I'm going to try to keep my attention on it as long as I can, because I think Riven should be able to take out an Aurelia up until about level maybe 6, 7, 8. Once Aurelia starts to max out that hidden style and get her Transcendent Blades up, the sustain that she's got is going to be a little bit superior than the damage that can be put out from a Riven without items. Bottom lane, we've already seen some poke back and forth. A little bit of damage, but Lord is going to have to land quite a few of those Zenith Blades, followed up by the shield stun, and then be able to convert the damage.
Yeah, one thing we actually, I don't know if you saw it or where you were looking on the screen at the time, but Soraka actually threw a ward into that top bush, and it got taken out just by auto attacks, just because both Corki and Leona were waiting for it so hard. That was a nice little bit of high level skill there. The nice thing about this bottom lane for Graves, though, is that he can push and push and push, and he never really has to worry about mana. I mean, right now he's already thrown 4 or 5 buckshots, and he's still sitting at full mana just because he has a Soraka with him. And so many silences, so many just spells already being used on bottom lane. The dash coming in from Leona, but it will not actually follow through with a stun, as Graves effectively dashes away right before anything can happen.
And on the top lane, we've got pressure as well. Malunoo's chilling in this tower, but I don't think they should really do a tower dive at this stage in the game. The thing is that we should point out as well, Metal X has taken a lot of damage from those buckshots and those auto attacks, and just cannot sustain the, no heal in the lane, no way to get that hit points back without attacking. Oh, it does appear as though my stream has just got a little bit of lag. I'm taking it right now. There we go. Sorry about that. I don't know if that's server. I don't know if that's Twitch or my internet connection, but it appears to be back. Anyways, Corki's down to his last potion, out of potions in fact, and Sleper playing super aggressively with this infuse buckshot combination. Corki's going to be forced to recall very shortly. Loads of pressure on the top lane. Now Malunoo has been caught out. Kerp is busy dashing on him. It looks like an Igniter gone out or something similar. YoungBuck does manage to get up close enough though. And it wasn't actually an Ignite, it was just the auto attacks coming out. The red buff ticking away. Malunoo almost gives up first blood, but he manages to walk away from it.
We see in mid lane right now too, we're seeing what we kind of talked about before. Lulu is able to put a lot of damage on whoever she's going up against, but a lot of the time it's hard to pick off a kill because the more damage you get put on you, the safer you kind of tend to play automatically as against a Lulu. You know that she doesn't have any kind of crazy, just crazy burst to hit you with, but as long as you realize that you can actually get damaged by her, you basically shouldn't die. And it seems like that's what this Ahri is doing. She's taking a couple hits, knowing that she has to come in, line up the creep wave, and that usually means that you stand in the creep wave, which Lulu is taking advantage of, just throwing her glitter lance over everything and hitting both things together, the creeps and the Ahri in lane.
Very interesting as well. I'm taking a look at this bottom lane right now. There's a ward sitting right next to the turret from Teamless.
That was a mistake by Leona. She actually commented on it in chat. Sleeper saying, like, what was that? Why did you do that? And accidentally hit two. Whoops.
So that's a bit of a cost. Very frustrating. The bottom lane has been on the back foot the entire time. I just took a look at Sleper's runes. He's running a lot of HP runes at the moment. Predominantly HP and then a little bit of armor penetration. And in terms of farm from this pressure they've been putting down, 44 CS to 29 on Corki. We do have a pretty big cluster at the moment. Nautilus is coming in from behind. A very nice push forward. That's going to stun Sleper up. First blood and a great dredge on. That's going to lock Xinec up as well. But a little bit of miscommunication from Teamless. They didn't actually know that was going to be happening. Metalex moved back to farm. And Flash is burned. But first blood goes the way of Teamless. We have to see whether or not that's going to continue. Maybe snowball this bottom lane.
Yeah, that's gonna put Corki back in the lane, and what we're kind of seeing on bottom at least how it's gone so far, is when you're dealing with the lane that doesn't actually. I'm gonna be quiet as Ahri's coming up top here, potentially doing something that looks like she wants to back off.
Ignite has gone down onto YoungBuck, so he's gonna be moving forward. Angush has stunned him up. Orb of Deception misses on the second proc, but the Spirit Rush plus the Foxfire was enough, and Tabs picks up a fairly easy kill. Also, first blood went to Leona, not Corki, so that's not ideal. Not ideal at all.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely not. It's not what you really want to see, but either way, taking down the Graves, getting him away from experience, getting him away from farm, pretty much always a good thing. Sadly, it didn't go to Corki, but I'm sure they'll make it work. But anyways, what I was trying to say is that when you're dealing with a lane that has no sustain and you have an insane amount of sustain, if you play it too passively, you'll let that lane with the burst being Corki. So you can let them back into the game by not pressuring them. If you can pressure them out of the lane, you don't have to worry about them coming in and doing anything crazy, because they don't have the ability that if they do miss something, they won't be able to get back in. So if you can actually knock them down and make them kind of second guess their decisions, you'll be in a much stronger position than you would against a normal. I guess I shouldn't say normal anymore. This is becoming rather normal. But a standard support lane. And we have Nautilus coming here on bottom, dropping that pink ward, making sure that he's not seeing that bush. And now we have a potential gank going on again as Graves is pushing this lane forward.
Depth charge is available as well. The Valkyrie comes out, but I don't know if they're trying to bait aggression or try to pull Sleper back. Well, there we go. There he comes. There goes the smoke screen. Depth charge is going to knock Sleper up, and the bottom lane Lord has now pushed Xinec out of lane for a little bit. The stun comes out. Metal is so far away though. He wasn't really putting a lot of damage down, and it felt just a little bit sloppy, a little bit not necessarily coordinated.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, the Soraka did actually make a very smart choice there by silencing Leona right off the start, making sure that Leona couldn't actually turn and jump on Graves as that gank went down. So Graves did have a little bit of an opportunity to get away, and I think that silence might have actually saved him, as Leona wasn't able to throw that Zenith Blade right away and root him in range of Corki, as Corki's Valkyrie, I believe, was still down since he used it to kind of bait out that fight.
Yeah, he used it very, very aggressively early on, and it's got about a 20-odd second cooldown, so it's fairly high. Top lane, 50 CS on Riven, double Dorans and boots, in comparison to the Ninja Tabai, cloth armor and longsword. So Angush going for a slightly more effective build in terms of the fact that he can at least upgrade his items, whereas Riven has just gone for that raw stats, raw damage, HP, and lifesteal right now. 500 gold difference. I'm going to try to look at this middle lane at the moment. I haven't actually watched a lot of Extinct or Tabs, and farm-wise, pretty much as even as you can be, 86 to 81. The difference, of course, Extinct has the Kage's Lucky Pick built right now. So Kage's Lucky Pick, that's going to be helping quite a bit when it comes to just, earning up that gold. So even if the CS is tied, Extinct is always going to have more gold, compliments of the GP5 ticking over.
Yeah, I mean, right now as we look at it, let's see, Ari is sitting at 3.1k gold, while Lulu is right about to hit 3.1k. So they're basically right on par. And we have two summoners being blown on top lane actually, I lied, just one. Just the Ignite going down on Riven, and it's not going to really do all that much. It just backs Riven off a little bit, doesn't secure a kill or anything.
Yeah, YoungBuck was able to walk away from that pretty easily. We watched him playing Renekton in the previous game, and he had a really great game up in the top lane. YoungBuck's now trying to do some trades, knows that Ignite is down. But on the bottom lane, we do have pressure. Now all of a sudden, Graves just gets completely stun-locked underneath the tower. Pushed backwards down. Kerp has managed to slow up. Xinec does have that red buff ticking. He's going to be able to cast Riptide in just a second. That's going to be able to slow Xinec. If Metalex can jump forward, a very nice Zenith Blade pushes forward. Wish goes out. One more auto attack from Metalex. Does pick up the kill. And in the middle lane now, Tabs with the Ignite on, taking a lot of damage. These help picks plus one more auto attack means Extinct actually picks up a kill against Tabs. So that's the first kill for Absolute Legends, but they are 1,000 gold behind. Now while all that is going on, help picks goes out. It's going to slow Angush just for a tiny bit. Cleaver to the back. Malunoo's trying to put some damage down. He's got his Sadism now ticking, dodges the dredge line. That's going to be able to get him out of the way. And wow, TEAMLESS with a great start to the game. 3-kill advantage. It's only 700 gold right now, but kills are going the ways of Ari, Leona, 201 Corki, as opposed to a 022 or 020 Graves. How does that change your votes, chat? What do you think of that right now?
Sadly, so for anybody that is wondering what Graves does, he's basically he's kind of an AD caster in some regards compared against a lot of the other ADs out there. And his level 6 timing is probably one of the scariest in the game. And I did get to see it, but it didn't actually take Corki down. What you can do with it is that you can dash into range and you can buckshot and collateral damage being his ultimate, and you can put a ton of damage in. So if someone is even at about half health and this Graves even gets, let's see, he doesn't have any major damage items, so when he does pick up his BF sword, he's going to be able to do this on cooldown, and it is terrifying. He can dash in and drop like 500, 600 damage with just 2 abilities right away, and it is so scary to see. I wouldn't be surprised to be seeing that over and over. And we do have Nautilus coming down here, but we have a Mundo gank going on.
Yep, that's it. They put so much damage onto Lord, and he manages to use that Solar Flare to lock up Malunoo for a little bit. Does take another cleaver to the back. Graves is going to use the collateral damage to pick up a kill. So while all that's going on, kill does happen in the jungle at the moment. So we'll rewind just a few seconds very quickly. Watch the kill going down in the middle as we've seen Leona going down. Dredgeline used to get away. Uses the depth shots to knock him up, but it looked like YoungBuck jumped over it. But wow, that burst was just huge.
It looks like Absolute Legends is going to trade a top tower here for a dragon, and that's a relatively smart trade. The the exception to the tower rule is mid lane. It's kind of okay to give away your outer towers for top and bottom, but mid lane it's an entirely different story. As opposed to Dragon too, when you're talking about a dragon will respawn and it gives about the same gold for taking down a tower. So if you take down a tower, that's a one-time thing, but if you can maintain dragon control the whole time, it's pretty much like you're taking down towers over and over. It doesn't have the same map positioning as it is, but the gold comes in at the same amount.
Have a look at the...
being a little aggressive here.
Well, have a look at the... Talking about gold and items and things like that. Take a look at the item build so far. Ari, 120 CS. Opted to go for that Hextech Revolver triple Doran's Blade. In comparison, we of course got Extinct. He's got the Kage's pick and the blasting one, so ability power slightly higher for Extinct. Not, anything really to write home about. But Soraka, 012, Hearts of Gold and the Philosopher's Stone sticking over, as opposed to just the Hearts of Gold from Leona. So Soraka's going to slowly be earning, a little bit more gold than her counterpart. That might mean a Shirelia's earlier. It might mean Aegis of the Legion slightly earlier. We're going to have to keep an eye on it.
Yep, and the thing to talk about with Lulu is that actually we have some pressure coming in here on Wolves. Aurelia being right around the corner too, trying to do some damage on this Lulu. Nice ult, slowing Aurelia and getting her away, but will not follow through. Actually, she will. Looks like she's going to come around and try to put some aggression on here. But Nautilus is right around the corner and she does effectively back off.
The Wish was used from Soraka though, so not entirely useless. Wish is now down off cooldown. Whether or not Teamless know that and can take advantage of it will remain to be seen. But the damage that is coming out is really, really good. And I would have expected Aurelia to actually survive a little better than that. But of course she has gone for armor as opposed to the magic resist. So it allows Lulu to burst through a little bit more and deal a little bit more damage.
Lulu opting to pick up this Abyssal Scepter very, very early in the game. And I really like that pickup. She's dealing against a lot of AP coming out of this Ahri. Just a lot of... Ahri did go Foxfire build, which is something that we've been seeing a little bit less over here, but it's starting to become more prevalent in the US servers, and that you can just hit Foxfire and walk near someone and does a ton of damage.
Great pressure. Solar Flare just completely locks Sleper up. He takes a stun from Kerp, but unfortunately they just don't have the damage coming out from Metalex at the moment to completely win that fight. Malunoo's now committed. Buckshot collateral damage has been used. Sleper's very, very low. He manages to get Dredgeline as Malunoo steps to the side. Summoner heal's been used. The Riptide's blown now as well. Buckshot should be very, very close to cooldown. 3 seconds. Lulu actually manages to pick up that kill with the Glitter Lance. She's going to turn Kerp into a frog or something similar. He's going to then just get melted. Compliments of another Glitter Lance and Buckshot. And Absolute Legends, they turn it around. They were behind, but with those kills right now, they now have a gold advantage. And, of course, they've taken out 2 of the opponent's side from Teamless.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing about this lineup that Absolute Legends has is that if Leona really does decide to go basically just tunnel vision on one character, Lulu can just throw her ult and offset a lot of the stuff that Leona has done, not only damage-wise, but also just knocking them away and giving a slower. So if that ult does go down on the Graves or a Riven, definitely expect to see a lot of chasing. And if it, for some reason, if it ever hits a Mundo, we're going to be seeing someone get walked down absolutely, as the slow aura behind it and the Mundo ult throwing down just a ton of move speed along with it.
I like the wild growth from Lulu as well, because it gives you that huge hit point boost, gives you the very large slow, and when you put it on a champion like a Riven or a Mundo, who actually they have to jump in the middle of everybody. It's the way you play the champion, it's the way you play that particular character, their abilities and whatnot. It just gives them so much survivability. The big thing for me with Lulu as well is Whimsy, the ability to polymorph your opponent. It's, if not more effective than the silence from Soraka, because it reduces all of the auto attacks. You can't even really move as effectively. And if it's cast on a teammate like a Riven or like Mundo, like we were saying, it gives them a very big speed boost. At level 1, it's 35% movement speed for 5 seconds, which is huge when you consider the amount of damage that Riven can put down in that space of time, with currently sitting on the Phage double Dorans and in the bank another 2,000 gold. So that movement speed is just going to allow you just to stick to your opponents and melt anybody's health bar on Teamless.
Yep.
So 5-4 is the kills, 1,500 gold, and only the 1 tower.
So there's something that I always like to point out when we're dealing with these games, and we don't necessarily have downtime, but there's nothing insane happening right now. The ward placement from these teams is, well, as I say that, a lot of them go down as the timers run out. But the ward placement from these teams are just, they're on point. We have basically buddy wards everywhere, because both teams acknowledge the certain kind of key areas of these maps that need to be warded, and they keep them warded as much as they can. And it looks like Leona's going on a little warding spree right here as I'm saying this. So she really is protecting this bottom lane. They have a ward in Tribush, they have a ward at Dragon, and a ward in the bush above Dragon. There's a ward going down on the the Wolves ramp over by Baron too. So whenever Mundo comes out of the jungle, they're going to know where he is. And earlier on in the game, they also had wards in his jungle, knowing his path, and they were able to kind of play it safe and know where he was at almost every time in the game.
And
Dragon is coming up now, so we'll be seeing potential fight going on here.
So we got a 4-man teamless, make it a 5-man teamless here at the Dragon Pit at the moment. Absolutely everybody's there, but everybody from Absolute Legends has arrived as well. Are they going to let this Dragon go uncontested? They've moved in. Smite does actually go the way of Teamless. Charm manages to actually pick up Riven. YoungBuck's not the one that you really want to be focusing. Tabs is now forced to run away. Sadism has been popped by Malunoo. YoungBuck has now activated her ultimate as well. Just dodges the charm. And a free Dragon for Teamless.
Yeah, I think that would have been good if they got there even just 5 seconds earlier. But the timing was so nice from Teamless that they were just able to take it without any real contest. Graves did throw his collateral damage there, did a lot of damage to everyone, but when they scrambled away, everyone moved appropriately. Corki ran up the blue to make sure that anybody would chase him, and then he could just Valkyrie away and he wouldn't get caught.
The damage that's coming out at the moment is really high. Tabs just taken from nearly full health down to a third. Just with a little bit of poke, just a little bit of attack damage, and melts that HP bar. Tabs is going to have to be very careful once we get to these bigger team fights, because if Tabs is out of position, he's just going to get focused and blown up before the fight has even really begun. And with Ari, that's worrying, because you need to use that Spirit Rush to get in and amongst everybody. You need to dive forward, stay in the middle of the entire group of people. And if you're not doing that, you're not really dealing damage. So have a look at what Riven's built at the moment. 150 CS to the 153 on Aurelia. Currently with 600 gold in the bank. BF Sword and the Phage completed. So YoungBuck, he likes to play aggressive. He likes to play DPS champions. And he seems to be doing pretty well with Riven, just as like he did in the previous game as Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, Riven is this character that is just insanely strong. I mean, she scales twice over with AD, so Bloodthirster is basically a must on her, as it is the highest AD granting item in the game. But she's so strong. Whenever she uses an ability, she gets more AD, but whenever she uses an ability, it's based off AD. And Leona, oh no! Oh my goodness.
Melted.
Leona, absolutely exploding.
Melted. I just had the camera over it right at the end there and just watched the HP dropping. Absolute Legends looking like they're transitioning into this team fight stage with a bang.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see that Ari elected to pick up the Deathfire Grasp before Lulu did, and that can cause some serious.
Look at the pressure now at the moment. Sleper's pushed forward. Wish has been used. Metalex is still committing to this fight. Gets silenced. Whimsy and then the almost Whimsy. Sorry, the Glitter Lance just enough to finish him off there. But Corki was able to 1v1 Graves. Sleper was losing that duel to Metalex.
Yeah, I mean, Corki's sitting on a Trinity Force right now, which gives him a little bit more tankiness. It doesn't give him that crit that, well, it gives him the crit, but it doesn't give him the crit damage that Infinity Edge gives. But Corki he's such a spammy character that if I'm going to shut up and
look at that pressure. The depth charge comes up. The wild growth has been used on Sleper, but unfortunately Slep manages to use that dredge line of his, grabs it on the wall, pulls himself backwards, so low on life. Lord and Tab super low. But not willing to tank a turret. Another great fight for Absolute Legends. Teamless came in and they committed, but they were committing 3 versus 4, even at the best situation.
Yeah, it seems like they were playing so well in the early game when it wasn't really complicated team engagements. But now that we're coming into these 4-on-4, 5-on-5s, and whatever number combination you want to come up with next, it feels like they're not really going into it the same way that they were before it. The other times everything felt really controlled and that they were going in and they were being the initiators, but it seems that when even like one little thing gets turned on them, they just start kind of falling apart and losing the engage. So I don't know what they need to do. Maybe they just need to group up and really coordinate, try to pick someone off and turn the fight into a 4-on-5 and then continue with it. But they definitely need to change at least something up right here.
Well, they're not too far behind. It's only a couple of thousand gold. In terms of items at the moment, the carry champions, they've got some good burst. Ari's got decent burst at the DFG. Irelia's moving towards that Trinity Force, got the Phage and the crit gloves at the moment. Trinity Force completed on Corki, so they're not so far behind, but they need to pick better engagements, and they can't afford to get caught out in those situations. They're committing to fights that they can't win, and that's a very, very big problem. So I'm having a look at Lulu at the moment. 268 ability power to the 208 that Tabs is currently running on Ari. And I think the ratios are slightly higher. Glitter Lance hits a little bit more than Orb Deception right now, and of course it applies a very, very powerful slow.
Yep. I mean, Glitter Lance, thankfully it got nerfed a little bit because it was just nonsensically strong. So that's nice that it's not any more ridiculous than it used to be. And Gray's actually managing to take down Corki on bottom, and he looks like he's trying to continue on with this Leona, but he does see that this massively tanky Nautilus comes in here, and he will drop to Nautilus, trying to turn on Leona and get that buckshot kill off before it happens, but he does go down. The Glitterland's actually missing by a nice little stutter step dodge from Nautilus. Nautilus throwing his Dredgeline at the wall, and it looks like he'll be able to get away from this.
Whimsy has been used on Extinct, so he's going to be diving forward. If he can get a good Glitter Lance, maybe it's enough, but the Dredgeline does come down. And unfortunately, just with that the distance, he's able to get away. Now in the mid lane, Tabs, or the river rather, Tabs was fighting with Malunoo. Lands the charm. Orb Deception does go out, but now with Soraka and Lulu getting close by, Malunoo may feel a little bit more confident to fight. Doesn't have that Sadism ultimate up, but Dragon has respawned, and now Absolute Legends probably going to pull this Dragon and look at picking up the... I think this will be their second Dragon of the game. It's been 1-for-1 so far.
This will be the second one. The first one went to them, and then the
second one went to Teamless. Yeah, so 2 Dragons, second one going the way of Absolute Legends, completely unchallenged. And it just extends their gold lead just a little bit. But something that should be pointed out, Ari has now managed to finish her Will of the Ancients, and that's going to benefit everybody. Every single one of the champions on Teamless benefits from additional ability power, benefits from additional spell vamp. But they need to group up, and they need to pick a fight as a 5-man team before you can actually see the benefits of that item.
Yep. And it looks like we have Teamless moving over here for the possible Baron, but they will be seen by this ward. I don't know if they really want to just go in and try to bait this fight, or if they kind of need better ward placement around the map. If that ward in the bush was just even a little bit farther up, it would be very, very nice. Mundo actually missing the cleaver there might get a false sense of security as he comes in here, but luckily for him, they actually moved out of the bush before he went in. Seeing that Mundo comes in and clears that ward, though, they're coming back, and well, everyone just gonna be a little complacent and go back and jockey for position again.
And I just heard some news, guys. Natus Vencia have defeated Counterlogic Gaming EU in the first game of the lower bracket. The team that loses that best of 3 is out. They do not qualify for DreamHack. They are gone, guys. So NAVI have won the first one. After this match, I'm going to see what the admins say, but I think I might try jump into the next NAVI CLG game, because I do think it's a pretty big game to watch. But we'll have to see what chat says and what the admins have to agree with. But at the moment, Teamless, they have started Baron. It's going down very quickly, actually, down to 3,800 hit points. Absolute Legends are close, but they're going to have to commit very, very soon. Absolute Legends, or Teamless, have now fallen off. And the damage onto Metal X, the Whimsy in conjunction with Help Picks, and then the knockup manages to catch. The Ribbon's going to be able to just whitewash everybody. Double kill for Graves so far. Make that a triple kill, and now they're going to turn their attention to Baron. And wow, Metal X just got melted. Yeah,
I mean, Corki got caught out there. The DFG went down. The Glitter Lance on top of it. I don't actually know what did the rest of the damage there. I didn't think to see. I think it was a Ribbon that came in, but she might have come in late. I know the killing blow was from collateral damage from Graves, which dropped down and hit a ton of people with it, and then Ribbon just came in and Broken Wings did about half of everybody's life, as she was so nicely positioned in all of them. Threw up that stun, and then 3 people dropped. Graves turned back around and chased the Nautilus down for the kill too. So a massive, massive gold swing there, going from 4,000 gold to almost 10,000 now. It's a big thing that you almost never want to see when you're the opposing team.
Yeah, especially because they were holding it. They were so close for so long. And just that last Baron fight and the kills that they gave away. Graves has now finished his Guardian Angel as well. I mean, it's so much damage, but I couldn't get over the burst onto Metal X. I do also just want to add right now that in the other semi-final, the other upper bracket game between EXHCL and Moscow 5 won the first game. EXHCL won the second game. So it's 1-1 Moscow 5 EXHCL. I would like to know from chat, guys, would you like us to jump over to the M5 game, or would you prefer us to jump over to NAVI versus CLG, which is in the lower bracket? And of course, that means that whoever loses that one is actually out of the tournament entirely. So I'm keeping just a close eye on the chat at the moment. It looks like very strong favor of CLG. So I think that's what we're going to do, guys. We'll jump over to that one. And the damage from Extinct, that Deathfire Grasp plus the Whims, well, Help Picks and Glitter Lance, it almost bursts down Angush just alone. There you go. I mean,
Oh my
Extinct
goodness.
1v1ing Irelia without even batting an eyelid.
Lulu is a strong character, and although I guess in Aurelia's defense, this is a very large Lulu too, with 250 CS and standing right on the verge of having that death cap.
And look at
What do you think about the Locket of Iron Solari pickup on Mundo?
I'm a huge fan, considering the way that the game's going at the moment, and the fact that there's quite a bit of AoE damage. You know, you've got the AoE from Nautilus, you've got all of the AoE from Transcendent Blades. Ari deals predominantly AoE. Corky's got a lot of AoE. So I like the fact that that Locket is going to be able to apply shields to absolutely everybody. And look at this, YoungBuck is now diving for it. The only ultimate has to be used defensively. Wind Slash, and that was just pretty much Riven and Graves with a little bit of attacks and a little bit of damage, almost single-handedly taking out Teamless. And it looks as though Absolute Legends are going to be running away with this first game in the best of 3. Dredgeline does manage to catch Extinct. She uses the Wild Growth, knocks everybody else up. Now they've turned their attention. Metal X cannot stay in the fight. And even with a great snare, great engage, there's no more burst from Teamless.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier. If anybody decides to engage on someone when there's a Lulu on the team, and it's a melee engage like a Dredgeline or a Zenith Blade, oh man, Riven actually gonna get caught out here, but she appropriately just turns and runs away. The rest of her team following in though, so this is now their fight to lose, and it's
Just
looking like Absolute
melted.
rush through this.
YoungBuck managed to pick up a double kill right there, turn his attentions in the background. Graves picks up another kill onto Corky. Shirelia's Reverie's been popped defensively. Extinct is going to be trying to catch somebody. If somebody gets caught by a cleaver, that's going to be another death. Tabs forced to use that Spirit Rush super defensively. Second dash as well as the Dredgeline. They're still chasing. There goes the depth charge. That's onto Sleper in the background. Wild Growth is going to be forced to knock up Kerp. And that's going to be one dead submarine or diver rather. 18-5, 10,000 gold. This looks to me like absolute Legends picking up the first victory.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, Nautilus tried to kite them around, try to get a little bit more time for his team to get back alive, but it will not be enough, and Absolute Legends will take this game. Congratulations to you.
So well played to Absolute Legends, well played to them. I'm going to be just having a quick chat to the admins and double checking exactly which game we're going to jump into. So give me 2 minutes to arrange that, guys, and we'll be right back with the next game. Hey guys, just another quick update. Moscow 5 versus EXHCL is currently going on in the background. I'll keep that as an update because it is winner's bracket. Whoever wins qualifies for DreamHack. The loser drops down to the lower bracket. One sec for co-caster. I do have my original co-caster in the game, so we're going to bring up this really, really quickly. And I just want to make sure if we get everybody on board. So 1 second, 1 second. Game Nick. So getting co-caster on board, and then we're going to be following. This is, of course, CLG versus NAVI. And we'll get Brokenshard up right now. So 20,500 viewers. I'm going to throw a quick advert up. And when we're back, we should be back with CLG versus NAVI in the lower bracket. All right, so let's see if we can get him up for everybody that wasn't or didn't get ad breaks. And let's see when they answer. Sorry about the small delay. We are, of course, in the lower bracket. And the team that loses this match, it is a best of 3, is going to be out of the game.
Hello?
Hello, Brokenshard. How are you doing?
I hear you sort of like, it's like really choppy, like...
All right, give me a call back. You give me a call back.
All right.
All right, let's answer. Is
It's still
any...
kind of like, it's still like that.
All right, we'll have to jump onto TeamSpeak, so I'll
I
organize
can
this.
give you, oh, do you want me to give you a server, or do you have one?
If you've got one, that'll be great. I'm going to give you game name and password shortly.
All right, I have a server.
Awesome. Well,
Wait, which game are we casting, by the way?
we're
We're casting...
NAVI versus CLG.
Oh, man.
I've put the username or the game name and the password there in Skype. So share the TeamSpeak details, and we'll jump on that in a second.
Awesome.
So for everybody that is listening and busy wondering, we're going to be getting Brokenshard online. It is the original cast that we were going to work with today. He's a 2,000 ELO player, so very well experienced, played around quite often. And of course, I think he's American as well, if memory serves. Just going to open up my TeamSpeak once again. And verbinden. Password. So there we go. I am logged in. I'm going to hope for
Hey
a
there.
quick move. And hello, Brokenshard. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I think everything everything's fine right now.
Fantastic. Well, jump into the game if you can. You've got the game name. You've got the password.
I got an invite and it accept, but it's not letting me in.
Just join through custom game. It'll be easier.
Okay, who's the creator of the game? Is it FRAGZONE?
I
Yep,
don't
got it.
actually know. Well, there we go.
All right, what's the password?
Check Skype.
1 sec.
So we'll do quick introductions very, very quick or shortly. This is, of course, CLG on the left-hand side. There we go. They are going to be facing off against NAVI on the right-hand side. NAVI have already won a game. NAVI is 1-0. There we go. Sand, give it to Kottenx.
Navi won the first game?
Yes, NAVI won the first game, so they're 1-0 up against CLG. And of course, if CLG go out now, they don't qualify for DreamHack from the online. They'll have to qualify through the open LAN, if they decide to commit and go for that.
Okay, so this is going to be game 2.
So that's it.
All right.
Game number.
Was it a close game or was it a complete stomp?
I
wasn't able to
have
catch it.
no idea, unfortunately. I was casting an upper bracket game the last particular match. So
Well, after CLG beat, I think it was AL. They beat AL yesterday. I'm sure they're feeling very strong about themselves, and they have their moments. They can be a very strong team, but we're going to have to see. Navi also has their moments. Very strong jungler from Kottenx.
yeah, Kottenx played fantastically well earlier. We watched them. We watched them playing Nautilus. We watched them playing earlier in the week as well against a couple of teams on the EU Nordic and East, and it's a lot
home
of fun.
server.
I need to bump your volume on TeamSpeak really quickly.
Okay. Can I do like a little introduction? 'Cause no one really
Yes,
knows who I
please
am.
do. So for everybody that's on the stream, let us know who you are.
Hi, everybody on stream. My name is Brokenshard. I'm a 2K Elo player on West. I used to play on East. I main junglers, and I did a little bit of casting with Panky, and it's really, really cool to be here. Big fan of Quickshot.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Panky recommended you incredibly highly. So you are going to be staying with us. It's Brokenshard, ladies and gentlemen. We'll throw up some Facebook and Twitter links just now. And we're into bans and picks. Jackson Ari removed. What are we going to see next, Broken?
All right, well, I know for a fact that nesrilaS plays a lot of Jacks. Like, in past tournaments, I've seen him play only Jacks. And Jacks at the moment is considered broken, because I don't really think there are any matchups that really go full against Jacks, because you can shut him down, but he'll just come back with a little bit of farm.
Yeah, and the longer the game goes, the more powerful he gets. The amount of damage that he can put up, the amount of sustain once he gets, you know, that scimitar built up, or the cutlass rather.
He doesn't really have any sustain. That's the one weakness.
Yeah. But once he gets some lifesteal and some spell vamp, in conjunction with the damage he can put out, it's scary.
It's just ridiculous.
I like seeing the Anivia ban. It does mean Froggen's not going to get his absolutely OP, guys.
3 AP bans,
Yeah.
all directed at Froggen. They're really scared of this AP. And Anivia, I see it all the time against Froggen. Kog'Maw has just been recently, but Ahri, Anivia, and Kog'Maw all just for one person. You know that Navi is really trying to shut Froggen down. Like, they see him as the main threat.
Now we're going to see Nautilus and Yorick the bans from CLG. So that's removing that very early jungler. But it does, and then of course Yorick the top laner. Who do you think they're going to put in top lane?
I haven't really seen Yorick in a long time.
Yeah, the thing about Yorick is he's an immovable object. Once he gets into a lane and gets a little bit of mana going, it's that Omen of Famine gives so much life back. You can't get rid of him in that lane.
Exactly.
So locks in at the moment. We do see CLG locking in Urgot. I'm not necessarily 100% convinced with Urgot. We've seen him do very, very well. We've also seen him being shut down very effectively, especially because of the fact that once you hit the mid in the late game, his DPS falls off so heavily. So if any of your other lanes have had troubles, and you don't have the damage to back up his tank ability, you can't finish anybody off.
Well, CLG has been playing Leona Urgot a lot. They've practiced it a lot, so I'm pretty sure they're very confident in the ability to completely destroy the bot lane. I mean, Soraka is a very, very squishy champion, so if they can lock onto Soraka, she's gonna die. I'm gonna call a Karthus mid, because one, Citizen plays a lot of Karthus, and two, Kottenx has played a lot of Jungle Shen. When I asked him about it, he said that I want to be like the Koreans, I want to play Jungle Shen, so I'm gonna call Jungle Shen here.
Well, it's very, very interesting you actually just said that, because I'm keeping an eye on chat just over on the left-hand side. And apparently in the previous game, Navi went Karthus mid and Yorick top and completely tore CLG apart. Apparently it was that combo that was the determining factor, and that was, you know, what was able to turn the game around for them. We do see somebody hovering over Darius. That is not permitted. He's banned. Yeah, he is insta-banned. It's either going to be a placeholder, or it is potentially just a troll, because nesrilaS hasn't actually locked anybody in just yet. So we'll see if that gets swapped. It does get swapped to Karthus. So there we go. It was a little bit of a troll.
And there's the Karthus. Like, Soraka and Karthus not only make a huge combo, but Citizen plays a lot of Karthus. And it looks like they're trying to win lanes through global, what's the word? Global influence.
Yep.
And Shen, Soraka, and Karthus all have means of getting places or helping others.
Now, who are they going to pick as a support, as a top laner now? If we are going to see Shen in the jungle, who would you put in top lane?
I'm not too sure they're going to be Shen in the jungle anymore. Like, after these next two picks, I'm expecting Soul top Shen.
Well, let's have a look.
However,
Krepo's
I'm not
still
really
gonna
sure
lock
about the
somebody.
Kennen versus Shen matchup. So we'll see.
Shen can beat Kennen later on. If Kennen can get a little bit of snowball going, then yes, a Kennen can take out a Shen with a little bit of items and a little bit of early, pressure from the jungler. But, ooh, I like this. I like this. I've seen Froggen play Orianna once or twice in the last week or two, and he is absolutely dominant with that particular champion.
He's really underrated.
Yeah, I completely agree. The thing that's very difficult to play or to do with an Orianna, the reason she's difficult is because of the mana costs. You need to use those abilities over and over and over, and the mana costs are extreme. Chat, I am going to bump Brokenshard once more on TeamSpeak volume. So just keep me updated if the volume's good, bad. Just, winging it at the moment. One more pick. Who is it going to be?
We'll see. I have absolutely, I'm really out of guesses here. It's going to be a top or jungle, but I'm going to have to go with a very, maybe Nocturne. Actually, Nocturne would be really good here.
Yeah, that would be
Nocturne
very
would fit
powerful.
oh, there's Jarvan.
So Jarvan top lane?
No, I think this is going to be Jarvan top, and Shen jungle.
Yep, that's what I would have thought.
Jarvan does good against Kennen.
Jarvan can tear Kennen apart. The damage that he can put out, once he's able to pick up the likes of a Brutalizer, for example, or maybe even just a Phage.
Hex Drinker.
Hex Drinker as well. Yep. I like the pick. Oh.
No, actually, Vlad works just as good. Because when you think about it, CLG's aiming to fight them all in a concentrated place with that Leona and Kennen and Orianna ult. Exactly what's going to happen is Froggen's going to throw his ball on Yellow P. Yellow P's going to jump in and they're going to tear everybody apart. In that second, maybe Citizen will die in that place. Shen will taunt, Vlad will put his ult, and suddenly, everyone's going to be dead on CLG. They're going to take so much damage.
Now, in terms of the lane matchup, so we talked about the top. What do you think about the middle? Karthus versus Froggen. Anivia. Orianna.
Karthus never really wins. He never really wins any mid lane matchup, but they're both long-ranged mid champions who rely on spamming abilities to farm and push. I don't think Froggen's going to be able to kill Karthus without help, unless Citizen really gets outplayed and gets hit by abilities over and over again. And at the same time, I don't think Citizen's going to be able to kill Froggen unless Froggen kind of gets too close and gets hit by a wall. Because I don't think there's any reason Froggen should get hit by a wall, considering he's got all that range.
Yeah, it is true. It is true. The other thing that you've got to remember with Orianna is the auto attack damage and the fact that it scales off your ability power. So if Froggen does stick close, as opposed to maybe playing it defensively, trying to use the abilities, the DPS that's going to come out from the auto attacks, command attack, command dissonance, it is going to be slightly more effective than those lay wastes, as long as the movement speed from that command distance can be used to dodge them.
Yeah, but it's going to be really risky. Because Shen can just come in and taunt, and with that taunt, it's about a second or two, you're going to get hit by lay wastes. And if he taunts him outside of the creeps, Karthus can get really powerful lay wastes, and Froggen's going to possibly die.
Now, the bottom lane. What do you think about the bottom lane? With a very aggressive...
Look at Sand. He took heal. It's been a long time since I've seen a support take heal. That's really strange.
And not only is it a support heal, it's a Soraka with heal. So, you've got Astral Blessing, you've got Wish, and now you've got Summoner Heal as well.
Well, they have 3 ignites on CLG. So, I don't think this heal is going to really help him. I mean, yeah, Antogyn is correct in taking Cleanse. I mean, you can't cleanse Urgot's ult, but you can cleanse all of Leona's stuns.
Yeah.
You can also cleanse Mundo's exhaust. But, I don't think this heal is really going to help them. Maybe the margin is going to keep them alive, but in the straight-on 1v1, I don't think it's going to help them very much.
Yeah, I definitely think because of the fact that Antogyn has taken that cleanse, that's the primary reason why Sand Mansion has gone for that heal. In the event that a very early, blade or stun comes out from Crepo's Leona, that summoner heal may be enough just to save Graves' life very early on. And of course, heals, even if they're less effective, Wish than Summon Heal, etc., whatever the story is, getting that health back is always going to be very powerful. But it's a defensive summoners. Exhaust Flash on Citizen, Cleanse Flash Antogyn, Heal on top lane nesrilaS.
They don't have a single ignite.
Yeah, no ignite, only a single exhaust, and it's very interesting.
I'm thinking they're going to be playing a very laid-back game for the first few minutes. Because Karthus just gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on. There's no real way to shut down a Karthus if he can just get farmed. Especially at this high level of play where Citizen knows the champion in and out, he's going to get farmed. And he's going to get really strong. And Karthus is going to be able to hit every single one of the enemy team with a high damage ult. There's no way to prevent that damage.
Yeah,
so
that is true.
These defensive summoners are I think are going to go tailed towards a defensive game. So it's going to be boring, Quickshot. It's going to be a boring game.
The thing I'm scared about, Dr. Mundo is going to be able to run around with sadism and not have any of his healing reduced. There's no ignite on that side against the Dr. Mundo.
Morello's Evil Tome. It now does.
I had forgotten about that. But do you think CitizenWayne's going to build it?
No.
I mean, it's
I don't think so.
well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Something that I like to do at the beginning of every game is look at the skins. Sand, dude, why are you letting the side down? So Standard Soraka and of course Kennen on top lane from Wicked top, or just Wicked.
I love that Shen skin. I love it.
The flag annoys me. The flag annoys me.
What do you got against flags? Hanky's gonna come here with Jarvan and gonna flag you in the face. That's what he's gonna do.
Everybody, while the loading is going up, this is CLG versus NAVI. I'm going to throw up a quick advert break, and when we're back, it'll be game number 2 in the lower bracket. So, adverts are running at the moment. Not everybody has an ad blocker. I can throw my overlays up.
I just want to say I'm really, really happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you for joining. Thank you for helping out.
Don't thank me, thank Panky. I really asked him.
I've got the wrong logo. I need to get Navi in there. So there we go.
We're in the game now.
Awesome. We are into game. I'm going to throw up direct camera really quickly. And I've just got to update my little flash banner because
There are a lot of things
you're casting
going on.
that.
Holy.
Wow.
I don't even know where anyone's going anymore.
Take me through it. What's happening? Is anybody invading or is it just
Well,
spam
when it
for
comes
fun?
down to invasion, neither team has a very strong invade force. Shen can take his taunt, but that's really going to slow him down in the jungle. Orianna's going to see Karthus and Shen in the middle lane, so I guess teams are just going to back and forth a little bit. No one's really taken an ability. Snoopy still hasn't picked up anything.
It's a defensive start from CLG. They're covering all of the entrances.
Yeah.
Making sure
Oh, no,
they've
no,
got
no.
vision.
Krepo just warded the inner Wraith area of Navi. So I guess they're just looking to see if Shen's going to his red. Or maybe this will
right.
give Snoopy the opportunity to counter him.
So nothing happening in the first minute.
Nothing. Oh, we might see Sand warding something. He's kind of moved into top lane and hasn't really placed anything down yet. Okay, there he did. He put a deep ward in the mid lane. Or do you see it?
Yep, I can't.
I see this as Wicked just gonna auto hit him a couple times.
Now, the other thing that we should point out as well, we've watched Wicked about 2 weeks ago in a 4PL tournament where he was playing Kennen in the top lane, and he builds him attack damage. Puts some early
Do
Doran's
you mean he
blades.
built double Dorans with the spell pen boots?
No, Berserker's Greaves, double Dorans into...
Oh, he built AD.
Yeah, full on AD and then converted into an AP, Rylai's Crystal Scepter later on. Falcon's been caught out taking a lot of damage from lay wastes. And
Well,
yeah,
the thing is, Wicked at the moment is running spell pen in offensive masteries, but he's running AD Reds. I think this is just going to help him really hurt Navi-ness. Because AD Kennen does beat out Karthus. I'm not sure about AP Kennen, but Kennen is generally a good pick against Karthus. Because he can be all up in your face, and you can auto-hit him for tremendous damage early game. Vlad doesn't have an answer.
I'm having a look at his page at the moment. 596 HP, 66 AD. Movement speed, 360 with boots, so...
No move speed twins.
Yeah, no move speeds, unfortunately.
It looks like it's, It looks like it's... Wait.
It's a little bit high.
It looks like it might be 21... I don't even know. I mean, he doesn't have the R pen, but
we'll
he
have
doesn't
to
even have
see.
the AP
Let's
as well.
keep an eye on how he's leveling up, because it is a single point into that electrical surge, so that's of course going to apply the on-hit mark of the storm,
Okay.
as
I know
well
it's-
as being
I know
able
it's
to
page now.
farm from there, so... Yeah,
It's flat MR blues. It's armor yellows. No, it looks like it's HP per level yellows. It's 80 reds, and I'm not sure about his quints, but he's running 21 in offense and 9 in defense.
Well, I just got an update as well, guys. FRAGZONE are officially out of the DreamHack qualify. FNATIC have managed to win the lower bracket game 2-0. So they've qualified for the next round, but it doesn't earn them a spot in the top 4 just yet, unless I'm mistaken. I'll have to double check it. I think we've still got another round that needs to be played. But at least FNATIC, they do have 2 wins on the board now after dropping in the bottom ground. Now, Krepo does pull forward, manages to get the stun, flashes out of the taunt from Kottenx. In a very, very good
I
fashion,
think
Krepo.
people are gonna start making fun of me when I said it was gonna be a boring game. That was a almost good game by Kottenx. If
Yeah.
you had that taunt off, I'm not sure it would have been a kill, so I think it was a premature flash.
But it does allow him to stay in stage there. Once again, another great Zenith Blade. Does actually get
There we
taunted
go.
this time round. Summoning Heal has to be blown. Buckshot, as well as the red buff tick damage is going over. And what I was trying to say is that the flash was fairly smart because mitigating all that damage means you can stay in lane and keep putting pressure down. Now with all the damage from landing the taunt means she has to fall back and regen the life. Wicked top on the top lane though. He's dealing so much damage to nesrilaS. And until Vlad gets some levels, Kanan's going to be able to have his way with him.
And you're right on Froggen using his auto attack. He's been sort of been in the face of Citizen. Citizen's out of potions right now. And I think they have spotted Malunoo up here. They know that he's there.
Are we gonna
Citizen's going to walk in right there.
Oh, Snoopy's managed to get caught out. He does walk straight through a wall of pain, so the slow is down. Exhaust goes down
He's
as
dead.
well. No flash, no exhaust. The shield comes up, but a max range taunt. First blood for Natas Vencia against Snoopy. And that's
Very good job from Navi. They caught Malunoo, and since Malunoo has no flash, it's always risky to counter jungle without flash. I have said it so many times. that
You can't counter jungle without the defensive ability. It's
If
not
you get
worth the
caught,
risk.
what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have his ult to run really fast or to survive ridiculous amounts. He was just regular old Mundo.
Oh, look at the damage. Yellow Pete does get caught. It's a buckshot and a banana, but is able to walk away. That
Kottenx in top.
kill as well also refreshed the blue buff for Kottenx. So
Kottenx in top.
that's pretty helpful. Keeping an eye on it. Flash from Wicked. Wow. Wicked very, very early with that flash. Now, we mentioned it earlier, just before the invade from Snoopy. In the mid lane, Froggen. I've watched Froggen a couple of times playing Orianna, and every time I watch him play, he actually relies on his command attack and then the auto attacks to deal damage. Because of that passive, that clockwork wind-up, it adds 14.8 damage per each auto attack. Against a champion like Karthus, who's got very slow auto attack animation, cannot trade equally when it comes to auto attacking. And the movement speed buff, the dissonance is very, very powerful.
But I don't know if this is normal. Back when Orianna was released, or the way I used to play Orianna is I would max command attack. Froggen likes to take 2 points in command attack, and then he maxes
Dissonance.
I don't know if this is normal or it's just
The burst
prepared.
is higher. If you just go look at pure numbers, base level numbers, dissonance is higher. Now we do have a long range stash from Crepo. He's managed to stun him. Requiem has come out. 1 or 2 more tower hits. That is going to be a kill onto Crepo. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange, but 2 assists for CLG as opposed to only the 1 for Navi.
Citizen is now ahead of Orianna. It's like him getting a kill in mid, but Froggen doesn't miss anything. This is going to give Citizen a really nice advantage. It might even help him straight up win.
Now Wicked has gone for the Sorcerer Shoe straight away. 20 plus 10% spell penetration, 0.78 attack speed, and he's maxing out Electrical Surge still. So opting for that safe harass build. Land a Mark of the Storm, hit a W. If you land a stun, then carry on pushing forward to the Electrical Surge.
Generally in top lane, I see lots of cannons max Electrical Surge. It's just going to give him a little bit more damage, essentially, since he's not really running Spell Pen on his reds. He's running 80. And 80 scales with his Surge a little bit more than Magic Pen. So it could be an 80 cannon with like a hybrid sort of build. I'm not really sure.
The way I've seen
But,
Wicked do it previously, he tends to build into AP, work it towards his Zonya's Hourglass and a Rylai's. So we'll have to see how it transitions. But 700 gold difference, just that first gold and a little bit of farm. Bottom lane, 42 for Graves to the 26 of Yellow Pete on Urgot. That's a massive difference at this point in the game already.
Graves is a really tanky champion. Urgot is one of those champions that's supposed to be, I'm tankier than you, but Graves is very equal. That passive just makes him so tanky. And then on top of Soraka's heal,
Yeah, the amount of armor that he has, it's immense. It's really,
It's
really
immense.
high.
and
if-
Graves is going to be immovable.
The
like you were
bursts-
speaking about Yorick
Yeah.
being immovable, he's going to be just like that.
Yeah. And look at the passive. The lane is pushing now, so Antogyn, he's trying his best not to push this lane further than he has to, but so many creeps in the lane means it is going to be pushing just naturally. And Antogyn and Sand playing a little bit defensively. Oh, as I say that, he buckshots the entire wave, so proving me wrong. How much gold is he
Citizen's
sitting at the
gonna-
moment?
I'm sorry?
765 gold on Graves. I thought it was pushing the lane to potentially fall back and maybe pick up some farm, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
No. We can see top lane. nesrilaS use this as his ult, and Wicked's going on it.
Now nesrilaS, the Ignite does go down, and that Shuriken so close. Had the Shuriken landed, Wicked may have been able to land 1 or 2 more auto attacks, potentially picking up a kill.
I don't think that would have been a kill. Sand has his ult.
Yeah. And
So,
Wish was available.
this is actually really good that he got away, so Sand didn't have to use his ult. But Vlad was safe regardless. He didn't have anything to follow up on those shurikens. He was out of energy, his cooldowns. He hasn't even maxed shuriken, so his shuriken's not going to hit as hard. And his electrical surge was, I think it was stacked 2 auto attacks. So I don't think he had the damage to kill Vlad.
Well, nesrilaS gets away, manages to burn the ultimate and the Ignite from Wicked. So Flash is coming back available very shortly for Wicked, but no Ignite, so he's not going to be able to commit to another big fight. But of course, saying that Ghost and Heal was used by nesrilaS at the same time. So, not
Though
too bad.
I said this earlier, Kennen does beat Vlad in top lane, especially with this hybrid style where you're going to be all up in Vlad's face. He doesn't have the cooldown reduction or the sustain to really heal that constant stream of auto attacks.
We got a lot of CLG players moving down to the bottom. Position reverse is probably going to come out very, very shortly. The Acid Hunters have
Shen
landed.
ulting.
Stand United has come down onto Sand, and now all of a sudden, we've got a 5-man CLG in this bottom river.
Wicked's in bot.
Yeah, I thought they were going to push for Dragon. That's what my assumption was going to be, but it seems as though they've fallen backwards.
Kottenx is an Oracles. That's 10-minute Oracles. Oh, here.
There's the position
Here's
reverser,
Yellow
and
Feet might be
Antogyn
something.
manages to get away. Shockwave pulls 2 of them back, but they're focusing on champions. Very little damage going down. The dissonance does land on Sand. Wish is blown at the end of the day, as well as summon a heal. A lot of ultimates used, but it does manage to pick up the kill. So CLG tie the gold up. If they can pick this dragon up, it'll give them a small advantage.
Ness is here. So I don't think they'll be doing Dragon. No, they're backing off.
Now the problem is if they all recall, it may open it up for Navi to do Drake. You know,
That's
they
what
do
they're
fall
scared
back.
of. That's kind of why Wicked is lingering slightly.
He does have that Slicing Maelstrom available as well as Flash, so he's going to be able to at least commit to a big fight, you know, jump in there and put some damage down. And there we go.
I think they're just going to go for the Dragon anyway, because to their understanding, most of the ults have already been burnt.
And we do see now Navi, they have Leash Dragon. We'll keep a close eye on his hit points. Anybody's going to be able to steal the Butcher. The Infected Cleaver goes out. Dragon resets. And that sounded like
This is really bad.
Yeah. Navi now forced away. Compliments of some aggressive poke from CLG.
You're right, that burst is really high from Orianna.
Yep.
That dissonance.
Dissonance, in terms of just raw base numbers, Dissonance deals more damage than Command Attack. But of course, it is double the mana cost. And it relies a lot more on positioning. You know, Command Attack, you throw it like it's a skill shot. And you have to rely then on that skill shot to be accurate for the dissonance to be able to deal damage. So if you're confident with Orianna, you can land those balls, put them in the right positions, then it makes sense to land the dissonance over the attack.
I'd guess Frog is confident.
I would say the same. I would say the same.
And here's Dragon.
So now being leashed, but will CLG be able to stay on this? They've got most of their ultimates back. Frog has taken a little bit of damage, and now CLG are the ones that are falling backwards. In the previous fight that we watched, our previous game, it was Teamless and Absolute Legends. The big fight, the determining factor in the first 20-25 minutes of the game was the dragons. You know, one team would win a big dragon fight convincingly, 2 or 3 kills, and pick up the Drake. Position reverse onto
switch.
Shen. He's just going to taunt away. Now there comes the commitment. Slicing Maelstrom is out. Now the command Shockwave pulls him. It actually pulls Soraka and Shen to safety. Wicked Top is the one that goes down at the end of the day.
They were really, really greedy with that Oracle, and the ball was just slightly behind, slightly ahead, so it pulled the Shen away instead of pulling him back. Shen was so close to dying.
Yeah.
I was really, really, really...
And Sand as well. Look at the hit points on Sand. Pop the Summoner
Yeah.
Wish. But it was just that Shockwave. It actually pulled them to safety.
Exactly.
And Shen's taunt, he got it off before any additional CC could land from Crepo or, Wicked.
This dragon, oh wow, well
The damage
played.
coming out. Flash and Defile, their attention is on Frog, and he does manage to get stunned from a Leona. Crepo Stillington once again goes in. Now there's no Requiem. The Lay Waste is going to pick up the kill, so it's a Leona for Karthus, and it's a trade 1-for-1. Froggen has no blue buff and no mana, which means
It may have been 1-for-1, but they're all so low that they can just go and do this dragon. I mean, Sand is low, but his flash is up, so if anything really gets near him, he's just gonna hightail it out of there. Though I'm not sure they're gonna be doing quick enough, because now with Wicked here, they might be able to contest it.
And the back and forth, we are still talking about the same dragon that was leashed more than 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
We started this dragon engagement at around about 10 minutes 20. And we've hit 3.5 minutes almost, and the dragon is still standing.
It's
That
a
is-
stalemate.
Yep, it is. Neither team, and again, the risk right now is on CLG, okay, because NAVI have one game in the bag. NAVI have the ability to lose a game and still come back. But whether or not, CLG have what it takes to pick up a victory now and come back or not, it remains to be seen. It's a big
I'm
psychological
gonna have
play.
to give that back and forth to Navi. Simply because if you take a look at Vlad's creep kills to Wicked's, I mean, Wicked has a kill, but so does Vlad. And Vlad also has 2 assists on top of that kill. And on top of those 2 assists, he's ahead 24 creeps. Wicked was kind of running around while Vlad was trying to like take every little scrap of farm he could get. So now Vlad is ahead of Wicked. Whereas before, Wicked was really destroying Vlad.
It doesn't show too much. It's only a 600 gold difference, which is not a huge amount at this stage in the game.
If Vlad gets ahead, he really pushes it in your face, however.
Yeah,
He's really, really strong.
no towers down. Dragon finally looked like it is going to go down. This may go the way of CLG. Relatively uncontested, actually, all things considered. They do pick
Shen
it up.
didn't have ult, and they knew that. And Shen was top lane. I don't know why he was.
Well, either way, that now picks them back into it. Gold lead is now in favor of CLG. They've got the abilities to win team fights if they can engage to, slightly more effectively, not underneath the turret and not maybe being caught out. And it's going to come down to, once the towers go down and whether or not the players start committing to the team fights correctly. Now, we know CLG has got great coordination and great control, but it's 2 slightly different team fight styles. You've got Vladimir and Karthus who dive right in the middle of everybody, and they specialize in dealing DPS, even from beyond the grave. If Hemoplague is on and Karthus is still dealing damage with Defile and Death Defied. You've got single target focus from several champions on CLG, and then you've got AoE Froggen, AoE Wicked in terms of their ultimates, AoE Crepo. It's going to come down to how the players use their abilities and how they commit. So 3-4 is the kill, 16 minutes in, 200 gold separates these guys. Let's have a look at the gold graph at the moment. Middle lane, 4,700 to 4,600. Top lane, 3,500 on Wicked to 3,900 on nesrilaS. Bottom lane, Urgot, sitting 3,900 to Graves 3,700. So it's as even as you're going to be.
Yeah, but nesrilaS went for a really early Rylai's. It's not something I see ever. Normally you see Vlad getting a Hex Revolver. So I don't think he's going for those long fights. I think he's going for the CC. Which is kind of what Navi's lacking. They do have that Shen taunt, they have a Karthus wall, but aside from that, they don't really have much to keep people in place for that AoE.
I'm going to have to see whether or not that Sanguine Pool plus the Rylai's is going to be enough slow to actually hold CLG in place. But with neither tower being down and only the Dragons being the big team fight engagements at the moment, I don't really know whether or not or when this is going to be happening. Yep, CitizenWayne's been camping in that grass for a little bit of time. And we're going to have to see whether or not he can actually set up again, because he's been here for a very long time. There was some blue pings going down from CLG, so I think they know something's up. Or at least they had a feeling that something was going wrong or going down.
That's what I like about Citizen. I see him a lot of the time roaming to other lanes and trying to help them out. And this is really, really something that mid lanes should be doing a lot more, especially with heavy gankers. I'm not saying that Karthus is a really heavy ganker, but he has that nice
And we do have the pressure on the top lane. Let's just move forward. Hemoplague has gone down onto Wicked. Knight has been popped as well. Sanguine Pool still needs to be used. There goes the Sanguine Pool, but that was just for safety. Ghost has been popped. Requiem ended up being used to pick up the assist, and I think Shen cancelled his ultimate. I don't understand. How did Shen get an assist on that?
I don't know. Shen got an assist top lane?
Yes, Shen picked up an assist on that kill, but I have no idea why. So
I have... One sec. I'm gonna rewind.
we'll keep a close eye on that. Very good dive from nesrilaS. Well coordinated, well controlled. Even while tanking all the damage, he saved his Sanguine Pool till it was absolutely necessary. And
I looked at the rewind, and Shen didn't even use his ultimate at all.
maybe I was dreaming. Now on the bottom lane, lots of pressure going down. Yellow Pete takes a huge amount of damage, buckshot collateral damage, and a few auto attacks. But it's not enough to break through the 63 armor and the 1500 hit points. So Yellow Pete is able to walk away with his life, if not being completely damaged.
No, you definitely weren't dreaming. Shen got an assist from
Yeah.
that.
I thought I seen that on the animation, but I didn't see a stand united. It wasn't on cooldown. Either way, there goes the position reverser. Kottenx manages to land the taunt, but unfortunately Antogyn's a little bit away. Leona locks up at least two of the champions under the tower. Finally, stand united gets used. That's going to save both himself and Sandmansion. And Navi.
Crepo's gonna have to try to get out of there.
Now we're going to see if we can follow him, chase him up. He's got pretty good movement speed. Flash is also available, so he's going to be able to get
Froggen's
away.
coming to help him. I don't think they'll be able to pick him up.
Nah, that's great play from Crepo. Moving straight up to the mid.
And as we talk about that, bot lane goes down.
Yeah, so the first towers have been traded. Bottom tower and
Top tower.
top tower. There we go. Middle
actually,
tower
that's
as
a
well.
turn up.
Yeah, and it's
CLG.
middle tower as well. So Froggen was able to completely push that lane down, even though he's 0-0-2. 173 CS to the 136 of CitizenWayne.
Very far ahead.
But
right now.
CitizenWayne 312. So yes, 40 creep kills works out to what? Call that 800 gold.
He's 200 gold ahead.
Yeah, 3 kills, 2 assists, and the dragon in their bank. That's the difference. The dragon is the difference. The kills and assists makes it completely even for the mids, but the 190 bonus from Drake balances out. And of course, there's farming gold as well, tower gold as well. But the game is as even as it's going to be. Gold is bang on even. 100 gold difference. There's so little in it, it's not even worth mentioning. Graves has finished his Infinity Edge. Urgot has got the Brutalizer, the Glacial Shroud, and the first cloth armor of his Frozen Heart completed.
Urgot was never really able to secure any kills in bot lane, so that's gonna put Graves at an advantage. I mean, Urgot does fall off in terms of damage unless you build it. So a big issue for late game I see for CLG is having that damage, because pretty much, yeah, that's it. Soraka's gonna be able to really turn people into tank machines. Now that she's running Summoner Heal, her AoE heal potential is very high.
Now we're going to have to see, we've got the towers down, and this is the next 5 to 10 minutes is what's going to determine this game. Because we've transitioned now into the sort of team fight phase. Dragon is back up once again. And it took close to 7 or 8 minutes, well, about 4 or 5 minutes just to pick up that previous Dragon. Teams recalling, deaths going back and forth, loads of pressure. And now we want to see who's
We don't
going
have
to
an
pick this one
Oracles on
up.
CLG, so all this vision control is going to go to Navi. So CLG have no vision of where Navi is at the moment. They know they're in the Dragon Pit, but they don't know anything else.
Now, a little bit of damage going on to nesrilaS. CitizenWayne moving forward, thinking about committing, thinking about jumping in. He does have Flash and Exhaust available.
Kottenx is moving from behind. They know where he is now.
Try to keep an eye on this. We've just got this standoff. We've got this duel. 1v1. Who's going to fire first? Who's going to get caught out first? Shen can join the party at any time with Stand United. He's taking some damage now from Snoopy. Dashes over the wall. Dragon.
Now, CLG should fight this second, but they weren't in position. Once Shen has his taunt down, he's got no method of keeping people in place. That would have been the perfect time to start a fight.
I mean, just the standoff. Just waiting to see what happens. Kottenx.
Eventually, Navi's going to come out ahead, because every point of damage can't be healed. Whereas any point of damage it does to Navi is going to be healed swiftly by Soraka.
Summon a heal.
300 feet heal.
Yep, and summon a heal is another 25 seconds for Soraka. Every summoner
that's what they're
ability,
waiting on.
every summoner ability is available for CLG, and they're waiting for Soraka's one. There's the ball. It's sitting there. It's giving vision. Dragon's down to 1,800. They're going to wait to see if someone's going to commit. This Dragon's going to go the way of Navi. Vladimir's now moving forward, put a few of the damage down to those Tides of Blood. The Taunt manages to lock up 2. The Flash comes in from CitizenWayne. He's got the Defile ticking over. He's the first one to actually fall. In reply, Oriana's managed to pick up 2 kills with that. Requiem comes out, 1 kill. So it's a 2-for-2 trade at the moment. Graves is going to be able to deal additional sustained damage. So many summoner heals being used, but now Antogyn's caught out. And this fight has gone horribly wrong for Navi. They just got blown up too quickly once they committed.
It's true. Now Vlad's going to fall.
That is going to go down in the background. One more attack is going to finish it out. So that's 3 kills for Froggen. And Sam walks away with very low
went
life.
in all the right ways for CLG and all the wrong ways.
It was
for
such a
Navi.
great fight. It looked really good from the beginning. The commitment from the Hemo Plague, the AoE going in. And I assumed they were going to be able to blow up Leona and potentially Urgot fairly early on. But just
Leon died.
Yeah, the Slicing Maelstrom from Kennen in conjunction with all the AoE from FRAGZONE and the the unkillability of Snoopy just made it so hard for them to pick up that team fight, and they were able to close it out thanks to the tanky champions. So we've reset once again. 1,000 gold is, even though they lost the fight though, keep in mind it was a 3 for 4 trade, 2 for 4 trade.
They got Leona and Wicked.
Yeah, so 2 for 4.
Yeah, 4.
But they did pick up the dragon. So
I think that actually went to Navi.
Yeah,
in terms of like raw gold.
Dragon went the way of Navi, but the bonuses and all the kills. CLG now actually in the lead with gold.
But it's not that much.
No, it's small numbers at this point in time. Oriana's finished her death cap as well as the Rod of Ages. Karthus currently not sitting on that death cap just yet.
He's 1,000 gold away. He's still quite a long way. One thing I did notice that I wanted to talk about, to just point out, is that Kennen and Vlad, both champions who are very commonly picking up the Hextech Revolver, did not pick it up at all this game. Neither champion.
And not
They
going
went
for that
straight for the
sustained.
big items
Yeah.
like Abyssal Scepter, Rylai's.
I like the fact as well, in terms of nesrilaS, he's picked up the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. So, opting not to go for those Sorcerer Shoes, not going for that extra magic penetration, but instead going for cooldown reduction. And let's actually see what his CDR is on at the moment. 19% complements Runes Masteries and those boots. And maybe we'll see
That's 4%
Morello's.
from offense and 15 from those Lucidity. Those, I don't think he's going to build a Spirit Visage. It's way too late for that.
Yep. And depending on how things go, if Navi do start to fall a little bit behind and he needs to pick up some raw stats and raw information right now, then it's potentially possible because it's a fairly cheap item and the bonuses that it can give to a Vladimir are very, very powerful. But
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think it'll be, you're right, I don't think it's a smart choice. The fact that they've gone for big items first is a big indicator towards that as well.
Yeah. But Wicked's gonna go for Azonias right now, which is really smart because you saw in the last fight, even though CLG won, Wicked was the first to go, so that's very smart of him. And what could actually happen now is if Wicked becomes a little bit tankier, he can start all the fights. Froggen will throw his ball, and the second Wicked starts his ult, the Shockwave will pull everyone closer to him, so that Wicked's gonna be able to really hurt them with the damage and the stuns.
I can't get over just how passive this game is at the moment. Yes, we do have 7-8 on the scoreboard, and the only fights that we've really seen, the big engagements, they've all been around Dragon. But neither team is playing aggressively at all, relatively speaking. There's been very few invades. Look at the vision around Baron buff at the moment. CLG, several wards in and around the river itself, as well as the top lane. Navi, they've got wards in their own jungle, as well as vision on the Baron. Both teams are very afraid to
Cotton
lose.
bought the first and only Oracles that game. Neither team has an Oracles at the moment. He lost his in the last fight. But, oh, there we go. Leona just picked up an Oracles the second I said that.
Caster's Curse. As soon as you say something that's factual, they prove it otherwise. So, Oracle's back up. That is potentially meaning that we're going to see either another Dragon engagement or Baron. Because
I think CLG kind of guessed that Navi, since they had that control over that area, they went and warded as much things as possible. Many things as possible. Sorry, my bad English. But now that CLG has sort of been able to chase them away from that area, it's the kind of back and forth zoning of lanes. So now they're going to go and clear the vision. And since they were there first, they're going to have all the vision. So it's, I was here first. So in terms of back and forth, Navi's not going to see anything. But the second that Navi walk into that area, CLG will see everything.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they need in order to get that perfect engage.
200 gold behind at the moment. They've got a very, very aggressive CLG. Move all the way into Navi's jungle. And looking like they're trying to siege this top lane as best as they can. Snoopy is a little bit out of position. I don't really know if I like the fact that he's sitting here alone. Putting some damage down. 800 hit points taken off for this first creep wave. And I don't know if CLG want to engage under the turret. But I'm going to see whether or not Navi want to play aggressively. So little in it. It's all going to time down. The Shadow Dash taunt does miss. So Kottenx just dodging or, not landing that skill shot. Of course, using energy instead of mana. He's going to be able to get that back very, very quickly. And it's already back and available.
Straka managed to heal the
Damage! The command attack plus the dissonance. That chunked Citizen from about 80% hit points down to 40%. And Antogyn, at all the health that he's missing, That's 1 attack and 1 dissonance coming out from Orianna at the moment.
I think this is going to go back to when Orianna was released. What people like to do is they like to just poke under turret. They would hit them one time. If a squishy champion like, for example, Ashe got hit by a QW, the next time they get hit by a QW, they're dead. Because of the ultimate.
So we're looking at the moment, because of that little ball sitting there floating once again, and look at the damage. Now they're going to commit to this. Kottenx does dive and taunt at least 1 or 2 champions. Wicked should be able to pick up a kill onto CitizenWayne in the background. The Ignite is going to be able to do that, so that's the first one down. He does get taken out in return, and from beyond the grave, Requiem comes out. Now nesrilaS does get saved from a Stand United from taunt. Manages to shut down the killing spree on Orianna. And that's a 2-for-2 exchange. Make that a 2-for-3 exchange because CLG lose Urgot as well. And Graves managed to pick up even more kills. Oh, I missed both of those. So Graves and
that was actually
Soraka.
a one fight for Navi.
Yep, huge turnaround. I just want to quickly fast forward. I missed the ending of that. Graves, there we go, chasing on the bottom lane. Antogyn flash forward to those auto attacks. What looked like such a good start from CLG just completely turns around. You know, they had to dive past the tower, take too much damage to kill Karthus. Then he could just deal all the damage with Requiem from beyond the grave. And Graves was untouched. Graves is completely untouched.
Especially since now he has his Infinity Edge, he's going to be hurting. But the biggest problem I found in that fight is that, yeah, they used everything for Karthus, who wants to die. He really wants to die in the team fight. Even if he did die all the way behind, Wicked was really trying to secure that kill. He E'd, he flashed, and he got exhausted. And he died without really using his ult. And then Karthus finally fell, and then his Requiem just destroyed CLG's HP.
So much damage coming out from CitizenWayne at the moment. And even with the kills and whatnot, Snoopy was able to pick up Dragon. They're only 1,000 gold ahead. CLG are not as far behind as it would look. I mean, they've got, I don't want to say they've got map control, but you know, they were roaming the Navi jungle. They're moving around fairly freely. They picked up the Dragon pretty freely. And I think they're in a good position, but they just need to pick better engagements.
Definitely.
912 is your kill score. I'm going to quickly pull up the gold graphs at the moment. CitizenWayne, 9,500 to 10,200 in Orianna. Top lane, Wicked, 7,800 to the 8,300 on nesrilaS. 500 is nothing at this stage. Bottom lane, 7,400 to 9,400 on Graves.
If you take a look...
Now that's a big difference.
FRAGZONE has the biggest concentration of gold in the game. However, every single person on his team is behind by a lot. They haven't gotten a single person over 9,000 or even close to be over 9,000. Whereas on Navi's team, everyone is on a fairly even. I mean, everyone except for the support are kind of close. But it's true that gold in concentration is a lot better than gold spread out. It seems that this is the exception, where Navi's all in an equal level of strength, whereas only one person on CLG is really strong at the moment.
And we do see that Wicked is just
used his ult just for Karthus. All that damage, all that gold that was put towards that damage was kind of wasted.
Now, one thing to point out that is very, very important right now, Wicked has completed his hourglass. So it's taken a little bit longer than you would have thought, but now that it is completed, if he's able to commit to a fight and throw that hourglass up, that could be the differentiator. You know, get exhausted, pop up hourglass, get out, you know, waste up the duration, then come back with a little bit more energy, a little bit more cooldowns, and potentially turn things in your favor. Snoopy wearing the Oracle's Elixir, clearing out the Baron wards once again, coming back to the vision discussion that you had earlier.
Just gonna make one comment. The second I said over 9,000, I quickly looked at the chat, and there were over 9,000 jokes everywhere.
I was wondering why you didn't put an emphasis on it. I mean, come on. If you know you're going to say the line, at least...
I'm not really a huge Dragon Ball Z fan,
come on. You got to throw some love. It's over 9,000? What, 9,000?
That can't be possible.
So we got a very big engagement here at the moment. Wicked sees them shit. Kottenx is moving forward. Now CLG, they're, I don't want to say overcommitted, but they're on the Navi side of the jungle. They have to go through Navi. The kite is very powerful. Shirelia's Reverie has been used. And the slow from dissonance is so powerful.
CLG's playing this really well. They're not letting them get anywhere near to get that wall down, and they were just hitting them as they were backing away.
Orianna is a great kite champion. The shield, the dissonance, the fact that it gives your teammates a movement speed buff, and it slows the opposing team. It's very, very powerful, and I'm sure you know Studio, who's casted with us a couple times before. He's a huge fan of Orianna and watching the kite that Orianna can put down. So watching how there's a position reversal. They've turned it on to Sand. Sand gets blown up but manages to use Wish and Summon a Heal to survive there. The first death is actually going to be Wicked this time around. Sand manages to get away. Compliments of all that heal and flash. Yellow Peak gets taunted with the Shadow Dash. Does manage to pick up the kill onto Soraka. Dies in exchange for it though, so it's a 1-for-2. CitizenWayne is now down, but he's still got that Requiem. Has started to channel it. Snoopy's going to get completely blown up. The only ones to escape are Crepo and Froggen. 2 for 3. And once again, CLG committing to a fight, but not managing to get the advantage that they needed. They caught Soraka out, but they couldn't kill her.
It was split focus, the entire team fight, because you say they were going for Soraka, I distinctly saw Urgot try to kill Graves alone. And Wicked tried to jump out at no HP. Antogyn picked up the kill and just flashed away. It was very split focus. Some people went for Soraka, some people went for Karthus. Karthus was actually alone next to Froggen and Mundo when he died. When he died in that river bush, he was just trying to hammer down on Froggen. He got into quite low HP. However, that shield did save his life there.
Well, we've just got a small break in the action. I do just want to say mad props to Beat It, the DreamHack tournament. This is sponsored by MSI and SteelSeries. Make sure you head over to Facebook and just throw them some likes, guys. Give them some love. And to Somi and Scarf, who are the two admins for the tournament. They've been with me on Tuesday, they've been with me Thursday, and of course they're here today. Actually, I've been with them because this is their tournament and I've been shoutcasting it with them. Huge props to the admins. They've done a great job for the tournament. And we're busy watching CLG 4,000 gold behind Navi. They're one game down, potentially not qualifying for DreamHack.
Navi's ahead of game, right?
Yep.
Will this put CLG in the lower bracket, or were they already there?
This is a lower bracket game. So
yeah,
if
my bad.
if CLG go out here, they actually go out of the qualifiers entirely. So what would happen then is CLG would need to decide whether or not they commit to go to the open LAN and try to earn their spot in the open LAN, because 4 teams from today will get through, and on the LAN itself, 4 teams will qualify from the Bring Your Own Computer one. So it's
I'm
a
actually
bit
might be
scary.
going to bring my own computer one.
That would be great. With your team or just...
Yeah, some team that I'm playing with right now.
Oh, great. Good luck to you. I would love it if this could go to a game number 3. I would really love it if this could go game number 3. I want CLG to pick up a victory here, because I
really
want to see more
CLG to
games.
qualify. I mean, they're such a good team, just not been able to qualify. Did they qualify for IPL 5 though?
They have qualified for IPL 5.
So we're gonna most definitely see them there, and we're gonna see what they can bring.
I want to quickly ask, Mr. Admins, if you guys are listening, can I get an update on the games? How have the rest of them gone? Who's winning, who's losing? People in chat want to know, and I'll try to find out the information for you.
I also want to know who has over 9,000 gold.
Who has over 9,000 gold? Let's see.
Everyone except for Soraka, Leona, and Urgot.
Yep. Soraka fairly low down. Well, support and support, same gold. But compare the difference. Urgot 8,800 to 11,500 on grades. It's huge. It's such a big difference.
Still, Froggen is the highest, but look at the AD and AP. The mid lane.
Now,
they're both closing in quite fast.
what do you think about the champion selection at the moment in terms of if this game pushes forward another 5, 10, 15 minutes?
Definitely Navi. Any team that has Karthus on it is going to win late game. Because just because Karthus has definite damage, no matter who you are or where you're standing, you're going to get hit by Requiem.
Yeah, it's true. There's no way to dodge it. There's no way to get away from it.
I mean, Kennen falls off, Urgot falls off. I'm not sure about Orianna, but Graves technically kind of falls off because he's short ranged, but he's still an auto attack AD, so... Oh, a failed ultimate from Leona. Just missing Citizen.
And just a quick update, I have found out that Absolute Legends versus Teamless is currently 1-1. Now Crepo has managed to move forward. They've stunned CitizenWayne up. One more Acid Hunter may be able to actually pick up the kill. Leona manages to pick that up with something, I'm not quite sure what. Oh, it was the Ignite. Tick from Ignite. Karthus now opting not to use the Requiem.
That.
And that was a
He
bit...
shouldn't have died. Soraka used her ultimate after he died. Shen still has his ult. Citizen should not have died there.
Now let's see what CLG can do to turn this around. Absolute Legends versus Teamless, by the way, 1-1. AL won the first game, Teamless won the second game. They're currently in the third one. We'll jump over to that once this is done. Well, we'll stay here if it goes to a third game. But CLG can only have 30 seconds before Karthus gets back. They should be able to at least take the turret down. Wow, nesrilaS has taken quite a lot of damage. The position reverser gets cancelled, actually. I don't know if that was a silence possibly coming out into Yellow Pete. nesrilaS is going to be shut down in the background. Hourglass is available for Wicked. Wasn't actually used. I don't know if it was cast there or not.
No, he used it.
1v2 trade at the moment, 1v3, and Graves still alive. This all started with a position reverser onto Graves, and he ends up picking up a triple kill and walking away. I
hate
fairly
to
sure.
point fingers, but Wicked lost in that team fight when he was forced to use his Hourglass because he tanked turrets.
So much damage, so much damage. Hourglass was available there, was used earlier, but the position reverser, I think it was cancelled, unless I'm mistaken. The silence from Soraka, I believe, cancelled it. Another quick update. Moscow 5 have defeated EXHCL 2-1. Moscow 5 have qualified for DreamHack. And EXHCL dropped to the lower bracket. They'll be facing the winner of one of these games, or potentially FNATIC. We'll have to just... No. Yeah, the winner of this or FNATIC. We'll double check that once we get to the ladder. But 7,000 gold. They've lost Inhibitor now. They've lost the turret. And CLG just are committing to the wrong fights.
Yeah, they kind of get these pickoffs here and there, and they're like, yeah, guys, we got it, let's push forward. Oh, we messed up. That's kind of what's been happening. They get pumped, they get like the momentum to just push forward, and then they mess up under a turret. It happened last time over on the top turret, and it happened again over at mid turret. So you're right, they're engaging in all the wrong places when they have the means to do a perfect engage.
The other thing that I find very interesting as well is every time they have committed to these big fights, we've seen it a little bit earlier on that middle river. Yellow Pete doing a swap onto Soraka. They didn't manage to kill Soraka. Soraka got away, got the heals off, and then managed to pull some more attention. You know, Yellow Pete had to flash after Soraka to pick up the kill. This time around, once again, the swap was onto Graves. The intention looked like, hey, let's blow Graves up because then we can push down the rest of this lane.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but oh my god, look at Graves. Look at his items.
Yep, Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, and Last Whisper.
When you see an AD get these items, you're thinking to yourself, oh god, what am I gonna do?
Unfortunately, just not enough focus from CLG when they do commit into that single champion. So, Moscow 5, they've made it through. They are... I don't think we're going to be playing the upper bracket finals or semi-finals because we are only trying to find the top 4. So I believe we're going to stick with lower bracket games from the remainder. And we'll, of course, confirm that once we get through to the next stages of the tournament. But at the moment...
It's a shame that FRAGZONE got dropped out. They're good friends. Good friends of mine.
They were knocked out by FNATIC in the first lower bracket game, weren't they?
I think so.
So they went down, unfortunately. Pretty good game to begin with. And, you know, well played, making it to the top 8. I mean... Big kudos to them to be in the same league as the other professional teams that are up there at the moment.
They're an ex-East team, so East does have some potential. And I'm saying that only because I used to play on East.
Alright, okay. So, everybody that is asking and wondering, co-caster, this is Brokenshard. High-ranked ELO player playing on EU West. Do you live in Europe, Broken?
I live in Israel.
Ah, alright. So, what's your latency to EU West?
To US?
EU West.
EU West, between 80 and 120.
Well, that's not too bad at all. So
I get laughed at by my German friends.
Yeah, mine's 20.
Sitting at 15.
Yeah, mine's 20, and I've got a pretty poor connection. But
Are you from South Africa, by the way?
Originally South Africa, living in...
Yeah, I can hear it on the accent. That's really cool.
Do you know a lot of South Africans in Israel?
Yes, a lot.
Wow, okay. I don't know, I think that was sarcasm, but whatever.
No, there are a lot of South Africans here in Israel.
Oh wow, that's interesting. In the bottom lane though, we see Kottenx and Snoopy now bashing one another in the face. It's the least exciting battle we've watched all day long. They've been continually auto-attacking.
Snoopy doing 2 damage to Kottenx replying by doing 3 damage.
That's exactly how it goes, but look at the pressure. While this is happening in the bottom lane, Kottenx is going to be able to use that Stand United to move to the top lane if he wants to.
I think he's going to have to use Stand United to survive.
We'll have to see. That Sadism is going to be wearing off fairly soon. He does have red buff, but
He's
Shen is
faster,
just too... Well, Shen's going to be able to use the dashes continually over and over and just put himself out of range. So, the most boring battle all day long, brought to you by Quickshot and Baroncast. Brokenshard, sorry.
Brokenshard.
My bad, I was looking at Skype. So, 13-20, 7 kills difference. Finally, we've got a noticeable gold lead. But it
Remember when I said Spirit Visage is a bad item to pick up?
and
late
it's
in
been
the
picked
game?
up.
Yeah, it just got picked up
Well.
by Mundo.
There we go.
Whereas on Mundo, it actually makes sense because they have no ignite, so he's gonna really heal. And his problem is staying alive long enough to help. Oh, there's the ult on
Look at
Citizen.
that. That's an interesting move. The ult to get
They're
onto
gonna rush
Baron
Baron.
quicker. And Baron is being melted. 8,600 hit points already. The Wall of Pain was up. Now the Wall of Pain is gone, but 5,000 hit points on Nasha. Navi, maybe not 100% certain. They're falling back a little bit. Yeah,
Good
let's see what
strategy, bad
happens.
execution. If Citizen had helped on that Baron, I think they would have had it fast enough.
But instead, he was trying to play interference. Trying to
He
keep
had the
CLG out of
wall.
it.
That I think, in my opinion, that wall is plenty interference. He just needed to lay waste that Baron a couple of times. He'd be dealing lots of damage. Huge damage.
And I like to say is massive damage.
Tons of damage.
There we go. Tons of damage, or brilliant damage, whichever you prefer. If you've listened
Tons
to
of
my
damage.
casts a few times.
He doesn't have a Triforce, though. I don't think he's legally allowed to do tons of damage.
Alright, fair enough. That's the rule. No Triforce means no tons of damage. You heard it here first. But Navi just pick up a free, inhibitor
Also,
turret.
he's not a jungler, so he can't deal tons of damage.
Now we're gonna have to see.
Citizen
whether or
might get
not-
caught out here.
Citizen's a little bit out of position, but so is Kottenx. Snoopy's playing very, very aggressively, taking a little bit of damage. That key strike proc from Shen landing, trying to keep her close. Leona doesn't manage to land that little dash of hers. There's a few
And here's
auto
the
attacks
kite,
coming
the
out, and
kite
now
that we
comes
saw
Kottenx. He's
CLG.EU
managed to lock up
on the
Wicked top. Leona gets a pretty good stun. There goes the shockwave. Damage exchange all the way back and forth. Hemoplague is going to pop. The first one to fall is Vladimir, followed up by Karthus. 2 kills apiece so far, but Graves is in the back, continually dealing damage. Nobody can get to him. Nobody can focus down Graves. And it's the reason they keep winning these team fights. Now there's a very good shockwave dissonance coming out. Almost melts Kottenx, but he manages to heal through it. Compliments of Soraka, and that's going to be GG. CLG
This game is over.
going down 2-0 to
The
Natis
second,
Vencia.
the second Froggen got caught by that
Taunt.
it was over. Because Froggen would just melt. And now he's selling all his items, and he's got 4 Guardian Angels.
So unlucky at the moment. It was just bad fights, bad decision making. I think they,
Froggen is sitting on 330 armor and 200 magic resist.
really, really unlucky. Graves Antogyn was left to free farm the entire game, 10-10, finishing on an even 300 CS. A complete build, never focused in the team fights, and well played to Natis Vencia. They make it through. They knock CLG out of the tournament. They are still in the lower bracket though, so they have not actually qualified for DreamHack just yet. They do need to play a few more games. And wow, what do you think of that?
Very, very. I want to be careful with my words, but I think CLG could have played that a lot better.
So let's have a quick look. There's the kill scores at the moment. I'm going to be bringing up the damage done. And wow, that tells a story. Compare the damage from Kennen in comparison to Shen, Vlad, Graves, Karthus. The carries, just so much lower, unfortunately. Kennen and Urgot well behind. Unlucky for CLG. They are qualified for other tournaments, but unfortunately, this is them out of the DreamHack qualifier. So congratulations to Natis Vencia. I have just found out that in order to seed either first or second, Moscow 5 will have to play Absolute Legends. That is for a seeding game. I think we're going to follow that.
Vincier.
Yeah, Navi. I think they're going to...
That name scares me.
I'm going to quickly put some music on in the background. Oh, hang on. I think the game's going live, actually. Do you have any of the AL guys on your friend list?
Yeah,
Game information.
they're in team select right now.
All right, so I'm going to see if we can jump into it. Oh, all right, now I may have just... Yeah, I'm on camera. Okay. I'll pass you the password in just a second. AL Angush is the host.
Do you mind if I do a shout out?
Of course, go for it.
All right, I'd like to give a shout out to a good friend of mine. Her name is Clarissa. She's been sort of there to view the streams when I was casting, so I really like to thank her for giving me all the advice. Thanks, Clarissa, or her in-game name is WW Lilac, for all the advice you gave me.
Oh, so cute, so cute. So,
Yeah.
guys, I'm going to throw up a very quick advert break. We're going to jump into the game, and then we'll be back in just a second.
I'll just be right back.
All right, for everybody that is busy listening, 1 second for co-caster. Make sure you jump into the game as quickly as you can. There, of course.
back.
Awesome. I have put you on Skype. AL Angush, as well as the password. So jump in there as quickly as you can. And then send me replies back if you've got a Facebook or Twitter, what your links are. Just so I can do a shameless punt.
Who's the host of the game?
AL Angush.
Angush.
Yes.
There we go.
Sweet. So, welcome back, everybody. Adverts are over. You can see we are into the game. We are just waiting for the champions to get it going. This is for first seed, guys. So, top, Moscow 5 and Absolute Legends have both qualified for the event. And we're waiting to see who's going to be taking home that first seed spot.
We're actually in the same team speak as Teamless. They're just right below us.
All right. Well, what's up? Hello. Troll the stream. No, please don't troll the stream. That would be very annoying.
They'll never guess the password.
All right. Fantastic. Have you sent me your shameless punt links?
I'm sorry?
Give me your links. Do you have Facebook, Twitter, anything along those lines?
Not really.
Okay.
I haven't really started the stream.
All right. Well, we are ready. So I'm going to quickly pull up. Check this out, guys. At the moment, if anybody does know me, has been hanging around, I'm working on...
They just trolled me so hard.
Lovely. I'm busy working on a project at the moment, guys. It's called IntoLol. Just head over to facebook.com/IntoLol. Throw a like. That's all you got to do. You'll find out more information next week. Of course, if you enjoy my casting or you want to hear some more, my name is
I think I have a little link. It's a solo mid guide on Shyvana that I got featured.
Oh, sweet. Well, link it up.
I'll link it in a second. If you guys like jungling in Shyvana, go ahead, check it out.
Awesome.
Talk to me. You can add me in game, or you can join a chat room called Brokenshard.stream. It's for a stream that's going to be upcoming. It's on EU West.
Well, having a look at the moment, I may have got my information slightly wrong. Let's quickly look. Winners bracket at the moment. Absolute Legends versus Teamless. Sorry, it's 1-1. They are currently playing the game. The game is live at the moment. Or is it? No, this is Teamless. Oh, I'm an idiot. We're in the game. Absolute Legends versus Teamless. So, please ignore me. We are busy watching the upper bracket. This is going to determine who qualifies and who goes down to the lower bracket. So, you can see it right here. Then, in the lower bracket, we have EXHCL facing off against NAVI, and FNATIC RC will face off against the loser of Absolute Legends versus Teamless. So,
and we're in.
That's it. The bottom two games, guys, those are the ones who's going to determine who is out, who does not qualify, and who is actually going to be going to DreamHack. And the first ban, once again, being Fizz. So, talk me through the bans really quickly. I need to try appoint a few more mods for my chat.
I've linked you 2 things in Skype, the 2 links.
Awesome. We'll throw them up once we get to the 3-minute countdown. So,
all right, we see a Fizz ban straight up because tabs on Fizz is just ridiculous. And Fizz is, as the last caster said, a sleeper OP. He's really, really, really strong.
yeah, I'm a big fan. I love playing that champion. I love jumping around and whatnot. So, I'm going to see...
And just, sorry, one quick shout out. I'd like to give a shout out to Luna Gaming. All good friends of mine who took me in when I moved and had no friends on West. They sort of got me up to a level where I kind of am right now. So if you don't know who they are, really underrated team. Great players, great people. Check them out.
I just found out as well, according to chat, Tabs is apparently a professional Fizz player. So
Yep.
it's a targeted ban, making sure that they remove that from his pool. Jax, Urgot, Shen, Lulu all removed. And we've seen
His nickname is the Pink Octopus.
the Pink Octopus. That sounds a bit rude, actually.
Nope, that's his nickname. Because
Well-
his
Fair enough. So, team...
Lulu targeted towards Extinct. His Lulu is just ridiculous. I mean, yeah, that's just it. And Nocturne towards Malunoo. Shen isn't like an standard ban. I mean, no one really wants to deal with that global presence, and YoungBuck does play a bit of Shen. Jax is something that Angush loves so much. He plays so much Jax, as well as Kale. So that's a really, really good ban there.
So many friend requests. So Nocturne is the final ban. We haven't seen a Nocturne ban at all, really, during these qualifiers. So it's quite interesting. And the first insta-lock is Soraka. Excuse me 1 second. I'm taking a drink of water. It's been non-stop so far for 5 hours.
So I guess I'm alone on stream. Oh yeah.
I'm back. I wanted to know, Olaf, what do you think? Top or
Sorry?
jungle?
Ooh. Well.
Could go either way.
Could go either way. I mean, who knows? I mean, Kurt does play the weirdest champions,
Well, I'd like
so
to see.
we'll see.
I think that's interesting. I think it's a bit scary picking in an Olaf right at the beginning, because of
Kurt
course.
plays a lot. I'm just looking at his match history. He plays a lot of jungle Olaf.
That's good. I like that, and the reason I like that is because if you do pick an Olaf right at the beginning of a game, it allows you to be counterpicked, and that's a bit scary. You know, putting a champion up, especially somebody who's going to be in a vital role like your solo top, you don't want to show your hand too early on.
Well, I guess any respectable solo top plays Olaf, but Curb is #1 elo in the world. So I guess people are going to be kind of spying on him, and he's played a lot of jungle Olaf.
Now we see at the moment, hovering over Cogmore and Mundo, Dr. Mundo.
I think AL is going to go for a Protect the Kog'Maw setup, and this Kog'Maw will be AD. Sleper does play really good AD Kog'Maw. However, his Ash arrows are a bit questionable.
Panky made that very clear when we casted them on Tuesday night. And I referenced it a little bit earlier while Deman was on stream. And now the first thing you talk about while we look at it is Sleper's Ash arrows being a little bit off the ball.
It's kind of an EU thing.
Did you watch the game earlier that I casted with Deman where Sleper landed the Ash arrow onto Warwick?
Across the map.
From
that was
bottom.
a big fat LP moment.
I mean, that was immense. What a play. Comboed with the Paranoia and... Who was top lane? I think it wasn't Vladimir. It was Renekton top lane. Yeah, because YoungBuck was playing Renekton. And
What's
what
that?
a
YoungBuck
game.
playing something other than Renekton? No way.
Yeah, well, we've seen him playing a Riven, and it was pretty good as well. So now we want to see, is Kayle going to get locked in?
Gonna Kayle top and Olaf jungle.
I'm nervous if it is Kayle because I have no idea what Kayle's ability names are. I have to read them, or I have to learn what they are.
I'm sorry?
I don't know any of Kayle's ability names at all.
Her Q is... One of her abilities is Righteous Fury. That's E, I think.
Well, we'll learn it. We will learn it together. So, AL Panky, Trollface Panky. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. And
I made a little bit of a mistake. I think chat's gonna murder me for this. Kerp is not #1 elo in the world. It's actually Pharrell Lord, but Kerp is #1 in my heart, broman style.
only I can disable links in chat. Well, if I can do that, I'm going to try do this on my Twitch chat. Keep an eye on the bans at the moment. There's a lot of spam going up at the minute, so I'm going to see if I can fix this. Talk us through the rest of the bans.
Sort of being hovered around. Don't know if they'll take this. Well, there's the Ari, wow. I haven't seen extinkt play Ari in a long time. Ezreal? AP Ezreal? Oh no, they're just trolling us right now.
I'm more interested in the Shaco at the moment.
AP Shaco. I saw a guy called BF Razorblader do it in high elo, AP Shaco mid, and it was really funny how he did well with it.
Well, is it actually going to be locked in? That's the real
Don't think
question. So. No, it won't be. But I mean, who would you put mid against an Ari?
Well, Rice does perfectly good against Ari. Not so much in lane, but more in team fights. When Ari kind of jumps in, he'll just be able to lock him up with the W. Kennen is also a really good champion to pick against Ari for the same reason. If they can get in... Oh, and there's the... Anivia sort of fulfills the same role. Because Ari's going to jump in, and then Anivia's got that sort of zoning potential. She can wall. Of course, Ari can jump off, but then Ari's going to take a huge chunk to the face. And now we got the lanes up. It's going to be Riven versus Kayle.
How does that play out? I have not seen too many Kales in the top lane, so I really don't have much experience with...
If I was Angush, and I'm not, because I'm not Lithuanian, I would take Ghost. Because Riven does have all those gap closers, but Kayle has the Q. So if she can kite YoungBuck around without getting him near, I'm assuming Kale would win. On the other hand, though, YoungBuck has all those gap closers, and Kale doesn't necessarily build tanky. So if Riven can get there and jump on Kale, most likely Kale will die if he can get level 6 before Kale does. Though I'm on the same boat as you, so I have no idea because I don't see Kale top that much.
Yeah.
So it's going to be kind of a new thing for me.
Mid lane could be potentially passive. It could be kill hungry. If Tabs is able to land that Flash Frost onto Extinct, it could follow it up with some decent damage. But
Olaf isn't exactly the best ganker, so I don't see any kills happening in mid lane. Anavia's way too pushed up. She'll always be defensive. At least that's what I'm thinking. So Malunoo's not going to be able to perma-slow her down the lane. Whereas Olaf kind of fulfills the same role with his axes. They're kind of similar, actually. The cleaver and the axe. They're on. If you can pick the axe up, it's on low cooldown.
yeah, so it's going to be an interesting one. The bottom lane as well, you're then going to have Kog'Maw Soraka coming up against Taric Graves. If Lord and Metalex can combo their, dazzle into shatter combos, it's going to be very, very powerful.
Graves does good in most lanes, but when Kog'Maw hits level 6, it's going to sort of turn into Kog'Maw's favor because the range and the damage on W. And then late game, Kog'Maw is just so strong. The range advantage.
I just want to once again give a quick shout out, and this is of course the DreamHack Beat It MSI Steel Series qualifiers. The winner of this game will qualify for DreamHack. The loser has to play another best of 3 to be eligible. And of course, MSI Steel Series bring you all the action. We are into the last minute and a half before we go down, so we're going to do one more little quick shameless bump. If you've enjoyed my style, facebook.com/quickshot. And if you're enjoying Brokenshard, it's facebook.com/Brokenshard as well.
Wow!
And there is a little link up there. I'll throw it up into the chat box in just a second. But if you head over to
And yes, for
Solomon.net,
everyone that sends me messages, I am casting DreamHack.
well, there you go. There we go. So well done. Nicely done. We are, of course, waiting into the last 1 minute before we hit Absolute Legends versus Teamless. And remember, guys, that this is 1 for 1. All right? Each team has a victory. The next team to lose gets knocked down. It's that simple. There's a lot to play for and a lot on the line at the moment.
There's a lot on the line right now.
So we are on to the last one. I'm going to throw up one more quick commercial break, and when we are back, it will be Absolute Legends versus Teamless. So, adverts are currently playing. And 27,000 viewers. How does that compare to your old viewer numbers, Broken?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
There's only 27,000 viewers. How does that compare to your previous numbers?
Only 27,000 viewers.
And your name, it's Ram.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Well, what's
Actually, let's just say my name is Ram. Let's not give you my real name.
All right, fair
because
enough.
no one will ever be able to understand it.
Fair enough, fair enough. So we are back from the advert break. We're about to start loading up the game. And I'm going to ask all 26,000 of you guys, who is going to win? Who is qualifying for DreamHack and who's going down to the lower bracket to face FNATIC? Keeping a close eye on the chat at the moment. Teamless or Absolute Legends? Wow. Are you watching the chat at the moment?
Yeah.
A lot of love for AL at the moment.
DSM's gonna win, apparently.
Yep. TSM gets votes. Every time I ask this question, TSM gets votes. Every time I ask this question.
And do you want to know why?
Tell me why.
Because Baylife, that's why.
Don't you troll me as well now.
Baylife?
So in terms of skins, letting the side down, Xinec not rocking out any clothing this time round. A full teamless skin. And I don't
I
like
blame
S&M.
YoungBuck. If YoungBuck loses top lane, it's because he didn't get Battle Bunny Ribbon. And only because he didn't get Battle Bunny Ribbon.
I don't like S&M, Mundo. It just sits uncomfortably with me. Every time I see that, I just think
Mundo
he's got some safety word that only Valorant knows about.
I don't think even they know about it.
So I'm gonna throw up the overlays.
Mundo say safe word when he pleases.
Absolute Legends on the left, Teamless on the right, Blue Trunks and Red Trunks. We've got our vote.
I
Players.
see lots of pings coming along.
Well, this is just them trolling us. This is
It
just
looks
them
like
trolling us.
I really like Olaf's level 1. When I play Olaf, I almost always go for an invade because you can throw the axe, pick it up, and then throw it again, and it's such a strong slow. It's a 24% slow, but a lot of damage. And because it doesn't suffer from the same thing that most skill shots suffer from, if you throw it through multiple people, it'll stay the same damage. Yeah, and they have a better level 1. I definitely think we're, I look at WW and I see Western Wolves, that Teamless have a better level 1.
And look at this right now. Lord is going to be moving forward. Xinec is going to try to get away. The Dazzle Flash, the Charm lands. This is going to be a huge fight, a huge knockup from YoungBuck. He's going to be the first one to fall though, so Kale picks up first blood. Now they're going to turn their attention over to the rest of the Teamless team. And wow, absolute legends. Giving up first blood already.
They face checked, and
Yep.
they didn't take any damage. That's what really bothers me. Like, Riven used all her charges of her Q, and it didn't phase them at all.
The thing that was scary there, the thing that turned it around, Xinec tried to get away. Xinec, seeing the entire team, anticipated them walking into the bush and attempted to flash to safety. But it still landed the Dazzle. And then, of course, the charm went up, but you got a 4-man Absolute Legends coming up against a 5-man Teamless who are just going to be able to push onto one target. Absolute already felt like they'd been caught, and they were in a defensive mindset. Get away, get to safety. And it just allowed Teamless to be able to pick up an easy first blood.
And Malunoo had to use a pot. I can't really stress how important pots are on Mundo, because you use your HP to deal damage to minions. Kurt managed to pick up a ward, so one lane is going to feel a little bit of love. He's not smiting this blue buff. So he's going to either counter jungle something, or most likely take his red without without problems.
A couple of questions in chat. Just want to quickly update everybody. Darius and Athene's Unholy Grail are automatically banned from today's cup, today's qualifier. They will be permitted later on, once we get closer to DreamHack, but for today they're not. The reason for that is we were originally going to play on the tournament realm, but just through a little bit of miscommunication and a little bit of troubles, we ended up playing on the live realm. But the rules did not change. No Athene's Unholy Grail and no Darius this time round. And Angush with that first blood manages to pick up the cloth armor. Kerp, is he going to be able to see this? Kerp has now come in. Malunoo's on such low life. There goes the Reckless Swing. 1 or 2 more attacks. Kerp may be able to pick it up. And he does. 2-0 in favor of Teamless. And Kerp refreshes his blue buff.
Olaf.
That's a double refresh, actually.
He got the double buff?
Yep,
He
managed to
didn't
pick up.
his own red.
Hasn't even picked up his own red, so he may even be able to
know
donate
what
that
would be
red
really
to
brutal?
Kale. That's what I would do.
Exactly. Giving that that red buff to Kale. Kale is already ahead of YoungBuck, and we all know how snowbally top lane is. I don't think Kerp is going to be as generous. I think he's a very selfish person. He's going to take the red for his own.
So Teamless off to a great start. This is, of course, the 3rd game in the best of 3. Whichever team loses this drops down to the lower bracket where they will face FNATIC.
I can see Kerp not going for a Wriggles, because there are generally 2 ways to build an Olaf jungle. I'm really putting emphasis on Olaf jungle because it's not as common, and I really love it. That he might go for double gold per 10 CDR sort of support. And he's just going to be able to support the double AD, because Kale late game is essentially an AD carry.
We've seen that from, I think, Shushay on Thursday, actually, where he played an Olaf, I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, he played an Olaf in the top lane, went for double GP5, Randian's Omen, Shurelius, and literally just played like an interference game. Maxed out his cooldown reductions.
Here. Started on US.
And it's
With
very powerful.
Nintendude from Team Monomaniac playing jungle Olaf in IPL 4. That's how we built. He built Frozen Heart, Warmogs, Aegis, and then Hotshot GG playing Support Loft GG with that stuff in top lane. So
the
US
bottom
might
lane.
know something we don't.
Ignite went down onto Sleper. Buckshot's not available. A flash from Lorden. And
Was that Summoner Heal?
Yeah, Summoner Heal blown,
Yeah.
as well as the Ignite coming out from Lorden. But it just seemed like he was committing to a fight that Metal X wasn't ready for.
Yeah, I saw that a little bit in the game when game 1. I wasn't casting, but I saw that happen a lot, where they really wanted to go for the dive, but Metal X was just worlds away.
I can only assume that would probably lead down to potentially communication. On the team speak, either some lag or not necessarily being 100% go now, dive for kill kind of thing. You really need to have that top level of communication to make sure everybody's moving forward. So at the moment, 0-2, Teamless in the lead, 1,000 gold advantage at 5 minutes. YoungBuck on a little bit of the back foot, compliments of Kale picking up that first blood. And Olaf, 29 CS to the 28 of Mundo. Even with that double buff, even with the invade and the kill, there's only 1 creep kill ahead.
sorry to those who felt offended. Ex-Monomaniac, they're now called Team Dynamic. TD.
TD. Tower defense. So we do have a pressure on this top lane now. Kerp is moving forward. Angush applies the slow. But the Valor into Broken Wings, just so much movement abilities.
And this is what I'm talking about with Olaf. His ganks aren't very strong unless you can chain those axes. So essentially, you're going to have to come at someone from the front. So you're going to be finding them in the jungle and they have a long way to go. When you come at someone from behind, it's not going to be too easy. And yeah, Kerp is going for that Philo Stone so he can spam his Qs, which is what is maxing.
So that's pretty interesting, especially considering it gives decent burst damage. The fact that you can reduce the cooldown so significantly when you actually pick it up, it allows you to deal more damage and more consistently. And the slow increases as well, doesn't it, with each rank?
I think so. Wait. Yeah. It's slow. It's getting increased by a little bit, but it's more useful for the jungle clear. Like you pass up the Madred's procs for constant ability to spam that Q with the mana regen. So it's a trade-off.
Angush in the top line, starting to run a little bit low on mana. Gold-wise, currently sitting on 700 gold in the bank to the 500 Riven. 43 CS to 24, so really big pressure. The bottom lane, the fight's going down. Kerp is now moved forward. He's popped the Ghost. There goes the Reckless Swing. Taking quite a few tower shots. Moves left, then right, then left, then right. Wasn't 100% sure if he was committing to that or not.
He missed his axe throw by a little bit, so if he had ran to the axe, he would have let Sleper go. If he had thrown that a little bit upwards, he would have been able to hit both Sleper and continue in the rampage of axes.
And he's still staying in this bottom lane.
Chunking him out so hard.
Well, currently
Sleper
hitting
right
180 physical damage and slowing by 32% for 2.5 seconds. It's a pretty effective slow.
He has 25 RPen. He hits hard.
And the problem right now is, of course, all the damage that they do manage to put down, Xinec is just going to heal. Give them enough time. Give them a minute or 2 minutes time.
Malunoo's trying to head top, but I think, yeah, Angush is recalling.
He's going to be able to get out of their safety. So
I think Malunoo would have been better off trying to fight for this blue. If you deny a Nivea blue, there's really not much he'll be able to do there. But now that he's got this blue, Tabs, he's actually ahead. I don't see this too often where an Nivea is able to out CS. But usually once they get 6, they're able to catch up in that sense, because they'll never miss a creep kill.
And look at the aggression from Lorden. Lands the Dazzle, the Shatter, a couple of auto attacks, and he's not even afraid of Kog'Maw. 1v1. He's just saying, Sleper, I got this. I got this. Have a look at the bottom lane. If they're going to be able to do this. Pickaxe picked up for Graves. The stun lands, Shatter as well as Buckshot. Ignite goes down, 1 or 2 more auto attacks. Might be enough, but the heal and the armor buff from Xinec is just in time to save Sleper's life, and he manages to walk away.
If they're able to push Sleper back this far, he's actually ahead in creep kills.
Now 52.
No, he was ahead.
Yeah, he was ahead.
But he's going to miss all these creeps.
Potentially.
So,
and may go the way of Soraka if she's able to last hit a little bit more effectively.
Well, regardless, Soraka getting those creep kills is not going to help his case. He really needs that farm.
Yeah.
But Kog'Maw is just a little bit away. He's now level 6. He's now been back to buy. I think we're going to start seeing a little bit of a turnaround in this bot lane.
Well, both of the middle lanes sitting with their blue buffs at the moment. Tabs has just picked his up. Extinct is a little bit newer.
He was trying to do that little trick with walling them into the queue.
Wall into Flash Frost. But very smart from Extinct, juking left, right, and actually, making Tab second guess whether or not, which direction to cast that skill shot. But in the end, it
9 minutes anyway. Has double gold per 10. He's going to be a very rich little Viking.
Now it does take a little while before that can actually start to pay off. But of course, it does pay off.
As a jungler, you have all the time in the world.
Yeah, once you hit the 25 minute mark, the GP5s will be ticking over. It helps a lot when you consider CS-wise sitting the same as Mundo, but Mundo's only got the single GP5.
Nice try, Frog.
What happened?
Hail extinct thing in all chat.
Ah, right. A little bit of taunting going back and forth. I always turn off the chat in game. It just ends up being a little bit distracting.
It helps me keep track of who's buying stuff. We see Malunoo picking up an Oracles now.
It's a fairly early Oracles. YoungBuck moving forward, trying to put some damage onto Angush, but actually ended up coming off worse in that train. Bottom lane, Olaf is diving. He's using the Ragnarok. Wish comes out from Xinec. That's going to be able to save Sleper once again.
I really think he could have gone for that. But even if he had waited a second longer, his Ghost would have been up. But that's very, very bad. They're going to take the turret at the very least. This could also turn into a dragon. considering Malunoo is now headed top lane. That ward will find him.
Angush has managed to stick to the fight, though. He's pushing it. The first cleaver actually gets dodged, flashes over Malunoo. Now the exhaust has gone down. Wind Slash has come out. Oh man, while that's happening, a kill happens on the bottom lane. So Angush does go down in the top lane. I'm now going to rewind 30 seconds and actually watch this bottom lane fight unfold. Because we see Nivea did actually pick up a kill. So now we can see the top lane while that's happening. Did they manage to pick up the tower?
I don't think that was a good chance to rewind, considering that
Well,
another kill was just bought.
We'll stick with it at the minute. So there, Tabs, he is going to be able to pick up with one additional auto attack, gets egged underneath the turret, and the true damage is actually not going to be able to pick up that kill, unfortunately. So let's put on that. Now you see Extinct diving forward. One Spirit Rush, second Spirit Rush. Gonna move forward. That's the third one going forward. Is going to pick up a kill onto Kerp, but has blown the flash. Now trying to get away. And Graves and Tarek actually scared, not willing to pick that fight. So I'm back onto directed camera and speeding up towards real time, 20 seconds behind.
So it was kind of a back and forth. AL managed to, well actually that was not a back and forth, that was perfect. They managed to pick up a kill in top, mid, and the jungle. That's a 3-4, what is it, 0? Did anyone on, no, Sleper managed to die.
Yeah, he was the only one that went down.
So it was a 3-for-1 exchange.
And it evens evened up the gold, and it evens up the kills.
Yeah, though top lane is still getting bullied out by Angush, who's almost picked up his Zeal right now. YoungBuck is really going to have some trouble here. He's behind quite a lot of CS.
Now,
Maybe
what
we
is
can see a Wriggle being ball here?
What does Angush build on Kale? What items do you build on a Kale? I see he's got the
Attack
Ninja Tabi. He's got a single...
Ninja Tabi's more targeted towards Riven, because Riven does a lot of damage, and there's not really much you can do to stop it because of the gap closers. But usually you build AD-centered items. You get double Durans, even triples, Zeal into Infinity Edge, or Black Cleaver, or straight up Phantom Dancer into Infinity Edge. 80 items.
Starting with the dagger, so you expect to see a Zeal before actual AD just yet.
It's always going to be a Zeal because you want to maximize the amount of damage you do with your Righteous Fury.
Alright, okay. Now let's actually have a look how they're skilling it. 5 points into Righteous Fury, 5 points into Reckoning, and then just a single point into Divine Blessing. So opting not to go for those heals and going for a pure DPS build.
He doesn't really need the heals with the Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, very, very true. The Vamp Scepter, would that proc while Righteous Fury was happening as well?
Mm-hmm.
I assume it would.
We see YoungBuck maxing his shield. He's really getting hurt by this harass.
3 points into Broken Wings, 4 points into Valor. CS-wise, not necessarily too far behind, but it is still 20 creeps. So
13 minutes into the game, Kerp picked up his third gold item.
now, do you think that'll be actually completed into a Ghost Blade?
Could be. Ghost Blade is a perfectly good item on Olaf. He makes use of the cooldown reduction, R-Pen, and the active. Maybe not one of the first upgrades, but it's definitely a possibility later in the game.
So keeping a close eye on this middle lane. Going to see what's happening because I haven't actually followed them too much just yet. Extinct and Tabs, in terms of farm, 120 CS on a Nivea to Ari, and 116 to a Nivea. It's pretty much as even as it's going to be. And typical, as soon as I move to the middle lane, Extinct moves forward to take the blue buff and leaves the lane. But gold difference of 200 at the 14-minute mark. Once again, we have a great game on our hands. And it's going to be determined by the team fights. It's going to be determined by, once the towers are down, how each team manages to handle the pressure and the aggression. And whether or not they can control the fights with their champion's abilities. And if they can keep Sleper alive. If they can't protect Sleper, it's going to be very scary when you consider Angush is sort of having his way with YoungBuck up in the top lane. You know, 1v1 may have slightly bigger presence. The AoE damage from Righteous Fury, combined with the AoE from Anivia and the AoE burst from Buckshot and collateral damage, it's potentially a lot of group damage that if they aren't able to prevent landing onto Cogmore may turn the tides of the battles.
It's not only that, you forgot to mention that Olaf is just going to run through whatever they put. They don't have something like a Nivea wall that's going to stop Olaf, or a Trundle Pillar. Olaf's going to run through, and unless Sleper is near a wall to jump over, Olaf is just going to continue chasing him down. But now that Olaf is in top lane, that opens up Dragon.
And that Dragon went down incredibly quickly for Absolute Legend. So that's 1-for-1 in terms of Dragons, isn't it? Unless I'm mistaken. We do have YoungBuck. He's pushed forward. He's now been baited forward. The ultimate comes out from Angush. Flash away from YoungBuck. Ignite is ticking. The axe, it did actually
Kerp
land.
wants
Kerp is
blood.
sticking to this. Ragnarok and Ghost. The axe lands again. One more reckless swing. Should be able to do it. Oh, no, the shield comes up. 5 points into that Valor. Wow, YoungBuck just managing to get away. 189 damage.
Last axe there.
And now in the bottom lane, we've got pressure. Ara's now pushing, or Dr. Mundo's pushing forward with Kog'Maw and Soraka. One more auto attack along with the firework is going to be able to pick up the kill. And the sadism health regen is more than enough to keep Dr. Mundo alive. Kerp is now the one that's in trouble, gets taunted. Charmed, lands an axe, ends up going down thanks to some red buffs with some extra damage.
They opened
from
really
extinkt.
well, but they're really having a hard time keeping up their advantage.
And wow, huge pressure back and forth. But now, Absolute Legends in the driving seat. They were on the back foot, but they've turned it around.
I'd expect them to be in the back foot with a little bit of a late game comp, but now that they've picked up the lead, I really don't see how Teamless is going to be able to pick it up. If Olaf isn't able to kill Kog'Maw alone, if the situation calls for Olaf to be the one to get Kog'Maw, if Kog'Maw can just sit and destroy Olaf instantly, it's going to be a hard time for Teamless to really win this game.
500 gold is all that separates them. It's not a big difference at the moment. Only one tower down. And then, of course, is the center tower, which Tabs has managed to push down. So we're going to slowly start transitioning into this next phase of the game. Kale, Zeal completed, Vamscepter, double Dorans. Looking quite scary in that top lane, but Riven is only 20 creeps behind. And it's stuck at 20 creeps for the last 4 minutes.
And if you're rushing Archangels, she's sitting on 100 AP right now.
Have a look at the gold at the moment. Olaf currently sitting 4,300 to Mondo's 4,100. We do see Extinct diving forward, trying to pick up a kill on Lorden. Does actually get stunned up, may be able to do it. The final Spirit Rush, 1 or 2 more attacks may be enough, and there it is. The stun got me a bit excited. I thought he was going to be able to wait. Kerp now use that Ragnarok. The stun just misses. Thanks to Extinct being able to use, I think it was the last
that
tick of
wall.
that friendship. Very unlucky on the wall. Well, it was a pretty good wall, actually. I had to flash over it as opposed to walking through it.
Lots of gold items being built on Teamless.
GP5 on Anivia, GP5's Olaf, double GP5 Tarek. There's only 150 gold advantage for Olaf at the moment. Farm-wise, bang on even to Dr. Mundo. And of course 1-2-1 as opposed to the 1-0-1-2. Now we do have some pressure onto YoungBuck. He's going to move forward onto Tabs, put a lot of damage onto Tabs. He knows he won't be able to blow up Kale necessarily as effectively. The ultimate from Angush finally used. Wish from Soraka has been used as well. YoungBuck is on 17 hit points. Somebody has to jump forward. Now Ari's going to be coming up. She doesn't have her ultimate up just yet, so she's not going to be able to close the gap.
No.
And that AoE from the Glacial Storm is going to be enough to finally finish it off.
I was so looking forward to YoungBuck popping out and destroying that Anivia.
But interesting move from YoungBuck. Turning to Anivia, completely ignoring Kale. And Tabs had the egg, had rebirth, so it's quite an interesting decision. What is the name on that ultimate? Yeah, Glacial Storm. Forgot the name of
Yep.
it. Anivia's ultimate. So with that kill, it now puts Teamless. Still 500 gold. It's the same. It's bang on even. But
It's really not much. But if you think about it, even is a relative term, considering that Teamless are going to be getting gold every second, whereas, well, they're only, well, actually, now that Sorok has 3 gold items, it's sort of even out right now. All the gold items are going to the right people, though. I mean, Olaf is going to be getting gold every second. He's going to be getting a gold and a half every second. There's going to be a really rich Viking sooner or later. Anivia with a Heart of Gold. I've seen this a lot on tabs lately. Frog Anivia. He's going for that Warmog's armor.
well, it makes perfect sense when you consider the fact that when you get egged, you go back to full HP. And if you've got a team around you like, you know, Kale and Olaf that can survive for fairly long amounts of time, give some heals back, the damage reduction, or the ultimate for the damage
Take a look at
reduction.
top.
I'm keeping an eye. I am on the directed camera, so Tabs is chilling there. We do see
He
Extinct
walked
set up
through a
as well.
ward, so they know that they're up there. And Extinct.
And now all of a sudden, there goes the dive. Spirit Fresh straight over. Tabs is going to be forced to flash towards YoungBuck. Is going to get completely egged. And now is going to end up giving away this blue buff. A 3 versus 1. Tabs is not going to be able to get away.
So long kill.
And Ari's the one that ends up picking it up.
Refreshed blue is always good.
Yep. Especially on Ari, she's going to keep tossing out those orbs of deception. Keep using those foxfires. And I'd like to throw just a big thank you, big shout out to Puggett. I believe he's an admin technician, something along the lines for Twitch TV. He's jumped over, he's been helping out the lag issues and added a couple of extra resolutions to the thing. Now we're taking a look. Kerp has been silenced for a few seconds. He's going to be able to land the reckless swings. A few auto attacks. Sleper tanking so much damage. Compliments of that armor buff from Astral Blessing. And just allowed it to stay alive for a little bit longer. And yeah,
Kerp has the Shirelias now. He's sitting on a lot of cooldown reduction.
Yeah, still got the double GP5. When he eventually finishes that Ghost Blade, the movement speed he's going to be able to do is so much. And of course, to all the admins or the mods that are helping out with chat, thank you very much. But mad props to Puggett. He's been able to add the extra resolutions and apparently helping fix some of the lag issues that we've been having. So, guys, props to Twitch. Let them know they're awesome. And of course, we're here for Absolute Legends versus Teamless. Gold is now 100 difference.
Chad is asking how much gold Kayla's sitting on. Kayla's sitting on 2,000 gold.
In the
She
bank.
hasn't been back to buy in a while. She'll take top tower.
Call it 800 gold. No, 1,000 gold ahead of Riven. 40 CS ahead of Riven. We're going to be able to go back with that 2-3. I can't wait to see what she actually builds.
It could be a Phantom Nesser, but I'm going to go with the BF Sword. Actually, that's just off a Black Cleaver. I think maybe he would have built a Black Cleaver if he could.
Chat felt
Black Cleaver's
very
great.
strongly about the Black Cleaver prediction earlier. So I'm not 100%
Because she shreds armor with her passive.
And then, of course, shreds
But
on the
it's
Black Cleaver
percentage.
as well. Yeah.
She builds the BF Sword, but nothing else. She's still sitting on a lot of gold.
Well, let's have a look at gold at the moment. GP5's on Olaf, 6,500 gold to the 5,900 gold that Dr. Mundo is sitting on. 600 difference at the 22-minute mark. And we can pretty much say it's compliments of the GP5s. And now 3 towers down for Teamless have taken 3 towers down, rather. Only 1 in reply. Spirit Rush used by Extinkt. He's going to be trying to get away. Dodges the axe, compliments of the second Spirit Rush. But Kerp, that Viking, he fears nothing. He just carries on running, takes the damage and says, what? Sup? Come on, keep throwing it.
I'm really disappointed that there's no Broloff skin.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. Bro Marcia!
You can't arrest me. My dad owns a dealership.
And your mom's OP. Have a look at items. We haven't looked at items at all.
Look at his items. This is what he's been building all the time. And I was just talking to a friend of mine called Morant earlier. It's really good on champions like Ahri. You can pop in, do that damage, and then pop out immediately. You wouldn't see Deathfires go on Brand. You would see it on Annie, but you wouldn't see it on someone like Anivia. So it's really tailored towards these types of champions, and I'm really excited to see who's going to be the poor sab that takes all that burst damage to the face.
So let's have a look at items. That's the Deathfire plus the Abyssal Scepter. In reply, Anivia, Rod of Ages is completed, Negatron Cloak, a Heart of Gold, and a Giant's Belt. So very interesting build so far. In terms of our bottom lanes, Infinity Edge and Zeal currently sitting on Graves. Cogmore, Infinity Edge, Double Dorans, and the Vamp Scepter. So doesn't have enough gold for that Zeal just yet. So how much is he actually sitting on? 11, 14, so that'll be very close. Top lane, Riven has the Phage, Vamp Scepter, and the BF Sword. Going to be completing her Bloodthirster very shortly.
Unless it's she's hacking and she's going to pull that Dominion item, Entropy.
Oh, that would be cool. It would be very useful right now, but unfortunately that's not going to pull through. But with regards to Kale, Zeal, BF Sword, and Vamp Scepter, and another 1,200 gold in the bank. So if it were going to be
an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, if it was going to be a Black Cleaver, that would be at about now. That's 1215 would be required. IE is another. It's 2,050, isn't it? On top of the BF Sword. Around about.
I think it's 3,830. So it's about 2,100 approximately on top of the BF Sword.
Alright, so we're going to see what that goes. And look at the pressure. Extinct, first thing of Spirit Rush, second one from Spirit Rush, manages to get away.
Tabs has a flash, but he's just too far away.
Turn off this directed camera because it's driving me when I don't want to
Oh, the
drive.
Shirelli's popped. Oh,
Shirelli has been popped. Yeah, Axe didn't land, unfortunately. And Metal X has taken a lot of damage from that living artillery.
Even if he's not AP, he still hurts.
So there goes the Ghost from Kerp. Oh, we didn't see that. Angush
Oh my
managed to
God.
sneak right through the bottom. Stun lands onto Sleper. That's going to be a dead Sleper. Kale's the one that picks up the kill credit.
Very good job by Angus just being there. That ult makes him just really annoying. That's my
powerful.
only adjective for that.
So they do manage to force down the turret, and Teamless, they were looking behind for a little bit, but with this last push and this last teamfight pressure, They seem
Meanwhile, in
to
top
be in
lane.
control. It is a fair trade, 1 for 1, but they are still
I
one
don't think
turret
he'll be able to
behind.
pick up this turret. Oh no, he won't.
He will be
Metalex
able to,
isn't
for
doing
sure.
enough damage yet.
Even with the Infinity Edge and the Zeal, the Broken Wings in conjunction with the Valor is going to be more than enough for Riven to get away. So she escapes unscathed.
It's gonna take a while before 80s can really melt bruisers like that. It's just not there yet.
And yeah, unfortunately for everybody on stream, the plus 25 gold, this happens sometimes. I have no idea why. This is the second or the third game I've casted where plus 25 gold just sticks on screen. I can't get rid of it. I wish it could, but hey, this is League of Legends. There are bugs from time to time, and this is one of them. So I've got a lovely plus 25 gold just above the center top left corner of my crosshair area. So anyways, this is of course game number 3 of the upper bracket game. Absolute Legends versus Teamless. The winner of this is going to face off against NAVI to determine first and second seed for the DreamHack tournament. So we will probably watch that one. We'll see what's happening in the lower bracket and keep an eye on that. But Kerp has been running around with that Oracle's Elixir and clearing out wards for quite a while now. And Malunoo's got one as well. And of course Malunoo, 0-1-3, very early death. Angush dodges the cleaver. The teams have sort of slowed down the pace now. The next big fight is most likely going to be around Baron Nashor. When I have a look, Dragon is down. Dragon goes down very, very quickly at this stage in the game. And the teams are starting to hit the point where they can take Baron very, very quickly. Riven, Mundo, and Cog will be able to tear it apart. On the same token, Olaf, Graves, and Kayle will be able to do a lot of damage. Kayle, of course, Infinity Edge and Zeal completed.
She hurts.
So
Her E,
much damage.
Once it's maxed, her E gives her the approximate of a BF sword in damage. It's huge. It's ridiculous of how much damage she'll get. Oh, that wall splits them up perfectly.
Very, very good wall from Anivia. Now we're going to
They
see,
would've
there
gone
goes the
in. Oh, wow.
equipment. Deathfire
Kerp
Grasp
just
immediately onto Olaf. The first one to fall will be Lord, and no, he gets saved by the ultimate from Kayle. Kerp is still alive, somehow in the background, finally going down. Ari and Riven pick up some kills. Now they've turned their
Here's
attention.
double AD.
Tabs manages to get away. Xinec has to force to flash. Sleper still taking some damage, so a good fight for Absolute Legends thus far. They're going to be able to melt Metalex, and that should open them up for Baron.
I think Lorden was wearing the biggest troll face when that happened.
Managed to take the Kayle ultimate, and I don't think that was the smartest of decisions. Yes, it was able to save, Taric for a little bit longer, but I think it should have been safe for the likes of Olaf or for Graves, who can deal more damage and stay alive a little bit longer. Angush is now moving forward, tries to pick up a kill onto Xinec. The Ignite is ticking. 44 does actually pick it up. Just enough damage from the auto attacks and from the Ignite. And finally, Baron will be able to pick up this, or the Baron will go down. A stun lands onto Malunoo. Tabs, no flash though, so unable to flash over the wall.
Well, what happened was Metal X was kind of running up the bush here, and then Xinec ran in the opposite direction. So Metal X was sort of baited into a position where he couldn't escape. Really well played by Xinec there. Aside from that, they did waste everything on Lord, but YoungBuck hang on to his ultimate the second he saw that Lord wasn't dead. So it was sort of a counterplay. I think Angush was really putting all his money on, they're gonna burst ultimates on Lord, I better ult him.
And the damage that was put down onto Kerp was amazing as well. Kerp was a little bit caught out of the fight right at the beginning. He managed to eat a Deathfire Grasp and then Orb of Deception from Extinct, and it chunked so much of his hit points away. It was very, very scary to see. So Kerp, of course, is going to have to start building a little bit more tanky, maybe finishing off the likes of the Warmogs or Randian's Omen or something. Currently sitting on...
What game are we at again? Are we game 3?
Currently sitting Giant's Belt and a Ruby Crystal. So that could potentially be a Frozen Mallet.
Are we game 3 or...
This is game 3. This is game 3.
Okay.
It is 1-1. Whoever goes down now drops to lower bracket.
Okay, so we're in a higher bracket now.
Yes, this is the upper bracket. So the winner of this will face Moscow 5. I said Navi earlier, I was very silly. They will face Moscow 5 for first seed. And then, of course, in the bottom lane, I think EXHCL are playing... I will check the ladder in a second. My brain's a bit fried. But FNATIC are in the bottom line. We've got Navi in the bottom as well as... I think EXHCL, actually. But we'll have a look at the bracket shortly. So 28,000 viewers. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for stopping by and watching with us. Obviously, my name is Quickshot. I'm joined here with Brokenshard.
What's up?
And we're having some fun. DreamHack beat it MSI qualifiers.
I'm not having fun. You're not allowed to have fun. Sorry.
Well, I'm having fun. You're killing it for me now, though.
I'm just joking. Have fun as much as you want. This is fun.
And it's just a little bit of a small break in the action. Look at the item that's...
Well, moving around the jungle, they're trying to catch stragglers. Kerp is sort of sitting in that bush. I just don't think they'll be able to kill him. That Bromasian...
Look at Soraka's build. Currently sitting on a Soul Shroud. Nearby Ally Champions...
I haven't seen that item in such a long time. I think...
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think it's the first time I've seen it in competitive play. But it makes sense.
I keep interrupting you. I'm really sorry.
No worries, no worries. It's a bit of the delay on the TeamSpeak. But have a look at the moment in terms of your items. You've got Locket of the Iron Solaria, Aegis of the Legion, Soul Shroud. It's all team-based items.
Malunoo did pick up a Locket of the Iron Solaria. That's actually really strange. I would actually not agree with that. Simply because you see that they're running double AD. I mean, Kayle and Graves are technically ADs. So I would expect a Randuin's Omen to be a much better choice. I'm just assuming that they're this protect the whole Kog'Maw sort of thing. The Shiva's gonna go a lot better than the AoE slow. Oh, they're gonna charge in on this.
Damage onto Lord is immense. The Spirit Rush plus Ignite is gonna be able to pick up the kill. The Cleaver lands into Metal X's back in conjunction with the Buckshot. That means Absolute Legends pick up 2 free kills just from being a little bit overextended. Just that tiny step out of position. And now all of a sudden, Absolute Legends look like they're in the driving seat. Teamless, they were there for a little while. They had some great pressure and some great aggression, but potentially being knocked to the lower bracket right now. And taking a look in this top lane, the invincibility does come out from Angush. He's flashed over the wall to try to take out Sleper. I think he ate a charm from Extinct, so wasn't able to continue attacking. The Wind Slash comes out from YoungBuck. Wish finally used by Soraka. YoungBuck still tanking this tower. Guardian Angels is available. Tabs is now running low on mana, so he's got to be very, very careful. Gonna get knocked up from YoungBuck, potentially stunned. There comes the flash and the knock-up. Tabs gets completely egged. League of Legends answer it. The bird came before the egg, ladies and gentlemen. There's proof of it. And now, first inhibitor goes the way of Absolute Legends, and you'd have to say they're in a very strong position. Carry on pushing there, deciding not to fall back just yet. Kerp looks like he used something that I didn't quite see what. Managing to finish his Aegis, eats a charm to the face and takes so much damage. All of the hurt coming out, Orb of Deception, plus all the cleavers and range, etc. Malunoo's now dropped to incredibly low life, but Absolute Legends just completely running away with it. No problems at all, and it looks as though Absolute Legends should pick this one up. What do you think? We may have potentially lost our co-caster, so we'll see where that is in a moment. But at the moment, Super Creep's coming down the middle lane. Teamless are now on the back foot. They will be able to farm a little bit easier because, of course, they are going to be sitting in their back line, sitting in their base, holding off. We do see Anivia finish that Abyssal Scepter now, still sitting on the Heart of Gold, Ruby Crystal, and Giant's Belt. In comparison, Ari has currently finished a Death Cap, the Abyssal Scepter, as well as the Deathfire Grasp. And it's so much pressure, so much damage. 8,000 gold difference. The 35-40 minute mark, it's not too much at the moment. So have a quick look. There's your gold graphs in there. Graves, 10,300 to the 12,200 on Kog'Maw. Middle lane, Ari on 13,500 to Anivia's 11,000. Top lane, YoungBuck, 10,900 to the 10,000 of Angush. So even though Angush was doing very, very well right at the beginning of the game and was, had a great performance, is really in control of his lane, it hasn't been able to convert into the team fight presence. Currently sitting 3-3-2, 3-2-4, falling a little bit behind. Ari 7-1-5, potentially carrying this team to victory. That's what we're gonna have to see. So Brokenshard, are you there, my man? Alright, we'll see if we've lost Brokenshard somewhere. I'm going to bring up my TeamSpeak really quickly. It looks as though Brokenshard is missing. Not in my team chat, so I am flying solo for a little bit. We'll try to get him back as quickly as we can. 16-8 is our kill score. Absolute Legends looking to set up the next Baron at the moment. Whether or not they can secure the Baron is probably going to determine this game. If they pick up Baron, they should be able to walk away with a victory. If Teamless can steal Baron, they stand a chance to fight their way back into it. And that's the real question. That's the real thing. I want to know, guys, is Absolute Legends going to finish this off? Let me know on chat. I'm keeping my eyes over there for the time being, as we do have a slight slowdown in the action. Is Absolute Legends going to be able to close this one out? That's what I want to know. TSM. Trolls, trolls, trolls. And then, of course, we are going to be sticking around for a few more games after this one. I think we might drop to a lower bracket game. I think it's a little bit more important to see who's going to get knocked out than who's going to get first seed. But it may be up to the admins and the voters for that. Flash Frost goes out, doesn't manage to land on anybody though. Had the stun landed, maybe they would have committed to a fight. But it was not to be. And unfortunately, we've just got a slowdown in this action. Taking a look at items at the moment, Shirelia's Red, Wikage's Lucky Pick, Soul Shot, and the Heart of Gold in Soraka. In comparison to Boots 5, Shirelia's in the Heart of Gold. So there goes the Shirelia's. It was popped to get in there. Barry gets finished really quickly, and Kerp is blown up before a fight can even begin. The ultimate comes up from Angush. That's just going to delay the inevitable. And at the very least, Kerp runs away with Ghost, the active from his Shirelia's, and Ragnarok. He just completely gets out of there unscathed and ends up meaning Angush gets blown up. Finally, Tabs has finished that Warmogs, picked up another blasting wand, and still sitting on that GP5. So a slightly unorthodox build from Tabs. 2-3-2, not necessarily having the amount of pressure. Look at the damage, the charm, Orb of Deception, no Spirit Fire available. Cogmore is just focusing down this turret as best as he can. Bioarcane Barrage is on, hammering away. Another great charm landing onto Maddox. Now Sleper's turning his attention. Whether or not that's going to be able to pick it up, no, unfortunately not. Living Artillery in the background, and just so much DPS coming out from Absolute Legends. This should be the victory. This should be AL knocking Teamless down to the lower bracket. Nexus is low, 3,000. Riven picks up a kill onto Tarek. Finally, in the background, Mundo does go down. Tabs gets egged. Graves, the Outlaw, gets finished. And YoungBuck is going to finish off the Nexus. One more hit. Absolute Legends qualify for DreamHack. They will be facing off against Moscow 5 for a first and second place seed. And we're going to see which game we're going to be following. There is the final scores. 2-1-10 on Xinec. 8-1-8 on Extinkt. What a game. As is customary, let's check out the damage graphs. Huge across the board. The game was a lot closer. It was so close. It went back and forth for so long. So guys, I'm going to throw up a commercial break. I'll put some music on in the background, and we'll be back with another game very shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have my instructions. We are here for the DreamHack qualifiers. 4 teams are going to qualify for the event. We already know 2 of them. Absolute Legends and Moscow 5. They're going to be battling off for first place seed. In the lower bracket, the teams that are going to be going out, let's actually put this up on screen, just so I can show you what games we're going to be looking at. So we have Moscow 5 versus Absolute Legends. Oh, it would help if I had it on screen, actually. As game number 1. The alternative games is Teamless versus FNATIC or EXHCL versus NAVI. Chat, I want to know which game do you want to watch. You guys get to vote. We have a choice of 3. M5 versus AL, Teamless versus FNATIC, or HCL versus NAVI. I'm watching chat at the moment, guys. We're going to see how this goes. So far at the moment, it's a whole bunch for M5 versus AL and TEAMLESS versus FNATIC at the moment. So I think it's going to be an M5 versus AL game. What we're going to do with that one, guys, so the way that we'll work this one, Moscow 5 versus Absolute Legends, it's a best of one, okay? One game to determine the top seed. The lower bracket game is a best of 3, all right? So we're going to jump into M5 versus AL. Once that game is over, we should be able to jump into game number 2 of FNATIC versus TEAMLESS. All right, guys? It is best of 3, so that's the way we're going to play it. I'm going to throw up another quick commercial break, some music, and hopefully we should be back with M5 versus AL very, very shortly. So where's my music button?
Quickshot.
What's up, guys? So we are into it. We've decided on the format of how we're going to run forward to this. Moscow 5 versus Absolute Legends. It's going to be a best of one. This is a seeding game. Both teams have qualified for the event. Now they're playing for who seeds first. We're then going to jump into TEAMLESS versus FNATIC, which is a lower bracket game. Loser goes out, packs their bags, goes home, cries to their mothers. So we're going to see there's a lot to play for right there. And that was, of course, a best of 3 game. So while we're loading up for that, you can see we are in the lobby. Absolute Legends just having a very short break. This is the bracket. This is how we've made it through today. EXHCL knocking FNATIC down to lower, taking a map off Moscow 5 before going down themselves. Moscow 5, of course, advancing, taking out FRAGZONE, making their way to the upper bracket final. In the lower section of the tree, we see Absolute Legends taking out NAVI 2-1, then taking out TEAMLESS 2-1, and the surprise of the day, TEAMLESS taking out CLG 2-0. So in the lower bracket, FNATIC RC managed to take out FRAGZONE, qualifying themselves for the next round, and NAVI took out CLG.EU 2-0 as well. CLG just not really on it today, and it's quite an upset. The games that are currently going on, TEAMLESS versus FNATIC is going to be going live very, very shortly. As I mentioned, it is a best of 3, so we'll be jumping into that as soon as our game is finished. And EXHCL versus NAVI, we'll be getting updates from everybody as we go along and as we keep up to date. If you guys have had some fun with me today, my name is Quickshot. Head over to facebook.com/Quickshot or facebook.com/IntoLol. Those are the 2 projects that I'm working on at the moment. It'd be great if you could share some likes, share some love. And Brokenshard, who is back, facebook.com/Brokenshard. He's been co-casting with us for the last few games, and he's going to be here for the next couple. So, Broken, would you like to give a quick shout-out to introduce yourself?
Hey, for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Ram Brokenshard Jamal. I'm an Israeli gamer, ex-Counter-Strike player, and currently League of Legends player. Casting with Quickshot. It's all good fun. You can find me on my web page, which is what Quickshot was, and a chat that I've opened up called brokenshard.stream. All low caps, no spaces, on the US server. I'll hopefully begin streaming by the end of this week. And yeah, should be cool.
Awesome. So, yeah, what's up? Thank you for joining us. Of course, this tournament would not be possible if it wasn't for MSI and Steel Series. They've been sponsoring the event. They, of course, sponsor the Beat It series from DreamHack. And these are the qualifiers. We've run through a whole process. I think it was 128, 256 teams on EU West, and a total of 128 teams on Nordic and East. We've narrowed it down to our top 6 right now, and only 4 of them qualify. Only 4 of them qualify. So there is the bracket. There is the players that are involved. We're waiting just for one more to join. So just until this actually goes live, I'm going to put some music on in the background. And I have found out EXHCL have a victory over NAVI. They are currently 1-0 up on NAVI. So just before we go live, music is up, and we'll be back as soon as Champion Select begins.
Inside your soul, when no hate is at your door, just lay your head on my heart. And when the fears made a hope tries to take from my arms, stand up against the force of midnight.
So, what's up, guys? Sorry about the lack of talking, but I needed to eat some sweets, some chocolates, get some sugar for this game. We are into
I'm sick in
champions.
the water.
That's it. So, Brokenshard.
Actually, there was a drinking game offered. Whenever Sleper misses an arrow, we take a shot. I've got the vodka ready. Let's do this.
If you guys really wanted to get drunk, every time one of us says brilliant, fantastic, or amazing, take a shot then. But I may be killing you guys if you do that. So, bans already. Ari, Lulu, Nocturne, Shen. I'm not surprised by any of them. It does leave Morgana in the pool, still available. It does leave Fizz available for tabs.
Ooh. Wow, 3 AP bans, all towards Extinct. All champions that he's played this tournament.
Well, there we go. That makes sense as well.
Nocturne is a direct ban to Diamond. Diamond's Nocturne, even though I think someone did a percentage of his win rate, it was about 50% in like tournament games, but it's so much pressure. He really knows that champion. Diamondprox is a fantastic jungler.
I completely agree with you there.
Shen is standard. I think Darien had like a 550 CS Shen one game long time ago.
Well, I don't know if you were watching on Thursday night by any chance, but we watched Alexish qualify. Was it Thursday or Tuesday? Anyways, qualified for the event today with a 450 CS Galio at 34 minutes. Yeah, it was about 33, 34 minutes, over 400 creep kills. So
Who's this, Alex? He was playing Karthus, right?
no,
Oriana?
Galio. Playing with Galio.
Oh, it was Galio.
Yep, Galio farming like a boss.
Well, it is Galio.
Yeah, also true, also true. So we see at the moment Xinec and Extinct locking in.
I really want to
Nautilus
see
and
this
Soraka.
Xinjiao jungle. Really want to see this.
I watched them lose to
Oh, that
Teamless.
Lee Sin.
It was Teamless or Derpers actually. No, it was Derpers in a 4PL game about 3 weeks ago. They were using Xinjiao jungle the entire day, and I think they just got a little bit. I don't want to say the word overcocky, but you know they were sticking to it. And yes, it can be good against teams that maybe don't know what they're doing, but unfortunately, Xinjiao did end up costing them a game and an early exit from 4PL about 2 weeks ago. So, are we going to see? Darien has sat with the Janna. I like that. I like Janna and Urgot. I like the combination of the Eye of the Storm plus the DPS from Acid Hunter.
Diamondprox's Lee Sin is just ridiculous. He's so good at that. We know for sure that that Nautilus is going to be jungling, so picking a good counter jungler is exactly what a counter jungle team like Moscow 5 really needs to do. Because Lee Sin has the potential to out-gank Nautilus. It's going to be just a little bit more difficult, but he definitely out-jungles the Nautilus, even though Lee Sin isn't exactly the fastest jungler, and he also can counter jungle and duel much better than Nautilus. So that's what we're going to see. There's going to be a little bit less emphasis on ganking from M5, but on the same time, they're going to be in Malunoo's face most of the time.
I'm going to see who.
And that Vlad is definitely going top. YoungBuck plays Vlad as one of his few champions.
Now, who would you put as a counter to that? If you were Moscow 5 and we've seen the way that they play, who would you place in the top lane?
Lee Sin counters Vladimir. But Lee Sin will go jungle.
Yeah.
So then my next best pick would have to be Warwick. And Darien does play Warwick. So we could see Warwick going up there.
We'll have to keep a close
Warwick
eye on
is
it.
Kennen also, but I'm not sure that Darien plays Kennen.
I don't think I've seen him play Kennen either, actually, now that I think about it.
So either Warwick probably is what we're going to see here.
I like the idea as well. It can also fit. I was going to say Rumble. We've seen Rumble defeat Vladimir a little while ago, and I know for a fact I've played a lot of Rumble myself.
Please, Wukong.
Wukong's fun. Cyclone, the
Wukong is awesome.
Nimbus Strike into Crushing Blow. It's very, very powerful as well. And wow, Gangplank.
They don't have a mid lane yet, unless this is mid Janna and it's going to be support Gangplank. Akali.
Ooh, I'm not kidding. You know what? I'm watching this. Once it's locked in, once it goes grey around the edges, I believe it. Until it goes grey around the edges, I'm not interested. So let's see. Rise and Akali. 2, 1. Are we going to see Akali?
I hope so. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Akali is locked in. Now, keep in mind, both
Darien.
of these teams have qualified for DreamHack, all right? They are both going no matter what. What they are playing for now is the seeding. And not only do we have an Akali in the game, but we have a LeBlanc. Thank you very much. I like LeBlanc. I'm a big, big fan.
I think these teams are just saying, we've already qualified, let's just have a little bit of fun here.
Put on a show match. You know what? We've got 25,000 people sitting on the
This is the last
stream.
game?
This is no. We are going to jump straight from this to a lower bracket game between FNATIC and TEAMLESS, because that is best of 3. And of course, this is just best of 1. So this is for fun. This could also be placeholders, but if it was a placeholder, it would be Eve. So I'm more inclined to think that this is the actual picks. And this is going to be a lot of fun. Alexis Rise in the middle.
Wow.
Versus LeBlanc. Darien Akali up top.
Could also be
against-
Rice top and Kali mid.
It could be, but Alexis almost always goes middle. I've very seldom seen him play the top lane. In
not
the
saying
team
it's-
fights. In the
It's
team
a
games.
possibility, though.
It is. So we are, of course, in the last minute. Champions are locked in. There has been no remake. And
This is it. It's an Akali pick.
it is Akali. So I would like to see, how is Darien's rune page set up? So we open it up.
It's probably going to have some AD and AP.
Well, that is the standard for Akali. You need to get both of those passives. And there we go.
His masteries are 21-9.
Magic resist,
And-
14, plus 6.6 physical damage, plus 15 ability power, and then HP per level. So-
Yeah, this is definitely going to get him the physical damage. Oh, this is going to get him both.
Yep, it does both.
The
'Cause
physical damage will round off, and at the same time, it'll have the AP go up with his AP masteries. So yeah, he'll have both passives straight on.
So I like that. That's going to be facing off against YoungBuck's Vladimir. I'm going to have a look
Who's
at
a
the
heal?
runes. He's currently sitting heal, plus 12 magic resist, health at level 18, magic pen, and then ability power flat 15s.
This is very normal.
Nothing out of the ordinary. I think Akali should be able to have the advantage if she can get to Vlad, but if YoungBuck's able to keep her at a distance, he should be able to keep her low, use the Sanguine Pool to escape, but of course, 3 of those Shadow Crescent kicks, or whatever they're called, it just means that Darien's going to be sticking to Vlad once she hits level 6 and is able to get 3 stacks of her ultimate up. Now, the junglers, we do have Nautilus for Malunoo, and of course Lee Sin for Diamondprox. We've seen Diamondprox doing this quite often, and I'm very excited to see the ganks and see the pressure. Slightly more aggressive Genja, Gosu, Pepper bottom lane of Urgot and Janna against a little bit more of a defensive Sleper and Xinec in the form of Graves and Soraka. But of course, as soon as Sleper picks up some attack damage, as soon as he gets that BF sword, he's going to be able to start bursting down Janna, and that's when they can turn the tides and make it a little bit more of an aggressive lane. So we are into the last minute. I'm going to throw up one more advert break, guys, and when we are back, it should be the last 30 seconds loading Moscow 5 versus Absolute Legends, and this is a seeding match for the DreamHack qualifiers. So, advert is running in the background. What happened to your internet, Broken?
My modem kind of went derp on me. Not really much I could do about that.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. It's the internet. Well, I think we have at least 1 or 2 more games before we call it an evening. Both EXHCL, NAVI, and FNATIC versus TEAMLESS will be running at the same time. But we haven't seen FNATIC today at all, so we're going to jump into the FNATIC game. It should still be running, even if we miss just a little bit of the damage. And I'm nervous for YoungBuck in this top lane. I'm very, very nervous. I think Akali can take out Vladimir, champion for champion.
It's heavily reliant on outplay. If YoungBuck can really time this W, then he'll actually come out of top on Darien. But yeah, it's really outplay. I mean, the poke from Darien is going to be a bit of an issue, but YoungBuck also has poke of his own. However, hard engage, I think that once they get level 6, if YoungBuck is not careful, and if Darien does have all 3 stacks, he'll go straight on YoungBuck and demolish him.
And we have Silver Fang Akali facing off against Bloodlord Vladimir. I love both of those skins. I'm a
I love
skin
that
fan.
Mistletoe Blanc skin.
I haven't actually. I was going to buy it in December, but I was cheap and then I didn't. So I'm a bit sad.
I was a
myself.
jungler, so I bought that Maokai one.
I like that. The little saplings, they always remind me of little faces. So I always like to say, toss those little faces.
Someone told me that it seemed like. Wait. It seemed like Papa Maokai giving you presents. Like, here's a present. Oh, my bad. I forgot his name, but he made really big emphasis on those jokes every time I threw a sapling.
So we are into the game, guys. This is a seeding match. Both of these teams have qualified, and I'm very much looking forward to this, especially LeBlanc from Extinct and Akali from Darien. Let's see whether or not... I want to know who's going to get first blood. Come on, I want a champion name on chat, people. Get the names up. We've got some slightly unusual ones.
TSM's gonna get first blood.
TSM will get the first blood. But of course, the interesting thing, or the kill potential for LeBlanc is massive. And the kill potential for Akali is very huge as well. Odd One is apparently going to get first blood.
Odd One get first blood. Why? Tell me why.
Well, a lot of people saying Akali. Akali and Lee Sin was very prolific right at the beginning of the votes.
Darien did start boots. Oh, sorry, Diamondprox did start boots. So he's going to be aiming to make a play sometime in the first 4 minutes.
Have a look at LeBlanc's setting, or runes at the moment. Oh, silly directed camera. LeBlanc currently sitting 9 and then 10% spell pen. 465 on terms of hit points. Boots pots, movement 360.
I think it's 8 per level on both yellows and blues.
Yep.
With flat AP quints.
That makes perfect sense to me. And if
Of course,
LeBlanc...
knowing that I'm casting, and the rule of casting is someone's going to go and check and prove me wrong right about now.
Yeah, we'll definitely see soon enough. The stream is a little bit behind, but I mean, what I'd like to see is whether or not Extinkt is able to pick up, a little bit of pressure or put some damage down into that middle. Because if LeBlanc can get ahead, she should be able to keep Rise on the
That's
background.
quite strange. How Malunoo starts with E. Generally, when I jungle Nautilus, I always start with W.
I think that's because he's getting a very big leash from the remainder of, Sleper and Xinec are putting a lot of damage down.
He's not smiting this. Yeah, you're right.
And there we go. That's the primary reason for it. So, and his compliments of that. Now he's going to put that point into his Titan's Wrath. Or not. He's gone into Dredgeline instead.
No, he's going Dredgeline.
And this is a brave move. Because if this doesn't work...
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to put him so far behind. The Wolves...
But you can just see how fast Lee Sin is compared to him. He just finished blue. Lee Sin got both Wraiths, red, and Wraiths,
There we
red,
go. Dredgeline manages to pull him back. He gets stunned as well, but Extinkt offers doesn't actually dive.
Extinkt is level 2, but I only see a point in one thing.
As do I. Had he used the distortion ability, could have been able to proc that second damage from the Mark of Silence, put an Ignite down, and may have been enough to do a kill. So now we've got Diamondprox setting up. He has red buff. He is going to be moving into this middle lane.
I don't see how Alex is going to get close enough without flash, though.
LeBlanc is going to be able to just use distortion. It was never really going to land. The escape ability that Extinkt has with LeBlanc, it is immense. There's so many ways you can jump away. Even if you juke past, jump over somebody, you just hit your W again, jump back to your original position. I used to play a lot of LeBlanc about 6 or 7 months ago, and the things that you can pull off of those combos is very, very cool.
Then again, if you miss a single spell, your entire combo just goes to hell.
Yes, very true as well. It's a risky champion, but of course, if you pull it off, then it's instantly...
Poor Malunoo. He's really getting hit by this red buff. In fact, he had to walk into mid lane just to get experience to hit 3.
Does he have
and that's
smites
the
available?
problem. If he had gotten a kill, it might not have been so bad, but he's really behind now.
And we're keeping a close eye on this. Gold is completely even. No first blood just yet. Rise in the middle's used all of his potions. Extinkt still sitting on 3, so that early gank may be going to show dividends if Extinkt is able to convert it into a kill. And now Malunoo's come up to this top lane, looking for something to happen.
I don't see it happening.
Nor do I. 2 push back.
Oh, well, he just uses Shroud, so if he can push this creeps out, we could see something happen.
I don't really think Darien's going to be pushing too aggressively. With that
Diamond is in
wave.
bot lane. Maybe we can see something bot lane.
That's also true as well, so let's keep a close eye on that. Sleper at the moment, 2 points into buckshot, leveling up Graves exactly the way you normally would. 6 and then 10% on his armor pen. It's 90
Top lane. Ooh, the flash.
Flash from Akali.
Did you miss it?
Yes, I did, unfortunately.
So he was trying to walk up. Akali was out of the bush, but he was forced to the wall by YoungBuck just to try to escape the damage. The dredge line would have connected if she had not flashed, but she did. So she's gonna make it out in Return, she's going to be missing out on a huge wave of experience. The cannon minion is just a big deal.
Middle lane, Extinkt managed to get a decent combo. Silence chains onto Alexish, but didn't follow it up with a distortion. Misses the chains this time around.
He actually was saying in all chat how he accidentally leveled his E twice.
Well, it makes sense because you do tend to level your mimic, your targets, your silence, sigil of silence, and then distortion. Again, DPS values, those are the higher ones. If you are able to put a whole bunch of points into your chains, it can hit very hard as well. I mean, currently it's 70 something odd damage, and it can proc twice, but it's not guaranteed. Everybody flashes, the skill shot's more difficult. Yeah, exactly. So 2 points into silence, 1 point into distortion. There goes the silence. Now they're going to be able to get the exchange of ignites. The shield from Diamondprox comes out. First blood is in fact LeBlanc in the middle. Flash has been used to escape. Now Extinkt is going to be looking for cooldowns. The chains are available. There's the chains. 10 seconds for the dash. Now Malunoo's going to be moving forward, but he can't take this fight either.
Can he do a big play and shoot the Q?
If he's going to be able to land that Hadouken, maybe pick up a kill. It lands onto Malunoo, pulls him under the tower. That might be a kill. Wow, what a play.
It's the big plays.
Great play by Malunoo. Malunoo, have my Nautilus babies. That was immense.
That's kind of what you'd expect to happen to a Maokai. But that's actually the first time I've ever seen that happen to a Lee Sin.
Very, very well played.
I know it was possible, but that was just hilarious.
And of course, the flash from Malunoo, so well timed. Once Lee Sin had landed the Q, then he flashed. So, you know, even if Diamondprox was going to commit to it, he was going to take some damage from the Hadouken flying through the air. But great, landed the dredge line, applied that passive stun with his, heavy anchor of stunning awesomeness, and just managed to pick up a kill under the tower.
I think Malunoo just did Baylife flash.
So 2-0 in favor of Absolute Legends right now.
Both happening in the mid lane.
Both in the mid lane. I've got a whole bunch of requests for replays. So you know what? Let's do it. You know what? Why not?
Go ahead and I'll keep an eye on what's going on.
Let's go back. We go a little bit further back. Even further
Holy
back.
Malunoo.
All right. Well, leave it at the moment. Leave it at the moment. Well, keep it so. Here's now the slow-mo replay, guys. Extinkt and Malunoo on very low life. Here's Diamondprox taking a bit of damage. He's about to throw his Q. There it lands. The second that he commits to the dive, immediately goes forward, on hit dredge line, pulls him backwards, and wow, what a Malunoo play.
Such a Malunoo.
So I'm fast forwarding now. I'm up to 4 times speed. So we're going to be catching up to real time at the moment. 6 minutes 50. And we are on directed camera, so we're not going to miss any of the action. I'll do my best to slow it down if we manage to get up to, if it looks like anybody's going to die. But LeBlanc, triple Doran's Blade and boots already.
Doran's Blades.
Doran's Rings. Sorry, Doran's Rings.
If someone wants to do that and send me a replay, I want to see a LeBlanc go Doran's Blades.
That would be... You'd have to use a full attack speed rune page though, because...
Oh, that was nice.
Very, very nice. The distortion into the chains.
Does the E proc the silence upon hitting or on the second? Or
Okay.
Could it work on both?
Okay, it can work on anything, because the Sigil of Silence, the way that it works, after the proc has... Or after you've cast the ability on somebody, any ability you use after that will then activate the silence. So you hit Q, then W, you're silenced. Q, then E, and you're silenced. Q, R, W, it's the double silence, because, you know, your ultimate will recast the silence from your...
Looks like they're trying to invade on this blue. This is actually really strange to see a Nautilus invade a Lee Sin.
Well, he's a little bit behind. I think they're feeling very cocky because Extinkt has the ability to blow any one of these guys up at the moment. Even though Alexish does have those Merc treads, it's not a lot of damage. In the bottom lane, we do see a kill.
Wow.
Now we got a fight engagement at the moment. YoungBuck, he's popped that Hemo Plague, putting some damage down. Darien's taken some damage. Now there goes the first kill, and Extinkt manages to blow up Rise. Compliments of the distortion and the chains.
Think how much more effective that would have been if Malunoo was 6.
Yeah, with the depth charge, just knocking everybody up. The bottom lane, what happened with that kill?
There was a kill bot lane? Oh,
Yeah.
I totally missed that.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's rewind it. We have the power of rewind.
You rewind. Oh, wait, before you rewind?
Well, already done. So here's the bottom lane
Okay.
going on at the moment. A lot of damage from Buck's shot. The smoke grenade goes up onto Gosu Pepper. Another 4. The collateral damage plus 1 more auto attack is going to be enough to pick up that kill. Now we go back over to the top lane so we can see the wrap-up of this fight as Extinkt comes in, flashes Silence, and then the ultimate onto Alexish, and that blows him up. Very nice combination. So we're back up to fast forward, and
I thought something was
directed
going to
camera.
happen top lane since Darien was diving on YoungBuck. Got him about 25-30% HP, but didn't have the marks of the storm. Or what's it called? Essence of Shadow.
Now on the bottom lane, we do see some pressure at the moment. Extinkt takes a lot of damage. The Q has been landed from Diamondprox. The auto attack from Janna actually picks up the kill though. So
Blue buff John is going to carry bot lane right now.
well, actually, that is going to be very powerful, especially considering the Eye of the Storms over and over and over, 3 points into it. All of the knockups that are currently happening. And yet, once again, we got 18 gold and level up. No, this sucks. This is a replay function problem.
Blame Riot. Oh, they're starting Dragon.
Oh, this is phenomenal. I am so sorry, guys. Plus 18 gold. And we've got level up stuck on the stream. I'm going to try and fix this. If I rewind and fast forward. Nope. No way for me to fix that one, unfortunately. So we have a permanent level up sitting on the top screen. Depth charge is going to knock Darien up. Malunoo's got his dredge line available. Just misses compliments of a max range flash. And if you haven't seen the level up screen, load up the rewind or load up the stream and take a look. Constantly, Darien's now going to be picking up a kill onto YoungBuck. Slash, there's the little crescent. One more attack is all it needed. Just could not get close enough to secure it though. And you know what? It looks like these guys are having some fun. It looks like the pressure, non-stop aggression from each of the lanes. They're putting on a really, really good show right now.
Diamondprox kind of sneaking into top lane. Don't think they're going to be able to do anything there.
I'm just fast forwarding us back up to real time. And I'm going to stop playing with the rewind function, because it seems to keep breaking my stream. So 1-4 is the kills at the moment. Position reverse onto Soraka. That's going to keep her in place for a little bit. The buckshot and collateral damage in conjunction with the monsoon. That's going to give Genja a bit more hit points. But now Malunoo's joined the party quite late. He's going to be moving in. No depth charge available though. He does have flash. So are we going to see a flash dredge line? Not today, unfortunately.
If he had dredge line, sorry, depth charge, he would have done that.
Yeah. With the depth charge, would have been able to at least knock them up and hold them in place.
Sleper is a bit in trouble though.
So are we going to see what happens? Sleper's now been caught out. If Lee Sin can
That was a
land
nice
his Q,
tornado.
the Q does land, followed up. 10% cripple. Summoner heal has been blown. There goes the ultimate. And look at the damage from Extinkt. He has to wait for his cooldowns though. Distortion looked like it got interrupted from a Janna shield. Now if Extinkt can pick this kill up, she's going to be able to pick up blue buff. And the secondary proc will do it. Blue buff now goes back to Extinkt.
Ghost Pepper flashed over to try and save an already safe Lee Sin.
That was
Not really sure that was the smartest play.
That was a very, very big kill for Extinkt's LeBlanc. Kage's lucky pick 3-1-1, and he's just picked up the blue buff, and his blue buff is still available as well. We'll see. Alright, no, unfortunately the jump to live is not available without going back to rewind. I don't know why, it's just a graphical glitch. Darien at the moment, 5 points into Mark of the Assassin. Only the 3 into the Shroud, which is quite interesting. Instead of going for the Crescent Slash, instead of going for the damage, opting to go for the survivability and
I haven't
cooldown.
seen Akali in way too long, but when I used to play her, I would always max the E just for better farming.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same boat, but look at the damage Extinkt is putting out. Ignite goes down, and the chains, the second proc of those chains is going to kill him. And Extinkt putting on a show. That is how you play LeBlanc.
Ryze doesn't have a single item to give mana.
Currently sitting Negatron Cloak and Merc Treads, just trying to survive the burst that LeBlanc is putting down. And she's finished to death by a grasp. As if she didn't have enough burst already.
Sorry to anyone who misunderstood, you max E after Q on Akali.
Yes.
That's not
That's-
max E first.
Yeah, correct. Because your Q is your main damage source. You need to be able to, you know, and it's also your only ranged ability, if you can call it that. Gives you a little bit of harass from far. You jump in with that shadow kick, and then allows you to deal all that extra burst. And it looks like Akali's going for Will of the Ancients first.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Hextech Gunblade did get nerfed, but I don't think I think it's still great on Akali.
The burst onto
Unless this could be a
Alexis.
Rylite.
Oh, that is also possible.
From what I remember, Rylite was a very common item on Akali.
LeBlanc, the burst that she's getting out is huge at the moment. Just with the Q, the first proc of her E, and the Deathfire Grasp, chunked Alexis down to nearly, well, less than a third life. And of course her cooldown...
Malunoo creeping around.
Yeah, the ultimate is on a 24-second cooldown with blue buff up. That's with 39% CDR. So every 24 seconds, she's going to be able to put that huge burst down. The Mimic Silence and Sigil of Silence is just a massive, massive amount. So 1-6 in kills at the moment. Moscow 5, 3,000 gold behind, which is a lot at this stage of the game. And it's mostly concentrated on LeBlanc, 5,000 gold to 3,300 of Rise. Urgot, 4,300 to the 5,100 of Graves. We do have a fight going on at the moment. Sleper's been a little bit caught out. Position reversal pulls him backwards. Sleper's going to be able to knock him up with the Howling Gale shortly. He does in fact land, as well as the exhaust. Finally, Genja gets exhausted in the background. Now, Diamondprox is going to be moving forward if he needs to. There's the safeguard. Jumps forward. If he can get in range of the Tempest.
If Diamond was a man, he would have taken that kill.
Maybe going to be able to do so. There he goes. Lands. E lands. Dragon's Rage. Followed up by the Hadouken. Now the Monsoon comes up from Janna. She's tanking the turret. While all that's going on, we're going to fight in the top lane. So I'm going to switch over to this one. YoungBuck has now used Ghost. Soraka has gone down under the turret. Dredge line pulls Darien backwards. So 2 kills for Moscow 5.
If you had chat activated, you'd know this is kind of a no-pressure game. They're kind of taunting and talking each other in old chat, like Xinec just said. No backup from teammates. Curse words, noobs.
Well,
It's just looks like they're all having just a good fun.
I'll tell you what,
This is the
I've
best
just
of one, right?
activated chat. This is best of one. This is purely for ranking. Both of the teams have qualified. Look
Oh
at
my
that.
God.
QR, depth charge. It just doesn't miss with, doesn't land with the dredge line, but more than
That
enough
was really
damage.
good of Malunoo to flash in there. I mean, the kill was not secured until he did that damage.
Wow, it's a great, great play so far. But the combination coming out from Extinct is massive, massive, massive. And because this is a best of one, because this is just a game for fun, I have actually just activated chat, so hopefully they don't say too many rude words. This is meant to be a PG-13 stream or whatever the game is. And Diamondprox starting Dragon. This is the first Dragon of the game, unless I've missed something.
I did one before.
Who picked up the
The
first Dragon?
second Dragon's going to M5. This is the
Alright.
second one they get.
So first Dragon did go the way of Absolute Legends.
No, the first one goes to M5.
Oh, wow, okay, so even with 2 dragons, there's still 3,000 gold behind. So that's a pretty big numbers. And
Well, they're behind
Akali,
5 kills.
Akali currently did finish the Will of the Ancients, so it didn't go for the Rylai Scepter like we thought.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'd expect Gunblade to be so much better, considering the passive is going to make you stick to someone. And actually, YoungBuck not building a revolver. Did I miss something where Vlads aren't supposed to build revolvers anymore?
Hey, new meta. Who are we to question them?
I mean, in the games that we saw Vlad, they haven't built revolvers.
Nope, not at all.
nesrilaS didn't build it.
We
Not
are
YoungBuck.
seeing
Neither did Kennen.
we are seeing a significant more number of Abyssal Scepters though. Depth Charge did
Because
get casted onto
It's
Genja.
such a good item.
Now they're going to be moved forward. Extinct uses that distortion to try and close the gap. But of course that is a big, well, not a big part of the damage, but wow, the burst from the buckshot collateral damage drops. Gosu Pepper to half, and a long-range dredge line. That catches Genja, followed up by the Hemo Plague. The Q, R, E lands into Lee Sin. Distortion should be
Wow.
available very, very shortly.
And that's kind of what I was talking about. If that combo doesn't hit that one person, it kind of, the spread damage of LeBlanc isn't so good as it is concentrated.
Yeah, she is a single target burst, so she needs to be able to pick one person up, land everything onto that person, and then blow them up. But at the moment, that's right, LeBlanc's damage is over 9,000. Now once again, jumping forward, Distortion back to safety. But Absolute Legends, they're on a rampage at the moment. They just want to carry on pushing. There goes the Q. The secondary proc might be enough to kill Genja. Ignite goes down. Wish was used to save his life as well. And a 19 minutes
I kind of
inhibitor.
face bombed when you made the over 9,000.
Oh, I had to. Chat was saying it, so I decided to back them up. But at the moment,
Chat is always right.
yeah, chat is always right. A flash goes forward from LeBlanc, but she distortions all the way backwards.
What? Did that second Sigil of Silence not proc?
It didn't look like it.
Unless Alex got
Banshee's
his
Veil.
Banshees up at the last
Banshee's Veil.
possible second.
I
He
actually
should've died.
seen the animation. There goes another great dredge line from Malunoo. He's landing the real clutch dredge lines at the moment. And a 19-minute inhibitor, I believe, is the quickest inhibitor we've seen all day long. LeBlanc with a great combo of that distortion over the wall, puts some damage down and goes back to safety. YoungBuck is now using his Sanguine Pool, does actually get knocked up from Janna. And a very, very nice Dragon's Rage from Hadouken combo from Diamondprox picks up the kill.
Sleper.
Sleper's going to be the next one to fall. And
Sleper just pulled a Sleper.
so much damage going down.
You know, if we're going to go with the philosophy that chat is always right, then M5 aren't losing this game and AL aren't winning. TSM is obviously winning this game.
Yes, sorry, that's right. I forgot about that. And odd one on Trundle. That's, you know, he's top scoring.
Just Odd One is ridiculously strong this game. And Reginald being aggressive, and let's not forget Dyer's doing absolutely nothing and farming top lane with 8,000 CS. It's not quite over 9,000, but it's getting there, guys.
We are getting there. So I'm going to ask Mr. Admin, Somi and Scarf, either of you guys, can you give me an update on any of the other games? Do we know if they're still running? How are they looking or anything like that? If anybody that doesn't know, this is of course the DreamHack Qualifiers brought to you by MSI and Steel Series. And Somi and Scarf, they've been the admins. They put the event together and they've really been doing a good job. It's just the two of them. And they've been running with all of the tournaments, the tournament pages, all of the teams, Tuesday, Thursday, and now again today. So I just want to give some props to the guys. You know, they're in the background. You don't really see them or hear them, but they need some love. And thank you for joining me, Brokenshard.
I should be thanking you for having me. What are you talking about?
Look at the damage. Deathfire grasp. Now Genja does get caught up, but the distortion was still available, so he's able to jump all the way backwards to his original distortion point. Genja gets knocked up. The distortion available off cooldown once again. Double kill for Sleper. Locked up under the tower. That rune prison from Rise. Put some damage down. Darien's now committed to a fight that's going to cost him his life. Graves stealing another kill.
He was going to stay up.
That's a triple kill. The stun does land into Alexish in combination with the on-hit. Finally, a kill goes the way of LeBlanc. Now she's committed forward. These chains are going to proc, but there's no mana. Gotta wait for the cooldowns. A Dredge Line pulls Gosu Pepper backwards. And a 5-man Absolute Legend. Sorry, that was a 3-man Absolute Legends. Plus 1 Ghost.
Where's TSM?
Puts the damage down.
380?
You know what? I would like to see this happen in a more important match. Yes, I know this doesn't really mean anything, so to speak. You know, it is a seeding match. So both of these teams are going to feature on the top and the bottom brackets of the DreamHack tournament. But wow, what a great play from Extinct. I love watching LeBlanc. I love watching the combo of the abilities.
I love watching Extinct play. I mean, he's very entertaining to watch. He plays like these really aggressive assassin-type APs. Lulu, LeBlanc, Aryan, they're always entertaining to watch his ridiculous engages. Like, I'm sure to him, they're perfectly reasonable. Like, I'm just gonna go in ahead of my team and kill everything. But he really's got the manly plays, and he's doing perfectly good at it.
I just heard that apparently the Teamless versus FNATIC game, it's 5-8 in kills in favor of Teamless. So we'll be jumping over to that match next week.
Because, in my opinion, FNATIC, they're not that good anymore. They haven't really shown very good results.
Pressure on the top lane. Darien's going to be putting some damage down to Sleper, and I think he realizes the rest of Absolute Legends are close by. So Darien is on the run. Darien is backing off the vision. He's going to be given from these creeps. Places a ward in this top bush. And is he going to suicide to the tower or try to go 1v5?
There's an update. It's 6-11 now towards Teamless. Seems like there was just one big team fight.
So pressure now. Red buff on Sleper means Genja's going to have a hard time trying to get away. He does actually flash. Ghost was popped by YoungBuck. A little bit preemptively, I feel.
Anyway, back to the really long time ago, you said something with Haunting Guys. People don't realize just how strong it is. For the upgrade of Haunting Guys from your, Abyssal Scepter. Where did I pull up Haunting Guys?
Because that's currently what's on Extinct.
Yeah, when you upgrade your Negatron Cloak and Blasting Wand into Abyssal, you're gaining 30 AP, about 8 Magic Resist. One sec, it's, wow, I can't believe I can't do math. 9 Magic Resist, and 20 Magic Pen, all for 1,000 gold. It's not Magic Pen, sorry, it's Magic Reduction.
Magic Reduction, and that's AoE Magic Reduction. Every champion in the aura, so it stacks.
And I had an old friend who played AP mids who was talking to me, and he says that getting the Abyssal is almost like getting a Death Cap. It's just so good early.
And the chop, and a long-range Dredge Line once again locks up Gosu Pepper. The Dragon's Rage in conjunction with the Monsoon pushes him all the way back. Lee Sin is the first one to be blown up. Now they've turned their attention to Darien. Darien's just going to get melted in the background. Alexish goes down as well. And Absolute Legends, I think they're just going to close this game out now. 8,000 gold. They had some fun with it. And I think it's pretty apparent that they just played super aggressively the entire time. Position reverser followed up by a very good flash from Extinkt. Manages to get himself out of the laser pew pew Death Star beam.
He's just been avoiding those deaths from the splits. He's been
Really
swapped,
well played.
twice this game and just managed to get out of there.
What a fun game. So that's it, guys. In terms of seed, Absolute Legends place first in your DreamHack qualifiers. They will be going into the DreamHack LAN as your highest seeded team. Moscow 5 will be following up in second place. Now, do you have any of the FNATIC players on your friend list?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to jump into that game. Here is the final kill score really quickly. LeBlanc 716. I just want to have a look at the damage and see what LeBlanc's looks like.
It's not going to be that much.
It was not, actually. I did expect
Because
more.
most of her damage is going to come from those bursts.
So we are going to now jump into a FNATIC game really, really quickly. Expect a spectate game.
Oh, that's what we're going to do it.
Yes. Jump into the spectate mode. Unfortunately, the game is live at the moment. So I need to update my overlays.
Going to sneak in right there. And AL did not win that game. TSM obviously won that game.
They did, they did. We are paying attention to that. FNATIC versus TEAMLESS.
Ooh, Kurt playing as Maokai. This is going to be good.
Expeke also has Kassadin at the moment. So let's take quick tabs about what is happening right now, what we're looking at. This is the
7 to 17.
lower bracket game, all right? FNATIC facing off against TEAMLESS. FNATIC are on the right-hand side. I need to just swap this. TEAMLESS are on the left-hand side. It is 0-0 in terms of games. It is a best of 3. The team that loses this goes out of the qualifier. They are removed from the game or the tournament, and the team that wins this qualifies for the next game.
What the heck?
So we're having a close look. It's 7 to 17 in kills, even though the
look at
kill
the
score, gold is bang on even. Where is that made up? Bottom lane, 153 to 173. Mid lane, 142 to 101, but Expeke is 727.
What is this? I don't even.
Top lane at the moment, 125 to 120, and Shushay is 415. For all the Shushay haters that were giving him rage a little while ago, he's doing very, very well this game. And it just looks like a bit of pressure onto Cyanide in the jungle. He's gone 0-4, or 4-for-4 rather. I can assume Dragon Control has been in favor of FNATIC. 2 towers to 1.
It has to be teamless. How else would they manage to get the gold?
Or, yes, sorry, you're correct. Sorry, I got my kills backwards because FNATIC are on the right, TEAMLESS are on the left. So TEAMLESS have been controlling the dragons. I'm looking at the gold graph right now. Tabs has taken a lot of damage from Expeke. And a fed
Actually, chat made an
Kassadin.
interesting point. The gold items on teamless. Kerp going for triple gold for 10 again.
Is it going to pay off? That's the question. Because currently sitting 1 for 4. He hasn't been able to set up too many games. Admittedly, it is 1-4-5. So, 5-1 KDA overall. And now we're going to see whether or not... We're catching up. We're 22 minutes into the game. This is the first game in the best of 3. And once again, a lot to play for. Now, the interesting thing is now Angush is now pushing onto Shushay. Pressure on this bottom lane. Directed cameras pulled us all the way down into Lordon.
Make sure that you're ahead, by the way.
Lordon is now
I
down.
joined the game.
I will fast forward as Shushay manages to pick up a kill on the top lane as well. So another 2 kills. Is the Ignite going to be able to tick him off? No, it's not. So I'm going to put directed camera on and fast forward to real time. Is this the real time? Is this reality? Shushay is now picking a fight with Kerp. The Vengeful Maelstrom is going to be enough to pick up the kill though, so he goes down. And I'm getting up to real time. 8 seconds away, 10 seconds away. Kerp is now going to go down from Expeke. One more Knowles. Knowles is always going to be... Paranoia is actually what used... Well, Paranoia used, but it wasn't able to pick up the killing blow.
I hate to say it, but the game is so confusing that we hadn't watched it from the beginning.
Yep. Definitely comes down to out-CSing. I mean, look at TEAMLESS. They're significantly far ahead in terms of the farm. Most of the lanes are winning. Some of them quite a lot. 40 CS as well as the GP5s on Maokai as opposed to Nocturne. Top lane, 146, 142. Or admittedly, oh, there goes the Ash Arrow. It does get dodged though.
Why is Sleper playing in FNATIC?
Where do you see Sleper in FNATIC?
He missed the arrow.
Oh, right. I didn't catch the reference. I did not catch the reference.
It's gonna be a thing. I'm gonna make it a thing.
Well, that makes sense for me. I'll encourage this. And the damage coming out from exphecka at the moment. He does burn his flash to jump away, though. Currently sitting on
Really
1,200 gold. exphecka's Kassadin is very, very aggressive. He likes to play in your face. He likes to deal a lot of damage and then allow the remainder of FNATIC to actually finish off the kills.
But is that a very smart idea when Shushe's top lane?
Well, 20 to 8. I assume we can say it is. It seems to be working out so far. Admittedly, though, it's only a 2,000 gold difference. So Teamless must have stolen some dragons, or maybe they've just been in complete dragon control. We're going to have to see how it plays out when this next one respawns. But there's a lot to play for. So Shushe, once again, seems to be having his way with Angush's Jax at the moment.
Well, Olaf does beat Jax, from what I know. Actually, wow, I could be completely wrong. I thought Jax beats Olaf.
I thought Jax would beat Olaf as well, from what I've seen in the past.
Cyanide gank top a couple of times.
Cyanide 442, could be it. Fortunately, we have not seen from the start, so don't know for sure. And apparently people are starting to get alcohol poisoning from some drinking games. Sorry about that, guys. But at the moment, 25 minutes in, we're in a full-on team fight phase. Cyanide moves into the grass, takes that sapling to the face, compliments of the spell shield, and they're sticking to Baron at the moment. They know Ashe is away. Ashe does have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow available. exphecka jumps forward. He's taking some damage from Baron, taking quite a lot of damage from Baron, in fact. He's going to get stunned up by Angush. The wish comes out from Soraka just to save exphecka. And now they're going to stick on the side. Here goes Paranoia. The Ashe arrow does come out, lands onto Tabs. Paranoia dive forward, and they don't manage to... They do steal it. FNATIC actually pick up the Baron buff. They trade 1-for-1. It's both solo mids. Shushe with a double kill, and he's running around. Chug, chug, chug. Bro Marcia all the way through. He's going to be sticking to Corki as best as he can. Not only do they pick up Baron or steal Baron, they pick up 3 kills in exchange for 1. And that was a huge, huge, huge play.
Why? Shushe should have taken that kill with his axe.
We are going to rewind this. Let's go just a little bit further backwards. The fight, wow, the fight took quite a long time, actually. So let's watch this in slow-mo, guys. Let's see what happens. exphecka is going to commit in. After he jumps forward, takes so much damage. There's the command attack. Takes a bunch of hits from Baron Nashor. I think he gets stunned up from the counter-attack. I can't actually see why he just stops. No, there we go. Counter-attack only got up, so he gets out of there. Wish has now been used. Baron Nashor down to 3,300 hit points. Paranoia comes out. And there comes the damage onto Tabs. Tabs takes a ton of it. Dives forward. Smite was actually used. You can hear the animation.
I'm sorry. Would you say that he took a ton of damage?
Yes, I did. That I did. And Shushe just tanking 4 members of Teamless. Cannot be stunned. Compliments of Ragnarok. Continually pushing forward. And what a great, great play by FNATIC. I do actually have to stop doing these replays because now we've got a plus 320 damage stuck on the screen.
Too much damage.
But you know what? It was worth it. For that kill, for that fight, that was well worth it. Shushe Randian.
XPK decided to move away from the Rabadons and go for a Banshees. I think this is actually quite smart, considering he can get W'd by Maokai if he tries to jump in for those aggressive pokes that we keep seeing.
And all the magic damage that comes out from Jax, Corki, as well as Orianna. I mean, it's just going to give him all the survivability that he needs.
Just wait for Kerp to get a DFG.
Oh, is Kerp close to
DFG Maokai.
Ooh, that would be pretty interesting.
That would actually work really well, considering your W doesn't do that much damage. You'll get the target at relatively high HP.
So exphecka at the moment, 839. Shushe, 725. Just finished a Force of Nature.
He's so tanky.
So tanky. He's got the physical armor. He's got the magic resist. And Brolaf.
Without much HP items, he's sitting over 3,000 HP. That's ridiculous.
I also just noticed all of the hit points are stuck on my screen as well. Plus 20s across the board. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I still think it's hilarious.
No, I see that too.
Kerp is moving forward.
Gold on my screen.
There we go. So much damage has been placed onto Kerp at the moment. They're trying to focus Felox's Soraka. He finally goes down. He did get the wish out, though, but it was a little bit early. In reply, Corki's down, so I would trade a support for the carry any day of the week. Angush is trying to put pressure in the top lane, but Lamia just playing the kite game so well. He is going to go down and back, though. Shushe picks up another kill onto Angush. Cyanide manages to finish Kerp. Now we're down, so that's a 3-for-2 trade. Cyanide should be able to catch off. Lord's going to go down in the background. One more reckless swing. The red buff Cyanide against Tabs. That's going to be him going down. In fact, exhCL, Rift Walk followed up by the Force Pulse.
All
That's
kills
all
are
that he needed.
XPKs.
9-3-11 on exhCL. What can you say?
Wow. All I can say is better ban Kassadin.
I've seen a lot of Kassadin from exhCL, and every
I
time
think
he
he's the
plays it,
only
he does
real
it well.
high elo AP mid who does play Kassadin a lot.
I must admit,
I haven't seen Ocelot play Kassadin.
I
especially now that
remember watching
sorry.
Ocelot at DreamHack, not DreamHack, sorry, at Gamescom Cbit, and he blew my mind with his positional play and the coordination that he had with the old SK team when they would commit, because Ocelot would sit like in sort of blind positions, jump in with the Rift Walk, Force Pulse, and Null Sphere, and the rest of SK would just roll in and just blow everybody up. It was really, really good. The moment though, 11-28, FNATIC in the driving seat for game number 1 in this lower bracket game.
Actually, I think I have an apology to make. Before I entered, I did say that FNATIC wasn't so good anymore. It's true. They haven't really been putting up the best results. And anybody in the competitive scene, especially in the high elo, will agree with me that FNATIC haven't necessarily been a top team at the moment. However, this game, something happened that we weren't able to see, so I can't really be too sure. But they're really doing well this game, and I'm gonna say that it's a lot because of the advantage.
I want to see whether or not this is going to keep up in the next game. Once the champions get to, we missed the beginning phases. Here goes the paranoia dive onto Angush. The Ash Arrow comes out, just whiffers. So close. Manages to pull a Sleper this time round.
Yep.
But unfortunately,
TSM is really doing well this game, by the way.
what I think cost them, what I think was the problem, was that, or not the problem. My assumption is there was a lot of camping of maybe the mid lane or the top lane. Because you've got exhCL and you've got Shushay with a lot of kills and a lot of assists. So they've continually been ganking, continually been pushing. The thing that we don't understand, or we missed, is exactly how they got to the 17-7 point, 17-7 stage in the game. And 1 game out of 3 does not win you a spot at DreamHack. You need to win another one. So FNATIC are going to have to do it again if they want to earn their spot at the LAN final.
We'll see. I'm really curious to see how the beginning of the game went. Where the pressure was put.
You can also see
Most likely mid lane. When we came in, XPK was sitting on the most kills on his team.
You can also see at the moment Lorden either disconnected or quit this particular game because he's been AFK for quite a while, unfortunately.
I don't think at this level and at this team camaraderie, people would rage quit.
Well, it's possible. So keeping an eye at the moment. 6,000 gold. I think it's just a matter of time before FNATIC went 5 versus 4. They had Baron. They've got map control. You wonder why they wouldn't surrender. The Ash Arrow does land the tabs. It is going to be followed up. There goes the Ragnarok and the Shurelia's Reverie. Shushay is now going to put some damage down. Gets Shockwave back. Actually, Ragnarok had not been used till right at the end there, so he was able to be pulled back. Now they've turned their attention to Kerp, and wow, Kerp is taking a lot of damage from Olaf. Finally going down to Ash in the background. Now Shushay just carries on putting that pressure. Angush is trying his best to defend these Nexus turrets, but it's a bit too little too late, unfortunately. And TEAMLESS are going to lose game number 1 in their best of 3. And there goes the stun. Shushay is probably going to go down to the Ignite. They do get Corki in the background. Another jump from Angush. Now the paranoia. Shushay comes in. He's going to actually take 1 or 2 more hits. And GG. FNATIC pick up the victory in game number 1. So we're going to have a very short break. I'll make sure that... oh, this is game 2, apparently.
This is game 2, yeah.
Well, admins have not... Can I get a confirmation? Let me double check with the admins. They haven't actually mentioned that to me. And let's close some of these chat boxes. So what we're going to be doing, guys, I'm going to quickly throw up some music on in the background. I'll keep my screen on just while I arrange the next game, and we'll be back shortly with FNATIC versus TEAMLESS. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say I told you so. That was in fact game number 1 of FNATIC versus TEAMLESS. I did just get it confirmed. So FNATIC are 1-0 up in the series right now. We're going to be going into game number 2 very, very shortly. Their game started the same time that Moscow 5 versus Absolute Legends did. So while we wait for the game lobby to get pulled up and started, don't forget guys, this is the Beat It DreamHack qualifiers sponsored by SteelSeries and MSI. In our winners bracket, we've seen Moscow 5 going down to Absolute Legends, which means Absolute Legends will be qualifying as the seed number 1. I'm going to try get an update for the EXHCL versus NAVI game. Just as soon as the admins can get back to me, I will let you know. If you've been having some fun with us, make sure you follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/Quickshot, Q-U-1-K-S-H-0-T, or facebook.com/Brokenshard. Head over there, throw some love.
Hey, what's up?
And of course, yeah, so have some fun with us.
I just like really to thank everyone on the chat. You've said some good things, some bad things, but you know, I'm gonna ignore the bad things. Really appreciate all the support that people have been giving me. If you really like what I'm doing, please join up on my Facebook page, www.facebook.com/BrokenShardStream. Also, I have a chat channel on EU West called Brokenshard.stream, all lowercase, no spaces. Please join in. I'll start streaming soon. And it's really an honor to be here casting with Quickshot. I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you for joining me. That's awesome. Been flying solo for a long time, so better to have a co-caster. Guys, you can see we are just waiting on the next game to get started. We're just waiting for FNATIC and TEAMLESS to jump into the lobby. If FNATIC win the game, they qualify for DreamHack. If TEAMLESS win the game, we go to game number 3. So while we're waiting for that, music's up in the background. I need to eat something because I'm starving. And we will be starting off very, very shortly. So, a Brokenshard.
Quickshot, I hope you don't mind, but I invited a friend who I feel deserves a lot more credit. Yamato Cannon, say hi.
Yamato.
I don't know.
Not you?
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Yamato?
Yamato Cannon is
Yo, guys.
ex-Western Wolves. I feel that his stream is one of the better streams out there, and you really should check it out.
Yeah, of course. Yamato, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. I've been watching your stream all day.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for the support. Thank you for the support. So,
I really like your casting and Brokenshard as well.
great. Thanks a lot, Yamato. So, are you going to be joining us for this game? Can you spectate through the client?
Yes, I could do that.
Sweet. Well, welcome.
Well, it wasn't my intention to have him join, but if it's okay with you, that would
Hey,
be pretty cool.
it'll make it a little bit interesting. I don't think we've
He's
ever
a
done a
2.2k elo mid top lane main, so he can fill in on those laning information.
Well, I don't think I've ever spectated or watched a stream that's had 3 casters, so we'll give it a bash, see what happens.
I'll
Banned
try
so
to keep
far.
myself in the background.
No, we'll be asking you for questions, Yamato. You're going to be the go-to pro guy. So,
That sounds great.
Yamato is Palestinian in heritage, and I'm Israeli, so me and him being friends kind of breaks that barrier.
Brokenshard, could you get more controversial on a stream, dude?
Absolutely
really, you know,
not.
You don't have to drop that bombshell. So, let's have a look. Bans, Fizz, Ari, Shen, Nocturne. Who else are we going to see banned from the pool? Possibly Jax? Maybe even
That's
Olaf.
Jax.
Well, Karthus is the next one. Did
No Kassadin, man.
did FNATIC miss a ban?
Wait, I don't know.
Who was your third ban? It looks as though they'd run out of time. It looks as though they did actually miss a ban this time round. So we'll see if Xpeka replies and just lets me know. It's Urgot. Urgot was the third ban. They just missed clicking it for some reason. And the first lock-in from FNATIC is not Soraka, it might be Sona.
Sorona.
Sorona. I'm a fan of
Sona
Sona.
first pick is actually something I haven't seen in a long time. I remember TSM. Oh my god, I can't believe it. TSM picking Sona first in I think it was Providence MLG,
Every single time.
or was it Kiev?
No, Providence.
It was either Kiev or Providence where they picked Sona every game.
No, definitely Providence. Definitely Providence.
Yeah, it was Sona and Sivir every game.
Now, the strength of Sona. Sona, since the healing nerfs, is a little bit weaker. Compliments of having those chords dropped in terms of the hit points return, but her ultimate, the crescendo, is still so powerful. If you can get grouped up champions, instantly stunning them, the entire AOE is massive. But it does go back to Soraka at the end of the day. So Feliox is going to get his Soraka, who's been doing very well with. We've watched Fnatic a couple of times for these qualifiers, and every single time Feliox has played Soraka, they've done very well. It looks as though Angush might get Jax once again. So do you think we might see another Olaf lock-in from Shushe?
Probably, but Shushe, I'm sorry, Olaf doesn't necessarily beat Jax, because Yamato would know more about this. Does Olaf
I have
beat
to
Jax,
agree.
Yamato?
As I saw last game, the Jax was just ganked hard.
So in champion versus champion, would Olaf beat Jax, Yamato?
Not at all. Jax is the ultimate top laner right now.
But we still see an Olaf pick.
Well, we do see the Olaf, so we're going to have to see whether or not this happens again. This time around, Cyanide's going to be using Nautilus. So, actually, I think he was using Nautilus last game as well. I can't remember. No, it was Nocturne last time round. So, whether or not we're going to see Cyanide camping top again to give Shushe a very good start or not, depends on whether or not Olaf's going to be able to at least shut down Angush's Jax.
With this Nautilus, they're really gonna shut down this Jax, especially
That's for
since
sure.
Nautilus is such a good ganker.
I would have been scared already if I was in Angus shoes.
There's also the possibility of seeing Jax in the jungle as well. It's very unorthodox, but it's a possibility.
Knowing Kerp, he'll probably do it. Kerp is crazy, man.
I'm having a quick look at the admin chat for today's qualifier, and it looks as though EXHCL have knocked NAVI out
What?
2-0. According to what I'm reading in chat right now, I'm double checking whether or not it's 100% confirmed. I have just asked the admins, but as soon as I get 100% confirmation, I will let you know. But according to what I'm reading right now, guys, NAVI do not qualify for DreamHack.
It doesn't surprise me at all. HCL has been practicing for 3 weeks straight every day.
Am I the only one that hears the echo?
There's a good possibility it's something to do with my soundboard. I wish I could fix it or tell you how, but the soundboard's worth more than I am, and I don't like to push the buttons. So I don't really know what's happening. While all of that's going on, though, we have had
This
more
global
picks.
presence. We're really looking for top lane. I think this is what they did last game. Kassadin would roam top lane and then gank Jax, because Nocturne didn't really have many assists, but Shusha had kills.
I'm very
Is
interested
that what
to
happened,
see.
Yamato?
I have to give it to FNATIC in this position. Their picks are just way stronger.
We also see XPEC managing to get Twisted Fate again. We've seen them knocking who was it that defeated earlier in the week? But XPEC playing phenomenally well with Twisted Fate. Managed to backdoor, I think it might have been SK Gaming actually. Continually pushing, using that Destiny to get up into the back lanes, taking out inhibitors in the back line. And it was very powerful. So at the moment, guys, this is, of course, FNATIC. They are on the left-hand side, facing off against TEAMLESS, who are on the right-hand side. And if FNATIC win, they qualify for DreamHack. If TEAMLESS win, we go to game number 3. 10 seconds left on the clock. Are they going to stick with Shyvana?
Wait, game number 3? Wasn't this the third game?
Nope, it was not. Chat was incorrect. That was game number 1, which FNATIC
Chat
won.
incorrect.
Yep, I know. I'm sorry, chat. I did get it confirmed with the admins. All right, I'm having a look at the moment. Let's see. Yep, XHCL confirmed have knocked NAVI out 100%. So if NAVI decide they want to go to DreamHack, they're going to have to do it through the open LAN. And we do see Shyvana was in fact locked in. And at the moment it looked... Okay, I got excited for a second. I seen Kerp with Morgana and Smite.
So who's going to win? TSM, Teamless, or FNATIC?
Well, at the moment, of course, FNATIC, they've got some very, very good global pressure, global presence. Wish, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, as well as Destiny. In comparison, you've got a lot more sort of single target focus. Shyvana, Jax, they've got the AoE stun, they've got that Dragon's Descent form to knock people backwards. And then you've got the AoE damage coming up from Graves and from Morgana. I think I just see a little bit more synergy in the FNATIC lineup.
That could be true, but think about it this way. If Morgana can get the perfect ultimate and hit a lot of people, Shyvana will just run right through their team. Also, the level 1 is in favor of Teamless, so we can see an invade on FNATIC's blue, and Nautilus really, really needs this blue. However, FNATIC also has a good level 1 with Olaf Q's and Ash's crit.
Also TF cards. That's a big thing.
Alright, so we are into the last 2.5 minutes. Summoner spells. Cleanse is currently sitting on Lamia. And Flash Exhaust currently sitting with Felox on Soraka. In reply, Graves does have Flash Heal. No Exhaust coming out from Teamless. But they do have a teleport on Tabs. So Tabs is probably going to have to be setting up some of those ganks, controlling the lane, and trying to control the other lanes with that teleport as well. Now, with sorry, what was that, Yamato?
I think we'll see Kerp counter-jungling Cyanide very hard. It's the only reason I think of the Shyvana pick. We're going to see invades at the red instantly. If it doesn't go off at the blue.
Now, whether or not those counter jungles are going to be effective is what's going to determine the game. We watched, who was invading? It was Nautilus invading against, I can't remember who, a second ago. The game just before the one we just watched, and they managed to pick up a double kill very early on. That was actually Teamless versus someone else. But anyways, the counter ganks, if they don't have that flash available, if Kerp is not able to get in and get out effectively, it is going to be very, very risky. Yeah, with regards to the shoutcasters, guys, unfortunately, we are going to be jumping into the game, myself and Brokenshard. Yamato, do you have a Facebook or a Twitter page that people can follow you on?
Yes, I do.
Let everybody know, because for the game, it's going to be myself and Brokenshard running away, but let everybody know how they can follow you and watch your streams.
Well, the link contains a lot of numbers and things. You can just search for Yamato Cannon or something.
You can join his in-game chat. It's similar to mine. It's Yamato.stream, whereas mine is Brokenshard.stream.
That sounds even better.
Wow, sweet. So, thank you for dropping by. Thank you for stopping in. We are into the last 20 seconds before the game goes live. So I'm going to throw up one quick advert, have a quick drink of water, and when we're back, it will be FNATIC versus Teamless, game number 2 in the lower bracket semi-final. So, adverts are up. I'm going to mute my microphone and have a quick drink, and we can look at the loading screen skins. Cheers, Yamato.
Goodbye, guys.
So, loading screen is up. Hopefully it's not going to bug out and fly down to the bottom right like it sometimes does. And it did. Don't panic, everybody. This is a fixable problem. I just need to wait for the game to load. But we do see Brolaf on Shushay. So, Brokenshard, what do you think of the team picks, the team selection so far?
Well, I'm going to have to give the team picks in FNATIC's favor, because just that global presence from TF and Soraka is going to make it that Olaf is going to have an easier time. I guess Shushay really likes Olaf, since I remember there was a bit of a discussion where Shushay was having a hard time playing Bruisers.
It's been a slow transition for Shushay. You know, he did tend to play those APs in the top lane and do fairly well with them. I've actually seen him playing Gragas in the top lane and being relatively effective in some of his solo queues. But Olaf is the only bruiser I've seen him pick up that he can play at a slightly more, top level, like some of the other champions. So we are fixed. Sorry about that small bug, guys. It happens from time to
I also
time.
had that bug.
Yeah, it happens when you click. If you click anywhere outside of the screen,
Are you on borderless?
I am on borderless.
Yeah, that's what happens in borderless.
Yeah, that's just, it's something to do with XSplit, and whenever you click on the screen, Alt and Enter doesn't work when it's loading. You do need to actually wait for the game to get in, and then Alt
And as I
Enter
said,
it.
they're invading, but Kerp is going to face check into Cyanide.
And just give him a little love tap, and Cyanide walks away.
He's like, hey, buddy.
Now we've seen, I'm going to try to remember who it was, C-Play, I think, setting up some great level 1 first bloods, sitting in that top grass just by the river, and as somebody was moving from the blue buff back to the middle lane, would land a Morgana Dark Binding and pick up a very early kill. And of course the Dark Binding, the potential counter-attack from Jax, as well as Dazzle from Taric is very strong.
The only thing stopping Cyanide from invading and taking their blue is the fact that they haven't warded. So the second he walks past, they will know. So Cyanide's going to have to start red. Very poor start for FNATIC right here. Any interruption of Nautilus is going to hurt him immensely.
Yeah, especially because he's so mana intensive at these lower levels.
He's just
so
intensive.
mana-intensive.
He just doesn't do enough damage, can't tank it. He has such low base armor. I mean, with 13 armor and 6 in defense, that's like an additional 19 armor. He's at only 34 armor.
Oh, Kerp manages to pick
So
up
could you
those Wolf Cramp, and now he's moving over to blue. So let's have a quick
My
look.
prediction is that they're not gonna have him smite this. He'll take it without any problems, without smiting it, and then go for his red and take it quickly.
Well, Cyanide is on the red at the moment. It has just reset. Not managing to pick up too many hit points because Felox actually was the one that had pulled the aggro. So that's going to be very beneficial for Cyanide. He's actually
He'll
saved
save
his
time.
smite. Yeah. Very well played.
Good job from Felox, really good job. But even with this, it's gonna take him at least 10 to 15 hours to take that blue buff.
So now
that's how poor of an actual jungler Nautilus is.
Yeah,
In the early levels.
He's a ganker. I think if you were to call Nautilus anything, you compare him to the likes of a roaming champion because his skill set is so powerful.
I really hate to have to say that, but that's not what Nautilus is about. His level 1 to 2 is super weak, but once he gets 2 ranks in his shield, the jungle just ramps up to immense levels. You just destroy the camps. And he's not like Alistar in the sense where you've got that good early clear and then fall off. It's the poor early clear and the poor early
Take
games.
a look at the pressure coming out at the minute. Now Cyanide has managed to catch up to Kerp. He's got that Titan's Wrath. A great Dredge Knight is going to pull him back. One more auto attack. That should be able to pick up Flash Blood. Cyanide not only gets first blood, but he refreshes both his red and his blue buff. And that was great play from Cyanide.
There's no way that should have happened. I'm just a bit surprised. Nautilus is not a good dueler.
The Dredge Line was so good. It was also due to the fact that Kerp was at less than half health. So he came into the fight at, missing a lot of HP. He was down on hit points from Nautilus. Nautilus was able to block up some of the damage complements of that Titan's Wrath. And
once he gets that shield, it's hard to kill him.
Exactly. And the thing that was very effective from Cyanide was he delayed the Dredge Line. He didn't throw it immediately for the DPS. He waited for Kerp to run away. And only once Kerp was running away did he actually pull, Kerp back into range for that last 1 or 2 auto attacks.
His W is actually kind of weird. It's not like red buff where it'll do the damage after you stack it. It's actually an on-hit modifier and then a damage over time. It'll deal the damage immediately upon hitting and then once more. So attack speed is a good thing to build on Nautilus, which is why his burst damage is so high.
Oh, very powerful, especially on a champion like Nautilus who gets off that slow start. To be able to have that bonus 400 gold right from the get-go, it's going to just help Cyanide out. You'll see he's already finished his Boots of Mobility. And that's just going to give him even better clear times and even better ganking potential. I'm also nervous that they gave Lamia Ashe again. I mean, Lamia is such a strong Ashe. And they managed to leave Ashe in the lane.
There was a gank attempt top Shushay had to burn Ghost, but Angush queued up his stun, but ran out of mana.
Oh, that
he couldn't leave.
sucks. That sucks. Flash was available, but didn't opt to use it that time round.
No, he was too far away by that time.
Alright. And of course,
Boots of Mobility being picked up by Cyanide, I really like this pick. He's got 4 wards. He's really looking to help his team with wards, even though Kerp isn't necessarily playing a ganker jungle.
I love the
But
new
that first
animations
blood-
on Ashe.
The new animations?
Yep.
Really nice. But something I'd like to point out, the point that they picked Shyvana, I think, was to slow Nautilus' jungle down. Nautilus picking up that first blood on top of Kerp, dying with double buff, is going to make it so now he can't counter jungle effectively. You see, he even took Flash. Normally Shyvana's would take Exhaust, but he took Flash, so he was definitely going to counter jungle. But just now he can't. He just can't anymore.
And we do see Cyanide. He's sitting in the top lane. He's been waiting for a while. Red and blue are about to go out. Aware of. There's the dive from Angush. That's what they've been waiting for. The level 6 Destiny comes in as well. So Angush has now been locked up. Olaf is Shushay is trying to run away. Finally, Angush goes down in the background. Shushay is going to be able to land that axe. He moves forward with the Berserkers. And Xpeke picks up a double kill.
At one point, Kerp decided to say Bay Life and run straight for Shushay. But swiftly, Cyanide switched focus, knowing that Jax was already going to die, and pulled Kerp at the last possible second and saved Shushay's life.
Great play there in the middle lane, and you could hear on the top lane rather, and you could see the coordinates. You could see them waiting, going, "Okay, we want to go," and Xpeke going, I'm almost 6, a few more seconds, you know. And as soon as Xpeke had level 6, let's see what's Morgana. Yeah, she's only recently hit level 6 herself, so that delay, that waiting, whether it was intentional or whether it was, you know what, Angush hasn't dived onto Shushay yet, and all of a sudden Xpeke goes, just give it a few more seconds. So great play in the top lane. Under normal circumstances, I would replay and rewind and watch it, but every time I rewind, I get a graphic bug, and I'm not doing it this time. So 3-0, FNATIC, 1,600 gold lead at the 7-minute mark, and looking like they're very in control of this game right now. Need to see Large Rod already picked up on Xpeke. 117 CS, 4 points into those wild cards, 1 into select a card, and 1 into the stat deck as well. And we see
It's
Cyanide
different. Some TFs will get straight into W, some TFs will actually max his E. I know a good TF player called Belgian Beast from Lowland Lions. Well, he left.
Pressure on the top lane though. Depth charge
TF coming
goes
in.
out. Now we do
Morgana.
have the teleport coming forward. It does land onto both. Shushay is going to have to use that Ragnarok, which she does. The stun does land into Cyanide though. One more Dark Binding may be enough. Anguish manages to get stunned up under the tower. And a brilliant Dark Binding from Tabs. Cyanide should be able to pick up a kill onto Anguish, which she does. Now he applies the stun into Tabs. Tabs does have cooldowns up. 1 Dark Binding is available. Locks Cyanide up. Cyanide has a little bit of mana, but not really going to be enough. Now,
Shield coming
Xpeke
up.
moves forward. The yellow, yeah, black shield
The
comes
shield
up.
came up at the last second.
Yep, just enough time.
Yeah.
But
One
they-
thing I'd like to point out is that Shushay saved Cyanide's life in that situation. He was stunned by the ult, by Tabs, but then Shushay with Ragnarok stood in front of Cyanide, so Morgana could not land the binding. Of course, that binding that he landed on him from all the way back there onto the turret was just unreal. Shushay technically saved Cyanide's life there, so it's kind of a repayment there.
That was a great Dark Binding coming out from Tabs. It seemed to curve the bullet. Went through the champions, went through the creeps. And
Must curve the bullet.
That's it, secured the kill. So first kill for Teamless does go onto Shushay. But when you consider...
Meanwhile, Kerp is farming mid lane, which is really good, because look at the CS compared to Cyanide. He's really far ahead of Cyanide at the moment. He really needs that. It's really important for him. And new shot game. Every time I say really, you guys can take a shot.
In terms of items at the moment, 74 CS on Ashe in the bot lane to the 75 currently sitting on Graves. Twisted Fate going for Boots of Mobility as well, and that's an interesting one. I don't think I've seen that before. And you can just see they're going to be playing a ganking game. They're going to be playing an aggressive find kills game. And as long as the mobility pays off, hey, you can't complain. Cyanide does have the Destiny comes up now. Yeah, the black shield is up, does manage to burn through, so the stun doesn't land. Ignite has been burned. Cyanide, he does have flash available, or does not, rather a flash. Wow, long range dredge line,
Mobility boots OP.
and really strong. So Cyanide, he's got the blue buff stolen away there from Tabs. completely refreshes, and that just means once their blue buff is available again, he's going to be able to
about to
donate
be.
that to XPK.
But there's Dragon.
A great place at the moment. XPK was waiting for the cooldown on that selector card. He got his gold card up, flashed forward and locked Morgana up because, of course, selector card has a smaller cooldown. The Ash Arrow manages to land onto Kerp. Yellow card finally comes up. It does actually land onto Taric in the background. But
FNATIC are really picking up their game.
Just too
I'm
far
genuinely
away.
surprised.
a great play,
I think
great
they're reborn.
coordination.
They're rebirthing themselves for Shushay again, so he can stomp DreamHack, like last year.
We're getting close to it. Of course, they did win Season 1 championships, and that was in December, unless I'm mistaken.
No, it was June.
Was it June as well? So Season 1 finals. Now we're coming up to DreamHack once again, June 16th to June 19th. The winner, if FNATIC win this, they qualify. If TEAMLESS win this, it goes to a third game. When the other team does not make it through, they are out of the qualifiers. And that just means that they have to go to the open LAN and risk playing in the open bring your own computer LAN for a spot in the DreamHack tournament. $40,000 on the line, if I remember correctly. Top lane, huge pressure going down. Angush manages to put a lot of damage down, but has no mana to carry on with the chase. Shushay's got the Heart of Gold, also the Philosopher's Stone sticking over. Tried to recall on that second bush, but was chased away once Kerp managed to walk into the lane.
I haven't really seen this build on Shyvana. I play a lot of Shyvana, and I never forgo the Wriggles. I think Wriggles is just way too important, or at least in Madrets.
Especially with that twin bite ability. You know, the potential for getting a double proc is just too high. And we do have Cyanide. He's still wearing that Oracle's Elixir, clearing out the wards, clearing out the vision, and look at the dragon control from FNATIC. Hit F1 and check that vision out there, Broken. Their entire
What,
bottom
hit F1?
half. Yep, F1, and it'll just show you the vision of FNATIC. F2 will show you the vision of TEAMLESS, and then of course F3.
I see
brings you
nothing
back to original.
from Teamless.
So very little vision in reply from TEAMLESS. We do have Destiny up. Where is that going to be going? Destiny comes to the
Bot
middle.
lane.
They do land it onto Taric, followed up by the Asho. The auto attacks as well as the wild cards. A heal goes down. That saves him for a little bit longer. Nautilus should be able to finish this off. Dredge line into depth charge. Plus Riptide finishes off. And Kerp even uses the Dragon's Descent. It's not going to be enough to actually deal any damage though. And eating a gold card in the face.
I'm gonna make Warcraft 3 reference. They came from behind.
The Rufflecopter in Warcraft 3.
Yes.
But what a great gank. Cyanide and XPK once again, a 4-man in the bottom lane. It leads to a kill. Yes, a lot of abilities are used, but if you use them and you pick up kills, why not? Shushay does seem to be losing out to Angush in this top lane though.
Well, yeah, we talked about that Jax would beat Olaf. Even with all the pressure, Jax is the counter to Olaf. One of them, at least.
So Olaf currently sitting on 57 CS to the 84 of Jax.
Wow, I didn't expect him to be that far behind.
Yeah, but keep in mind there are double GP5s ticking over. So yes, it is behind. Yes, it is, you know...
He's double gold per 10, a dragon, 3 assists, but Jax is only 100 gold behind. So we can see that raw mechanical skill from Angush is beating over Shushay.
Huge numbers. So the Dragon, it went down around about 11 minutes if I remember correctly, so that should be up in about 17. Now we do see Lorden moving. The Dredge line lands onto MetalX actually, it lands the Riptide. The Ash arrows are going out, those Frost arrows so slow. Hawkshot goes out. The Enchanted Arrow is available and it manages to catch him on his left arm. The left shoulder holds MetalX in place. And Lamia just moves forward, 1 or 2 more auto attacks, and secures another kill. Currently sitting on 2,600 gold. That's a Infinity Edge, unless my math is completely terrible. 2,180, that should be an IE completed. And so lucky for the Ash Arrow to land. It was just on the left-hand side of that hitbox. And take a look at the way Shushay is leveling up his Olaf. 5 points into Reckless Swing, 4 points into Undertow, nothing into the Vicious Strikes.
It's a W.
And I mean, that's his sustainability and his primary bonus AD ability.
I think he's relying on the, what's that item? The Philostone for his regeneration.
And he's, I don't know if I like that idea.
I don't. I definitely don't. The W gives you so much extra AD, especially since Shushay has 2,000 HP at the moment.
Well, even with the pressure on that bottom lane and the fact that there's been several ganks.
That W, sorry to interrupt one last time, that W will give him, if he had it level 1, it would give him 27 AD and about 10% lifesteal and spell vamp.
That's huge numbers for just a single point.
Exactly, it's like a 1-point wonder.
It's super, super point. The bottom lane I find quite interesting as well. Lamia 132 CS, 101. But metaleX has been farming really well considering the wards. We do have Wish coming out, so that was in the top lane. Destiny's been used. Tabs is now going to force to use, pop that black shield. I didn't see the beginning of that fight, but Wish was blown. Angush is down on super low life. Well, nothing came of it. No additional deaths. So we can just assume that it was a gank from Cyanide and Shushay under the tower.
This poke from XBK.
He is out of mana though. Mana regen coming 6 or so mana.
He wanted to blue card a creep that Shushay stole.
Not cool. Not cool.
No, definitely not.
The bottom lane is what I was trying to point out, is metaleX, even though we've had multiple ganks that he's lost his tower, he's still keeping up in CS, or at least he was until this very last fight. I mean, we're sitting 10 or so creeps behind. Now it's only, now it's 20 creeps.
There's some aggression.
It's going down on the bottom lane. Exhaust was on metaleX. Now he's going to be moving
Jack's
forward.
coming behind.
Collateral damage is available, so the Ignite goes down, instantly blown up from collateral damage.
Wow.
So that's
That cleanse is
Soraka
really
blown
nice.
out. And the
That was a really
cleanse-
good arrow.
I missed the arrow. It landed on Jax, didn't it?
Straight up in the face.
Yep. So we watched that Soraka being
He was
blown up.
not able to get an auto hit off because he was stunned straight away. So he wasn't able to proc the red buff.
Now, very nice leap strike from Angush. That's going to lock Expecka up. They're going to be able to pick up that kill. And immediately reply
Good
with
job
the
from
dragon.
Teamless,
So
actually.
nicely done from Teamless. They were 4,000 gold behind. This is going to make it 3,000. And I love the animation on that dark binding on the new Blackthorn Morgana skin. It looks really cool. Instead of just that purple bubble, it at least looks like a death spell now. So 7-3 is your kill scores at the moment.
But still no wriggles or
still-
bad reds.
That's an
Really
interesting
not
build.
liking that at all.
Going for the Fates, trying to go for the control, I suppose. That's probably to replace the fact that there's no exhaust. Not having exhaust means she needs the slow or the additional crowd control.
Yeah, of course.
And
But
look at-
you always get a Phaedra on Shyvana.
Look
The
at how
wriggles
much-
is there just to build first.
Look at how much gold Teamless are currently sitting on. Head over to the gold graph. Everybody's got
Okay.
more than 1,000 gold in their pockets.
Someone's gonna be getting money.
So that's pretty interesting.
They all have Boots 1. They all still have Boots 1 and first item slot. It looks so pretty. If you take a look at that,
There
like
we
it's
go.
just boots, 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 boots.
I don't know if I'd call that pretty, but hey, whatever floats your boat, bro.
I'm OCD, so having this perfect pattern is great for my eyes.
So Morgana has finished her Zonya's Hourglass, the double kills, as well as the Drake that's just been collected. Means that she's picked up a Blasting Wand as well, as opposed to finish those Sorcerer's Shoes. Death Cap is completed on Expecka. And just in terms of gold, mid lane, 6,500 Expecka to 5,600 on Tabs. Top lane, 5,000 on Shushay to 4,600 on Angush. Even though the farm is quite significantly ahead, those kills and the GP5s really starting to pay dividends. Bottom lane,
I'm not too
6,700.
sure if Merc Threads is such a good idea, especially on someone like Olaf.
Who's
It
got
could be
the
better
Ragnarok.
suited to get maybe mobility boots like the rest of his team. Not really. More maybe Ninja Tabby or
There goes the
Island
Ash
City.
Arrow onto Angush, followed up by a Reckless Swing. Now from the background, Cyanide comes up and manages to lock up both champions. Kerp and Angush, the first one to fall is now going to be Angush. Kerp puts a lot of damage onto Lamia, but is not going to be able to get away from those Frost Arrows. And just to be sure, the Wish comes up from Soraka. And a very nice double kill from FNATIC once again.
This global presence is just immense from FNATIC. They're really just able to be everywhere at the same time. Although XBK is really, really squishy without a single Doran's item.
Now they're trading at the moment. It looks like FNATIC are going to take this top interior turret. They're going to let Teamless try push down this middle turret, and Teamless should be able to do it. With that Radiance gone, it's going to increase the attack damage of the champions around, so it has been a fair trade. Or at least it's been a trade of 2 for 2. But 2 mid turrets are way more valuable than 2 top line turrets. And towers are 3-3 at the moment. Lamia and Shushay carrying this game. I would say Cyanide is probably setting that up at the moment. 5-0-4. He's either got the kill or picked up the assist of every single one of FNATIC's kills thus far. Lamia's been doing very, very well. He's landed those Ash arrows or the enchanted crystal arrows that are necessary. Managed to pick up a 14-minute Infinity Edge.
You know you're doing a good job as a jungler when you're part of every single kill on your team.
Exactly. Not necessarily that you've gotten 5 out of them, but nevertheless, it is very, very powerful.
He actually sold his mobility boots and built Merc threads. It's actually pretty good, considering that Morgana's going to lock him quite nicely.
What I like to see, or what I find very interesting about the Cyanide at the moment, he picked up that Oracle's Elixir around about the 11-minute mark, and he's still wearing it. 11 minutes up to now the 20-minute mark, still holding onto that Oracle's. And XPEK's got his Sheen available now. So once that starts getting closer towards the Lich Bane, his damage and his burst, rather, is going to go up even higher. And of course, XPEK's got more upfront burst than what Tabs does. Tabs can apply, the Dark Binding and the Tormented Soil into a single target. Those wild cards hit everybody in the team if they're lined up correctly.
Looks like Angush is going for the Triforce there. It's a very common build. However, he picked up a Zeal instead of a Sheen.
I like to see the Cutlass on Jax as well first, because of the lack of sustain, because of the lack of life abilities. I prefer to see him going the Cutlass, pick up that active slow.
Pre-change, like before Jax was changed, that was the norm. But after the change, it was more recommended to build a Triforce because of the extra move speed and slow from Phage. It helps Jax keep stuff in place. Also, the damage increase is much higher.
And we do see Lamia falling all the way back once those champions walk past the wards in the river bush. And I didn't actually see now. Destiny has come out, so are we going to see XPEK moving to the top lane? I didn't actually see where he goes, and he is. The teleport's coming out from Morgana, so an ultimate for a summoner spell, that's a fair trade any day of the week. 73-second cooldown as opposed to, what is the cooldown on Flash? 290 seconds on teleport. But it does mean they might get caught out here. XPEK is now moving forward. The yellow card goes out. Tab stands a very good point-blank Dark Binding. Now they've turned their attention to Shushay. Shushay does have Ragnarok available. It has been used as well as the Ghost, I believe. So he's going to carry on running. He's landed at least one undertow in the background. Lorden is still pushing forward. Are we going to see us flash? There goes the flash dazzle. Angush is now moving forward again. And once again, Shushay popping up. That was the Ghost. So it was the Shirelia's Reverie that I seen earlier, not Ghost. And a very nice dredge line.
They're really trying hard to pick up some kills here.
The only one that they got was XPEK, and they let Lamia pushing on the bottom lane. Lamia.
Meanwhile, in bot lane.
Yep. Just pushed it up to tower, but not doing any damage.
This might be Baron though, but I doubt that they can do it quickly because I hate repeating myself. No wriggles.
Let's see exactly how this turns out. They do have Jax. That Jax and Graves can deal pretty good damage.
To rip it apart.
So those two alone will be able to deal quite a lot. If Tarek opts to use his Radiance, that might be a difference as well. Let's get on to Baron. 3,500 hit points, 2,000 hit points. Cyanide's going to have to do something godlike here. Unfortunately, flashes over the wall, pops that dredge line. Destiny was used from Twisted Fate as well.
FNATIC wasn't able to steal it.
No steal. And just
Cyanide's been really good at those steals though.
The yellow card does go right, does land onto Tabs, and look at the damage coming out from those wild cards. Shushay now, the Berserker's Grief, Soul Shackles has been used. That's going to try locking him up. Now they've turned their attention to Lorne. The Randian's Omen Pop was used. That's going to keep him in place just a little bit longer. The Flash Gold card is going to be able to pick up at least that kill onto Tarek. Not necessarily the end of the world, at least they picked up one in reply as opposed to giving up a free Baron and the free kill. Shyvana's now moving forward. Dragon's Descent completely misses Phalanx, unfortunately. And gold card to the face. Now the giant spell shield.
What the damage.
And so powerful. Leap Strike plus Empower just completely melts.
Phage Come on, he needs a Phage proc.
Tabs is now going to be falling on the background. Going to look over to Shushay. The Leap Strike over onto Metal X from. I think now up in the back line. Lamia, Ash, and Lamia and Cyanide able to pick up a kill, and now all of a sudden Angush is the one that's in trouble. Counter attack is going to lock somebody up. They do manage to blow that cleanse, but it's not going to be enough.
Wow, this is really good.
And that was good for Teamless. That was really good for Teamless.
Lamia, and he was hitting him. He's like, Phage proc, need a Phage proc, need a Phage proc. Poor guy didn't get one.
So that's the Oracle's blown as well. Not only did Oracles get killed there on the Dragon, but Cyanide came back into the fight and died a second time, giving up additional gold.
Shushay actually expended both of his gold per 10 items and upgraded them immediately. I'm not so sure that was a great choice.
Well, they are sitting 3,500 gold behind. The Dragon is finally going to go the way of Teamless at the moment. So I think that's 2 to FNATIC, 1 to Teamless.
Teamless does have a better late game. I'm going to have to give it to them. Jax, Morgana, Shyvana, all are just terrors late game.
And you've also got to remember that both Lamia and Shushay scale fairly well. Olaf gets pretty intense. If Olaf is able to get to that backline and tear Metalix apart,
I'm sorry to say, but with this build, Shushay isn't exactly going to be dealing a lot of damage in the ultra late game, where AD and crits are the ones dealing damage. The more attack damage, Olaf is going to be the one doing the damage. This cooldown reduction Olaf, it really depends on the actual HP of your opponent. Graves is going to get super tanky with his items, and Graves is already really tanky.
Ash landed the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Metalix. He managed to take a whole lot of damage. Now, we've seen Destiny was used from XPK just to port to the middle lane. The top lane is being pushed naturally.
What FNATIC should do is poke. They have really good poke with Ash Folly and XPKQ, as well as Shushay's axes. And they can have Phelox be the one healing them up from this poke.
Now, the other thing you've got to remember as well, the longer this game goes, the more powerful that XPK becomes, and it allows him to be able to split push more and more effectively. We've seen them doing it against SK Gaming a little while ago, using like a 4-man push in the bottom lane, allowing XPK to push up in the top lane. If they can get an inhibitor down, it gives them some map control, it gives them the ability to fight when they want to fight. And that could go a long way to helping FNATIC. In terms of items though, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, Infinity Edge complete on Lamia. Zeal, Last Whisper, and Infinity Edge complete on Graves. Almost the same in terms of DPS and itemization. Middle lane, Zonya's Hourglass and Death Cap completed for tabs on his Morgana. XPK Warmogs completed in conjunction with the Death Cap and the Sheen. So this is a new build. This is an interesting one from XPK. But 245 CS, 249 on Lamia. Significantly further ahead than their counterparts on Teamless.
Warmog's Twisted Fate.
But what do you build next? I mean, do you finish not the Force of Nature, the Lichbane, and then follow it up with what?
Full DFG, not Warmogs. This is the first time I've ever seen a Warmog's Twisted Fate. Well, actually, there's a guy called CivHD who does Atmog's Twisted Fate.
Now, we do see XPK moving to this top lane. 454 base movement speed complements to the Boots of Mobility. He doesn't even need Destiny to port up there and, win use Destiny to push the lane down. He is going to be using it shortly, though, because the entire Teamless team is coming up, and he's about to run face first into a Jax. There goes Destiny, pushes him right back into the bottom lane. Shushay has used
I
the
don't like
Radiance.
this Warmogs that much.
We have to see what it builds into. I can sort of understand it when you consider that you're going to have Jax and Shyvana diving forward. You're also going to have Morgana flashing with Soul Shackles. So it sort of makes sense. We do have Ashara going down in the background. Now collateral damage comes out from Metalix. It's not going to do a whole lot to prevent the death of Tabs. Now they've turned their attentions. The heal comes out from Graves. And that's going to be able to delay just a little bit. Double kill for Lamia at the moment. Now Angush has jumped into 4 members of FNATIC. He gets melted. That's Lamia with a triple kill. While all of that is going on, Shushay pushed the bottom lane all the way up to the tower. Now XPK is going to be the one that's tanking this tower.
Warmog's OP.
And yeah, that additional hit points, all that life, the survivability, and just a great engagement there in that middle lane. You know, the Ash Arrow followed up by the gold card. It's going to cost 2 inhibitors. And I think FNATIC now have got what I would say complete map control. 2 lanes
This
being
isn't
pushed
the last
into
game,
inhibs.
is it? There's still some more.
No, this will be the last one of the day. This will be the last one of the day if FNATIC win it. But we're just going to have to see whether or not that actually happens. So 2 inhibitors down from 1 team fight in the middle. And I like it. I quite like what XPK has done. You know, he's got that very high base movement speed. He's not necessarily tanky because his resistances are fairly low, 65 and 30. But he is sitting on 3,000 hit points. So you need to continually fight and continually put the damage down, you know?
He's gone for another needlessly large rod, so I'm assuming that FNATIC are looking to end this game fairly quickly.
With regards to what the players are asking on chat, EXHCL versus FNATIC. Does the game get played? I have just asked the admins. Look at the pressure. A great leap strike into counter attack. Locks Felox up, but it's just going to be for one kill. Now, Shusha is forced to use his Randians and the Shurelias there in the background.
There were way too many comebacks this game. Like, I can't even keep track of them.
And such a good aggressive jump there from TEAMLESS.
Meanwhile, top lane though.
And now in the top lane, we do see Baron Dasher going down. Baron currently sitting on 6,500 hit points. The Destiny comes
Graves
in.
is back.
So much pressure. There goes the depth charge. Shusha is putting the pressure down to Kerp as best as he can. Tabs manages to get the first active of that Soul Shackles onto at least 3 champions, but only manages to lock up the one.
Oh, that's
up in the
so
top lane,
bad.
that's going to be some kills. And now all of a sudden, TEAMLESS lose 4. And the only champion that they pick up is XP.
Funny thing is that extinkt was just about to walk out of the Morgana pool, but then Baron knocked him up, so he took another tick and died.
All of that damage, all of that pressure. 56,000 gold to 45,000. FNATIC looking like they want to try push this down. Another Baron goes their way. No, that's the first Baron, sorry. Dragon is available. FNATIC XPK still hasn't finished Lichbane. Has opted to go for the... oh, there goes the Sleper. Completely missing that arrow.
Just missed curb.
So, opting to go for the Zhonya's Hourglass next. And so far, a really, really good game for FNATIC. They've sort of been in control of it for the majority of the match. They set up the kills very early on. And yes, they've given up a few kills here or there, but they've been setting the pace. There goes the Dredge line, pulls Kurt backwards. Depth charge is going to knock him up. Now, Angush has jumped all the way into the middle. A very, very nice dark binding. Holds Lamia in place. The collateral damage is what's going to pick up the final kill, though. Kerp is forced backwards. One more Empower might be enough to pick up the kill on Soraka, and it is. The dark binding did actually land, but you're not able to lock a Brolaf down once he's gone Pro-Marcian. Destiny's now moved forward. Going to pick up the kill onto Kerp. One more to attack XPK. Less than 40 hit points onto Kerp.
That's just not lucky.
And that really, really
You see, if
sucks.
he had more damage, he would have died.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe the Sorcerer Shoes. You know, the extra magic penetration, get through some of that those resistances. And it may have been enough to actually pick up the kill. So, 2 inhibitors down still. They should be respawning shortly. Now, once again, a max range Dredge line. Soul Shackles has been popped. Shusha seemed to have broken it and then came back into the fight. Lands that undertow. Now he's moving forward. Eats a dark binding to the face. Shusha just so tanky. And all the ingredients required to finish off a frozen mallet. Well, yeah, just got to pay for the recipes.
He has the money for it too.
And that's
He has
really going
the
to start
money and
helping
more.
him as well. So at the moment, 9,000 gold lead. Let's see how that's split between the champions. There is your gold graph on the bottom. 12,000 gold on Graves, 11,000 on Morgana. Counterparts, Ashe on 15,000. A full Infinity Edge ahead. Twisted Fate, 13,800. That's a death cap ahead, almost. And FNATIC, it's their game to lose.
Yep. Looks like they're very, very far ahead right now. They're about 10,000 gold. They've got the means to end the game. I'm expecting the end of the game shortly. They're going to group up and push some sort of lane. Both inhibitors are down, the mid and the bot one.
They will be respawning very, very shortly, and if they haven't been taken out again, have they? No. So they should be back within the next little bit.
One spawn.
There we go. So the next one will be back. There we go. Very, very quickly. FNATIC just move in there, take a free turret. And another very nice dark binding. Dragon's Descent comes in from Kerp. A lot of damage coming out from Lordon. He manages to get that Radiance. The first one to go down is probably going to be Cyanide in the background, and it is. Shusha at the moment is being able to just completely tear Angush apart. He's been tanking Kerp and Angush for the better part of that fight and manages to come out ahead 1 versus 2. Destiny comes out from Twisted Fate now. He's going to use those wild cards, put a lot of damage down.
Oh, that's
Pops the
Zonius.
Hourglass, and that's going to save his life. And that should be the victory for FNATIC. They're going to be able to push down these inhibitors, at the very least taking 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, definitely good play from FNATIC. And that team fight, Lamia just being able to stay right at the outskirts of the fight, and XPK and Lamia working as a team in order to kite. I saw red cards come out of XPK, not gold cards. So in conjunction with the volley, they were able to really slow down the people that were trying to chase, namely Metal X, Kerp, and Lorden. It's a good game. FNATIC is going to pick this one up. They'll be going to DreamHack for sure now. Right?
That's it. They do qualify. So FNATIC now qualify for DreamHack, and we actually have one more game going. I just chatted to the admins really quickly. FNATIC versus EXHCL.
Nice.
The winner.
I'm really looking forward to see them.
Listen to what's at stake here, guys. The winner of this next game of FNATIC versus EXHCL will be in the same group as Moscow 5. The loser will be in the same group as Absolute Legends. So
I don't know what's worse anymore.
Exactly. So there's the final score, guys. I have asked the admins to get the game up and running as quickly as is possible, because I'm probably going to miss my train to get home, but that's fine, that's fine. I'm here for the
Where
game.
are you sitting?
I live in Spandau, which is about an hour away from where I actually live in Germany. So, unfortunately, Sunday nights, the buses and trains stop at some point.
So why aren't you casting at home?
I cast from a studio in my offices.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, invite to next game. So,
Invite me to the studios.
I would love to, I'd love to. So, for everybody that's still on the stream, FNATIC versus EXHCL will be up next. EXHCL have knocked out, I believe, Counterlogic Gaming. They've knocked out NAVI as well. And now they've qualified for DreamHack. This is going to be a seeding match. Best of 1. Music is up. As soon as the game lobby is ready, we will be back. And it'll be the final game of the evening. So stick around. We still have some more fun for you.
After Hours FM, the best in trance and progressive.
Hey guys, what's up, what's up, what's up? I have just found out or just heard that Deman is available, so I think he's going to join us for this last final fun game. Brokenshard, where are you running around?
Hey, I'm right here.
Sweet, so would you like to say goodbye to everybody? Just let them know where they can follow you
I don't
one
want
last
to say
time.
goodbye.
I'll let everybody know where they can follow you, and we will get Deman into this game for the very last one of the day. Thanks for joining us, Brokenshard.
All right, just before I leave, it was really a lot of fun to cast tonight. I'm actually really tired, so that's a good thing that Deman came. I don't know if I'd be able to cast this last one. If you want to find me, you can find me on EU West. I've opened up a chat called brokenshard.stream. All lowercase, no spaces in between. I also have a Facebook page. It's www.facebook.com/brokenshard. At least I think that's what it is.
Check it out. If you are on chat, throw the link up for everybody to check it out. Thank you so much for joining us, Brokenshard. What is it? What's the correct one?
One sec. You just search up if you find on Facebook. Just search up Ram, Brokenshard, Jamal, and you'll find the page. If not, just look me up on the chat. It was really, really fun to cast with you guys, and with you, Quickshot. Good luck in the last game.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for helping out. I've got you on Skype, so you'll definitely be getting you back soon enough. It was a lot of fun. I'm going to get D-Man up on TeamSpeak shortly.
You can use this channel.
Fantastic. I'm actually going to jump over to his. D-Man's already got one. So
Okay.
Thank you so much, and yeah, we'll be see you shortly. So let me disconnect from this one and jump into D-Man's one. So for everybody that is here, make sure you bring some friends. Let everybody know that D-Man is going to be casting this last seeding match. And I think I've jumped into the channel. Let's see if D-Man's going to be moving me shortly. So I suppose we can pull up the in-game screen while we're waiting for this one. Hey, what's up, Lee? How you doing?
Hey, not too bad. Good to back on. So I've missed a good few games. I've missed some pretty strange results. What happened to CLG?
We only managed to catch one of their games in the lower bracket, and it was just looking like poor decision making. They were committing to fight behind towers. The champions were tanking the wrong towers. Wicked didn't use his Zonya's hourglass. It just looked like they were a little bit shaken, and they made some poor decisions. So it ended up costing them the game.
Yeah, and then NAVI went and lost 2-0 to EXHCL, which is, for me, was a pretty big result. EXHCL are fantastic players. Myself and Joe have covered these guys on the EU Nordic East for a good few times, so it's great to see them qualifying.
And they played phenomenally well. We watched them just a little bit of games and very early on in the day. And wow, the teamwork, the coordination, it was really, really well played. I'm not sure if you managed to see the fun game of Moscow 5 versus Absolute Legends. LeBlanc and Akali making it into the mix. And Extinct on LeBlanc literally just ate people alive.
Yeah, I did catch a glimpse of some of that. Well, I was running in and out with catching it, but yeah, that was LeBlanc back in action. That reminds me of, say, when I think Reginald and Ocelot used to play it a lot, and then it sort of got completely countered out. It was Kiev, wasn't it? That was it. When Reginald suddenly pulled Sion out, or Sion,
yep,
whichever pronunciation you want to call it, and completely, basically did SK in the picks.
That was really, really cool. So we've had some great games. This is just a ranking game because now both EXHCL and FNATIC have qualified. So I'm hoping to see some crazy champions, hoping to see some fun with it. The ALM5 game was just non-stop action, so it was a lot of fun to watch. And when there's a little bit less pressure on, the guys can have some fun.
I've had a message from Crepo, but I can't repeat exactly how bad they played.
Yeah,
he wasn't happy, I think.
It didn't look like it. It wasn't the usual CLG. We were watching them when they were playing against, I can't even remember who it was. Let me bring the bracket up very quickly. When they were playing against NAVI, and the focus, it was just not like what we're used to seeing. You know, normally when you get to those team fight stages, if CLG are struggling a little bit in the lane phase, they tend to pull it back really well. In the team fights, they tend to have great focus and good initiation. But today it was just consistently 3 or 4 or 5 fights in a row, starting behind a tower, not finishing off a single target, not being able to blow up the right people. And yeah, it ended up meaning they went out, going 2-0, 2-0.
Yeah, and that's actually going to lend confidence to the American teams because if you've watched State of the League or anything, they've all been saying the Absolute Legends, CLG, etc. When they come over here, it's just going to be really interesting. But I guess they're all traveling either probably Wednesday, Thursday, somewhere around there. They're all off to America for a 2-week tour of the 2 tournaments. It's definitely going to give them problems, and it's going to give confidence to say Team Solo Mid, who have struggled so heavily against CLG when they've last played. It's suddenly going to inspire them, I guess. But I mean, it's no shock to see, say, Moscow 5, is it, and Absolute Legends that already qualified. AL have looked really good lately.
Oh, they have been incredibly powerful. We watched them earlier in the week, and we watched them to this weekend as well. AL, when they were playing against Teamless, just on another level. The coordination was amazing. Sleper, relatively famous for missing a lot of his Ash arrows, landed some of the most immense arrows we've seen all day long. I mean, you casted the game earlier today from bottom lane to top lane. Every time that they needed, Sleper to step up with Ash, he did it. I must admit, from watching this previous game of FNATIC as well, they look like they're a little bit closer to the form they used to be in. Specifically, these last 2 games that we've just watched them, the first half of that the half of the first game against Teamless, and then the second round, the coordination was good, the aggressive ganking was good, they landed the abilities when they needed to, and Shushay was not caught out of position, which is a bit of a new experience while watching FNATIC.
Yeah, and he seemed to be playing a really awesome Olaf, which in itself is fantastic news, because if ever there was a player, I mean, we've talked about Hotshot being pigeonholed on that top lane. Shushay been pigeonholed on that top lane since Season 1 finished. He's only ever had so many heroes he could play, and to see him suddenly being brilliant on Olaf was great. I was actually happy. I'm pretty sure Xenon was like jumping for joy or something when he was watching it. Everybody knows he's the #1 FNATIC fan. And it would be great to see FNATIC coming back into it. Season 1 champions, it would be such a shame to get to Season 2 and not have FNATIC there, not have the defending champions, in attendance.
What I liked about that as well, we watched Shushay earlier in the week when they were knocked out on Tuesday, and then they came back on Thursday. But Shushay, when he played Olaf earlier this week, looked a little shaky, looked a little, not necessarily confident with the champion. And the way in which he was playing this play style, it just sort of, I don't want to use the word reeked, but it just looked like somebody who was not necessarily 100% practiced with the champion and the player. The way we watched him now these last 2 games against Teamless, his initiations were good. He was landing the undertows. He actually used his Randian's Omen and his Shirelia's Reveries, which he didn't do earlier in the week. So I don't know if there's more focus or there's more attention being played, or if it's just, there's been 50-odd games since then and now, and he's gotten a bit of hang of that Viking.
That's it. They may have just been putting in a lot of practice. And there seems to be a bit of confusion about the qualifications, so let's just quickly explain this. For DreamHack, there is 4 teams qualifying from this bracket. And as it is, they are already there. This match will simply be for seeding. So Moscow 5 Absolute Legends have qualified, and FNATIC and EXHCL have qualified. Now EXHCL, if you've not seen them, they've been around for quite a while. It's one of these teams that have been there or thereabouts, but never quite jumped through. It's a bit like MYM. That I'm waiting for the time for MYM to win a big event, because they are a fantastic team. They've just not quite pulled it through. So these 4 teams have already qualified. The next 4 will come from the open bracket, which will actually happen at DreamHack itself. It's a 10,000 person LAN. It's enormous. If you don't know what DreamHack is, if you've never seen the picture, well, you just look at the picture that Trevor's got here in the background. It's immense. Yep. It's such a great big event. I'm pretty hyped to be there, actually. But we did get in the picks and bans, but someone suddenly left again.
Is this your first DreamHack, Lee?
It would be my first dream. Yeah, I've never done it. It's one of the big events that I've always wanted to do. I just never got round to doing it. And I've never attended. Whereas it's like Joe's 11th or something. The
event is phenomenal. I got very, very lucky. I was able to attend DreamHack Winter in 2010. just as a LAN goer, it was a prize from a tournament I'd partaken in South Africa. And if I remember correctly, there was 12,700 people in the LAN. It was the new Guinness World Record for the highest number of players in one event, or LANers in one hall. And the scale of it, you cannot imagine 4 halls with 3,000 players in each hall. And in between those halls, that's where the exhibition is and all of the exhibitors and retailers. And it's mind-blowing when you actually see that many PCs and that many people playing computer games. And then you think about the internet connection.
Don't they bring wooden IKEA things? They'll basically build up desks and all sorts of things there.
They build boats. The framework and the infrastructure for the LANs, you've got sort of overhead cables which carry a lot of the main, the backbone and the skeleton of the network. And certain areas, if you get the seats underneath that particular side, you can actually build up with little IKEA logs and things. And when we were there, somebody built a pirate ship. They had blow-up dolls, which I'm sure you can imagine what types of blow-up dolls there were, as the mascots for their giant LAN-powered pirate ship. It was really cool. The community's great as well. Whenever they play music, every single person gets involved and sings and claps and chants, and it's a lot of fun. So, yeah, it'll be good. It'll be definitely one to enjoy. But we're into picks and bans. Nocturne, Kassadin, Udia, Twisted Fate. And let's see who the final is going to be.
It's a bit interesting how the bans have been so quick fire these days, because the picks a lot slower, but everybody knows what they're going to ban.
Yeah, and what I like about that, 2 bans so far for XBeke, Kassadin and Twisted Fate, both of whom we used to great effect against TEAMLESS a few seconds ago, or a few moments ago.
So, and who is Feliox? Is that simply Melisandre's renamed, or is there somebody replacing him now?
No, that is now the 6th man for FNATIC.
Right, yes, of course.
Melisand is studying. I believe he's, real life commitments have pulled him away, so he's not going to be able to make the LAN, from what I understand. And Feliox actually comes from Logix, so he's moved over from Logix. And,
right, yes.
And yeah, he's going to be, filling in, playing the 6th man position. They have qualified for DreamHack, so he's actually going to the LAN with them as well. And from the games that I've seen of him this week, he's been doing incredibly well. With Soraka in particular, very, very good map awareness, great control of the Wish, and I've been quite impressed by him.
Yeah, and if those that don't know, Logix were the ones that made it to the final of the ESL Pro Series, I believe, lately. And I think they went 9-0 unbeaten. So he's obviously come from a pretty good team, pretty good, strong German team. Now, myself, I know that Veggie is a very good jungler on... Used to be Nautilus, he used to play heavily, which has been banned. I'm guessing it's probably why. And Nocturne. Okay, so they've target banned quite heavily against Veggie here.
I like seeing the Shen ban as well. I find the split pushing power of Shen, it's not very exciting to watch. So it's such a defensive way.
It's the split push borings.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. Now, I sort of like it from Twisted Fate, because you have to use Destiny aggressively. You have to use that ultimate to push forward. So it's a slightly different direction for it. But interesting seeing Riven locked in. I don't know if that's going to be Riven in the jungle for Cyanide or Shushay on Riven, because I don't think I've seen Shushay playing Riven.
Yeah, he's just teasing between, it is going to be Jax in that top lane. Been very strong lately in that top lane, hasn't he? It's been pretty much one of the choices that everybody's been taking. It's good to see Jax make a comeback. I think Gamescom was the last proper outing that Jax had, when we originally thought maybe this was a troll pick. But no, the Americans turned up and they actually played Jax pretty heavily on that top lane, whereas the Euros weren't using it at all. And obviously Americans, if you don't know what happened back then, it was TSM CLG in the finals, so all Americans in a European final, which was...
He's the flavor of the month at the minute. Everybody is getting their hands on him, and everybody is trying to play the Jax to the best of their ability, and they've gone Jax and Olaf. This is an interesting pick.
So that's going to be Jax jungle, okay. I think that's what Veggie used to play. I'm trying to cast my mind back a few months here, because Veggie was definitely one of the first Nautilus strong junglers that we saw, and I'm pretty sure he's a strong Jax jungler. I mean, bearing in mind Olaf is there, he could easily be Olaf in the jungle, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be Jax jungle.
I would assume it's probably going to be Olaf in the jungle and Jax top. I think.
That would be the normal assumption, yeah.
But you know, it could go either way. It's both super tanky. Both champions do very well. And I suppose depending on who's going to be locked in now for FNATIC is going to determine, you know, their decision. If Shushe is going to lock in GP, I think it's going to be Shushe playing Gangplank in the top lane and Cyanide on Riven in the jungle. On Thursday night, we watched Cyanide tear people apart with the Riven jungle. So, and I've seen Shushe playing Gangplank on some of his solo queue streams. Whether or not Gangplank can beat Jax or Olaf, I don't know. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, and I'm more interested about this Veigar being locked in. So Veigar versus Ari in the mid, which is in itself going to be a crazy one. So if he doesn't land that prison, Ari is going to be on him very quickly. Or Event Horizon isn't on it.
And from what I understand as well, I was doing a little bit of reading about that Event Horizon and Ari's ultimate with a Spirit Rush. Wow, is that going to be a Jarvan support? Because that's going to be a heavy kill lane.
You never know until they lock it in DS. They troll us so heavily.
Yeah, I don't want to get too excited, but I think a Jarvan Urgot bot lane, that's an intense kill lane. But anyways, well, it is going to be swapped out. Damn it, I get too excited. The Event Horizon polls every 0.25 seconds, from what I understand. And Ari, her dash, it's not considered a blink. So, you know, it is a dash very much like the quick draw from Graves. And if she manages to hit the Event Horizon as it polls, she'll get stunned. But if she gets through between the 0.25, you know, intervals, sometimes Aris can get through that Event Horizon. So there's a little bit of a luck element to it. It's not actually a solid wall that stuns you. It polls 4 times per second. So it's very, very interesting to just keep that in mind, the random factor.
Yeah, it's good that there's that technical aspects involved. So let's have a look at the teams. I mean, how are they going to line up? We got bottom lane is going to be Graves and Soraka versus Taric Urgot, which in itself is a very strong lane. There's a lot of lock on, a lot of stun there. So I kind of like EXHCL's lane there, but Lamia on Graves is very, very good. In the mid, we've just talked about it. Obviously, if there can be an ulti from Veigar, you know, if he can get him, he would explode Ari. But if he misses that Event Horizon, Ari could be all over his face, which could pop him before he gets a chance to use his ulti. And that top lane, well, who knows? Shushe on Gangplank, I guess we're going to get to see.
And I'm worried about this bottom lane. Well, not worried, but you know, Lamia and Feliox, I've seen Lamia playing Ashe significantly, and we know he's so strong on Ashe. Why would you go Graves now? I mean, he's been doing it, playing it all day long. I know this is just a seeding match, it's just a fun one, but I think he's stronger with the likes of Ashe. And Urgot, the stun from Dazzle, combined with the corrosive charge, and then those acid hunters coming out. It's so difficult to put decent damage, or so difficult to get away from that damage if Leet Random can just continually land acid hunters from range over and over and over. I dislike Taric as a support. That Dazzle Shatter combo, it's annoying as all hell. I play a lot of AD carry, and it's the bane of my existence.
It is a very good support, and it's one that's been heavily used lately, obviously since the Sona changes. Sona and Johnny used to be like the insta picks these days, yet they kind of get left on the sidelines now.
Yeah, I suppose it's probably due to those the healing nerfs and the fact that Sona's damage was reduced from that power cord and whatnot. But you know what I like about Gangplank? This is like a 6 or 7 month old meta that we've sort of returned to. You know, Gangplank top with teleport was immensely popular November, December last year, maybe a little bit earlier than that.
Well, it was used by Moscow 5 in January, of course, in the Kiev finals.
Yes!
Where he went down the bottom, took was it the blue or the red? It was the blue, wasn't it?
Yep.
And then he teleported top. And it was like, hi.
Steal the blue buff with conjunction of the bottom lane, teleport top, and just spams parlay all day long. So, I like it. I'm a fan of Gangplank. I like his Cannon Barrage ultimate as well. No, it's just the Wish and the Cannon Barrage for the globals. But FNATIC have been using quite a few global ultimates with the champion selection so far today. Now,
yeah. So I mean, I'm interested to see how Riven's going to do in the jungle as well. I mean, I know Cyanide uses quite aggressive junglers. He obviously used to play Jarvan, was pretty much the most standard one he used to play. But obviously Veggie is going to be on Olaf. We did talk about that. I mean, I've definitely seen. I'm not making this up. He's played Jax a lot in the jungle. I'm gonna have to check his history on LoL King or something now.
With regards to Cyanide's Riven, I've watched him playing it quite a bit. We watched it earlier in the qualifiers, and I've seen a couple of his matches. He tends to play fairly passive until level sort of 4 or 5, and then starts trying to get some ganks once he's double buffed up. Because you do need those points into the broken wings, as well as the key strike to really be able to lock anybody down. The thing about when we watched him earlier, or earlier this week, he was paired up with champions that had slightly stronger or slightly more guaranteed crowd control. I seen him playing Riven when Shushe was Rumble. Rumble picked up a Rylai's Crystal Scepter fairly early on, 13, 14, 15 minutes, in conjunction with maxing out his Electro Harpoon. So the slow from the Electro Harpoon allowed Cyanide to get into range to land his knock-up in the DPS. On the bottom lane, Lamia was playing Ashe. Ashe would open with the Crystal Arrow, and again, it bought him time to get in there and land the damage once again. So I think it's interesting that this time around, you've only got that very, very small slow from Gangplank. And if Xpeke can get a good event horizon down, then that's going to be able to turn the tides. But other than that, there's very little crowd control coming out from the FNATIC side.
Yeah, whereas there's quite a lot coming from EXHCL. And just to update, by the way, I've just quickly looked at Veggie. His top 3 champions or wins was Nautilus, Nocturne, and Half. The 3 bands of FNATIC.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. So you can see who they're afraid of, I suppose. We are going to pop up the overlays really, really quickly. Make sure they're up to date. FNATIC and EXHCL. And again, for everybody that's on stream that's busy wondering, this is, of course, just a ranking game. This is a seeding match to see who's going to go through. If I remember correctly, the winner of this game is in the same group as Moscow 5, and the loser of this game is in the same group as Absolute Legends. Who would you pick if you were in that choice?
Yeah, it's a pretty harsh choice, isn't it? I mean, what would you go?
The lesser of two
AL
evils.
Who are technically on the on-form team at the moment? Or do you want Moscow 5, who are, well, 16-1 on land so far?
Wow, when you put it that way, it's a little bit more terrifying. Either way...
Because AL have never really proven themselves. They've not been on a LAN event yet.
I think it'll be the first one.
First event.
Yeah, it will be the first one.
Technically, Reign of Gaming would be, but...
Yeah, true. There, but that's a little while away. So, the first European LAN. Let's call it that. Now, 2.4k, both sides. Nobody's taken that bonus mastery gold. Boots, Pots, Meta, reigning supreme, except for Lamia, who's opted to go for the Doran's Blade. And we don't see very many Doran's items anymore since, since the jungle's been made a little bit weaker and the game has sort of increased in pace. You can't afford to have that slower start when getting to your bigger tier items.
Yeah, and just going back to the seeding, it would be interesting to say, yes, thank you Baron Panda. Absolute Legends were at Gamers Assembly in France, so yeah, but would you want a team that's just travelled 2 weeks in America across 2 lands, possibly be really exhausted, which would be Absolute Legends, or do you want Moscow 5, who generally practice for a week solid before the event?
Well, that's also true if they continue their the LAN regime. But look at this right now. Cyanide's moving forward. Gonna see the ability, still walks right into it. That's a dazzle, flashes away. Might be able to get away, actually, compliments of the broken wings. And wow, survives first blood from a 4-man invade, which is very unusual.
He's never been able to get away with that.
No.
Skipping a jump and he was gone, but did he must have cleansed it off? Or
no cleanse. Literally, it was just the broken wings. But the only crowd control that was used on him was the single dazzle, and then nobody else chased up. And Lamia is in the top line alone because Shushe is still disconnected. He has now teleported bot line, actually. Stolen the blue buff, or taken the blue buff. And they're going to leave Shushe 1v2. While all that's going on, Cyanide is invaded, picked up the red buff. Now he's put some damage down onto Veggie. The knockup from Angels from the broken wings. First blood goes the way of Cyanide and Felox with an aggressive invade.
And can they dive on towards Kikis as well? He's just lingering. There is 4 of them up the top here. Pico got a full roam as well. Kiki's got himself completely caught out in the bush. Has he gone a Rent Horizon? Yes, he has. Does catch him. Will it be enough on the tower, though? Because that's a very low tower dive. Yeah, they were only at 1 and 2, so they couldn't really take too many hits. They couldn't really bide the time. But it's a good switch around from FNATIC here. So it's going to be the AD and support top and Gangplank. Like we mentioned, he is that one person that can carry on a 2v1 down that bottom lane.
Well, the oranges are going to help him quite a lot because that's going to at least allow him to get out of the Tarek stun, shake off that CC and then just carry on farming. As long as he's got that blue buff up, he's going to be able to keep using that remove scurvy as often as possible. And top dive as well. Cyanide still with that red buff. Kikis is hanging around 1v3. He's not afraid. And FNATIC putting some pretty good damage onto this tower at the moment at 3 minutes.
Yeah, they've just used the Ignite on Kikis as well, which is why I think they are going to dive. There we go. Cyanide's going to take the chance, take the tower hit. Cyanide will go down. Kikis survives it. I think he might get a double here. Lammy is surely going to come. Yes, he will. I cannot believe they just did that suicidal play from FNATIC there and giving Jax a double kill. So, well, it was what, level 3? That's horrendous. That's going to be bad for them.
Yep, he's already finished his Ninja Tab bite, picked up 2 potions and another cloth armor. So that's going to help him a lot, especially against Graves in that bottom line. He's going to be getting a lot of free harass and all the burst damage that's going to come out from that buckshot and collateral damage. The bonus armor and the damage mitigation on that unique passive, it's really going to help him out a lot. In the bottom lane...
Just to bring it up today, Absolute Legends actually came second. I'm getting Xinec now messaging me and saying, come on bro, we were second.
So Absolute Legends, they do have LAN experience. We apologize for forgetting about that. There's a lot of LANs going on, and when you've been casting for 7 hours straight, you do tend to forget a few things, as I'm sure you're aware, Deman. How was your UFC, by the way? I didn't actually ask.
It was awesome. Just seeing you guys diving at the top there onto Lamia. Just, and you haven't got the chat on, actually, but there's a good bit of banter going between them at the moment.
You know what? This is a fun game, so I suppose we can throw it back up. So let's see what's happening.
Let me say the diver's worth it. I don't think so.
New meta, Vigor Strong Roma. Is at least what the last chat was, just a little bit. 2-2 in kills, 300 gold difference. Shushay, the blue buff has finally worn off. He's got 2 points into Parlay, 3 points into those remove scurvy ability. And he seems to be scaring them away. Here comes Lamia, Cyanide, level 3. Broken Wings is going to knock both of them up. He gets the stun down from Keystrike. I feel a little bit early. The stun comes out from Super Ace. One more parlay. The Ignite goes down onto Shushay. He's going to now go down after a very aggressive dive.
Veggie just diving on towards PK in the mid. Oh, he's popped Ignite! Oh, PK just pops the Ignite, trolls him completely. Throws the Ignite in his face with a simple, it was a Q, well, I don't remember, the baleful strike.
Managed to get there. I managed to get in range or get to the middle lane just in time. That's now donated the blue buff to Shushay. So it's 6 minutes. When it comes back up around the 7-minute mark, Cyanide's going to be able to pick that one up and, increase the speed at which he can clear his farm. Or his jungle, rather.
Indeed, and people are sort of saying what's going on. They're not taking it 100% serious. I mean, we talked about it at the start. Who do you want? Moscow 5 or Absolute Legends? Really, it's a choice between a rock and a hard place. It's just a case of let's just play and see what happens on the day when we get to the event. But I expect to see this a pretty fun event. Here we go. PK is going to go with Event Horizon towards Gregor, missing completely. It does manage to get charmed up as well. Gregor playing a bit more damage down on him. He's going to dash in. It's going to be a full dive. Will Crowley finish off the queue? Will the tower? Yes, it will get him. Cyanide will surely finish him off. Can he get a hop skip? Yes, he will do. Meanwhile, Graves gets a kill on Jax as well at the top lane. Cyanide now has Veggie in his face, but I think they're just going to stand and pose next to each other.
I love these games. I wish every game was played like this. It's so much more exciting to watch. Level 5 Cyanide pushing forward. So close to getting that Blade of the Exile ability up. And if he does, the Wind Slash may actually be enough to pick off Veggie. But Veggie's backed off, so doesn't really want to pick that fight just yet.
And that top tower is going to go down shortly. Lamia will surely finish it off. In fact, the minions will take it. He's not even going to bother shooting it, so it will be first tower. 7.5 minutes in on that top lane. That's pretty good going.
But now, do you think that puts Graves a little bit behind? He's going to be missing out a lot of farm, a lot of experience if he does start this roaming game. And now Kikis is going to be putting some damage down. The exhaust does go down onto Fearlux. He's now carries on pushing forward. Ultimate has now been activated. Leap Strike plus one more Empower. Manages to pick up that kill 1v2. Might get a little bit caught out now because it's a 3v2 at the moment. Lamia and Cyanide, they don't know that Super Ace is right there. But they do have Xpeke moving up. Here comes a level 6 Cyanide. He's going to activate that Blade of the Axle, taking so much damage. Huge burst from the Reckless Swing in conjunction with the Undertow. Lands that little baleful strike, and Expect is the next one to fall. Ghost now used from Veggie. Smoke screen coming out from Lamia. And I think a little bit of over-aggression of FNATIC's part. Undertow does land. Veggie, he's going to be pushing. Lamia forced to pop his flash. Mr. Gregor, Spirit Rush plus the lands a great charm. Second tug, third one should be able to finish it off. With a small damage over time from Elite Random, actually picks it up instead.
Yeah, and this is what we've talked about before with, say, like a third, fourth place playoff match. You know, when you're at events, nobody really wants to be in that match, but everybody has fun with it. You just got to think back to Dignitas SK, Kiev. It was AAA, I'm trying to think, AAA CLG? It was at CBIT, I believe.
Yes!
They were all pretty good games. They were very impressive. Everybody just plays around. Veggie's going to get dived on by Cyanide. The exhaust goes down though. Oh, and the gangplank ulti and the broken wing flicks through. Super is now in all sorts of trouble as well. Can he turn around? Has he used his ulti up here, PK? Manages to get the charm. There's the ulti. Blows his face clean off. Cyanide finishes him off and goes in with a baleful strike and says, thanks for the kill, bro.
Ari, all she can say to that is no. That's it. No, nothing further. No, no flame, no act, just no. And a very nice push from Expeke and Cyanide in that mid lane. But I really enjoy it when guys have a little bit more fun, play a little bit more aggressively. And of course, this is a ranking game, guys. So whoever has, whoever wins this manages to place or qualify third for DreamHack. And they will be in the same group as Moscow 5. The loser is going to be facing off against Absolute Legends. Now, do you know the remove Scurvy from Gangplank? Does that cancel out the position reversal of Urgot? I think it does.
That's a very good question. I would assume so. It certainly clears everything else.
I think it does. I actually think it's more powerful than Cleanse.
Control effects on him. Yeah, so it has to.
It's a huge damage.
We'll soon find out, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. I was anticipating the swap from Elite Random, actually. We do see Veggie has started Dragon at level 6. Going to be coming in, getting some help from Super Rays. The Radiance has been dropped. So that'll increase the attack damage and just pick up the pretty early Dragon. 10 minutes 30. But still, 500 gold behind FNATIC. And this is, of course, because of the tower has gone down. And now we're going to see Elite Random's going to be pushing forward. Is the position reverser going to come down? Corrosive Charge goes out.
Oh, he's dead.
Remove Scurvy. Now Shusha's got the Ignite down. And wow, what a great push from Elite Random there. Tanking those turrets all day long. Didn't even need the position reverser.
I'm reliably informed that it does take it away by C-Zone, so a fellow commentator. But, I mean, it's great to see these sort of games. Oh, Cyanide could get dived on here. He's going to dive in towards Elite Random. Elite Random's going to have to dash away from this one. He may well get caught. Does the broken wing splashes his face across the field, and Veggie's just going to back away here. No, he's going to walk straight towards PK. I can see actually Graves at the top diving on towards Lamia as well. I'll try and pack down back to the middle in a moment. Kikis is going to dive for this one. Now they're diving on towards Vhagar in the mid as well. Let's spin back down there. You can see Gregor's all over PK. Has put the Ignite across him. Will pop him back to the top. You can see Kikis is madly dashing away. Gangplank ulti used to try and slow his position down, but he is going to make it to his team. Can Sushi get across to him? No, he's just going to back away. And it remains 10-9, and the mid turret will go down.
Very interestingly there, the Shusha manages to eat a charm to the face and takes so much burst damage from the 4 members of EXHCL. He just gets completely blown up. Now Cyanide, he wants to play. He's now joined the party. Not going to be able to stun Veggie. Compliments of that Ragnarok. And now EXHCL with the gold advantage. That bottom lane tower dive, Felix not using Wish to save Shusha when Elite Random was fighting just before all of that happened. I looked over at the top lane and Wish was still available. So I don't know if there's maybe just not necessarily the same amount of focus or similar. But yeah, 9-11.
What are you suggesting?
Well, I think they might not be taking this game as seriously as we're used to.
Yeah, and honestly, this is like an EU Nordic East. Veggie's going to get popped. Surely the Ignite goes down, but he gets a cheeky heal from Super Ace there. Super Ace going to try and get in and get a stun. Now they're going to back away from this one. Now, this actually gameplay plays well into XHCL, because if you've ever watched an EU Nordic East go for our monthly final with me and Joe, all the games are like this.
Every game. Bottom lane Cyanide does pick up a kill onto Urgot 1v1. I never noticed that when Urgot dies, he spills green bile from his nether regions. It's a particularly disgusting animation, actually. I've never noticed that. But yeah, the Nordic East finals are great. Super Ace has been caught out. Xpeke eats a charm to the face from Mr. Gregor. The Spurish somehow survive his compliments of the wish, and the armor bonus coming out from Soraka eventually goes down from
Veggie
one
on the
auto
mission.
attack. Veggie is going to land that undertow, picks up his axe. In the middle lane though, Lamia does manage to take out Tarek. The undertow just misses. If he can land one more plus a reckless, maybe be enough. But I love the level 1 invades from Nordic and East. They are super committed to those 5v5s. And every month we watch, or I watch the final with you guys, there's some great level 1 engagement at some point during the evening.
Yeah, you got to wonder how that's going to play into it, say, if these teams actually make it to the October finals. We've got World Elite just qualified. You know, the Koreans are generally pretty crazy with that stuff. The Chinese are very crazy with level 1 fights. So it's actually going to give them an advantage, whereas the American teams that always did the level 1 fights have completely backed away from doing it lately.
That's really, really strange. I liked watching for the on-game, the OGN tournament, just how aggressive the Korean sides were, especially once you hit the mid-game phase. You know, pressure on the bottom lane, Lead Random and Shushe now going at it, back and forth, back and forth. Corrosive Charge, Acid Hunters landing over and over and over. And I couldn't quite...
Top lane as well.
Top lane pressure. Cyanide versus Kickers. Kickers is going to be moving forward. Cyanide, the dash comes out from the key strike, is going to get shut down. Hand over that double buff to Jax. It was 4-2-3. And picks up the oracles. Riven says that Soraka trolled him, apparently. I'm not quite sure where that comes from. But potentially not having the wish. Very nice silence from Felix. Stops Super Ace from throwing out that dazzle. And I liked watching the mid-game pressure. The number of tower dives at the lower levels, level 3, 4, 5 from OGN. And a very, very early Baron. Veggie's taking a lot of damage from this. It just popped up 20 seconds ago. And I think they're going to do it. 3,000 hit points, 2,000 hit points. The Gangplank ulti comes out. Wow, if this picks it up, no, not going to be enough. But they are super low. A great Event Horizon locks everybody in. The first kill goes down. Jax is the first one to fall. Lamia does get blown up in reply. Now a charm onto Felix means he goes down. Is Xpeke going to get away? One undertow is all it would take from Veggie. Cyanide's going to be trying to push some pressure out here. There goes the Spirit Rush. Come on, Cyanide. Get some DPS. The Wind Slash managing to pick up one. I'm going to stick on this fight, but Xpeke is so low. One Orb of Deception's all it's going to take, and on the way back, it actually picks up the kill. Cyanide's the next one to go down. EXHCL, Baron, and what was that? 4 kills. Cyanide not impressed.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty crazy game. It's one of the weird games. I think we call this long ago. But down the bottom lane, you can see that spawns how it is going to go. Shushe will take that down on Gangplank. Will finally get the shot down there. Not too sure if Leap Random wants to go for that. Shushe's just stood there. Is he AFK or what? Oh, he's disconnected, I think.
According to Cyanide, report Shushe for AFK. I don't know, he's lagging. And then you hear his dog barking. Sure. So I think FNATIC just having a little bit of fun with this one. Good play coming out from Lead Random though. Has put no damage onto Shushe. Shushe's going to go down to the creeps in this bottom line.
He's going to die.
Eventually. That is the most anticlimactic death I have ever seen in League of Legends. But kudos to Lead Random. You know, whether it was a troll, whether it was a real disconnect, not taking the free kill. It's nice to see sportsmanship like that in the games.
I'm just reading what PK's just said.
Where is that at the moment? Yeah, a little bit further up. So I think
There's a bit of Korean racism coming out there.
Just a little bit. So there goes Veggie. Takes a stun, activates that Ragnarok. But even with the burst coming out from Cyanide, it's not really enough to do a lot of damage. What is that W called? The Dark Matter. A small delay. 3 points into that, 5 points into his Baleful Strike. Xpeke is the one that's in trouble now. They've turned their attention to Gregor. They should be able to pick Riven up in the background. So that's at least one kill. Now Veggie's turned his attention to Xpeke. Xpeke is trying to run. Your base is the other way, man. He gets blown up in return. Can Cyanide finish this up, though? Taken so much damage. Now that Jax has joined the party, he's just going to be able to clean that one up. And Felox eats a dazzle to the face. Double kill for Kikis in the top lane. Or, well, Kikis is Jax.
Is Graves actually going to try and come up behind him and kill them? I'm not sure what's going on here. Lamia looking like, oh, he's thinking about it. He's just stood there waiting for his time. Has he got any hand to help? Yes, he's got Gangplank ulti. Is he going to come in behind now?
Let's
He
see.
could pick up a triple kill here. He could go for it.
The
Veggie
potential
looking like
is there.
Shusei's there. He's just waiting. I think he's just trolled his teammate.
I
he's
think
just
so.
trolled his teammate. This is like an ARAM right now. Lamia is going to come across. Can he manage to finish him off? No. He's just going to avoid. Super S is going to go for it there. He's going to get caught out. Super S will pay for that with his life. Can they get him towards Veggie? He's just going to lead him straight to his teammate. Kikis is going to jump in, get the counter strike, but he's going to flash away and escape to victory.
5,000 goals. Cyanide yelling out, prepare the lotion. It puts the lotion on. Insane kills coming out. I think FNATIC may have resigned from this game. Cyanide does have that Blade of the Exile active, trying to catch up to Elite Random, but the slow just too powerful from Acid Hunter. Riven, what the fuck? F you. Ignite does go down, but Elite Random easily able to win that duel. Blue buff, Manamune, and the crit dagger. More than enough damage. I think EXHCL have won this game, Deman. What do you reckon?
And it could turn around, you don't know. It's only 22-16, and once Gangplank, Shusei actually decides to start playing. There we go, he's back. Maybe he's going to go for Gregor. He is. He's going to go straight face first and just parlay and just keep eating those glass balls in the face. And yeah, they're not going to pin him down. He's just going to keep walking until he dies, I think, here. Oh, they might catch him out suddenly. The damage comes out. Veigar pulls the ulti down. Can they get the snow? Yes, they can. Flashes into the walls. Super Ace baits, but they actually pull the entire wall. Shusei's going to go down to him. Yes, he has. Gregor has taken him down. Can he get him through the wall? Oh, he dodges out the wall. The Bale Strike. He may pick up a second on Felix. Felix surely going to go down as well. Gets the charm onto PK, but not quite enough damage. Jax is thinking he's got a triple kill in hand here. Here he goes. He's going. Oh, the Event Horizon slows him down. Broken Wings from Cyanide takes him down there. And now Lammy is also there. Gets the smoke down, and Kikis is going to try and escape. No, he turns, jumps on towards PK. Can he jump on towards Phoenix now? He's just going to wait for the timer, I think. He's going to put a bit of damage down. There goes the counter strike. Just needs to leap across. There it is. There's the leap onto Felix. Will take him down. Can he take down Cyanide as well? He's going to try and explain. Elite Random comes in to join the party. Kikis is so low. Could be a double kill. Cyanide flashes away. That bunny is not going to escape Elite Random, surely. He has the position reverse and needs, should he need it. And he's just going. It's going to be hard to catch.
No, you can't catch that bunny. The Broken Wings plus the Valor, the amount of movement spells, movement skills is so high. Kikis on Jack saying stupid skills can't dodge. He does land an Acid Hunter through the wall though, so that's going to apply slow to Cyanide. And now all of a sudden, Mr. Gregor dives to the wall. One Spirit Rush and Orbit Deception is going to be able to pick up that kill. And Cyanide, unhappy with his lack of escape abilities. But what a fight. The amount of time Gregor was able to survive in that jungle camp. Surviving the raids, picking up a kill onto Shusei.
Veggie's going for it. Veggie's going for PK. He's used his ulti. He's going to dive onto him. He can't stop him with that Event Horizon. But I don't think he's quite got the damage to finish this off with Soraka. Oh, he's going to blow his face off clean away with that Dark Matter.
Great playing on from EXHCL. Another very nice dive from Elite Random. Tanking the turret, picking up an easy kill onto Shusei. And it's enjoyable to see the demonstration. Item-wise at the minute, look at what Kikis has actually built. Frozen Heart, Phage, and Quicksilver Sash. Not opting to go for a DPS build, but still playing as though it's non-stop aggression DPS game.
Gregor's just been caught. Dark Matter just dodged it slightly across there. Not sure if he realised his whole four there. He has got the ward just across, but they do pick up the blue buff as well. It didn't, unfortunately, go to Gregor because Elite Random stole it.
Was it intentional? I missed the last hit.
They were both there.
So here comes Kikis once again. Counter-attack is active. I think he was hoping Lamia was going to be a little bit closer than that. Doesn't manage to land the stun, unfortunately. And Lamia, the only one that's going a little bit try-hard from FNATIC, 134 CS in comparison to 70, 70, and 90.
They're going to bait the Baron here. Gregor's sat ready waiting. Charm is going to go across. Shusei seems to be the target. They're going towards Felix. Felix is going to get caught out. Super Res is stunned as well. diving on towards PK. PK's going to drop in the background. Graves went down, and that was a quick layer of kills there. Cyanide, the only one to escape. They could turn around for Baron, but instead they chose to flash on towards the turret there. Cyanide does, Kikis does get a stun down on him, the counter strike. Instead, they need to take the turret down maybe, and focus back on that, get the inhibitor. Surrender comes out from FNATIC. And well played to EXHCL, but an enjoyable game to watch. 31-21.
Loads of kills. So what's it? 52 kills in 23 minutes. Two kills per minute average. Definitely a lot of fun to watch. So there's the final kill score. That was, of course, EXHCL versus FNATIC, both of whom qualify. And we know our 4 teams making through to DreamHack. So, Deman, thanks for joining me for the last game of the evening. And
that's all right. It was good to join that one.
Yeah, it's a little bit of fun, but to end off the weekend. So I think I'm going to start
best of luck with your casting as well, because I probably won't see you for a few weeks now.
Well, that's sad. That's sad. But thank you for the kind words. It's a lot of fun. Going to see what I can do for the remainder of some of the other qualifiers and the other tournaments. And D-Man, we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, good night, guys.
So, to everybody that is still on the stream, the 4 teams that have qualified for today's DreamHack, or for June DreamHack Summer, it is, of course, going to be Moscow 5, Absolute Legends, Moscow 5, EXHCL, and FNATIC. Unless I've got the names incorrect, that is the order of their seeding as well. So, it's going to be Absolute Legends and FNATIC in Group 1, and it's going to be Moscow 5 and EXHCL in the other group. That is, of course, going to take place June 16th to June 19th, sponsored by MSI and SteelSeries. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for sticking around. It's been a whole lot of fun. Got hours and hours of VODs up. I'm going to throw them up onto my YouTube page very, very shortly, youtube.com/QuickshotTV. So if you've had some fun and you'd like to watch them, be sure to stop by. As is customary, some music's going to go up in the background. And thanks for stopping by, guys. See you around soon. Peace. So that is me officially packed up. My lights are off. I'm about to turn the PC off and head home for the evening. So thank you guys once again. The stream is going to be shut down. If you have had some fun with us, be sure to head over to facebook.com/Quickshot, QU1KSH0T. For now, good night, and I will see you next week with some more games.